Chapter 1 Rebirth. Influenza outbreaks have been frequent recently. Research shows that the initial symptoms of the virus include a cold, fever, and diarrhea. Severe cases can cause slow movement, stiff limbs, and loss of smell. Experts indicate that this flu virus is currently unknown and has been named the T virus. When Lin Qin woke up drowsily, the whispers in his ears gradually became clearer. Influenza? Isn't that the flu virus that occurred before the end of the world? Due to the continuous high temperature, the air quality has declined and various viruses have emerged one after another. The most serious of these is the T influenza virus. At first everyone thought it was just a common flu and that it would be cured by taking medicine and seeing a doctor. But this is no ordinary flu virus. But it is a real zombie virus. As time goes by, the number of patients increases dramatically and the virus's incubation period ends. Zombies began to break out on the streets, in the subway, and on the buses. The post-apocalyptic situation caught everyone off guard. The insufficiently stockpiled food was consumed, and in order to survive, robbery and murder occurred. But even so, this news was reported before the end of the world began. What's going on? Wasn't he dead? How could he have survived such a huge explosion? Before Lin Qin could come to his senses. Ding, the system has restarted, the infinite replication system is binding to the host. Ding, binding successful, scanning host. Host, Lin Qin. Age, 25. Force value, 0. According to the Doomsday Restart countdown of 168 hours, the current countdown is 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. Tip: the infinite system can replicate any item infinitely, with no quantity limit. This system comes with built-in storage space and has instant freshness preservation. It is a must-have at home and a good system for travel. You deserve it. Note: you can view the storage space at any time to check the status of items. Data is being transferred. Ding, transfer completed. Lin Qin was stunned, then overjoyed. Not only was he reborn, he also gained a system. There is also an infinite replication system and storage space, which is simply a huge profit. You know, to survive in the end times, supplies are the most important thing, and being able to hide supplies well requires more than just skills. The infinite replication system not only eliminates the need to worry about supplies, but also saves space to store supplies. There is no need to worry about being discovered or remembered by others. And most importantly, save money. You know, it takes a lot of money to buy a large amount of supplies, but with the infinite system, Lin Qin only needs to buy one of each item. For someone like him who doesn't have much savings, this is simply heavenly gospel. Don't be too happy. Lin Qin looked around impatiently, then walked to the refrigerator, took out the ice Sprite inside, and then copied it. Sure enough, Sprite went from 1 bottle to 2 bottles, and then from 2 bottles to 4 bottles. He put the Sprite back into his storage space and watched it disappear from his hand. Then my sight turned, and in the empty space, 4 bottles of Sprite were neatly stacked in the corner. Lin Qin withdrew his gaze and suppressed the joy in his heart. You know, in the last life, the zombie outbreak happened suddenly, and many people were trapped at home and didn't dare to go out. The little food we had could only last for 3 or 4 days. At first, neighbors would help each other, but later, as resources became increasingly scarce, robbery and murder were considered minor offenses in order to survive. Eating people and gnawing on grass roots and tree bark are common occurrences. He is no exception. In order to survive, he drank sewage from the sewers, rummaged through food scraps in the garbage station, and even slept in the garbage dump to cover up his own smell. But he died in the explosion 2 months later. Lin Qin immediately opened a can of Sprite and started drinking. This smell is thousands of times better than the water in the sewer. The functions of the system are very simple, and Lin Qin is almost familiar with it after going back and forth. The next step is to plan carefully. The most urgent thing at the moment is to prepare various survival supplies. You have to know that these survival supplies will not appear out of thin air. At least a sample is required to copy them. Thinking of this, Lin Qin immediately turned on the computer and started planning. Regarding supplies, prepare enough food and water while ensuring your own safety. Of course, weapons and medicines are also extremely important. However, the country's control over drugs and weapons is very strict. Many medicines require a prescription. If he wanted to buy all the medicines by himself, it would probably attract attention. However, he didn't know the details. After all, he was a healthy young man and didn't need to buy all the medicines. Everything has a first time. Buy some of the things you need first, and then implement the rest according to specific circumstances when the time comes. As for weapons, at present, what can be purchased are some knives, fire axes, and other things. After all, weapons control is also very strict. Compared to bare hands, these are enough. The second is various daily necessities and tools. If you count them carefully, there are 6 major categories in total: food, medicine, weapons, tools, daily necessities, electrical appliances. Food is easy to say. In the next 2 days, he would buy all the food he wanted to eat, even rice, flour, diesel, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, such as vegetables, pork, beef, chicken, alcohol, and so on. Of course, don't forget the gas tank. As for medicines, the most urgent things in the early days of my previous life were medicines for colds, fevers, and inflammation. Oh, and a thermometer was also necessary. In addition to these, gauze, alcohol, iodine, and other medicines are indispensable. As for weapons, those are the only types he can think of at the moment. He might as well go to the wholesale market and take a look. There are so many daily necessities, so try to list them as completely as possible. As for electrical appliances, as high temperatures continue in the future, air conditioners and air coolers will come in handy. As the end of the world begins, the internet will be paralyzed, and radios and telephones will be the only channels for receiving important national news. However, later on, all circuit equipment was paralyzed and every household had no electricity, so generators, batteries, etc. became particularly important. However, there is one more point that requires special attention: high temperature. Although it is only May now, the temperature has already reached over 30 degrees Celsius. After the heavy rain 6 days later, the temperature was hot, humid, and stuffy, as if we were being roasted over a fire. The end of the world began after this heavy rain. Due to the continued warming weather and the T-virus, many office workers on Monday still rushed to work with various tools despite their sick bodies. The virus seemed to have suddenly mutated and appeared wildly in various places. Recalling this scene, Lin Chin still felt a lingering fear. The place to live right now is not suitable, so I have to ask an agent to help me find a suitable house. Chapter 2: Going to the supermarket. Lin Chin listed them one by one and compiled them into a purchase list to prevent himself from missing anything. Then we headed to a nearby large supermarket. You know, there are a wide variety of items in large supermarkets. Even if it couldn't fully satisfy everything on his shopping list, it definitely covered most of it. Go to the supermarket, take a symbolic walk around, and pick up some small things to cover up your strange behavior. He can copy everything in the supermarket. For a fraction of the price, you get it all. This deal is still a good deal. As for the wholesale market, although it is good, it is impossible for him to touch everything there, right? If he does that, people will think he is something else. If you just touch it and don't buy anything, it will probably become notorious in the wholesale market in less than a morning. The nearby Walmart supermarket is huge and has a wide variety of products. Pushing the shopping cart, Lin Chin looked at the supermarket and studied the route. If you want to visit all of them, you can only start from the most peripheral areas. Sweep to the other side and move inward in a back and forth manner. However, this Monday, most of the people shopping in the supermarket are older, and there are relatively few promising young people like him. After entering, Lin Chin went straight to the shelf on the far left. This is the baked goods area. Various Swiss rolls, bread, cakes, etc. are placed in the containers. Things like Swiss rolls and bread are all packaged and placed on the shelves outside, so Lin Chin is relatively easy to access. Copying is easy. As for other cakes in the container, it is a bit difficult. He looked around like a guilty thief, making sure no one around noticed his strange behavior, then opened the boxes and touched them one by one, finally taking only the cheapest box of cakes. The staff member glanced at him, saw him put the cake into the shopping cart, and lowered his head again. Lin Chin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The first such replication was successful. But the prepared food area is even more difficult. There are 2 staff members standing behind the long container. As soon as you get close, one of the staff members will come over and ask you what you need. It was somewhat difficult for Lin Chin to use his abilities to copy for free. Finally, in the prepared food area, Lin Chin came to several prepared foods that had already been packaged and stacked on the shelves and copied them. Roast duck, roast chicken, and steamed cornbread. Leaving this area, there is a fruit area. Lin Chin symbolically picked and chose, touching apples, oranges, kiwis, watermelons, peaches, cantaloupes, bananas, pineapples, dragon fruits, mangoes, durians, grapes, and crown pears. After walking around the entire fruit area, Lin Qin copied everything without attracting the attention of the employees. The fruit area is connected to the vegetable area. It was just mealtime, so the dishes on the shelves were still fresh and were replenished promptly. I took a handful of garlic, and there were quite a few other dishes. Cabbage, green onions, tomatoes, cauliflower, garland chrysanthemums, enoki mushrooms, spinach, beans, sweet potatoes, lettuce, winter melon, pumpkin, night blooming plants. Lin Qin was not picky and copied them all one by one. After successfully copying, go straight to the nearest rice and flour section. There are many types of rice, and even someone like Lin Qin, who doesn't know much about it, knows that Wuchang rice is the best. After finding Wuchang rice directly, start copying. Of course, he is not picky. Other types of rice, such as pearl rice, glutinous rice, purple rice, black rice, soybeans, peanuts, corn, etc., were also copied one by one. As for flour, Lin Qin couldn't tell the difference. The most common plain flours and those displayed in the bulk weighing area are directly copied. Then he copied the starch and breadcrumbs from the shelves. I don't know what this thing is used for, but it's free anyway, so I can study it slowly later. Salt, chicken essence, MSG, sugar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, aged vinegar, white vinegar, and 13-spice cooking wine on the shelves. Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, cumin, chili pepper, pickled mustard greens, snow vegetables, lao gan ma. Shiitake mushrooms, beef, broad bean sauce, and soybean paste. Spicy, clear soup, butter, tomato hot pot base. Oh yes, and oil. There are 2 whole rows of shelves filled with oils, all filled with different brands and types of oils. On the back is a row of various cooking products in small bottles. Sunflower oil, olive oil, corn oil, blended oil, sesame oil. However, in order to save more time, he only chose a few common types of oil and then moved on to other areas. This part of seafood and meat is a bit difficult to replicate. After all, there are people watching, the seafood is in the water, and as for the meat, there is also a person standing there. I don't know if I can copy the entire shelf. Lin Qin tried to touch the edge of the counter with one hand and started chatting to divert the butcher's attention. Master, chop me some spare ribs worth 20 yuan. There are only 2 ribs for 20 yuan, which is not a lot. But the quantity is what most single people would want, and it is very common in supermarkets. The young man had good knife skills. He immediately picked up half of the ribs and walked to the chopping board inside. He separated them into 2 and started to chop them vigorously. Lin Qin took this opportunity and started copying immediately. Inside the space, the counter with the meat was replicated, but unfortunately, there was only the counter without the meat. It seems that by copying this, you can only copy a single species, and you cannot directly copy all the other species. After feeling it out, Lin Qin looked at the young man still chopping meat, and stretched out his hand to symbolically pick and choose in the meat area, touching it all over. The butcher had already chopped the ribs and frowned as he looked at Lin Qin. Lin Qin added again, "Give me some meat, just cut it here." The butcher boy didn't suspect anything and started cutting up the pork, saying with a smile, "You need so much for one person." Lin Qin twitched his lips and smiled, "Put it in the refrigerator to save trouble." The boss didn't suspect anything and started to get busy. Looking around, I found that fresh beef and mutton were indeed a bit too expensive and difficult to touch. I'd better wait and see if there are any cheaper ones online. There was also a staff member standing in the aquatic and seafood area, where various fish and shellfish were placed in water tanks and oxygenated. The possibility of picking it yourself is almost zero, and it is a bit difficult to copy it. This is not as good as the vegetable market, where you can choose by yourself. After thinking about it, Lin Qin gave up the idea of copying seafood and fish. Move to other areas. There are many freezers, most of which are used to store various cold drinks and frozen products. He hasn't finished visiting other areas yet. If he takes 1 or 2 frozen products to hide his tracks, they will easily rot. It seems that it should be placed last. After all, you have to pay. Even if it's just for show. Pushing the shopping cart, Lin Qin came to the snack area. There weren't many people in the snack section, not even a salesperson on duty. This made Lin Qin copy even more happily. He placed the shopping cart where it was and began to perform. He first took out a bag of potato chips, then looked at the other bags. Going back and forth, he touched all the items on this container. Potato chips, biscuits, instant noodles, jelly, melon seeds, spicy strips, snow cakes, small bread, self-heating hot pot, and snail noodles. Candy, dried fruits, nuts, dried tofu, beef cubes, canned yellow peaches, canned luncheon meat. coffee, honey, green tea bags. Chapter 3: Crazy Copying. The snack area is very large, with a long row in total, and it takes at least half an hour to walk through it. Especially, there are other people shopping in the supermarket occasionally. In order to justify his behavior, he put some of the cheapest potato chips in his shopping cart. After nearly half an hour of busy work, I finally finished visiting the snack area. Next is the beverage area. There is a wide variety of alcohol here and it is unattended. Lin Chin seized the opportunity and copied everything that could be copied within 10 minutes. As for beverages, there are a lot of them displayed in rows on the shelves. Red wine, white wine, and glutinous rice wine. Coke, Sprite, coconut juice, Red Bull, orange juice, sparkling, lime, black tea, green tea, mineral water. I copied them one by one, and it took only 10 minutes to complete the copying. Following the path, Lin Chin arrived at the daily living area. The things here are basically what we can use in daily life. For example, tissue paper, toothbrush and toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, soap, laundry detergent, laundry liquid, dishwashing liquid, towels, bath towels, slippers, cotton slippers, etc. As for women's sanitary napkins, Lin Chin was a little hesitant. He doesn't actually need this stuff, but it's said to be very effective in deodorizing and preventing sweat. Just when Lin Chin was hesitating, the saleswoman came over. He simply picked up a few packs of sanitary napkins and stuffed them directly into Lin Chin's shopping cart. "Hey boy, pick one for your girlfriend. These are all pretty good and popular. I guarantee there won't be any problems with them if you take them back." Lin Chin was immediately embarrassed. "No, What are you afraid of, young man? Many boys will buy it for their girlfriends." Lin Chin was a little embarrassed. The two girls next to him looked at him strangely and discussed something in a low voice. He took out all the sanitary napkins in the shopping cart and put them back in their original places, while also making copies. No, thank you." Pushing the cart, Lin Chin walked to another row of shelves. There are many brands of things like 3-piece bath sets, and he doesn't need to copy all of them. Just copying 1 or 2 of them is enough. Just make sure you have enough. So, I copied some of the toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, and soap. The toothbrush comes in 3 types: bamboo charcoal, nano, and regular. As for toothpaste, we replicated the flavors and effects of 3 different brands. There are 3 types of shampoo: refreshing, anti-dandruff, and moisturizing, each of which is a different brand. The choice of shower gel is relatively simple, as long as it is refreshing. Lin Chin selected 3 brands before giving up. As for the rest, the tissue paper rolls are all the best replicas. After touching them all, Lin Chin's hands were a little cramped. But that's only half the story. For example, cutting boards, rolling pins, knives, batteries, colanders, spatulas, pots, and induction cookers. Plastic wrap, disposable cups, garbage bags, sponges, chopsticks, tin foil, steamer cloths, towels, bath towels, quilts, 4-piece sets, slippers, tablecloths, hangers, wash basins, socks, storage boxes, etc. The cutting board is naturally copied in a slightly larger size. As for the knives, the knives in the supermarket were locked in a cabinet, so Lin Chin could only copy the one displayed outside. As for batteries, there are many models. Copy them all. As for pots and pans, frying pans, cooking pots, ceramic pots, rice cookers, induction cookers, etc., all are copied. As for sheets and quilts, they are just a matter of convenience. By the time all the other items were copied, Lin Chin had already been in Walmart for 2 or 3 hours. There were only a few items scattered in the shopping cart. Only then did he return to the frozen food area and start copying. The frozen food section is filled with a variety of milk, fresh milk, yogurt, ice cream, glutinous rice balls, dumplings, soup dumplings, beef, lamb, shrimp balls, hot pot meatballs, steak, wontons, buns, steamed buns, and hand-pulled pancakes. There are also various meats that have been packaged and placed in the refrigerated area. For example, crushing carp, bream, pork, ribs, chicken, chicken legs, chicken wings, chicken breast, shrimp, beef, sirloin, lamb chops. I took a quick look at the date on the packaging and it's at least 2 days old, so it's not very fresh. But it doesn't matter. It's such a pity that I spent 30 yuan to buy ribs and pork. It was relatively quick to copy the entire area. After all, there were 2 rows of refrigerators and freezers. Lin Chin picked and chose among the items, picked up a 70g can of ice cream cup, and then left the frozen food area. It took Lin Chin almost 5 hours to push his cart and leave the Walmart checkout counter. 20 yuan for spare ribs, 10 yuan for meat, 2 bags of potato chips and ice cream, the total cost is 50. If he didn't want to attract too much attention, he wouldn't have to spend a penny. After leaving the supermarket, Lin Qin threw his bag into the space. The commercial street in this area is quite large, and there are many snack and milk tea shops along the way, which are very lively. After the apocalypse, the existence of these foods is unimaginable. When I get home, I'll buy him 100 or 80 pieces and drink them slowly. Lin Qin walked into a Suning.com store, where there were quite a few home appliances that could meet his later needs. Air conditioners and other similar devices make loud noises and are not among those that Lin Qin would copy. What he wanted were electrical appliances that were not available at home, such as floor-standing air conditioners, heaters, small suns, disinfection cabinets, and so on. Pretending to look at various home appliances, he touched them. Silently, you can copy what you want. Lin Qin switched to the digital category. The mobile phones and computers here are all the latest models, but for Lin Qin in the past, he didn't dare to buy them casually. After all, a fruit machine costs tens of thousands of yuan. Although there will be no electricity or internet in the later stage, it will still be a relatively long process, so let's enjoy it first. I touched my phone and computer and copied them all. However, Lin Qin also copied an extra phone for the elderly. The key point is that the power storage capacity of elderly phones is extremely durable. One can last as long as a smartphone for days. But be sure to turn off all the sounds. Portable Wi-Fi, camera, headphones, drone, power bank, battery, radio. This didn't take Lin Qin too long, after all, he had a goal in mind. After coming out, Lin Qin crossed out the copied items as usual. The remaining ones have not yet been copied. Wanda is not small and there are many businesses inside. Lin Qin went to a clothing store that he usually didn't dare to go to and copied all kinds of nice-looking, cool clothes, pants and shoes. Of course, sun protection clothing, jackets, outdoor mountaineering equipment, special clothing for climbing snow-capped mountains, etc. were all copied. After all, it is better to be prepared. Go in empty and come out empty. Chapter 4: Online Shopping and Stockpiling. However, there are no thicker clothes in the mall. It is May now, and the thick clothes in the stores have long been taken off the shelves and replaced with spring and summer clothes. This kind of clothes can only be purchased from other channels. After finishing his useful shopping in the mall, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Lin Qin's legs were almost not his own. I have gained a lot, but at the same time there are still many things I have not gained. After thinking about it, Lin Qin opened Taobao and started browsing large items such as solar panels and generators. A solar panel costs 3,500, while a generator costs 4,000. These two items cost Lin Qin 7,500 yuan. These do not include the prices of thick clothes, blankets, bedding, CDs, USB flash drives and other items he bought online. But you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing your child. After purchasing the important items, Lin Qin passed by a milk tea shop and started to think about it. It's a bit troublesome to order on site. It's still the food delivery software. Tea ceremony, Nayuki, yogurt, tea dance, fried chicken, hamburgers, French fries, skewers, etc. As for the variety, Lin Qin only ordered the flavors that he liked to drink and eat. Each milk tea shop only serves about 10 cups, while each snack shop has more varieties and the quantity is relatively higher. The delivery was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening, and Lin Qin touched her belly. He was now physically and mentally exhausted, and extremely hungry. They went to a nearby restaurant and Lin Qin asked for a private room. We ordered braised spare ribs, vinegar fish, boiled pork slices, spicy chicken, beef brisket with potatoes, mao shuang, etc. Lin Qin copied every dish that was served. The table was full of dishes, and the waiter who served the food couldn't help but look at Lin Qin a few more times. The dishes were delicious and Lin Qin ate them with relish. Ignore the waiter's strange look. It is no exaggeration to say that he could eat up all the food after being hungry for a day. For Lin Qin, who used to have to eat from garbage, this was a very happy thing. After eating and drinking, Lin Qin packed up some food and took it away. Touching his bulging belly, Lin Qin did not forget to buy some duck necks, duck feet, cold noodles, etc. at the snack street. It wasn't until 7 o'clock that I set off to return to my rental house. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the milk tea, fried chicken skewers, etc. that Lin Qin had ordered during the day were delivered one after another. Just put these things into your own space. Then he took out the list and began to make revisions. I went around today and found that I had solved the problems of food, water, daily necessities, electricity, etc., but I haven't seen anywhere selling gas tanks. I searched online for nearby ones, but all I could find were small jars. I don't know where to buy the large ones. Maybe the gas company should be able to? It looks like I'll have to wait until tomorrow to call and ask. In addition, the most important things are medicines and weapons. Have you taken it? You can buy some of the above medicines at different pharmacies. Some of them require a prescription. Some are easy to solve by applying online, but I don't know if some of them can be purchased. But since his number is small, it shouldn't be a problem. For example, this store sells medicines for colds, coughs, and fevers, while another store sells medicines for clearing heat, reducing inflammation, and protecting the throat. After all, the types of pharmacies are limited to gastrointestinal, cold, skin, heat clearing and detoxification, respiratory, ENT, pediatrics, adults, gynecology, etc. If you buy one category from each store, it shouldn't be a big problem. After thinking about it, Lin Chin started to add to the shopping cart. The most important thing is antibiotics. However, the most common antibiotics are amoxicillin and cephalexin. You can buy it at online pharmacies, and the online prescription is useful. In addition, he did not buy any medicines that required going to the hospital. Of course, Lin Chin began to look for people to fake orders online. After placing an order according to his own medicine list or having existing medicines collected and sent to his address, he would return the principal in full plus a commission ranging from 10 to 50 yuan. Of course, the address is the shared house where he currently lives. Drugs will also be screened to avoid duplication. Although this is a bit risky, it is the only way Lin Chin can think of to purchase the most comprehensive medicine. As for weapons, to be honest, apart from various kitchen knives, fire axes, etc., there are not many weapons that can be purchased through formal channels. For example, if you search for machete or tang sword, the page will directly redirect you to the Green Network project. Popularize various legal knowledge. Therefore, in addition to normal knives, fire axes, batons and pocket knives can be purchased. The others have to be obtained through abnormal channels. After studying for a long time, Lin Chin discovered that unsharpened tang horizontal swords and embroidered spring swords were sold online. Although it has not been sharpened yet, it is not impossible to sharpen it privately after getting it. I spent 1,000 yuan to get 2 knives, and then looked for a master who could sharpen them offline. If there are channels later, it's not too late to talk about it. It's better than nothing. Of course, it would be even better if you could touch and make a copy of the police's gun. But Lin Chin didn't want to take any risks. The timing of preparation itself is already short enough. If you are caught and put in jail for a few days, the wasted time will not be worth it. The further you go, the more careful you should be. Complete it on the purchase order. In addition to the gas problem tomorrow, I also have to go to the 4S shop. Make a few copies of your vehicle just in case. By the way, I have to go to the rental agency downstairs before going out. Inform the other party of your ideal property needs and ask them to help you find it simultaneously, which can save a lot of time. Lin Chin stayed at the agency for no more than half an hour, and then left after making his request. Go to a 4S store that is a little further away. After finishing all these, I just wait for the delivery of the online shopping to arrive, and walk around to see if there is anything missing that needs to be supplemented. Then select the house. Everything is arranged properly, just wait for the items you just ordered to be delivered to your door. The next morning, Lin Chin began to implement yesterday's plan. The real estate agency downstairs started work at 8:30, and for them, Lin Chin was their first customer. But at the same time, Lin Chin's outfit made them not want to waste time. Lin Chin stood there for about 30 seconds, but no agent came forward. A girl who looked like a newcomer came over. "Sir, do you want to buy or rent a house? We have a lot of houses available here." Lin Chin raised his eyebrows and said without further ado, "I want to rent a villa in the suburbs, but my requirements may be high. First, the villa should be a little sparse, preferably with a basement, and the space of the house should be spacious and bright, and the landlord should allow me to renovate it. This is especially important for modification. After all, he needs to strengthen and modify the thickness and defense level of the doors and windows. If the landlord does not agree, it is useless to rent the house." Before the female agent could say anything, the male agent next to her, who thought she was a big client, immediately started to mock her. "Brother, it's impossible to renovate it. You have to know that the landlord can afford to buy a villa. Renting it out will only make back the money. No one will rent it to you. If you want to modify it, you can buy a set, then you will have more choices." Zhang Feng lowered his head and looked up and down at Lin Chin's outfit. a pair of flip-flops, shorts, and an ordinary white t-shirt. If you ask me, you can't afford a villa with a basement, right? Chapter 5, Transportation, Amadiro. Xiaoxue, as a newcomer, you need to be more discerning. You can accept some clients, but ignore others. It's a waste of time. Lin Qin. It is true that he really cannot afford it. Although he doesn't dress well, he is just a real estate agent, so what's so great about him? Lin Qin's face immediately turned cold. Xiaoxue, the female agent standing nearby, noticed something and immediately reached out to hold Lin Qin's arm. This is my last hope. If I complete the order, there is hope that I will not lose my job. Following the touch on his arm, Lin Qin glanced away. It's like this, sir. The landlord might not be willing to do a major renovation, but a minor one might be okay. Generally, the landlord of a villa will have already decorated it well and may not be willing to change the original layout. Besides, the rent for a villa with a basement is generally not very cheap. I don't know what your budget is. Coming back to his senses, Lin Qin touched his nose and said, 20,000 to 40,000. Then I can still find something that meets your requirements at this price. How about this, let's add each other on WeChat first, and I'll send you the properties that meet your requirements later. Nodding, Lin Qin left the agency in a daze. This female agent is really awesome. But it feels good. Next, he went to the 4S store. But before leaving, Lin Qin changed his attire. I copied quite a few big-name clothes yesterday, and they don't look out of place when I wear them. Maybe it can be more convenient. Just as Lin Qin thought, the people in the 4S store did not look down on him. Lin Qin said he wanted to take a look himself first, and immediately no one came over. This actually made things much easier for Lin Qin. Throughout the exhibition hall, Lin Qin replicated a Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicle and a Unimog. It can be said that these two cars will not be easily overturned by the zombies, and their speed is not low. For Lin Qin, it is the first choice. As for other ordinary small cars, Lin Qin does not want to copy them at present. First of all, when it comes to supercars, this type of car is the most useless one. With a low chassis and light body, it is completely defenseless against zombies. The most important point is that this car can only run on better roads. As for ordinary cars, commercial vehicles, and trucks, there is no need to say more. After thinking about it, I realized that I also need a car so that I can sleep on the streets if I have to. For example, RVs, etc. But RVs come in many varieties, some are clumsy, and they can't be as fast as other small vehicles. Lin Qin thought about it and realized that he had seen a RV on Douyin before that looked like a stolen car. I think his name is Amadiro? When the apocalypse began, he had imagined how nice it would be if he had such a car. After thinking about it, Lin Qin took out his mobile phone and started searching for the 4S store of this car. Good guy, I can only buy it from the manufacturer. Lin Qin had no choice but to back down. First, I don't have the financial ability, and second, time is precious. There are car showrooms of many brands here, and I thought I could come across a display car similar to this one. Since he had no choice but to go to the manufacturer, Lin Qin had no choice but to give up. As for the others, Lin Qin didn't have much time to waste looking at every one of them. Leave the 4S store. Lin Qin walked to the nearby subway station, while still reluctantly watching Amadillo's videos. The more he looked, the more Lin Qin was moved. But he only had 5 days and couldn't afford to waste a single day on a car. Feeling regretful and helpless along the way, I unexpectedly saw a very cool RV parked on the side of the road. The entire body of the car is a metallic black, and the most important thing is that the roof can actually be propped up. It's a bit like setting up a tent when going camping. He lowered his head and looked at the video still playing on his phone, smiling happily. Wow, hard work really pays off. Isn't this Amadiro? Lin Qin stopped hesitating and moved closer while watching the traffic crossing the road. The owner got out of the car and entered a roadside store, but the car was not turned off. When passing by the passenger seat, Lin Qin also saw a beautiful woman in the car. He was opening the passenger door and getting out of the car. However, the car did not stall, which was a good thing for Lin Qin. He wants to copy the car before the owner comes out. After successfully crossing the road, Lin Qin copied it directly. The copying process is not long. When the car owner came out, Lin Qin had already finished copying. He walked to the public bicycle with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened, scanned the code and started writing. Besides the large number of people at the subway station entrance, the largest number of vehicles or various means of transportation. For example, bicycles and electric vehicles. Lin Chin hesitated for a second and copied all the electric bikes and bicycles. In general, it's better to be prepared. One more thing is always better than one less thing. And there is no cost. Now that you have a car, the next step is to go to a nearby gas station to buy gasoline, diesel, etc. Generally speaking, gas stations will have small barrels of gasoline sold separately outside. Lin Chin just needs to go in and pretend to buy something, browse around and copy everything, and then he can come out directly. However, regarding the gas issue, Lin Chin made a special phone call to avoid making a wasted trip. That place is a small station not far from the wholesale market, especially where coal is traded. After thinking about it, I decided to go straight over. After copying the 15-pound gas tank, coal briquettes and stove, Lin Chin went to the wholesale market. The things in the wholesale market are still more comprehensive than those in the supermarket. Lin Chin directly found the wholesale area of aquatic products and started copying. There are so many people here that the boss has no time to take care of Lin Chin, a single customer. This also gave Lin Chin a lot of loopholes to exploit. Yellow croaker, Spanish mackerel, sardines, summer scallops, large conch, flower snails, octopus, lobster, shrimp, skin shrimp, green shrimp, large shrimp, swimming crab, blue crab, hairy crab, red crab, scallops, squid, clams, oysters, and abalone. Crucian carp, bream, snakehead carp, sea bass, silver carp. Common fish and seafood are all copied. Passing by some cooked food stalls, Lin Chin simply couldn't walk anymore. These foods can be eaten directly in the end times without cooking, which is simple and quick. And it tastes great. The disadvantage is that Lin Chin can only buy it. There were relatively few people in front of the cooked food stall, so Lin Chin couldn't find a way in. The price of each item is not very cheap actually. But it's still much cheaper than in the supermarket. But thinking about the end of the world, the little money he saved would not bring him any benefit. The end of the world is an era where money is treated like dirt. Smoked chicken, smoked duck, smoked rabbit, smoked chicken rack, roasted chicken, braised duck, braised chicken head, braised chicken neck, braised chicken liver, braised chicken feet, braised chicken gizzards, braised duck feet, and braised duck gizzards. Braised pig's head, braised pig's ears, braised pig's lips, braised pig's trotters, braised pig's heart, braised pig's liver, braised pig's lungs, braised pig's stomach, braised pork intestines, boiled pork lungs, boiled pork stomach, boiled pork intestines. Spicy duck head, spicy duck neck, spicy duck feet, spicy duck gizzards, spicy duck intestines, spicy duck stomach, etc. Braised beef and soy sauce, boiled beef, dry fried fish, 5-spice crispy fish, 5-spice spicy crispy fish, smoked meat, bacon. Chapter 6 Shooting Club. Lin Chin spent a lot on cooked food alone. Lin Chin continued walking along the crowd. I would stop by some shops I had never been to before and mingle with the crowd to copy. Especially in the market, there were quite a few people gathering in front of the live chicken and duck stalls. Lin Chin simply mixed in with their team and copied away for free. It took us 3 hours to wander around the entire wholesale market. After this trip, the variety of items has become very rich. Lin Chin also copied the walkie-talkie and headphones for free. This thing also has a big effect. The remaining issue is the housing issue. Of course, if you can copy a speedboat and add a helicopter, it would be perfect. Of course, you don't have to fly a yacht plane, but you must have one. When necessary, maybe my random research will come in handy, right? Of course, forget about helicopters. A bit of blind research could lead to death in a plane crash, and your lucky life would end there. But yachts, this can be studied. Just as Lin Chin was still imagining the future, the rapid ringing of his cell phone interrupted his thoughts. The bow is stretched. Zhang Qian. His childhood friend and colleague. Seeing Zhang Qian's name again, Lin Chin raised his eyebrows and was in a trance for a while. In his previous life, Zhang Qian's fate was not much better than his. The moment the phone was connected, Zhang Qian's voice came directly over. Dude, you're done. You haven't been to the company for 2 days. The old witch found out you skipped work without asking for leave, and she's furious in the office right now, threatening to fire you. I'm not saying this, but when did you become so bold as to not even ask for leave and simply not come to the company? However, I almost forgot that before the end of the world, I was just an ordinary worker. I was so focused on stocking up on supplies and equipment that I forgot to ask for leave. However, the end of the world is about to begin, and my life is about to be in danger. Who would be afraid of being fired by the company and not getting last month's salary? Compared to life, these are nothing. Lin Qin hesitated for a moment, then gave a kind reminder. He still couldn't do it, watching his good friend from childhood die without any preparation. I opened the company. What? When did you become so bold? Are we brothers? You didn't even tell me this. Before the other party could finish his words, Lin Qin interrupted him. Lend me some money, and you can help me stock up on some instant noodles, bread, and other fast food products. Just leave it at your house. I'll go to your house and bring the things back after I'm done with this. Zheng Qian was shocked. Why buy so many instant noodles and bread? Lin Qin, open a shop. Zhang Qian said, I see, you can be your own boss. Okay, I'll buy it for you, whatever you want. Lin Qin, it's up to you to decide what brand of bread, instant noodles, or drinks to sell. Anyway, it's a snack shop, so at least there should be 50 boxes in stock. There was silence on the other end of the line. 50 boxes. I'm not trying to discourage you, but you just opened your store and you don't know how the customer flow will be. What if you stock up so many boxes and then lose money? Or should we? Lin Qin, in one word, will you help me? Zhang Qian, help. After giving the instructions, Lin Qin hung up the phone. He didn't hear the rest of Zhang Qian's words. At this moment, his attention was all on a new WeChat message that popped up. This is the information of the previous real estate agent, Xiao Xue. Lin Qin took a quick look at the house sent to him and nodded with satisfaction. The house is located in the suburbs, but also away from the lively neighborhoods. Each villa is 200 meters apart. Moreover, the housing density in this villa community is extremely low. There are 20 households in total. The house is 300 square meters in total. The decoration is slightly luxurious but not cumbersome, and the overall space is relatively large. Even if you renovate it yourself later, there is still enough space for use. The most important thing is that the basement is used for audio-visual entertainment and is equipped with sound insulation, which saves Lin Qin a lot of effort. Lin Qin immediately decided on this set. Especially after seeing the actual house, Lin Qin felt that it was worth it. First, the distance between the houses is far enough, each villa has a lot of space for activities, and there is a lot of greenery. Second, the yard is roughly 50 square meters, which is just enough to install solar panels. With 4 days left, Lin Qin didn't have much time to make big changes. Only details can win. He first covered the wall with a thick layer of steel plates, and then added ordinary bricks to make the original wall stronger, thicker, and higher. The cowhide automatic retractable awning is not too high, it is slightly lower than the wall, and can perfectly cover the yard. All the windows that were originally floor-to-ceiling windows were demolished, and after rebuilding the wall to retain a normal-sized window, steel bars were embedded in the wall and combined with the steel doorframe. As for the glass windows, Lin Qin chose tempered glass. After all, compared to ordinary glass windows, tempered glass is harder, more stable in performance, and has a relatively wider temperature resistance range. Generally, it can withstand temperatures as low as 100 degrees Celsius and as high as 380 degrees Celsius. Of course, nothing is absolute. Lin Qin was extremely cautious and installed a steel plate on the window so that it could be opened and closed at any time. In case the glass cannot withstand the attack, there are steel bars and steel plates to support it. The main door was replaced in the same way with an anti-theft door and a steel door. This is to deal with the zombie attacks. At the same time, he ordered the workers to prepare a secret escape door in the basement and the third floor. A bank vault level door was installed above the secret door, and only Lin Qin could open it. Lin Qin used bricks and steel plates to build the stairs leading to the basement, creating a secret door for entry and exit. At the same time, the master was asked to modify the original ventilation ducts in the room so that the air in the basement could be circulated and filtered. In this way, even if the ground is unsafe, the basement is safe for Lin Qin. If absolutely necessary, you can still escape through the secret door in the basement. The last step is the overall thermal insulation and drainage measures of the villa. Just in case, Lin Qin found construction units in 3 other cities for these projects. Each team is responsible for only a part of it. It is hard for the local construction team not to come here after the end of the world begins. If you are in another place, then zombies and distance are natural barriers. Generally speaking, it is just thickening the walls, modifying the doors and windows, installing awnings, creating hidden doors, ventilation circulation, thermal insulation, and strengthening sound insulation and drainage. It can't be considered a major renovation. The construction team is working closely. Lin Qin was not idle either. In addition to receiving express deliveries on a daily basis, he also inquired from various sources about channels for purchasing weapons. But it must be said that ordinary people like him don't have as many channels as rich people. Apart from searching online, he really doesn't dare to ask around. However, Lin Chin did find a place. Shooting Club. Chapter 7, Copying Guns, Doomsday Begins. A shooting sports club on a certain website. They are all real guns and live ammunition. The single-person package includes 10 bullets and a Beretta 87 pistol. From the merchandise promotional video, Lin Chin also saw the CZ Rifle 512 Tactical, STG-44, AKM 3512, EM 332, CZ 75 Czech, and Alpha 2231 Czech revolver. Immediately, Lin Chin couldn't wait to check the route. He took the subway for 50 minutes, changing 3 subway lines, and finally arrived. After being assigned a coach, Lin Chin was taken to the shooting range. The pistol was fixed with a chain, and Lin Chin stood aside with protective gear, his excitement visibly evident. The coach stood by, assembling the bullets, loading the gun, and pulling the safety catch. Every step was very rigorous, and he personally gave instructions and demonstrated. Stand with your legs hip-width apart, arms straight, and lean forward. Then close your left eye and aim with your right. Come on, try it. The coach restored the pistol to its original state and handed it to Lin Chin. Lin Chin reached out to take the pistol and put on goggles at the same time. The coach stood by and continued to instruct, put the base of your right hand on the ball, keep your eyes level, and aim at the center of the 10 rings. Okay, that's right. Next, put on your ear protection and get ready to shoot. The experience time for each gun in the shooting range is very short. After shooting the Beretta, Lin Chin felt a little unsatisfied. According to the coach, this gun has relatively little power and is lightweight, but it makes a lot of noise. Even with earmuffs, the echo of gunfire could still be heard. However, for someone like him who had never touched a gun, this was also an emergency training. Immediately, Lin Chin bought all other gun experience classes. In the end, all the guns were copied easily. Weapons, got it. This finally put Lin Chin's uneasy heart at ease. It's just that the high temperatures seem to have started early. The temperature has reached 40 degrees in the past few days, and it will reach 560 degrees in less than 2 days. And the house, 4 days and 3 nights. The construction team worked closely and finally completed the project on the last day. Lin Chin's tense mood caused by the high temperature finally eased. After paying the workers the final payment, Lin Chin began to set up surveillance cameras. You know, these monitorings are crucial. The end of the world has begun, whether it is for people with bad intentions or zombies. Lin Chin can know the safety situation around his home at the first time, so that you can take timely measures. Lin Chin placed the computer connected to the surveillance camera in the basement and linked it to his mobile phone. Once the distance is too close, the system will trigger an alarm. Everything is ready. After days of running around, I can finally stop and lie down on the sofa to rest. Lin Chin opened WeChat, which he hadn't checked for a long time. It's been a week, and I've received a series of greetings from leaders, inquiries from colleagues, party invitations from friends, group messages, etc. on WeChat. Each of these messages has at least 20 or even 99 plus unread messages. However, Lin Chin doesn't care about these people. He asked about Zhang Qian's food storage situation and told him to take a day off tomorrow to get the goods, then opened Weibo to check the messages. The T-virus, which topped the list, remained down for many days. Apart from complaining about the virus and hoping that the country would quickly develop corresponding medicines, there is not much panic online. So far, there has not been a single death due to this. Lin Chin couldn't help but shook his head. After a heavy rain, the temperature will not be affected. Just like a bacterial culture dish reaching a critical point, people who originally only had low-grade fever symptoms suddenly became seriously ill. He started to transform into a zombie and bite anyone he saw. They have no ability to think, no sense of pain, and seem tireless. Even with broken limbs, it still follows its instinct and bites. Their brain is their only weakness. There was a loud boom. There was thunder outside and heavy rain was pouring down. Tomorrow morning, everything begins to change. It was just like an ordinary heavy rain, and no one noticed anything different. Busily shuttling around every corner of the city, Lin Chin opened the food delivery app and ordered fried chicken, hamburgers, and French fries. Tender beef burger and juicy double beef burger are his 2 favorites. Bought 3 buckets. 6 flavor snack bucket, fried chicken snack bucket, family bucket. Browsing the food delivery app, Lin Chin couldn't help but wonder what else he needed. How about grilled cold noodles? How about the spicy hot pot? I'm also crazy about the cold noodles and rugiamo. Pizza. I want it too. To be honest, he didn't copy these things. Lin Chin was conflicted. This is the last time I order takeout. I want to be able to order takeout again in the future. Lin Chin no longer hesitated and immediately went to the store to place an order. Soon, Lin Chin was eating fried chicken, hamburgers, barbecue and beer while watching a funny variety show on TV. These are not inventory items, but popular variety shows and TV series that are currently on the air. When the internet and power are cut off later, the large number of film and television USB discs stored in the space will serve as Lin Chin Entertainment's backup supplies. Of course, there are also exciting short videos. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Chin had a rare good sleep. Have a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Chin was awakened by the buzzing sound of his cell phone. Open the screen and take a look. The phone has been recommended by various news headlines, filling up the entire screen. A bus stop was attacked by 3 strangers, 2 people were injured and rushed to the hospital. The morning rush hour continued, and a traffic accident occurred on the elevated highway due to congestion. It turned out that someone was behaving strangely. Shocking. A man bit someone in a subway station. Is he hallucinating or a zombie? Lin Chin was sleepy and only glanced at the title for a few seconds before unlocking the screen. He had anticipated all of this. Videos shot by various people on the scene are posted on Weibo and TikTok. The scene was very chaotic, with one person biting another person desperately. Tear off large chunks of flesh. Some had their bodies ripped open, with intestines and blood all over the floor. The crowd screamed and scattered, and the zombies turned around and continued to pounce on the crowd. Lin Chin turned on the TV. The news channel is reporting this emergency in real time. The injured have been sent to the nearest hospital for treatment. A special task force has been established to investigate this incident. Our reporters have also rushed to the scene. Next. The host was still speaking vividly. Lin Chin took a look and turned off the TV. The following scene somewhat affected his appetite for breakfast. Some of the injured who were transported to the hospital turned into zombies on the spot, while others did so halfway. A small number of them managed to reach the hospital, but they would soon turn into zombies in the hospital, turning the entire hospital into a gathering place for zombies. The police who were heading to the scene of the crime were surrounded by zombies halfway. The outbreak of the virus, coupled with its extremely high transmissibility, quickly led to the fall of the city. The government took emergency measures and announced that people should stay at home and wait for rescue. The end of the world has truly begun at this moment. But these had no effect on Lin Chin. Chapter 8, Coming with Force. Lin Chin stood up. As usual, brush your teeth and wash your face, then enjoy your breakfast. Breakfast is beef pan fried buns, fried dough sticks and soy milk, with pickled mustard greens. It was copied from the breakfast shop at the door of the shared apartment complex where I used to live. The taste is quite delicious. After enjoying breakfast, Lin Chin turned on the TV again. The picture is completely different from what just happened. The journalist was reporting in front of the camera when a zombie jumped directly behind him and bit his neck hard. The reporters were helpless as the heartbreaking screams from the scene echoed in everyone's ears. The cameraman had already dropped the camera and fled. But in the last scene, you can still see him being knocked down by a running zombie. The news footage cut off at this point, and the host was obviously a little flustered. After that, the news was also shut down. It's not difficult to guess what happened. Buzz. The phone vibrated slightly rapidly. Lin Chin took a look and answered the call calmly. And keep it away from your ears. Fuck, you're amazing. It's a complete mess out there. Luckily, you said you'd come over to pick up the goods today, so I took a day off. Otherwise, I'd be dead in the office today. Lin Chin, my good buddy, you are simply my god. Lin Chin's eyes twitched, and these words inevitably reminded him of a famous scene. Stop disgusting me. I know, but it's such a mess outside. What should I do if you stay in my house? Why don't you just not come today and wait until things stabilize outside? Although you have so much stuff that it takes up all the space in my house, you have to treat me to a nice meal after we're done. Zheng Qian stood in front of the window, looking at the chaotic crowd downstairs, the car collision and other situations. A face frowned. Lin Qin was not in a hurry at all. It was just an excuse. Zhang Xian said, "Have you seen the situation outside? There are screams everywhere, and the streets are in chaos." Lin Qin, I saw it. And he had taken precautions. You've been staying home these past few days, haven't you? I guess your company will have to issue a work from home announcement soon. Read the news more. Zhang Xian said, "Don't worry, I've already seen it. Just be careful." The two men hurriedly ended their conversation, and Lin Qin inevitably walked to the window to look outside. This villa area is far away from the downtown area and is very sparsely populated, so it is not as chaotic as just reported in the news. But this peace could not last long. Lin Qin returned to the room and turned on the computer. On the first day, network, electricity, and other facilities were still normal. Some online games can still be played normally. After opening the game, I was quickly matched into the ranking and successfully got 3 5-stars in a row. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Lin Qin couldn't help but look outside. A luxury car crashed into a big tree on the roadside. Lin Qin took out a telescope to check. I saw the luxury car lying quietly on the road in the community, with a little smoke coming out of the front of the car. The security guard who heard the noise came over to check, and then suddenly opened the car door for some reason. The next second, the zombie in the car bit the security guard's neck fiercely. Screams were heard. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and put down the telescope. Then continued playing the game. This kind of thing will only happen more and more in the future. It's not uncommon in the end times. But in the end, it became a problem to see a living person. Night soon came. Lin Qin played games all day and his eyes were sore. The zombies outside have already spread to this area of 20 villas. But these have little to do with him. Lin Qin closed the thick iron gate of the yard to prevent any accidents. At the same time, don't forget to watch the comments online. Heaven and earth, it's over, real zombies have appeared, it's not going to be like a doomsday novel. Cuttlefish without legs, the neighborhood is full of zombies now. I dare not go out at all. It's too scary. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. The harder you work, the later you stay up, it's still safer to stay home, but we still have to trust the government in this situation. I'm full today, I feel like this is getting tough. The government might not be able to handle this. There were only a few zombies this morning, but now the entire people's hospital has been completely overrun. There are a lot of zombies coming out of there. Menxian Bridge, let us wait and see, it's hard to say. It's definitely safer to stay at home than to go out. Xiao Heilong, I think so too. Want gift pack, go to Yanshi News Weibo, go quickly. Lin Qin looked at the comments under the Weibo post and, out of curiosity, went over to check it out. At this time, the latest pinned Weibo post announced that people were staying at home and going out directly. The government will act as soon as possible. Please stay at home and wait for rescue. After flipping through the comments, Lin Qin looked at the messages with the highest number of likes. They all expressed their trust in the country. All major news networks reprinted the article simultaneously. But related topics, zombies, and doomsday rhetoric are already flying all over the place. Apart from normal jokes, believe in the country. Scrolling down, Lin Qin discovered some other sounds. For example, where does food come from at home? What to do with daily necessities, when can things return to normal, etc. After all, everything happened too fast. There is no response at all. Lin Qin took a casual look, and for this kind of sudden situation, it can be said that some people were watching the show while others were panicking. However, Lin Qin did see some unexpected news. Someone actually asked about the T-flu virus. Xiaoguozai, I don't know if you have noticed, but several people I know who were infected with the T-flu virus turned into zombies. Could this incident be related to this? Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and clicked on his comments section. There were only 2 responses. All of them meant that it was impossible for him to relax. After thinking about it, Lin Qin replied to the message. Thunderbolt Squid, it's not impossible, but the country should find the source soon. Maybe it's the T-influenza virus. After replying to the message, Lin Qin continued to browse casually. In just one day, major companies seem to have received some instructions and announced the news of staying at home one after another. The relevant departments are also intervening and handling the matter intensively. The streets were suddenly cleared of people, except for the zombies wandering outside. It looks like a deserted city. The usual noisy sounds of people walking around and cars roaring have disappeared. Lin Chin ate his meal as usual while turning on Mango TV to watch the latest variety show. The first day was normal. Every household, whether they cook or not, has some stock. By the fourth day, new situations had gradually emerged. The chats within each group gradually turned into asking for food. Lin Chin looked at his group messages and found that many of them were neighbors who used to live in the same building in the community, helping each other in the group. Chapter 9, Seeking help from all directions, the country takes action. Looking at this scene, Lin Chin said nothing except shaking his head. Their kindness now will soon turn into their own executioners. Food will only become increasingly scarce. There will only be more and more zombies. When the situation really gets desperate, no one will abide by the law. For example, right now, the group is tagging him. There are only 20 households in the villa area where Lin Chin lives. They live in a remote area and dare not go out, so they have long started exchanging food with each other in the group. But, as rich people, they never keep leftover food at home, and some even buy enough for 3 or 4 days at a time. All are eaten fresh. How could we have lasted so many days without swapping food early on? Tang Xiaotian at Lin Chin, brother, do you have any extra food at home? I'd buy some, but I have kids at home so I can't help it. Wan Xianya at Lin Chin, if there is any, can you give me a little bit? Cheng Zhang at Lin Chin, little brother, I will pay twice the price for your food, sell it to me. Lin Zheng at Lin Chin, I'm the boss of Yuanfeng Group, so give me the food. You're helping me now, and after this is over, I'll give you a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan and let you come work at my company. It was as if the group had found a glimmer of hope, and everyone immediately stared at Lin Chin. Lin Chin thought about it carefully. He had only been in this group for 4 days and didn't bring all his things with him. You've never carried large or small bags of things in front of anyone, right? Especially this Lin Zhang. Before the end of the world, he was still very tempted by this salary. But from now on, there will no longer be any Yuanfeng Group or any boss. Money is just a piece of waste paper. Seeing more and more news. Some people even started adding friends. Lin Chin bit the beef jerky and then popped his head out. Lin Chin, I'm so sorry, I just moved here and I still have a lot of things to pack. Lin Chin, to be honest, I've been worried these days. Does anyone have any leftover instant noodle soup, vegetable soup, etc. at home? Just give me a sip. As soon as the message was sent, no one spoke in the group anymore. It was as if he was ignoring Lin Chin directly. A person who is of no use to them can bring no benefit. Lin Chin also got a brief moment of peace. After closing the chat interface in the group, Lin Chin received a WeChat message from Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, I'll open a few packets of your food to fill my stomach. Zhang Qian, I can't go out now. All the food at home is eaten up, only your goods are still there. Lin Chin, just eat it. It's your money anyway. Lin Chin, but I would like to remind you that your food must be hidden and not exposed to others. Don't be so naive as to give it or sell it to others. Once he revealed that he had enough food, he would be remembered by countless people, and then the consequences are self-evident. But Lin Chin still knew what kind of person his brother, who grew up with him, was. They will definitely listen to what you say. After giving the instructions, Lin Chin continued to live in his room. On weekdays I just play games and eat. Occasionally go to the basement gym and audio-visual room to enjoy a visual feast. The outside world has already been turned upside down. But Lin Chin was not affected by the end of the world. On the 7th day, the country finally took action. Major news outlets released the same report one after another. It has caused a lot of heated discussion on the internet. Fellow countrymen, unfortunately, we must inform you. Research by various departments, including the National Biochemical and Disease Control Department, indicates that the zombie-like incidents that have occurred in major cities recently are all caused by the T influenza virus. We detected the presence of the T virus in all the blood samples we tested. Blood samples were extracted and tested from uninfected people, and no T virus was found. Finally, we found a commonality: all zombie-like people have the T virus in their bodies, while uninfected humans do not have this virus in their bodies. It is with a heavy heart that we have decided to make this announcement. T virus, the zombie virus. Finally, we would like to remind the public that while zombies have diminished vision, their sense of smell is exceptionally keen, and they react strongly to fresh blood. If you are injured or bleeding, bandage the wound properly and avoid exposing the blood to the air, as this will attract zombies. If this is unavoidable, confined spaces are known to reduce the sensitivity of zombies' sense of smell. Please remember this and take appropriate countermeasures. It's known that zombies have extremely sensitive hearing. The exact degree of detail is still unclear, but it is known that they react greatly to obvious sounds such as birdsong, subtle collisions, and conversations. Analogous to the hearing of animals such as cats and dogs, zombies are quite sensitive to sound and can still hear sounds that are inaudible to human ears very clearly. Therefore, the public should be very careful when staying at home and avoid making loud noises that may attract the attention of zombies. Secondly, zombies initially move slowly and stiffly, but their strength is still twice that of an average person. Once you're facing them, it's difficult to break free. Furthermore, once a zombie locks onto a target, their attack speed increases significantly. Therefore, try to avoid physical combat with zombies. Outsmarting them is the only way to survive. Current research results are not yet complete, and zombies may exhibit other uncontrollable phenomena. However, their heads are their fatal weakness. Destroying their brains can completely kill them. Unless necessary, stay at home as much as possible, don't make any noise, and don't go out. Once bitten or scratched by a zombie, it will become infected. Depending on the wound, the source of infection, and other factors, the infection can last anywhere from 10 seconds to 24 hours. Finally, I regret to inform you that no drugs have been developed to treat this disease yet, but the team is still working hard to develop an antidote. Also, the public doesn't need to panic. The country is urgently mobilizing and developing the fastest rescue plan. Please rest assured, all departments are currently working closely together to plan defense construction and personnel placement. After 3 days, ground forces will conduct rescue operations in less infected areas. After 7 days, helicopter airborne rescue operations will be carried out simultaneously with ground forces in moderately infected areas. After 15 days, helicopter patrols will be deployed in some severely affected areas, conducting high-altitude searches. Residents are advised to proceed to rooftops so that helicopter search teams can mark your location for airborne rescue operations. Notice, currently, there is a significant shortage of personnel. The number of daily searches in the search area have been maximized. Some areas are restricted and airdrops of supplies will be used to extend the rescue time. During this period, we will deliver supplies in batches. The first airdrop will include drinking water, biscuits, bread, and other survival food. Due to issues such as inventory, packing, and transportation, the first batch of deliveries will begin in 10 days. Chapter 10 Don't Scare Me. Next, we will release the infection status of each district. Residents of each province and city are requested to save and check the corresponding information according to their location to avoid missing the specific level divisions of each area, the delivery of supplies, rescue time, and other issues. In addition, the emergency radio frequencies are as follows. National Unified Radio Emergency Rescue Communication Frequency UV segment. U segment, 433.000 MHz, 433.500 MHz, 438.500 MHz. List of national, provincial, and municipal emergency broadcast frequencies. BJ City FM 103.9, TJ City FM 106.8, SH City FM 105.7. Anhui FM 90.8, Nanjing FM 103.3, fictional, please do not believe. Please remember the emergency communication frequencies according to your province or city. Under. Lin Chin watched the news and didn't have much feeling. The measures taken by the country were very quick, and even the follow-up measures after the internet and power outages were thought of in advance. However, the difficulty and time of rescue became the biggest problems. In addition, the first batch of rescue will start from the lightest areas 3 days later, then the medium areas, and then the severely affected areas. Lin Chin's area is in the suburbs, but the city where he is located is indeed within the severely affected area. Therefore, help has not yet arrived. This place has become a living hell. Without food and facing the panic brought by zombies, more and more people decided to take risks. In order to survive, and more importantly, to live until the rescue date. Lin Chin withdrew from the news and then began to prepare. Tonight is not a peaceful night. As soon as night fell, Lin Chin discovered from the installed surveillance that a family next door had gone out to look for food. He sneaked around the roads in the community, hiding in the vegetation on the roadside from time to time. Only when it is safe will we continue to move forward. This person is very cautious. Lin Chin drank his coffee with great interest, constantly switching the surveillance equipment to follow the other party. Until I saw him stop in front of another villa and go in with swift movements. Lin Chin put down his coffee. In just over 10 minutes, the person who had just climbed into the villa came out carrying a bag of food. He looked around and then carefully returned to his villa. At the other end of the villa area, the same thing was happening. But the other party is not as lucky as this one. Just a few steps out of the door, he was bitten hard on the shoulder by a zombie wandering outside. Ah! The screams resounded throughout the entire villa area, attracting a lot of zombies. From the surveillance footage, the zombies hiding in the dark actually rushed over one after another after hearing the sound. Biting the people on the ground. Bite him to death. This scene was nothing unusual for Lin Xin. But for the other two women in the villa, it was a visual shock. They covered their mouths tightly and hid behind the door, not daring to make a sound. He watched helplessly as his father was eaten bit by the zombies. Looking at this scene, Lin Xin lowered his head. It seems like I'm a little hungry. Forget it, let us see what to eat for dinner tonight. How about maochuang and boiled pork slices? These two are spicy and flavorful, not bad, so I ordered them. Walking out of the basement, Lin Xin looked at the layout of the first floor and found the kitchen. After heating the two dishes in the pot, Lin Xin ate them with fragrant white rice. Compared with the outside world, Lin Xin's life can be said to be quite comfortable. He didn't turn up the volume of the TV very loudly, mixed with the occasional screams and cries for help from the monitor. After eating and drinking, Lin Xin planned to go back to the bedroom, lie down, watch some videos, and go to bed early. Otherwise, it will be difficult to fall asleep tomorrow morning because of the noise outside. Before going to bed, Lin Xin lay on the bed and opened the chat page with Zhang Qian. This guy started sending me a lot of messages intermittently at 5 o'clock. 17:07. How are you now? 5:20 p.m. Are you still alive? 5:25 p.m. Damn, please reply to me when you see the message, otherwise I would have thought you were dead. 5:26 p.m. Brother? Brother? Brother! 18:01. You won't really turn into a zombie. There is still a lot of news to come. Perhaps thinking that he was in great danger, Zhang Qian actually started to speak in a sentimental manner. A lot of nonsense. Lin Xin didn't read his nonsense one by one. He moved his fingers to reply. Still alive. Zhang Qian replied immediately, as if he had been keeping an eye on his phone. Zhang Qian, great. I thought you were done. Zhang Qian, Lin Xin, you have no idea what I've been through today. To be honest, I'm a little scared now. Zhang Qian, today I saw the people next door to me being killed. They were other residents in the building. Zhang Qian, he had shared his food with his neighbors in the group before, but today, I saw with my own eyes that his entire family was killed. Zhang Qian, it's right in front of me, you know? Zhang Qian, a family of 4 were thrown out of the window downstairs. Luckily I hid in time and wasn't discovered, but this incident was still too shocking for me. Zhang Qian, outside, there are zombies eating people everywhere, and the neighbors in the community are full of uncertainty. Zhang Qian, do you think I can survive until rescue? Lin Xin could clearly feel Zhang Qian's fear from his words. The panic brought by zombies and the fear brought by neighbors are a double blow. No matter who you are, you will be afraid in this environment. Lin Xin could only comfort her. Lock the security door, stay home and don't show your head, and you'll be fine. You can wait until rescue comes. Zhang Qian waited for rescue in his previous life, and his trajectory in this life should not change much. Zhang Qian, but the kind-hearted man next door is dead. Zhang Qian did not continue speaking. But Lin Xin knew what he meant. For now, this kind of thing is indeed a bit shocking. But as time goes by, such things will only become more frequent, not less. And later on, you still have to be on guard against zombies. Lin Xin was silent for a moment, then asked, is your air conditioner always on? Zhang Qian nodded, then realized that Lin Xin couldn't see him before saying, yeah, it's so damn hot outside. If I don't turn on the air conditioner, my house will become a sauna. But why are you saying this? Do you have any tricks or? Before Zhang Qian could finish, Lin Xin interrupted with a serious expression. Zhang Qian, the murderer should have seen you. The two of them were strangely silent for a while. Zhang Qian then spoke slowly, Lin Xin, don't scare me. Lin Xin, I didn't scare you. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xin continued, well, do you have any weapons at home? Knives, sticks, axes, or something like that? Zhang Qian, yes, I do, but these things, you don't want me to kill anyone, do you? Zhang Xian, no, I've always been a law-abiding citizen. You want me to kill someone? This is too difficult. Zhang Xian, killing a zombie is more like it. Chapter 11 Women only affect my sword drawing speed. Lin Qin, that's fine too, just treat it like killing zombies. Zhang Xian, no, forget it. Don't be fooled by my usual boastful words, but I'm just talking big. I'm afraid I'll be killed by a zombie before I even have a chance to face it. What's more, the other party is still a human. Lin Qin, Zhang Xian, if you want to survive, you must take this step. I'm not asking you to do it now, I mean you have to start adapting. This is a completely different era from the past. Do you understand? Lin Qin, if the murderer comes looking for you, will you just wait to be killed by him? Zhang Qian. Lin Qin, don't sleep too deeply at night. Close the doors and windows. Find a weapon that you can use. The two chatted for a while and finally calmed Zhang Qian's panic. At the same time, Lin Qin instructed him to fill up all the water tanks in the house and fully charge the batteries that needed charging. Tomorrow morning, the water plant will explode and all the tap water will be cut off. The day after tomorrow, there will be a complete power outage. As for the problem with the network and base stations, the signal is actually always there, but it is sometimes weak and sometimes strong, not as good as before. Most of the areas that were completely cut off from the internet were places that were not in good condition to begin with. Of course, later on, the network will be completely disconnected. Zhang Qian did not object and followed the instructions obediently. Lin Qin used the excuse that there was still plenty of food left in the shop, enough for Zhang Qian to eat alone until rescue came. After dealing with Zhang Qian's affairs, Lin Qin turned off his phone and went to sleep. At 5 a.m., everyone woke up from their sleep with a huge explosion. In the distance, flames shot up into the sky and thick black smoke filled half the sky. Many people looked into the distance with confused expressions. Only Lin Qin woke up, turned over, and fell asleep again immediately. At this time, more and more people discovered that there was no water in their homes. And more messages spread within each group. It's even getting more outrageous. This outrageous public opinion gradually dissipated until news of a water plant explosion came out. But panic loomed over everyone all the time. Lin Qin got up and brushed his teeth and washed his face. I don't know if it's an illusion. Overnight, it seems like there are more zombies in the neighborhood. For example, there were actually 3 zombies hanging around downstairs of his building. There were also 5-6 zombies wandering around in the distance. After a careful examination, Lin Qin discovered that he actually recognized 2 of them. The zombie closest to him was the security guard who was first infected at the door. He was still wearing a security uniform. The other one. Seeing that his expensive shirt and suit had become tattered, he must be the owner of the house that bit someone that day. These 2 actually wandered over to my side. Admired the ugly faces of the zombies. Lin Qin felt no emotion at all. Brush your teeth and wash your face. Lin Qin came to the kitchen on the first floor. Put the eggs in the pot and boil them. At the same time, put 2 large meat buns, a sauerkraut bun, and a cup of soy milk in the steamer above and heat them up. Then, Lin Qin put on his slippers and came to the dining table in the living room and sat down. Just wait for the water to boil for about 10 minutes before eating. The time was not too long, and Lin Qin was scrolling through the videos on his phone with some boredom. After not seeing each other for a few days, the videos posted on major social platforms are all about various zombie apocalypses. Various videos of zombies biting humans create an even more tense atmosphere. If this had happened in the past, such videos that incited public sentiment would have been removed from the shelves long ago and not a single one would have been released. But now, there is no time to take care of this. Lin Qin watched several videos in succession. I actually met an acquaintance. His shitty company and his immediate boss Wan Shenya. The woman in the video looked panicked, and only a rough outline of her figure could be seen in the slightly dark room. She focused her camera on the zombies wandering outside the house. The zombies were biting the man, and his screams echoed in his ears. The scene was so horrifying that the camera then slid to the window. It's so scary, there are zombies all downstairs. I've been staying at home for so many days and the food has already run out. If I don't go out, I'll starve to death. I don't want to die, and I don't want to be bitten to death by zombies. Is there anyone nearby who can help me? I'll do anything as long as I can stay alive. The comments below the video sparked a lot of resonance, and of course, more of them were from men who made dirty jokes. For example, the farmer and the snake, don't be afraid, come to your brother will protect you. Huang Tongji, beautiful lady, I am a strong and healthy brother. Brother Chang is not strong, the beauty seems to be quite close to me, do you want to come over to me and keep warm? Lin Qin took a look and his eyes fell on the words below. Only 500 meters away from you. 500 meters, this distance couldn't be the same community as mine. The first person Lin Qin thought of was Wan Xianya, who had just appeared in the group. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? He clicked on the homepage and found a lot of short videos that were borderline. Wow! Who would have thought that someone who usually looks so high and mighty would actually play such a borderline video? Basically, every video has about 1,000 likes. It's not a lot, but there are quite a few comments below. Various screen licking and so on. Wan Xianya's reply is also very intriguing. Lin Qin became interested and began to look through Wan Xianya's past videos one by one. If these contents were known by the company before, it would have caused an uproar. I have to say that Wan Xianya's videos are shot at a very high standard. She has a hot and curvy figure. The deliberately created atmosphere in the video and the twisting body are in stark contrast to his usual serious expression. It's really tempting. Lin Qin couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Wan Xianya showed such a scene in front of him. The beautiful boss with a proud face turned around and was hot and passionate under her. Lin Qin's heartbeat quickened and his breathing became faster. I simply can't think about it. He clicked on the private chat page and received an automatic reply. Auto reply. Yayabuyo, if you want to know more about my preferences, add my VX to watch the short video. Lin Qin. This statement leaves a lot of room for imagination. The restlessness that had just subsided with great difficulty surged into my heart again. Lin Qin closed the video with a snap. Stay calm. What can women do in the end times? It will only affect your sword drawing speed. The aroma of steamed buns filled the room, and Lin Qin got up and walked over. The food was out of the pot. While eating buns and soy milk, Lin Qin put on the Bluetooth headphones and watched the variety show. Trying to suppress his anger. Outside the house, the zombies' roars continued. In contrast to the harmony on Lin Qin's side, the other side of the villa area is not so good. Chapter 12, Seeking Help. The property management and security guards hid in a small 2-story house in the villa area. This is where they usually work. The place is empty, and there is basically nothing there except the workstation computers used for office work. The food was the last one that morning, and only one bottle of mineral water remained. The explosion at the waterworks had made this bottle of mineral water extremely valuable. You have to find a way to survive. But first we need to deal with the issues at hand. In the hall, several people were busy dealing with the broken cups on the ground, and some were nervously looking out the window at the zombies surging outside. Hurry, hurry, the zombies are coming. Yang Shui nervously gave everyone instructions. No one even dared to clean up the broken glass on the ground, and everyone hurriedly hid away. Outside the house, zombies gathered in front of the main door on the first floor. Banging against the door. The 4 people hiding on the second floor looked tense and didn't dare to make any sound. This situation lasted for more than 10 minutes, until the zombies downstairs were gradually attracted by the screams in the distance. Only then did a few people relax their vigilance. They looked at each other, and no one dared to go down to check the specific situation. Yang Gao looked at Lu Daqing, who had smashed the water cup, as if it had nothing to do with him. You caused the trouble, go down and see. Lu Daqing was speechless for a moment. I will go if I want to. Mustering up his courage, Lu Daqing nervously went to the first floor. The glass on the window had long been broken, and the anti-theft window was hanging precariously on it. Even the only door had several holes in it. If we attract another wave of zombies, we won't be able to resist here at all. Fortunately, the zombies were attracted by the sound outside and did not continue to attack here. But there is no guarantee that he will not return. Cautiously returning to the second floor, Lu Daqing said nervously to several pairs of eyes, the security windows and doors on the first floor won't hold out for much longer. We need to find a safer place as soon as possible. It's all your fault. You can't even hold a glass steady when drinking water. If you really attract zombies here, we'll all be doomed. Yang Gao, who was wearing a property management uniform, looked at Lu Daqing, who was wearing a security guard's uniform, with anger on his face. Lu Daqing apologized, I'm sorry, my hand slipped, I didn't mean to do that, and the zombies didn't come in either. Yang Gao's face was filled with anger, and his voice couldn't help but rise. That's not enough? You're not going to be satisfied until you bring all the zombies here and let everyone get bitten to death, right? Lu Daqing was not to be outdone. How can you talk like that, you? Zhang Chongming, who had been silent for a long time, interrupted. Okay, you still think the sound isn't loud enough? Come on, if you want a quarrel, go outside and don't involve others. Although the two men were furious, they kept their mouths shut and no one said anything. Yang Shui on the side reminded him. Okay, let's think about what to do next. Everyone has seen the zombie situation outside, and there's nothing to eat here. Maybe we can stay at another owner's house for a while until help arrives. Lu Daqing was not as calm as Yang Gao, but he spoke Mandarin not very fluently. At this time, we are not thinking about which owner can take us in, but how can we leave here safely and find a safe place with food? Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Daqing. Lu Daqing was right. They were in urgent need of a safe place with food. But looking at the entire villa area, which family is not short of food? What's more, when they went out to find a safe place, the situation of the zombies just now appeared in everyone's eyes. For a moment, everyone was silent. The possibility of going out is greatly reduced. But if you continue to stay here, you will only wait for death. Yang Shui pondered for a long time and suddenly thought of Lin Qin. That tenant whose renovation was completed in just 7 days. Maybe we can find someone. Didn't they have a new tenant who moved into the complex a few days ago? It's hard to offend the other owners, but that tenant is definitely okay. Also, I saw his yard from a distance once. It's been raised, so it should be quite safe. Having made up their minds, the 3 properties in the villa area madly tagged Lin Qin. Yang Shui property at Lin Qin. Mr. Lin, when you were renovating your place before, I saw that your fence and gate were modified and thickened. Now that the situation outside is so serious, do you think it would be convenient for you to take us all in your house and wait for rescue to arrive? Yang Shui property, the current situation is quite special. There are more and more zombies outside every day. Yesterday, a homeowner in our complex had several zombies break into their home, and the entire family was wiped out. We noticed that you have made your house and yard a little higher and thicker, which makes it safer. If we all stay together, we may be able to wait for rescue. Zhang Chongming, we are trapped in the property management office, which is quite close to your place. Yang Gao at Lin Qin, brother, it's not easy for anyone in the face of a disaster. It's not a big deal for me to hide in your house for a few days. Is it necessary for you to remain silent? The messages in the group continue. Although other owners don't know the specific situation, since the property management said so, it must be safe. One by one, 2 people echoed. They all wanted to gather at Lin Qin's house. But there are dozens of and the screen is constantly scrolling. Lin Qin remained indifferent and didn't even reply. Yang Shui looked at the empty screen and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Before the end of the world began, the tenant Lin Qin moved in suddenly. Although renting a house itself has high liquidity, it is normal. But the problem is that Lin Qin's house was renovated on the courtyard wall. All renovation applications must be approved by the property management. Although the specific details were unclear, materials were brought in and out of the gate every day, and she had seen it a few times before. At first it just felt weird. After all, rich people have strange aesthetic tastes, and they may simply not like such low courtyard walls. It was supposed to be rectified. After all, the courtyard walls in the villa area are of uniform standards. As a result, before she could even reach out to negotiate for forced demolition, the zombie incident occurred. But now it seems that it is not too safe. Lin Qin's house can be said to be the safest place here. However, Lin Qin did not respond to such bombardment. Several property managers and security guards began to doubt whether Lin Qin was still alive. Everyone was at a loss. I couldn't help but think about it. Seeing that there are more and more zombies outside, they have to go to a safer place. But is it really safe to go to Lin Qin? Now that we are safe, what about food? For someone who has just moved in, food would have been gone long ago. Maybe it has already become food for zombies. Chapter 13. We are all old colleagues. Yang Shui slapped her thigh fiercely. No matter what the owner's current situation is, he is our first choice. Lu Daqing couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on him, saying coldly, "Did you see?" he replied. With so many messages, any normal person would have replied. Maybe he's been killed by zombies. He's not as safe as us. At least we don't have any zombies sneaking in. Everyone. I'm really into Lin Chin's variety show. Just then, the phone started vibrating wildly. The occasional vibration really affects the viewing experience. After a quick glance, it is not important information. Lin Chin directly turned on the Do Not Disturb mode on his phone. The variety show I watched this time was quite funny, but it's a pity that the end of the world started before it was even finished. It seems that there will be no next issue. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chin slowly opened his mobile phone. As the Do Not Disturb mode was turned off, dozens of WeChat messages popped up instantly. At first glance, the property looks fantastic. At a time like this, who would open the door and let outsiders into their home? Lin Chin rolled his eyes. But surprisingly, Wan Qianya actually chatted with me privately. It seemed that she was also surprised to find herself in this community. 9:10. Wan Qianya, Lin Chin? Why are you here? Is it true what the property management said about your home being safe? We're old colleagues, so why don't you come pick me up? 9:30. My phone is running out of battery, please reply to me quickly, so that we can at least have some company. Where are you? Reply to the message. Lin Chin. The message has been sent out for some time. Wan Qianya's personal account immediately popped up in Lin Chin's mind. The style on it was completely different from her usual serious look at work. Lin Chin coughed lightly and still refused. No matter how good a woman is, she should not take risks. The zombies outside are watching us eagerly. There was no way he was going out to pick her up. Lin Chin, Director Wan? It would be a great disservice for you to come to me. I think it would be more reliable for you to stay home and try to save yourself. Of course, you can also find a way to kill zombies. After replying, Lin Chin ignored her. Before long, more and more people will be out looking for food. Wan Qianya is no exception. If she wants to survive, she has to get out. By then, even your own house will not be safe. He has to activate the outside power grid to prevent anyone from entering your yard through the wall. After all, after the commotion caused by the property management, everyone in the entire villa area knew that they were safe. Lin Chin doesn't want to be remembered all the time. After starting the power grid outside, Lin Chin stood at the window on the second floor of his house and looked out. The streets were empty and in a mess as no one had taken care of them for a long time. The zombies walked mechanically on the road, expressionless and somewhat dull. The birds standing on the treetops were chirping, and there were many ugly zombies surrounding them below. On the lawn not far away, the flesh and blood torn by the zombies attracted a lot of flies and insects due to the high temperature. Occasionally, you can see some birds nibbling on the scraps of meat on the ground. A gust of hot wind blew, and a mixture of rotten smells rushed into Lin Chin's nose. It smells a bit bad. Lin Chin acted as if he didn't smell anything and continued to observe the situation across the street. Opposite the villa area is also a high-end residential area, but just looking at it, it is difficult to tell what it is. After all, every household is afraid to make too much noise now. Lin Chin is no exception. The floor of the room is covered with carpet, so it doesn't make much noise when you walk. Although his house had been renovated, it was just a simple 7-day version. If you want to completely stop being afraid of the zombies outside, it will take at least a month or half a year to achieve this. On weekdays, Lin Chin would only go to the basement to watch TV and play games. The basement is soundproofed and can block out all sounds very well. After confirming that there was nothing unusual around him, Lin Chin took out some fruits and ice cola from the storage space. The weather is hot, and fruit ice cream with cola is the standard for the hot summer. Lin Chin turned off the air conditioner on the ground floor, went to the basement, and turned on the huge LCD TV. I renovated the audio-visual room myself. I moved the large TV that was originally in the living room into the audio-visual room. There is a movie screen on the front wall and an LCD TV behind it. Don't delay either. Take out some fruits from your storage space. After rinsing himself clean, Lin Chin sat down and started watching TV. With a quick vibration, Wan Qianya directly popped up a video request. Lin Chin slowly took a bite of the apple and then answered the video call request. The screen opened immediately with a beep. Wan Qianya's figure appeared in front of Lin Chin. He didn't care what was happening on Lin Chin's dim screen and kept talking. Lin Chin, you finally answered. Which building do you live in? The woman in the picture has no delicate makeup, and her face is full of panic as she looks at the closed door from time to time. Lin Chin tilted his head, you want to come see me? What else? It's not safe outside right now. I want to see if you live far from me. If not, I'll just move in with you. That way we can have some company. I took everything you said before as your worry. I'm not so picky now. I feel more at ease when you're next to me. By the way, do you have any food at home? I've run out of food at home and have been hungry all day. I'm ready to come over now. Lin Chin. I've seen people with thick skin, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as this. Even if he really wanted to save someone, it wouldn't be her. Why don't you open your curtains and take a look at the zombies outside? Do you think you can make it here safely? Even if you come, why should I take you in? The relationship between the two of you was not good before. You know, Wan Xianya didn't get the nickname of Old Witch for nothing. Lin Chin had been scolded by her before. Besides, even if he really wanted a woman, it would never be Wan Xianya. After all, who would want to find someone older? Of course, in the past, it was still quite popular for older rich women to be kept. But that's not the case now. As for food, he had it, and plenty of it. He is eating an apple now. Lin Chin took a bite of the apple and swallowed it under Wan Xianya's shocked gaze. Wan Xianya was ecstatic. Not bad, there are apples to eat. I'll get ready to come find you. Before he could finish, Lin Chin hung up the video with a snap. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Chin began to ponder. He has been quite depressed these days. There is neither the tension of doomsday nor the need to intensify my training. It's like compensation for the previous life. But after enjoying myself for so long, it's time to exercise. After all, it won't always be this safe, and this body is very different from his previous life. I must recover my previous life skills as soon as possible. Chapter 14 Exercise and Go Out to Find Food. Lin Chin finished eating the apple. Then he clapped his hands. Walk over to the fitness equipment and start exercising. The first workout wasn't very intense and ended quickly. When he got the phone back, Lin Chin found that Wan Xianya had bombarded him with a lot of video messages and phone calls. I guess the insults over there must have been pretty harsh. But Lin Chin didn't care and directly blocked and deleted her. Just as I finished everything, the surveillance camera suddenly sounded an alarm. Lin Chin subconsciously walked over and activated the surveillance footage to check. On the ground outside the courtyard wall, two people who fell to the ground and twitched after touching the electric fence were being eaten by the zombies who came over. From sporadic pictures, you can still see the uniforms of the property management staff. Lin Chin frowned, then adjusted the various surveillance cameras to check the specific situation. More than 10 minutes ago, Yang Shui and others set out from the property office. While the zombies were attracted by the noise outside, they climbed out from the back window, being quite careful along the way. At first, I didn't encounter any zombies. But halfway through the journey, they hid in the green belt and dared not go out. At the intersection of the flower bed ahead, 3 zombies were concentrating on gnawing on a corpse. The bloody smell in the air and the shock of the scene made the 4 people dare not make a sound. But even so, Yang Shui's physiological reaction still occurred. She suppressed the urge to vomit, but still made a sound. It attracted the attention of the zombies. 4 people were chased by zombies and ran wildly in the villa area. But this also alarmed the zombies gathering in other places. In an instant, they were trapped in the middle. The 4 people became anxious and clenched their weapons tightly, fighting the zombies to the death. Yang Shui was pushed towards the group of zombies by Yang Gao, and was surrounded and bitten by the zombies in an instant. Zhang Chongming, who was standing by, tried to push Lu Daqing towards the group of zombies using the same method, but he was not as lucky as Yang Gao. He failed to steal the chicken and ended up losing the rice, and was pushed into the group of zombies by Lu Daqing. The remaining 2 people fled in a hurry when the zombies were attracted. All the way to the outside of Lin Chin's courtyard wall. I thought I saw hope, but who knew that the power grid outside Lin Chin's yard was turned on? As soon as he climbed up, he was electrocuted and passed out by the touch. The zombies that arrived ate the ready-made food directly. In the surveillance footage, dozens of zombies were roaring and gnawing non-stop. The splattered blood sprayed directly on the corner of Lin Chin's wall, which was a bit scary. After turning off the surveillance, Lin Chin scratched his hair. Fortunately, the power grid was turned on in advance, otherwise outsiders might have sneaked in. With his current body, it is indeed difficult for him to fight 2 people. However, the physical quality needs to be improved. You have to adapt to the zombies outside as soon as possible. The sky gradually darkened, and Lin Qin returned to the room and took out the food from the storage space. The food is all stir-fried dishes that we had eaten in the previous 7 days, and they can be eaten after being heated up. However, Lin Qin didn't want the smell to be too strong and attract the attention of people around him, so he decided to eat it directly at the right temperature. With rice, Lin Qin was very full. Night fell as expected. Lin Qin stood in front of the window on the 3rd floor, opened the iron window and looked into the distance. The streets were deserted, with a few dim street lights in the distance and a few unclear light sources shining through the curtains, proving that almost everyone was still alive. There is nothing else. Lin Qin closed the iron window, completely isolating himself from the outside world, and then turned on the TV. In the middle of the night, Lin Qin slept directly on the sofa. The continuous vibration of the network failed to wake Lin Qin. Wan Xianya stayed in her villa room and made dozens of calls, but no one answered. WeChat has been blocked, and I don't know whether Lin Qin did it on purpose or forgot, but the mobile phone number can still be dialed normally. The bedroom was turned upside down and there was no food anywhere. Now she is almost driven crazy by hunger. Looking out the window at the dark night and the occasional zombies moving in the distance, a bold idea gradually came to mind. Wan Xianya put on her sneakers and quietly walked to the door. She stood by the door listening to the noise outside, then quietly opened the door and walked out. The yard was pitch black, but the street lights outside the villa area were still on. It's not too dark. She looked around, then opened the gate of the yard and walked out slowly. A gust of hot wind blew, carrying with it a foul smell. Under the dim light, there was no sign of a zombie at the door. Wan Xianya began to move. Although I don't know where Lin Qin is, the property management said in the group that he just moved in and was renovating. This villa area is only this big. You actually know who was doing the renovation early on. She remembered that there was a house near the east gate and near the edge. Wan Xianya was extremely careful as she walked along the edge of the green space. I turned the corner and was about to move forward. A pair of hands covered her mouth and dragged her into the bushes nearby. The scream caught in her throat. What she saw was a girl, and Wan Xianya could only suppress the scream in her throat. You? Wan Xianya asked in a trembling voice. But the other party immediately covered her mouth and shushed her. At the other end of the intersection, 3 zombies staggered over. Their movements were mechanical, their flesh and skin were rotting, and disgusting liquids were everywhere. Wan Xianya was breathing rapidly and nervously, her eyes wide open. Liang Tian didn't dare to let go of his hand and could only try not to make any sound. Liang Tian didn't let go of his hand until the zombies walked past them. Without saying anything, they walked in the opposite direction. Wan Xianya followed nervously, carefully following the other party. Watching the other person skillfully flip over and enter the courtyard wall, Wan Xianya gritted her teeth, climbed for a long time and finally flipped in. You. Don't think too much, I'm just afraid that you'll delay me. Liang Tian skillfully searched the rooms in the villa. Finally, 2 unopened packs of biscuits were found. She started eating like crazy. Wan Xianya on the side swallowed and stared at Liang Tian. Liang Tian continued to search and found a box of yogurt and 2 packs of sandwiches in the refrigerator. She threw a bag of sandwiches to Wan Xianya. At the same time, the tone is not very good. If you want to live, you have to rely on yourself. Here's a sandwich for you, but don't follow me tomorrow. There was food, and Wan Xianya started eating like crazy. She hadn't eaten for 2 days and was starving. As for not following her tomorrow, Wan Xianya naturally agreed. She had originally planned to join Lin Qin. Wan Xianya asked, "Who's talking too much? Where are you going tomorrow?" Liang Tian drank his yogurt and said bluntly, "Staying here is not a solution. We have to find a way to get some food and drink on the street, otherwise we'll starve to death before help arrives. As a woman myself, I advise you to find a way out as soon as possible." Chapter 15 I'm afraid of you. Wan Xianya didn't say anything. The 2 of them had a peaceful night. Early the next morning. Go their separate ways. There are quite a few zombies in the community, but most of them are wandering around the periphery. It was not easy for Wan Xianya to walk. I just walked a few steps outside when I encountered zombies. She dodged around in panic, but saw 2 men appear on the road ahead. They were holding machetes and surrounded by 2 zombies that had been killed. Without caring about the 2 men's fluctuating condition, Wan Xianya ran over in a panic to ask for help. This time she was not so lucky and no one helped her. As soon as she opened her mouth, the man stabbed his knife directly into Wan Xianya's abdomen and cut her neck with one stroke. Don't be soft-hearted. Now is not the time to be gentle with women. See if there's anything useful on her. The sun was shining outside. Lin Qin was lying on the balcony on the top floor with a Beretta 87 pistol in his hand. In the distance, at the forefront of the restless zombies, a beautiful woman was running barefoot. Her messy long hair covered her face, and Lin Qin couldn't see what she looked like. But judging from her hot body, she is definitely a great beauty. This fair skin, slender thighs, curvy figure, and those charming eyes that are covered. A breeze blew. The messy long hair was blown to the ends of the face. Lin Qin, ugh. He retracted his previous reverie. Is this a beauty? The blood flowing down his cheeks from the two black eye sockets was still a little bright red. There was a piece of flesh missing from his left cheek, and most importantly, the blue-black lines from his face to his neck were particularly obvious. I don't know if it's because the zombie just died, but there aren't many marks on the surface of the corpse. It's still fresh? But that face looks a bit disgusting. The long hair covered the face, so it was hard to tell. He thought it was because of a leg injury that he ran with a stumbling motion. Unexpectedly, it was also a zombie. What a waste of such a good figure. While Lin Qin was still sighing, the group of zombies became restless and actually changed their original direction of movement, getting farther and farther away. He had no intention of shooting, but was just watching the zombies suddenly gather closer to prepare for any emergency. Unexpectedly, Chang Yaojin appeared halfway and the zombies were attracted away. The gun in his hand was instantly useless. Lin Qin stayed for a while longer, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, he returned to the house. Another dull and boring day. At the same time, Zhang Qian sent a message. 10:06. Zhang Qian, Lin Qin, you are right. I didn't sleep all night yesterday. This grandson tried to break into my house by prying open the door in the middle of the night. Luckily, I was on guard, otherwise he might have killed me in the middle of the night. But Lin Qin, I killed him. Lin Qin frowned. Lin Qin, what do you mean? Zhang Qian, yesterday, we made quite a noise fighting, attracting the zombies downstairs into the corridor. The situation was very complicated, and the door was open. I hit him on the back of the head with a bench, knocking him unconscious, and then I hid in the bedroom inside. He was being attacked and bitten by zombies right in the living room. I was so scared at the time. On the one hand, he wanted to kill me, so I locked him out for self-protection. When he called for help, I didn't dare go out. But that's not the problem right now. The important thing is that there's still a zombie in the living room. The food is all in the living room. I'm very hungry now, but I don't dare go out. Lin Qin was speechless. Don't be afraid. It's just one zombie. If you don't kill it, you'll starve. Zhang Qian, I'm scared. Lin Qin, what the hell are you afraid of? Are you still a man? Zhang Qian, are we brothers anymore? Why are you saying such harsh words? Lin Qin, the zombie's weak spot is its head. Forget about the kitchen knife at home. Look for something sharper and smash its head with it. As a brother, to put it bluntly, you can't be so cruel. Zhang Qian, okay, I'll look for a suitable weapon. Wish me a safe journey. Pooh, it's instant success. Lin Qin. The conversation between the two ended here. Lin Qin put away his phone and went to the living room on the first floor. The refrigerator in the living room is very large and is filled with a lot of food. Lin Qin looked around, then closed the refrigerator and opened the ice cream in the freezer. The ice cream was in a big bucket, enough for Lin Qin to eat for a long time. However, Lin Qin was a little absent-minded and didn't know how Zhang Qian was handling the situation. Will there be any problem? At this time, Zhang Qian was searching for a suitable weapon in the bedroom. He couldn't get the kitchen knife, but the only useful weapons in the room were the handle of the floor lamp and the bench. Is he going to use this thing to smash the zombies? It was heavy and clumsy, and the moment I lifted it up, zombies rushed over. No, I have to change to something more convenient. For example, hammers, sledgehammers, and baseball bats. I guess the only thing that can effectively deal damage to a zombie's head is a hammer. But things like toolboxes are naturally not in his bedroom. Zhang Qian couldn't help but search frantically in the bedroom. Finally, a hammer was found in the gap above the wardrobe. This is a pleasant surprise. He clearly remembered that the hammers were all placed in the toolbox. But it doesn't matter where the hammer was before. At this moment, he was holding a hammer in his hand, full of confidence. The bedroom door opened with a swish. The living room was in a mess, with traces of zombies pouring in everywhere. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the large pool of blood from the struggle in the middle of the living room. Among the bloodstains, there were some horrible pieces of flesh left. Large traces of blood led intermittently to the corridor outside. I don't know if there are zombies in the corridor outside. He had to get rid of the zombie as soon as possible and then close the door. If the corridor is swarmed with zombies, his life will be in danger. The zombie in the living room was very attached to his house. When the door was opened, it treated him like a stranger who had broken in. He roared and came in anger. Zhang Qian couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but subconsciously tightened the hammer in his hand. The moment the zombie approached, he swung it at his head. The zombie's movements were not very agile, and were rather sluggish in the early stages. Zhang Qian easily knocked the zombie to the ground with one hammer. Then he hit his head hard. It wasn't until his head exploded and a foul stench hit him that he stopped, gasping for breath. He turned around and quickly walked to the door of the living room and closed it. I didn't even dare look at the corridor outside. Leaning against the door, he listened carefully to the noises in the corridor. When there was no other sound for a long time, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The surroundings fell into silence. Zhang Qian looked at the zombie corpses in the living room, and then looked at the bloodstains on the soles of his feet. My heart is still pounding. Chapter 16, Alone Zombie Practices. After a while, I took in the scent of the air and looked at the various things in the zombies' heads and bodies. Zhang Qian's stomach began to churn. I couldn't help but run to the bathroom and vomited for a long time while holding the toilet. After he had almost finished vomiting, Zhang Qian came out and started to clean up the living room. But when he saw the situation in the living room, he couldn't help but feel nauseous again. It's so dirty. He suppressed his physiological reaction and retched while cleaning the living room. At this time, Lin Qin, who had finished exercising, turned on his mobile phone. Everyone in the major groups is discussing what to do if food runs out. Many people suggested going out to find food. But there are also many people who are afraid of the zombies roaming outside. After a while, they started arguing in the group. Until someone posted a picture. Yang Kuaipao, there is no food at home, how do you solve the problem? Xiao Si, I don't know, I'm just playing badly. Tiffany, planning to go out. Yang Aran, aren't you afraid of the zombies outside? Go out. There are too many zombies downstairs, I dare not go out. Tiffany, I'm afraid. What is the use of being afraid? If I don't go out, I'll die anyway. Tiffany, are you really planning to wait for rescue? Yang ran fast, we definitely won't be able to wait for rescue, but there are so many zombies downstairs, how did you overcome them and get out? Salajanella, fortunately, the zombies are still slow in their movements at the moment, so it's basically no problem to avoid being caught up. The difficulty lies in their large numbers. Little White Shark, why are you still discussing whether to go out or not? I'm already outside. Little White Shark, let me show you my record. I finally have enough food and drink and can wait for rescue with peace of mind. Little White Shark, image. Tiffany, sure, you eat a lot here. It looks like you are in the supermarket? Yang ran quickly, Shang, I want to go too. Little White Shark, yes, there are basically no people in the shops along the street, so you can take whatever you want. But there are indeed a lot of zombies, so you have to avoid encountering them. Little White Shark, also, I saw other people. In the photos taken. On the quiet street, two people were hiding at the edge of the corner, climbing the wall carefully. There isn't much information to be found in the photos. But on the deserted streets, some blurry zombies and people hiding in distant corners can still be seen. It seems that some people can't wait any longer and go out. But judging from the photos, the zombies outside don't look that bad. I guess more and more people will go out to look for supplies. As I was thinking this, there were suddenly several loud shouts coming from outside the house. Lin Qin held the ice cream and turned his head to look at the surveillance footage. 3 men were standing on the tree-lined path in the villa area. At this time, they were holding knives, sticks, axes, etc., and fighting hard against the 2 zombies that were chasing them. Zombies are very strong, but they have advantages in weapons and are much more flexible than zombies. But even so, I still broke out in a sweat. One of the zombies kept opening its mouth and rushed towards one of the middle-aged men with a slightly larger belly. The man next to him with a baseball bat rushed over and hit him with it, successfully turned the zombie's head in one direction. Another zombie followed their lead, reaching out to grab one of the men's arms. But he was kicked in the abdomen by another man holding a kitchen knife, who was waving the knife around wildly. "Brother, hurry up, the zombies behind are chasing us." "What bad luck! These zombies are so strong." "Third brother, hurry up." "Don't worry, big brother, I'll be right there." It's useless to hit this zombie anywhere else, you have to hit the head. In the picture, 3 people easily dealt with one of the zombies. Another one had one leg chopped off, revealing all sorts of disgusting liquids. Several people walked in a hurry, not caring at all about the follow-up situation of the zombie whose leg was broken. However, the 3 of them made quite a noise, attracting quite a few zombies chasing them. As a result, quite a few zombies followed them out from the guard post. The villa seemed much emptier for a moment. It seemed that they could not stay here any longer and had to go out to look for food. However, Lin Qin did not expect that a few heroes would emerge from this villa area. The zombies came and went quickly. Soon, there was no sound. Lin Qin looked back and forth at all the installed surveillance cameras, but did not find any other abnormalities. However, there was a zombie still wandering around in the garbage room inside the villa. Lin Qin carefully identified it and looked away from the surveillance video. Then I went up to the 3rd floor. Standing on the 3rd floor, Lin Qin can see farther. Most importantly, you can see better what's happening on the streets in the distance. The zombies followed the 3 people who had just left like cricket cocoons, and eventually disappeared from Lin Qin's sight. The streets gradually returned to calm. There was not a single zombie on the small paths within the villa area. Very quiet. However, even if there are no zombies on the surveillance camera, it cannot guarantee that the trail is safe. Lin Qin still kept his guard up. However, at present, most of the zombies are already on the streets outside. It is much safer inside than outside. Lin Qin casually found a baseball bat and went out. Of course, the baseball bat is only for personal practice. If life is threatened, the final resort is a pistol. He is not stupid. The gate of the yard was quite heavy, and Lin Qin pushed it open directly without making much noise. According to the location in his memory, Lin Qin approached the garbage room step by step. The garbage room is located in a remote area and there are basically no residents there. The smell of garbage on weekdays is not very strong. Lin Qin walked around the winding path. Finally arrived in front of the garbage room. After looking around, Lin Qin first approached the green bushes beside the path. The exposed skin of zombies is not particularly good looking. But the clothes were clean and intact. He is tall and strong, and his body alone looks quite burly. The zombie was standing in front of the trash can, swaying its body. His mouth opened from time to time, his upper and lower teeth chattered, and he kept biting the air. It doesn't look easy to deal with. Lin Qin looked at the baseball bat he had brought out from home. Silently changed to a fire axe. This zombie is tall and strong, and he would probably be broken by a hit from a baseball bat. Worse than a fire axe. After weighing the fire axe in his hand, Lin Qin made up his mind. It's you. It's just practice anyway. Lin Qin coughed lightly, and the zombie who was still in a daze shuddered. I came here following the sound. Holding the fire axe tightly in his hand, Lin Qin was ready to face the zombies in front of him. The zombies were getting closer and pounced on them with all their might. Lin Qin was prepared. He turned sideways and the zombie fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 17, The Law of the Jungle. The zombies do not feel any pain from this, and their limbs react instantly while lying on the ground. He looked at Lin Qin in an extremely strange posture. He twisted his neck stiffly, making a creaking sound, and successfully turned his neck around. His limbs strangely supported his body as he pounced towards Lin Qin. Lin Qin was no longer surprised. This skill is like a zombie's special skill. I have seen so much in my previous life. Lin Qin raised the fire axe and swung it at the zombies rushing towards him. Fortunately, fire axes are extremely useful. Lin Qin chopped twice in succession before he cut off one of the zombies' arms. Even so, the zombies' movements were not affected in any way. Lin Qin frowned slightly, then quickly stepped back to create some distance. As the zombies approached, he raised the fire axe and swung it down again. This time, Lin Qin used all his strength. With a bang. Lin Qin seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. But he didn't stop and swung the fire axe again. 2 times. The brain burst out. The zombie's struggling movements gradually stopped. A lot of disgusting stuff flowed out from the gaps between the bones. It looked sticky and smelled foul. Lin Qin pulled out the fire axe without even blinking. As the first zombie, Lin Qin felt that his body's reaction ability was much worse than before. Even the strength seemed a little insufficient. To deal with the simplest zombie, you need to swing it twice to be effective. This is just to deal with one. If there is another one, it will be a bit difficult to handle. It seems that I still need to strengthen my exercise to restore my previous skills and strength as soon as possible. If I hadn't happened to get this opportunity today, I would have given it a try. I can't even have a clear definition of myself. He looked at his hands and the fire axe. There will be many places where we need to deal with zombies in the future. As a person who has been through this, one should develop in an all-round way. Lin Qin looked around and found that his movements did not attract any zombies. It's extremely quiet here, but after dealing with the zombies, it's better to go back as soon as possible. He didn't want to confront a large group of zombies before he recovered his strength. Even though he has a gun, he is not afraid. However, once it is used, there will be many people nearby coveting it. At that time, we will not only have to guard against zombies, but also other survivors. Trouble, headache. Lin Qin casually rubbed the liquid on the fire axe on the baffle of the garbage room twice, and it looked much cleaner than before. But there was still some disgusting liquid residue on it. Looking around, Lin Qin walked straight into the green bushes beside a path. He remembered that there was an artificial river over there. It's a good time to clean it. As he walked, Lin Qin observed his surroundings to prevent sudden attacks from some undiscovered zombies hiding in the corners. However, Lin Qin was not the only one who was attracted away by the decrease in the number of zombies. In a villa not far from the garbage room, several strong men were lying naked in the bedroom resting. After having a good meal and a good drink, they enjoyed the physical and mental pleasure and fell into a deep sleep lying on the soft big bed. A man's body was lying in the corner, and blood filled the entire living room. The hostess of the house was naked, staring at the ceiling above her head, and died with her eyes open. Nanwei's hands and feet were tied, and her mouth was taped up so she couldn't make any sound. He could only watch helplessly as his mother was abused to death and his father was murdered. She whimpered, not daring to make too much noise. When these intruders woke up, she would be next in line. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death, she had to find a way to save herself. The zombies outside suddenly became agitated, and one by one they all left and headed towards the center of the villa. There must be something over there that attracts them. If you want to leave here, now is the best time. She struggled again, but the laces binding her hands and feet were strong. She could only take off her shoes and skip to the door to make sure the people in the bedroom opposite were still asleep. Then move forward little by little. When she reached the stairs, she tried to lower her voice and jump down one step at a time. The whole process was extremely nerve-wracking. After successfully reaching the first floor, she went into the kitchen and took a fruit knife. He kept cutting the shoelaces behind his back. Because her vision was obstructed, Nanwei didn't care even if she cut her palm. His hands, which were tied behind his back, were successfully cut open with a knife. Nanwei didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately cut the shoelaces that bound her feet. But she was discovered anyway. The strong man woke up from a drowsy state and wanted to take advantage of his companion's sleep to eat up Nanwei, the flower that had not yet opened. So I was extra thoughtful and closed the bedroom door, which blocked out most of the sound so that he could finish the job smoothly. But found that the person was missing. The sleepiness in my brain suddenly woke up. I went all the way to the first floor and found that the person had already run to the kitchen. He took advantage of the moment when Nanwei bent down to untie the ropes on her feet. He rushed over and grabbed Nanwei's hair. Nanwei felt pain and quietly hid the fruit knife in her long sleeves. She struggled hard, but was no match for the other party. Want to run? The burly man's voice was a little hoarse and his face was covered with beard. But the look he gave Nanwei was particularly aggressive. No one I, Lu Dazhuang, have ever taken a fancy to has ever flown, and the same goes for you. Lu Dazhuang grabbed Nanwei's scalp and, ignoring her cries of pain, dragged her all the way to the sofa in the living room. He only needed one hand to completely restrain Nanwei's hands above her head. Bully and press forward. The other hand directly tore off Nanwei's clothes. Nanwei is no match for him at all. Ah! She screamed and resisted Lu Dazhuang with all her strength. But most of them are of no help. The strength of the two people is not at the same level at all. During the struggle, Nanwei's nails scratched a long scar on Lu Dazhuang's face. But no one cared about this at the moment. The moment Nanwei screamed, Lu Dazhuang immediately covered her mouth, looking outside in panic. Fortunately, the zombies did not surge, and Lu Dazhuang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Pa! After a slap, Nanwei's face swelled up. Nanwei curled up, covering her beaten face and staring at the other person. Lu Dazhuang looked at Nanwei, reached out and touched his wound, then said viciously, "I asked you to serve me because I was giving you face, but you're taking it too far. Luckily the zombies weren't attracted here." Pa! Another slap. Blood flowed from the corner of Nanwei's mouth, but she remained silent and just looked at him viciously. That's not all. Lu Dazhuang grabbed Nanwei's hair and slammed her hard onto the coffee table in front of the sofa. Chapter 18. It's all misunderstanding. Fuck, what's that look? I'll let you see it, I'll let you see it. Such noise had already attracted the attention of those upstairs. Several people came down quickly and breathed a sigh of relief when they found nothing unusual. Dazhuang, be quiet, do you want to kill us all? Also, don't be so rough. If the person you're looking for gets killed, you won't be able to find another one anytime soon. Lu Dazhuang let go of his hand and spat. Bah, you stinky bitch. Don't worry, I'll be careful with my actions, you won't die. The zombies outside did not move unusually, and Lu Dazhuang felt a lot more relieved. Then he looked at Nanwei and approached her again. The other two men at the back couldn't help but speak up. Dazhuang, if you want to play, go inside. The noise will be much quieter and won't attract zombies. That's right, go in and have some fun. When you're done, call the guys. They should enjoy themselves too. Upon hearing this, Lu Dazhuang waved his hand, grabbed Nanwei's hair and said, all right, I'll go right away. Women's screams are indeed troublesome. In case it attracts zombies, it will not be worth it. In the bedroom, the sound insulation is much better than in the living room. Get up and go to the bedroom, hurry up. This woman deserves to be beaten. Look how obedient she is now. If you had been so obedient earlier, you could have avoided a beating. Nanwei stood up obediently, lowering her head. Hidden beneath the messy long hair, a pair of eyes exuded hatred. Looking at Nanwei's honest appearance, Lu Dazhuang couldn't help but brag to his companions. Nanwei suddenly raised her head and stabbed the fruit knife that had been hidden on her body directly into Lu Dazhuang's abdomen. After a successful attack, Nanwei did not stop. While no one was reacting, he pulled out a fruit knife and kicked Lu Dazhuang. He turned around and ran out of the house. Lu Dazhuang covered his bleeding abdomen and couldn't help but scream. The two people who had entered the kitchen behind him and heard the noise came out and saw the scene. One person chased Nanwei out, and the other came to Lu Dazhuang. Nanwei ran out, picked up the stones in the yard and threw them at the man behind her. However, the man was very fast and her clothes were grabbed by him. Nanwei bent down and spun around, then turned around and kicked the man in the crotch, under his painful gaze. He opened the gate of the yard quickly and rushed out. There are no zombies around. But now her body is covered with wounds, and the smell of blood is spreading. The zombies will be here soon. She had to clean the wound first and then find a safe place to hide for a while. Of course, we can't stay in this villa area any longer. Who knows if those people will check this place later. If we meet again, I will definitely be in trouble. Nanwei walked all the way to the garbage room. There should be some discarded tissues, cloths, and other things in the garbage room. You can use it if you pick it up. Clean the blood and wounds on your body first. But the man behind him chased out. Nanwei was forced to run forward. She looked at the big man who was chasing her closely. He took a deep breath and went into the green bushes nearby. At this time, no one can be trusted. However, there is another person hiding in the green belt. Judging from his initial figure, he seems a bit thin. Threat level to her, 0. Nanwei immediately put the dagger to the man's throat. Don't make a sound. Lin Qin. Lin Qin never thought that he would meet someone just when he came to wash the axe. More directly threatened. But his gaze paused slightly. Lin Qin discovered that the other person had quite a few wounds on his body. Torn clothes, wounds at the corners of the mouth, and swollen cheeks on both sides. It seems to be related to the man outside. Through the gaps in the weeds, I could vaguely see a man walking on the path. He was big and strong, and most importantly, he had a machete in his hand. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows but didn't move. To deal with Nan Wei, without saying too much, it should be possible. But the man outside is somewhat troublesome. If he gets up, maybe both of them will become each other's target. The urge to resist was suppressed silently. Judging from the strength of her grip, she must know some kung fu. How could he be injured so seriously? The man walked along the path for a while, looked around but did not see Nan Wei. Then he turned and left. After the people left, Nan Wei finally let go of the worry in her heart. But she didn't dare to relax even a little bit with the fruit knife against Lin Qin's neck. "Do you have any medicine at home?" Lin Qin didn't say anything. Nan Wei narrowed her eyes slightly and pushed the blade forward a little. Lin Qin had no choice but to speak. "No." Nan Wei took a deep breath, and her cheeks began to ache slightly. But what hurts more is the soles of the feet. She ran out barefoot, and there was more than just soil among the green weeds on both sides of the path. There are also some other small stones, branches, etc. Nan Wei endured the pain and gestured for Lin Qin to turn around. Lin Qin quietly took out the pistol from the storage space, ready to take action if Nan Wei showed any signs of trouble. Lin Qin didn't say anything and still turned his back to Nan Wei. Nan Wei stood up and looked at the tree-lined path outside. Slowly retreated and left here. Lin Qin then turned around. He took out the cleaned axe and put it back into his storage space. Lin Qin didn't take this episode seriously at all. After packing up, Lin Qin walked out from the green bushes. However, after taking only 2 steps, a woman's scream was heard. Nan Wei bit the man's arm hard, and then saw Lin Qin. With a slight turn of her eyes, Nan Wei came up with a plan and rushed towards Lin Qin. When Lin Qin turned around, he saw that the woman had run to his side. He didn't care if it would attract zombies, and said directly, "Brother, you are finally back. This man wanted to kill me." After saying that, she turned to the angry man and said, "My eldest brother is back. If you have the guts, kill us both. Otherwise, we will definitely avenge our parents." Lin Qin raised his eyebrows, looked at the man opposite, and explained in a calm voice. "No, I have nothing to do with her. We don't even know each other." However, the other party didn't listen to Lin Qin at all, holding a machete and sneering. "Whether you are or not, you will die anyway. What kind of threat can a skinny man and a woman pose?" Nan Wei saw that the spearhead was directed at Lin Qin successfully, and she stepped back. Lin Qin had a headache. He just came out to practice, but he got into trouble like this. Just then, another man came up the path, holding a machete in his hand. He said to Wang Wei, "Why waste time talking to them? Hurry up, keep the woman alive and kill the man. De Zhuang is still in the room in pain." "No." The two of them walked straight towards Lin Qin and Nan Wei without any nonsense. Chapter 19, Spare My Life. Lin Qin was about to threaten the woman next to him, but she had already moved away from him. He was taken advantage of. Pushed to the forefront. The other 2 men. There is no chance of winning with bare hands. Lin Qin immediately took out his pistol and pointed it at the 2 people who were closing in on him. Seeing this, Wang Wei and Chen Hu looked at each other, not quite believing that the gun in Lin Qin's hand was real. The 2 of them sneered. However, Lin Qin did not hesitate at all and took aim and fired directly. With a bang. The bullet hit Wang Wei's leg. He fell to the ground in pain, covering his injured leg. He and Chen Hu did not dare to act rashly. Lin Qin tilted his head, his eyes indifferent. A huge sound rang out over the villa area. It startled many zombies nearby. This place is not safe nowadays. Chen Hu immediately put down the machete in his hand and begged for mercy. "Please spare us, my dear brother. We are not targeting you. We are chasing after that woman because she just stabbed us. And she just said you were her brother, that's why we had evil intentions towards you. But don't worry, we now know you're not. Please forgive us since we didn't do anything wrong." Lin Qin shook his aching arm. The first time he used this gun was when he was in the shooting club. I am more familiar with his recoil. It's been quite a few days since the last time I used it. I felt a little uncomfortable at first. Lin Qin shook his arms and fired 2 shots in succession. These 2 people cannot be kept. Housebreaking, robbery, burning, killing and looting are common occurrences. Lin Qin has experienced a lot and can see through the tricks behind it at a glance. Considering what the girl just said, it is not difficult to guess. This girl probably thought her whole family was killed and she escaped alone. And these two guys are obviously not easy to deal with. It's just that I have a pistol, and after weighing the pros and cons, I will take a humble attitude. If he hadn't taken out his gun just now, he would have been the one in trouble. The roars of nearby zombies gradually intensified. After Lin Xin finished his work, he turned around and walked along the path without stopping, intending to go home. However, the zombies made too much noise. I was directly attracted by this moment. Nanwei ran to the gate leading to the outside world of the villa area, but saw that more and more zombies were gathering on the street, rushing towards her frantically. The exit was completely blocked. She could only return the same way. But he saw Lin Xin kill two men with one gun each. Suddenly my heart skipped a beat and I stood on the side of the road, not daring to act rashly. The distance between them was only 2 steps away from a fork in the road. Lin Xin aimed his gun at herself, and Nanwei didn't dare to take another step forward. The sound of zombies behind me was getting closer and closer. Nanwei raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. But the roars of the zombies were getting closer and closer. If this continued, he would either die at the hands of a zombie or from a bullet. Nanwei's eyes were fixed on the muzzle of Lin Xin's gun. As long as he pulls the trigger, he will take action immediately. Lin Xin took the gun, aimed at Nanwei, and slowly pulled the trigger. At the same time, Nanwei also moved. She turned sideways and tried to step forward to snatch the gun from Lin Xin's hand. A face full of ferocity. There was a loud bang. A zombie behind Nanwei fell to the ground. There were quite a few zombies following her in. Lin Xinka has no time to care about this woman. The moment she rushed over, he kicked her in the abdomen, creating some distance between them. But even so, the zombies were very close, only 3 or 4 steps away. Lin Xin fired several more shots in succession, hitting the zombie running in front. At this distance, almost every shot hits the head. As the number of zombies increased, the bullets were running out. Lin Xin turned around and left quickly while replacing the magazine. The garbage room is closer to the west gate of the villa area, and this is the first place where zombies can enter. The same is probably true for the zombies at the east gate. If he goes back, he will inevitably encounter a gathering of zombies. But if he was fast enough, at least he wouldn't encounter the large group of zombies. If there are fewer zombies, it's not a big deal if they can be dealt with by guns. In a flash, Lin Xin disappeared from Nanwei's sight. This man didn't kill himself. Nanwei came to her senses and followed in a panic. At present, this is the only direction where there are no zombies. She had wounds on her body, and the smell of blood would cause the zombies to riot and target her. There doesn't seem to be any place safe enough. The man just now actually had a gun. He must be a policeman or something, right? After all, in such a legal society in our country, it is not ordinary people who can get guns. Nanwei spread her legs and ran wildly. In her opinion, Lin Xin has absolute strength. If you can live, what's wrong with sacrificing a little? What's more, he is also his benefactor in disguise, isn't he? He avenged his parents and did not kill himself. At this time, a large number of zombies poured in and blocked the road ahead. If you want to go back, you have to go through the horde of zombies. Lin Xin hid at the edge of the wall, feeling a little annoyed. Perhaps he should have just jumped into the trash can. Suddenly, a stone hit his head from above. Lin Xin looked up and saw the woman squatting on the wall, looking at him. Do you want to wait and feed the zombies? Lin Xin frowned. Can you climb the wall? Hurry up. There are too many zombies and there's nowhere else to hide. After Nanwei finished speaking, she jumped down and entered the yard. She had to go in quickly, close the door, and clean the blood off her body. Lin Xin hesitated. The villas are not close to each other, and now there are zombies on every path. These are not 2, 3, or even 5. But dozens of them. It won't be long before this place is discovered by zombies. Lin Xin looked up at the not-so-high wall. There was still traces of Nanwei's blood on it. This is even more troublesome. Because of the remaining bloodstains, the zombies will come directly towards you with a clear purpose. Lin Xin didn't hesitate and climbed over directly, then took out the toilet water and sprinkled it near the bloodstain. The smell of toilet water is very strong and can cover up the smell of blood. At least it can destroy the zombie's sensitivity to the smell of blood. After climbing down from the courtyard wall, Lin Xin did not forget to sprinkle more. Only after the whole bottle was spilled did Lin Xin walk into the house. Fortunately, there were no other survivors in the house. As soon as Nan Wei walked in, she rushed into the bathroom to flush the toilet. But the water had stopped flowing long ago. She could only randomly find a clean towel and wipe the blood off her body one by one. There was a noise outside the house, and she cautiously came to the door with a fruit knife. As the door opened, the hand holding the fruit knife stabbed forward. A strong wind blew over, and Lin Xin subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. Chapter 20 Temporary Team. He exchanged glances with Nan Wei. When she realized it was Lin Xin, Nan Wei relaxed her guard and spoke. "Sorry, I thought it was a zombie." The roars of zombies filled the air outside the house. Lin Xin didn't say much and let go of Nan Wei's hand. Then he walked in and looked around. Nan Wei also put down the fruit knife in her hand and returned to the living room to continue the unfinished work. After the bloodstains were almost wiped off, Nan Wei continued to search. Generally speaking, families living in such large villas always have a medicine box with some spare household medicines in it. If you have an iodine-containing anti-inflammatory bandage, that would be best. She was quite a hasty move. I searched almost all the drawers and cabinet doors, upstairs and downstairs. However, Nan Wei was still a little wary of Lin Xin. After Lin Xin confirmed that there were no hidden dangers in the villa, he couldn't help but remind him, "Are you making that sound because you're afraid that the zombies won't come?" "Don't worry, my voice won't attract zombies," Nan Wei replied in a low voice. Although her rummaging movements were relatively quick, they only made slight noises. At most, it's just the sound of drawers and cabinet doors opening and closing. And she wasn't pushing or pulling very hard. Finally, Nan Wei found the medicine box. She sat in the living room and first cleaned the wound with iodine. Lin Xin turned around and looked at the other person in the room. The two people's eyes met. Nan Wei's heart skipped a beat and she spoke first. "Can we live together peacefully?" "Before you answer, I need to explain what just happened. I was forced to do what I did just now. They broke into my house and killed my parents. I finally managed to escape, but was caught again. I must have seen you as a lifeline, hoping to make them back off. You are so strong, beyond my expectation. But I didn't mean to take advantage of you. You helped me get rid of my enemies, and I helped you get rid of the zombies. No matter how you look at it, we're even." Lin Xin sneered, "Do you think I'm a good person?" He walked forward, and Nan Wei tensed up and stared at him intently. Lin Xin just went straight to the edge of the stairs and listened to the noise outside. With a loud bang. Nan Wei was also frightened by the sudden sound. She immediately stuffed the contents of the medicine box into her pockets. At the same time, he followed Lin Xin to the stairs and looked up. Lin Xin took out his pistol and stared at the upstairs vigilantly. At the same time, he asked quietly, "When you were looking for the medicine box just now, did everyone upstairs go in?" Nan Wei nodded. "I went in, but there are 2 rooms upstairs, and the other one was not visited, and the door was locked." Lin Xin went upstairs, and Nan Wei followed behind him. The second floor is very clean, with almost no clutter. There were only 2 rooms in total, one door was open and the other was closed. A faint foul smell in the air is normal. After all, there are a lot of zombies outside. The noise came from the bedroom with the door closed. Lin Xin motioned Nan Wei to go over and open the door. "It can't be opened. The door is locked." Bang! As Nan Wei finished speaking, the door made a crashing sound as if it was hit by something. Nan Wei looked at the door warily. "There aren't any zombies in here. Stand back." Lin Xin was a little too calm. After thinking for a moment, he stepped back. There are many cases in later generations where zombies are locked in rooms like this. It's not a rare thing. Judging from the noises, there aren't many of them, probably just one. The zombies inside must have started to get angry because they heard their movements. However, the zombies are quite strong, and this wooden door will fall apart after a few hits. Really? It happened once, and then it sounded a second time. This time the zombies roared. A little irritable. A hole was soon made in the gate. The zombies didn't feel any pain and continued to fucking ram. The hole in the door became bigger and bigger, and suddenly a head popped out of the hole. It opened its mouth and howled at the 2 people, making biting movements. Nan Wei subconsciously wanted to vomit. Lin Xin, who was standing by, calmly slashed the zombie's neck with a knife. At this moment, Nan Wei had no time to care where Lin Xin's knife came from. They just watched the zombies' heads roll to their feet with disgust on their faces. "It looks like this place is not safe anymore," Lin Sheen said seriously. Standing by the window on the second floor, you can see all the zombies outside huddled in front of the gate. The iron gate kept shaking. Nanwei nodded, turned around and went downstairs. "The owner of this house is a woman." When she was rummaging through the shoe cabinet just now, she saw a lot of high heels. Nanwei found a pair of sneakers that fit her feet well and put them on. She then took down the bow and arrow hanging on the wall in the corner and put them on her back. Lin Sheen directly opened the back door. The small courtyard here leads to another direction. Most of the zombies gathered at the main gate. The back door is relatively small, and there is only a small path behind the path that is not too wide. There are bamboos on both sides. Lin Sheen chose to leave in the direction of his house, not caring about Nanwei behind him. The two of them shuttled back and forth along the path in the bamboo forest, and were barely safe along the way. However, I found that the doors of several houses were ajar, and I could see blood splattered on the ground in the yard. It didn't look very safe. Lin Sheen continued to move forward, but Nanwei reached out and grabbed Lin Sheen, hiding in the bamboo forest nearby. On the road ahead, two zombies were wandering around unsteadily. They were wearing property management uniforms and holding a piece of wood in their hands. Lin Sheen frowned, and suddenly thought of the properties he had seen on the surveillance camera before. Aren't these two the first two people to die at the hands of zombies? Nanwei didn't dare to speak, and Lin Sheen didn't act rashly. Once the sound is made, it will attract the zombies on the other side. Having to escape again is not worth it. After squatting there for a while, Nanwei quietly found an angle. Then he aimed the bow and arrow he had just taken from the villa at the zombies in front of him. With a whoosh sound, the arrow pierced the zombie's head, killing it instantly. Nanwei took out the second arrow and aimed at the other one. Equally fast, accurate and ruthless. Lin Sheen raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat surprised. Why does her archery posture just now look familiar? It seems to be the archery champion who had dodged before. Nanwei signaled Lin Sheen to follow and leave quickly. Walking to the zombie's body, Nanwei pulled out the two arrows that were stuck in its head. She only has 5 arrows on her now, and if she uses them all up, they will be gone. However, Nanwei used arrows to pick open the clothes on the zombies. You know, these zombies were all human beings before. Maybe there's something useful on him. Chapter 21 Which Idiot? It's just a pity that there is nothing on my body. It was quiet all around, and the roars of zombies in the distance gradually died down. The end of the trail connects to the main road. The probability of encountering zombies on the main road is much higher than on the trail. The pace of both of them inevitably quickened. At this moment, a trail of blood was dragged on the bluestone slab in front and meandered to the corner. The soil between the cracks of the bluestone slabs also showed signs of scratching. Judging from the bloodstains, the blood is still fresh. But no one screamed in the villa area today. This bamboo forest is relatively remote, and the soil on both sides of the path is moist, perhaps because it is not exposed to the sun. Therefore, the scratch marks on it are particularly obvious. Lin Sheen frowned, guessing it was probably because of the zombies. As to why no screams were heard, that is difficult to judge. But because of this, both of them became more vigilant. At the end of the bloodstain, Lin Sheen did not find anything unusual. The bloodstain seemed to have suddenly stopped and disappeared. Although the two people were confused, they didn't say much. Successfully arrived at the avenue. Lin Sheen looked towards the front avenue of the row of villas. There were quite a few zombies there. There are at least 70 or 80 of them. Fortunately, the zombies gathered there and didn't notice them. Lin Sheen ran wildly and disappeared at the fork in the road. However, if you miss this intersection, there are still several scattered zombies on the other road. These birds didn't seem to be attracted by the movement over there, and were just wandering aimlessly on the roadside. If you want to get there, you really have to go through here. It's about 2 intersections away and you can go back. This location is actually quite close to my house, but the problem is that there are quite a few zombies in the row of villas behind the intersection. If you open fire, they will gather and attract a wave in a short time. Nanwei followed behind him, drawing her bow and aiming. The 4 arrows were extremely accurate. The zombies on the road ahead were dealt with in a short while. Nanwei curled her lips and raised the bow and arrow in her hand. Neither of them spoke. Since someone had solved the problem, Lin Sheen walked forward directly. Nanwei followed behind, and the two of them came to a fork in the road. There were no zombies around, so Nanwei said, "Okay, that's it. My name is Nanwei, what's yours? We might meet again in the future." Lin Qin stopped and turned his head to look at her. To be honest, he didn't want anything to do with her. But the problem is that the zombie situation along the way was also unavoidable. All sorts of problems arose along the way before I could even ask any questions properly. There is no way to separate. However, it seems that Nanwei is not a completely useless vase. At least even though he was a layman, he felt that the archery skills were quite impressive. Lin Qin silently tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. It would be better if Nanwei died. Just when I was about to take action, I heard the self-introduction from the other side. Lin Qin paused. Nanwei? Why does this name sound familiar? In his previous life, when he was hiding from zombies in the garbage room, it seemed that someone named Nanwei saved him. However, she had her own small team at that time, and he couldn't see her face clearly in his drowsiness. He only heard his younger brother calling her sister Nan and sister Nanwei. However, Lin Qin couldn't tell whether it was this person. But he gave up the idea of dealing with her. No need, we may not meet again in the future. Nanwei didn't want to get too involved. After all, the two exploitations were real. Even if she had her reasons. But fortunately, the other party thought the same way. Why not? His expression was indifferent, and it was obvious that he didn't want to talk more. Nanwei smiled and shook her head, but it pulled the wounds on both sides of her cheeks, and she grimaced in pain. Okay, whatever you want. But I'm really not a bad person. The conversation between the two people did not waste too much time, not even a minute in total. While talking, he did not forget to look around at the situation. Ensure adequate safety. Lin Qin just smiled and didn't say much. The two men looked at each other, and suddenly the sound of several car engines was heard on the street outside. Such a noise can directly attract nearby zombies to rush over. Nanwei's expression suddenly changed and she couldn't help but curse. What idiot, didn't you watch the news? How dare you drive a car and blast the streets? Lin Qin didn't say anything, of course his thoughts were the same as Nanwei's. The roars of the zombies behind him sounded again, each one louder than the last. Nanwei looked around, then forcibly pulled Lin Qin's sleeve. Drag him to the edge of the nearest villa. The one pushing him whispered, "Climb faster, crawl faster." Lin Qin twitched his eyes, but then climbed up. Behind him, 200 meters away, is his villa. But the row of zombies behind him was already approaching. It would take him 2 or 3 minutes to run over, but it would only take him a little over a minute for the zombies to discover him. It was obviously too late. Lin Qin could only crawl into the nearest yard first. Nanwei followed behind and climbed in. The two of them leaned against the wall with their backs, neither of them saying a word. Zombies come and go in a hurry. Disappeared here quickly. Lin Qin turned around and stood up, but unexpectedly, the curtains in front of the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa were suddenly pulled open. A girl looked at them in the yard with horror. Lin Qin knew her. Of course, it is limited to acquaintance. Last time, he saw with his own eyes the little girl's father die in the mouth of a zombie, and she hid in the yard and dared not make a sound. Lin Qin was stunned for a moment when it suddenly appeared in front of him. It seems that the little girl is quite tenacious and has lived at home until now. Nanwei naturally saw it too. However, before the little girl could say anything, a pair of big hands covered her mouth and dragged her inside. Nanwei was stunned and immediately ran up in a hurry. He kicked the door open with a bang. After a while, there was a collision sound in the house. Lin Qin took a look at the situation outside and confirmed that the zombies had been attracted away by the roar of the cars outside. Then he slowly entered the room to check the situation. Inside the room, a thin-looking man had been knocked to the ground after Nanwei slashed his throat. The girl in the room looked at Nanwei and Lin Qin warily. Lin Qin is not a kind-hearted person. Instead, he thinks that Nanwei will only suffer if she does this. But he didn't say much. After all, you have to suffer a few losses to understand this kind of thing. Lin Qin was actually very kind-hearted in his previous life, but he witnessed too much and almost died. Lin Qin will never be so kind again. Seeing that there was no problem, Lin Qin slowly retreated. Now that the zombies are attracted by the car outside, it is a good time to go back. He would have enough time to return to his house. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard the sound of several vehicles colliding outside. Lin Qin frowned and quickened his pace, The distance of 200 meters is not far, and Lin Qin jogged all the way. It took less than 2 minutes to go back and open the door. He locked the door from the inside and entered the room. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. Even the ground was shaking. Lin Qin subconsciously half bent his body and held his head with both hands. No matter how safe your room is, it cannot withstand the bombardment. The explosion came too suddenly. Lin Qin also reacted subconsciously to protect himself. Chapter 22. The power is completely cut off. After the aftermath of the explosion faded, Lin Qin climbed to the third floor. Standing by the window on the third floor, looking at the situation outside. A car exploded on the street not far away. The car crash sound I heard earlier should be this car. However, not far from the two exploded cars, there were two other cars. Judging from the brake marks on the street, he must have wanted to break out of the encirclement and drive away from here. But unfortunately, a large number of zombies gathered and easily stopped the car and overturned it. The other two looked bad. A car crashed into a roadside shop, with half of its front end dented. The other car had its base facing upwards and had been overturned by zombies. Lin Qin could clearly see the people in the car constantly climbing to the back seat, trying to avoid the zombies on top of the car. But it still doesn't help. The windshield of the car was shattered, and the zombies swarmed in like a honeycomb, leaving no escape. The person in the other car was much luckier. When the car was intercepted and hit the roadside, the people inside had already opened the door and rolled out. He rolled and crawled all the way towards the distant street. There were many zombies following behind him with their families. Finally disappeared from Lin Qin's sight. Two overturned cars were emitting a thick cloud of smoke. It seemed like there was a possibility of another explosion at any moment. More and more zombies gathered and broke into the car by smashing the glass. Gasoline backflowed, blue smoke rose, mixed with the screams of the man in the car. Lin Qin noticed with his sharp eyes that the gasoline flowing out of the two cars converged, and the flames quickly connected to the car next door. Lin Qin put down the telescope in his hand and quickly closed the iron sheet of the window. This car is going to explode a second time. It might even affect another overturned car next to it. Sure enough, it didn't take long. There was an explosion outside the house. The deafening sound was accompanied by the surging sound of airwaves. Lin Qin waited for a moment, then opened the iron sheet and looked outside. The explosion of the car blew away many zombies and created a large deep hole on the side of the road. All objects on the street were damaged by the impact of the explosion. Flames shot up into the sky and thick black smoke rose above the streets. Lin Qin paused and looked at the zombie corpses that were missing limbs due to the explosion and scattered in every corner of the street. In particular, there were a few pieces of minced meat that hit Lin Qin's security window with a bang due to the airwave and got hooked. The advantage of living on the street is that you can observe what is happening around you at any time. The downside is this situation. However, when such an explosion sounded, other survivors in the area noticed it. Many people looked at the direction where the black smoke was rising from and secretly guessed the specific situation. Lin Qin's position was facing the street, so he could see everything very clearly. But there is more than just Lin Qin's house in the villa area. Those who were still alive stood on the rooftops of their homes and looked out. Just then, Lin Qin noticed Nanwei next door. Nanwei was stunned for a moment, then nodded without saying anything more. Now is not the time to say hello. Even though the cars on the street exploded, there were still many zombies continuing to fight. The explosion of the two cars killed many people, but also attracted many people. Lin Qin could never have imagined that such a remote place was an area to avoid the concentration of zombies, but because two idiots tried to escape by car, the explosion attracted more zombies. Now, the originally remote location has become a concentration camp for zombies. Lin Qin looked for a while and returned to the room. Lying on the sofa and resting. Today, the surveillance footage he checked in advance revealed that there was only one zombie. He originally wanted to practice his skills, but he didn't expect to encounter such an emergency. But fortunately, the result is good. Even now, there are a lot of zombies gathered outside again, and it is still difficult to get out in a short time. If I want to improve my physical fitness, I can only rely on the gym in the basement. Let us exercise first. Thinking of this, Lin Qin lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. These past few days have been the most unsafe time. He needs to keep his mental and physical strength in the best condition at all times. Nanwei and the little girl now live next door. We are acquaintances, I guess. The threat is not strong. There should be quite a few survivors in this villa. Still need to be on guard at all times. Soon, night fell. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the solar-powered street lights on the roadside lit up on time, while some street lights that required electricity supply did not respond at all. Lin Qin reached out, opened the curtains and looked outside. In the dark night, no lights were on in any house. Yes, on the first day of the power outage, there will be no electricity in the community, and naturally no lights will be on. But occasionally there were a few houses with faint lights flashing. It should just be a candlelight problem. But with the blackout curtains drawn, it's not very noticeable. On some sections of the roads and tree-lined paths, the street lights that rely on solar energy sources are still on. The city was not plunged into complete darkness. However, at night, the frequency of zombie activities is not as high as during the day, and their numbers seem to have decreased sharply. There is no such noisy noise as during the day. Only occasionally could one still hear the faint roars of zombies. Lin Qin glanced down twice, and then unexpectedly found a sneaky figure at the base of the wall at the corner of the street. The figure turned over and entered the small supermarket on the street across from the building. Lin Qin observed for a moment, then pulled the curtains and returned to the house. Lin Qin didn't turn on the lights in the villa. The flashlight on the mobile phone was lighting up the villa, all the way from the third floor to the basement. After closing the hidden door of the basement, Lin Qin turned on the light in the basement. The solar panels in the yard are used by Lin Qin to centrally supply the equipment in the basement. Apart from the use of these devices, they are also sufficient for Lin Qin's daily life. After turning off the flashlight on his phone, Lin Qin walked to the sofa and sat down. Here you can rest by yourself with the bed, household items and other items you have placed there before. It can be said to be an independent one-bedroom apartment. Lin Qin had figured it out early in the morning that once the water and power outages began, the floor lights in the villa could not be turned on. The only place to sleep was the basement. He took out a family bucket from the storage space, and at the same time made a copy and put it back into the storage space. Lin Qin just sat on the sofa and turned on his cell phone. Zhang Qian just sent a message on the phone. Lin Qin took a chicken leg, took a bite and opened it. Zhang Qian, are you here? You're amazing. You said there would be a power outage and it actually happened. Luckily, all the batteries at home were charged. Zhang Qian, by the way, I saw that most of the people in the building ran out today. The zombies in the community seem to be okay, but I don't know what the situation outside is like. I listened to you and didn't dare to show my head outside these days. Chapter 23: Overestimating One's Capabilities. Zhang Qian, how are you? How are you doing recently? Do you have anything to eat? Lin Qin took a bite of the chicken leg and typed a reply. Don't worry about me, there will definitely be food. Besides, the current situation is out of control. When the rescue team arrives, you should follow them to the shelter. The little food he had left wouldn't last long. If you can wait for rescue, it is definitely better to follow the rescuers to the shelter. Don't worry, I'll stay in my room honestly for the time being. Oh, and be careful over there too. The two people finished their conversation in a hurry and went about their business. Lin Qin turned on the TV in front of him and watched the content he had downloaded. He drank the iced cola in the family bucket while eating the chicken legs and wings in it. Night arrived as expected. The surroundings were exceptionally quiet. There is no more noise than before. After Lin Qin finished his meal, he piled all the bones he spit out into the family bucket. He wiped his fingers clean with a tissue beside him, then stepped back and continued watching TV. What's on TV is Go Fighting. Compared to the earlier seasons, the later seasons are a bit boring. But it's okay to watch it for fun and kill time. After watching for a while, Lin Qin turned off the TV and went back to bed to sleep. After a tiring day, it's time to have a good rest. There is more to do tomorrow. Lin Qin slept particularly soundly that night. The next morning, Lin Qin woke up sleepily. Yawning, I finished my daily wash. Lin Qin turned on the electric cooker and cooked some dumplings. After eating and drinking, opened the system to check the supplies in the storage space. He copied a lot of supplies, which he had previously thrown directly into the space, making it a mess. There was plenty of time now, so Lin Qin took a look. Everything comes in one portion. Because of the meals these days, whenever Lin Qin took out a portion, he would copy one. But in such situations, there will always be omissions and forgetfulness. After all, his memory is not good sometimes. After thinking about it, Lin Xin decided to tidy it up. There are at least hundreds of items in the storage space, and it would take a lot of time to copy them one by one. He first took out some important food and water. 1 is copied to 2. 2 is copied to 4. 4 is copied to 8. And so on. This copying speed is actually quite fast. After all, if you copy it 7 times, you can get 128 copies. The key point is that there are many types and they are diverse. It took nearly an hour to replicate the food and water. Lin Xin also copied some daily necessities, which also took him about an hour. As for cereal seeds, Lin Xin has no plans to copy it at the moment. Lin Xin will not touch the existing quantity in the short term. By the time the copying was almost done, it was already noon. Lin Xin touched his stomach and found that he was not very hungry because he had eaten a full meal in the morning. I simply walked into the refrigerator, took out the watermelon that had been refrigerated, and cut it in half. Sitting in the living room separated from the basement, Lin Xin was eating watermelon when suddenly the alarm vibrated. Lin Xin immediately turned his head and looked at the surveillance monitor. Outside the house, 2 men were hiding stealthily at the edge of the wall of Lin Xin's villa and looking around. From time to time, I looked up at the high walls and the gate in front. Judging from the surveillance footage, they are not clean. Some of them had tattered clothes and blood on them, and held lethal weapons in their hands. No matter how you look at it, he seems like someone with bad intentions. They looked around and carefully squatted down next to the wall that Lin Xin had renovated. The flower bed and greenery were only a short distance away from the wall, which was enough to hide their bodies. It's not very obvious. The man walking in front moved forward twice, then reached out and tentatively pulled Lin Xin's door. The door didn't budge, it was obviously locked. He groped his way upwards again, and lay down at the small hole in the iron gate to look inside. The front yard is very small, and the big yard is basically in the back. But even so, the yard was still empty, with nothing in it. However, the windows on the first to third floors of the houses inside are all equipped with anti-theft windows. Especially inside the anti-theft windows, there seems to be a metal window. This was obviously prepared in advance. Regardless of the situation, this family is indeed as weird as the property management said. He slowly squatted down, turned around and said to his companion, "This family is really strange. I didn't expect that they would benefit us." Before zombies were rampant. Isn't Lin Xin's decoration like this weird? People who don't know might think it is specially used to pack boxes. After Wang Yang finished speaking, he raised his head and looked upwards again. The wall is raised. The bricks are normal bricks, but there is a layer of wire like mesh on top. It is twisted into a circle and has barbs on it. Power grid. This thing doesn't look like it was put here suddenly, but rather like it's there to prevent someone from suddenly climbing over the wall. Moreover, it is not easy to climb up alone at this height. Fortunately, there were 2 of them. Just as Wang Yang was looking at the height, the man behind him pushed his companion and said, "What are you doing? This wall can be climbed. Hurry up and stop wasting time." Wang Yang turned around and said, "I know. I remembered what was said in the property management group. I didn't expect it to be true. Do you think this person can predict it in advance? He messed up the wall and gate like this. But it's not safe during the day. How about we go at night?" Li Chen curled his lips. "Do you think it's safe at night? Besides, we're already here, we can't waste it. Besides, why would you care about his house? This is perfect. It's definitely safe here. Anyway, there's only that Lin Xin. When the time comes, you 2 will be responsible for holding him down, and I'll be responsible for stabbing him. Then the house will be ours." Wang Yang nodded. "You make sense. Let's go in first. The power grid up there should be okay, right?" There was an electric fence on the wall, and Wang Yang was a little uncertain. Li Chen, standing by, cursed with a smile, "It's already the 2nd day of the power outage. Where's the electricity coming from? Hurry up, I'll hold you up." Wang Yang realized it later. That's right. The power is out now, even the power grid is not supplying electricity. The 2 men looked around, then began to use a human ladder to lift Wang Yang up. Seeing this scene, Lin Xin couldn't help but take a deep breath. His house is well known in the community because of previous property problems. I guess he has been targeted for a long time. If the two cars hadn't exploded yesterday, the zombies in the villa probably wouldn't be wandering the streets outside. These two people would not appear directly outside Lin Qin's villa. Lin Qin scooped a spoonful of watermelon, which was cool and delicious. As for the two people outside, Lin Qin didn't have the time to care about their life or death. Chapter 24: Chaos, Looting the Supermarket. Pa! Something heavy fell from the wall and landed on the edge of the corner. Lin Qin swallowed a mouthful of watermelon and looked up at the surveillance camera. The two people who climbed up the wall fell to the ground and started convulsing because of the electric shock. As for life and death, Lin Qin didn't know. However, there were not many zombies seen near the villa area. Most of them wander the streets. I don't know whether these two people are lucky or unlucky, I can only say that they are just lucky. At least the body will retain its original appearance for a short time. Lin Qin glanced at the surveillance camera on the other side. Zombies were wandering around the streets with nothing to do. After a night, the zombies roamed around in a huge range. Basically, he staggered to another street. Roughly speaking, there are only about 10 zombies on the street in front of their villa. Several survivors who went out to look for food were chased everywhere by zombies. From the surveillance video, one can see the zombies surging and hear screams from time to time. It also gradually disappeared from Lin Qin's surveillance range. Yes, the choice is between starving to death and taking risks to find food. They will just choose to go out to find food. Lin Qin lowered his head and took another bite of watermelon. A man suddenly appeared at the security booth at the gate of the community. Not far behind him, there were two men and a woman. The man waved his hand, and several people behind him also bent over and ran quickly to the back of the security booth, looking nervously at the zombies wandering in the distance. "Old Chen, what should we do? The supermarket is just across the street. If we want to get there, we have to deal with the zombies over there first." I don't know what the mentality of these zombies is, they actually surrounded the supermarket. They thought it was not safe to go there at all. After all, there are no weapons with great lethality in my hands. Although the kitchen knife looks good and is a common weapon, it is useless against zombies. They need close contact, and once they get close, they can no longer control it. So, don't underestimate the zombies. Their number is not large, but their lethality is extremely great. Chen Jin squatted behind the security booth and thought for a moment before saying, "Push her out." "Who?" Wang Yao was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Chen Jin turned around and looked at the only woman in the team. The woman's hands were tied, and there was not a single spot on her body that was unharmed. There were scars all over his face and exposed arms. Even the clothes on his body were tattered. There was black tape on my mouth, and I couldn't make any sound even if I tried to speak. Hearing Chen Jin's words, she shook her head in resistance, but had no choice but to be dragged in front of Chen Jin by Wang Yao. Chen Jin tilted his head to look at the woman, then took out the dagger he carried with him and put it against her chin. "Run straight ahead from here and don't look back." The woman shook her head in resistance, but Chen Jin ignored her. The dagger used a little force and cut a tiny wound on her neck. The woman felt pain and looked at Chen Jin with tears in her eyes, not daring to resist. Seeing this, Chen Jin sneered. "If you don't go, I will kill you right now. If you go, maybe you can still survive. This is your only chance." Indeed. If she was fast enough and smart enough, she could shake off the zombies chasing her. Maybe there is really a chance to survive and get rid of this group of people and live a good life. She nodded and had no choice but to obey. The rope on her wrist was untied, and Chen Jin stared at her intently. There was no way out. The woman stood up tremblingly. Under their gaze, he rushed out directly. The zombies wandering around the supermarket entrance suddenly became angry. One after another, they rushed after the woman. In a short while, all the zombies were attracted away by the girls. All the zombies on the streets also disappeared. A few people waited there for a while, and after making sure there were no zombies, they immediately rushed out. Go straight to the supermarket. The supermarket door is made of transparent tempered glass and is locked. But at this time, several people no longer cared about these things. They directly smashed the glass and rushed into the supermarket to loot everything. They hadn't had enough to eat for several days, so when they saw the supermarket full of food, they couldn't stop smiling. Such commotion attracted many people along the nearby streets. After a while, quite a few people came out. Each one of them looks like a robber. They snatched away all the food and water in the supermarket. Some people took knives, some took benches, they broke other people's doors and windows, sneaked in and filled bags with stuff. Fill up everything that can be packed. For a moment, the streets were in chaos. The zombies that disappeared from the streets gradually returned. The noise here is really too loud. After a while, someone discovered the zombies. Smart people went straight back to their rooms, while some greedy people only thought about getting more supplies. As a result, some people took up weapons and fought the zombies to their death. Screams were heard on the street. Zombies are extremely strong, and some people underestimate their lethality. He was kicked and bitten by the zombies. Some died on the spot. Some people died, and some turned into zombies. The tension in the streets was once again rising. Some people who failed to grab the food targeted those who did. While everyone was busy escaping and hiding, they took advantage of the situation to rob. But people, when faced with danger, the instinct of survival will still make you kill the zombies or people who threaten you. Lin Chin looked at the chaotic streets and sighed while eating watermelon. Fortunately, I don't have to look for food everywhere like these people. However, Lin Chin actually found an acquaintance in the surveillance video. Nanwei and the little girl from the villa next door. They entered a supermarket, both carrying a school bag. It came out stuffed full. Nanwei is quite careful. Holding the little girl's hand all the way, they dodged everywhere in the chaotic crowd. But the two women were carrying two large bags full of things and were soon spotted. Lin Chin adjusted the surveillance camera with great interest to check Nanwei's route. The woman was quite alert and had already noticed the two men following her. There is no direct return to the house in the villa area. Instead, he took the girl and walked to an alley a little further away. If their residence were discovered, these people might be the same as the bad guys who broke into her house. Nanwei first quickly pulled the girl along the road. In the chaotic crowd, the zombies coming towards them were wearing police uniforms. Nanwei's eyes lit up. The zombie was wearing a bulletproof vest and a police-only belt around his waist, with a pistol on it. This is simply a weapon sent from heaven. Of course, Nanwei is not the only one targeting this police zombie. After all, the police have a lot of good things on them. A bulletproof vest alone can play a significant role at critical moments. Chapter 25 I Can't Save You. What's more, it has a pistol on its waist. Nanwei gave the other party some instructions, but Lin Chin couldn't hear what she said specifically. The only thing we could see from the surveillance video was that the two people were walking separately. However, looking at the route, Lin Yuan ran directly back to the villa area. But the crowd became too chaotic with the addition of zombies. The chaotic crowd bumped into each other. In order to avoid the zombies, the slightly older woman next door pushed her directly towards the nearest zombie. But with a stumble, Lin Yuan was knocked directly to the ground. The long nail scratched Lin Yuan's arm. But she had no time to care about it. She hurriedly got up from the ground and left. The team behind them was watching them and saw that the supplies were gathering on Lin Yuan. He immediately changed his target and followed her all the way to the villa area. And Nanwei. The zombie in front of them rushed towards the crowd and bit the man's neck, tearing off large chunks of flesh. The chaotic crowd around was screaming and running away, mixed with various zombies. In the distance, there was a big man walking quickly towards the zombie policeman. Nanwei took a deep breath, reached out to pull out the dagger from her leg, and faced the zombies head-on. She needed to get rid of this zombie before the big man came. The blade was aimed at the zombie's eyes, stabbed in hard and twisted. At the same time, take off the gun from the zombie's waist. Nanwei spun around, pulled the safety of the gun, and shot the zombie in the back of the head. After dealing with the zombies and obtaining weapons, Nanwei turned around. The big man was already in front of her, and he swung the kitchen knife towards Nanwei. Nanwei stepped back, pulled the safety pin, aimed at the big man and shot him in the head. And at this time, there was a rapid knocking sound in front of Lin Chin's door. Lin Yuan stood trembling in front of Lin Chin's gate and shouted, "Brother, please save me. Elder brother." She shouted again and again. His face was full of tension and fear. Sister Nanwei told her to bring the things to see her brother next door. But isn't my brother at home? She was shouting so loudly, why didn't the door open? The footsteps behind him became louder and louder, and soon two men appeared. Lin Yuan hugged the two packages in her arms tightly and looked at the two people behind her nervously. "I'm warning you guys, don't mess around. Both men were armed with machetes and were of large build. Isn't it easy to deal with a 19-year-old girl? They walked forward quickly, ignoring the fruit knife in Lin Yuan's hand, and each of them grabbed a package and pulled it hard. Lin Yuan couldn't even move the two grown men. The shorter one snatched a package away and left immediately. The men who were slightly taller than them had to put in some effort. One of her school bags was taken away, and Lin Yuan refused to let go of the thing left in her arms. This thing was something she and Sister Nanwei had worked so hard to find. Without these two packages of supplies, they would not be able to survive the rest of the journey. You will die. The slightly taller man among them kicked Lin Yuan in the abdomen, cursing at him. Damn, he's quite strong despite his young age. Is this what you should take? Lin Yuan was kicked and fell backwards. My stomach was churning. She hadn't eaten enough for several days and felt a little dizzy. Without caring about the zombies rampant in the villa area, she climbed forward again and grabbed the strap of her school bag. It's not certain whether Sister Nanwei will come back, but she must leave these supplies behind. The man frowned, angry and embarrassed. He swung the machete in his hand directly towards Lin Yuan. Damn, the zombies behind her have already entered the villa area, and this woman can't drag it on any longer. He is about to become the zombies' prey. However, Lin Yuan was one step faster than him. The dagger in his hand was inserted directly into the man's thigh, and at the same time he opened his mouth and bit it hard. The taste of flesh and blood in the mouth is surprisingly wonderful. Lin Yuan is a little greedy. The man felt pain and swung the knife, directly hitting Lin Yuan's back and shoulder. But the force is much smaller. In a panic, I watched the zombies getting closer and closer. The man kicked Lin Yuan towards the group of zombies, then ran in another direction pulling the backpack. The bluestone surface was icy cold. Lin Yuan was covered in wounds, and the zombies rushed towards her, each with its bloody mouth wide open. She wanted to run, but the pain all over her body and her body's reaction made her stare blankly at the group of zombies running towards her. It's over. I'm going to die. Bang. Several gunshots rang out, and the zombies coming towards her fell down one by one. Then a figure appeared. He was wearing a police uniform and holding a gun. After dealing with the zombies, Lin Yuan finally let out the breath she had been holding. His body seemed to be suddenly under control and he collapsed to the ground. The police took a look at her and found that she had some serious wounds on her body. It was definitely impossible to take her away. With a wound like that, he would be a sitting duck if taken away. Moreover, there is no medicine and no cure. After hesitating for a long time, he looked around Lin Yuan to see if there were any useful supplies. After confirming that there was nothing valuable, I left immediately. Lin Yuan raised her hand and then lowered it again. Her body was in so much pain that she turned around, crawled towards Lin Qin's door, and fainted on the ground. After the surveillance showed no more movement outside, Lin Qin slowly walked out. It's not that he has a heart of stone. But now it is the end of the world, and he can't do anything to help Lin Yuan with the wounds on her body. But this wound is not that wound. Maybe she didn't even notice it herself. What's more, they were not familiar with each other and had never received help from others. Up to now, there are still two bodies lying in the corner. As soon as the big iron gate opened, Lin Yuan appeared in front of Lin Qin. The wounds on her body had no medicine, so they easily attracted zombies and became infected and rotten. Lin Qin didn't even glance at it and walked straight outside. There are not many zombies in the villa, most of them are still on the chaotic streets. But after such a commotion, there were gradually fewer and fewer people on the streets. Only zombies were left wandering around. Lin Qin looked around, then dragged out the two bodies hidden in the gap between the flower bed and the corner of the wall. If you hide in a corner like this, even zombies will find it difficult to find and eat you. Especially in this hot weather, the smell will be unbearable in a few days. Lin Qin had smelled that stench of corpses before, mixed with the rotting smell of zombies. Even if he was used to it, he didn't want the unpleasant smell to linger around his house. After dragging the body to the door, Lin Qin returned to the house. Before entering the door, Lin Qin's trouser leg was grabbed by Lin Yuan. Lin Qin moved his legs and feet, but Lin Yuan was holding him too tightly. It's impossible to take it off. He paused and looked at Lin Yuan at his feet. I can't help you in this situation. Chapter 26, Comparison is the thief of anger. He had medicine, but no medicine to treat cuts or the zombie virus. The wound on the shoulder has exposed the bone. Even if she hadn't been scratched by the zombies, this kind of wound was not something he could heal. And the most deadly thing is the wound on her ankle. Those were zombie scratches. In the chaotic crowd outside, Lin Yuanyuan's fall avoided the zombies that were rushing towards her. But another zombie grabbed her ankle. Lin Yuanyuan, who was only thinking about leaving, didn't notice it at all. But Lin Qin had already discovered it from the surveillance footage. Lin Yuanyuan curled her fingertips and gradually loosened her hands. Lin Qin returned directly to the villa without saying anything more. He had seen too many situations like Lin Yuanyuan's before, but for some reason, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Qin tossed and turned, then turned on his phone. In the WeChat message list, the latest contact is Zhang Qian. Lin Qin took the initiative to send a message. Lin Qin, how are you doing lately? After a while, Zhang Qian sent a message. Zhang Qian, it's pretty good, my life is very fulfilling every day. Lin Qin, moisturizing? This adjective seems a bit ambiguous. Being unable to go out and staying at home is not a comfortable life at all. Lin Qin was a little confused. Zhang Qian continued to send messages. Zhang Qian, I forgot to tell you, I saved a woman in our building. Now we live together and our life is pretty good. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows, a female? Zhang Qian, yes, the woman was scared by the zombies and screamed loudly. No one opened the door, so I saved her. Zhang Qian, my days are not boring at all. Lin Qin twitched his lips. It's not difficult to guess what it means. Lin Qin turned over and became interested. Lin Qin, what does she look like? Is she pretty? Lin Qin, since you are willing to take action, you must be good looking, right? Zhang Qian, that is not necessary. I just want to show you what it looks like. The key is that we are a good match. Zhang Qian, oh, right, the same goes for you. If you come across a pretty girl, take the initiative. We techies don't have time for women, but now we finally have some time, right? Zhang Qian, don't be so unromantic. There are so many little girls out there who desperately need your warm chest to comfort them. Zhang Qian, expression. Lin Qin. Zhang Qian, okay, let us see what my girlfriend is like. She is pretty good, right? After a while, Lin Qin received the photos sent by Zhang Qian. The girl is very beautiful and has a hot body. The most important thing is that compared with the previous few days, Zhang Qian's condition is much better. Lin Qin smiled, quickly ended the topic, and turned off his phone. Lying at home, looking at the ceiling above my head, lost in thought. Maybe he could try to enjoy life? After all, supplies and weapons are safe houses. He has them all. There are a few women doesn't seem too much, right? Is it possible that it will be the same as before? The stressful life, loneliness and hopelessness, is very depressing. Do I have to live like this again? Hiss, just thinking about it, Lin Qin felt a little suffocated. No. He is different now than before. He has the capital. But even so, Lin Qin still poured a bucket of cold water on it. Lin Qin, don't blame me for not reminding you. Be careful or you might get into trouble someday. After all, there are many cases of letting wolves into the house. Zhang Qian didn't care. It is uncertain how long you can live, so enjoy yourself while you can and earn more every day you live. Zhang Qian, don't be so anxious, we just need to be more open-minded. Zhang Qian, if the final outcome is still turning into a zombie, then why not live happily now? The outcome is the same anyway. Lin Qin sighed. He just wants to survive and enjoy life at the same time. The screams outside continued, and all kinds of mixed noises were making a commotion outside. But most of them are zombies. There are not as many people living here as in the downtown area. After lying down for a while, Lin Qin got up and went to the kitchen. The sweet and sour spare ribs and braised chicken were the same ones I had eaten in the store before. The dish was hot when Lin Qin copied it, so it naturally retained the taste of freshly cooked food when he took it out. But when he came to the kitchen, Lin Qin took out a can of Coke from the refrigerator. Every bite of rice brings a sense of satisfaction. You know, those screams were heard outside. But no one can sit here peacefully and eat so many delicious foods like him. After eating, Lin Qin rested for a while. Monitoring continues. There was no trace of other survivors on the entire street. The bodies on the street were scattered all over the place. Lin Qin waited until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and after confirming that there were no zombies on the street, he got up and packed his things. Although I said I was packing, there was actually nothing to take. I just carried a school bag for show. After putting on his backpack, Lin Qin stood up. Today, he will not go anywhere else. He will go to the 2 gates of the villa. Close the original big iron door. Then slowly clear out the zombies in the entire villa area. In this way, at least the villa area is safe. The surveillance camera was empty everywhere. The zombies disappeared. Lin Qin went out with his school bag on his back. The 3 bodies that were originally at the door were no longer visible, but there were bloodstains on the ground. It's not difficult to guess what's going on. Lin Qin planned to go to the nearest main gate. That's where the zombie outbreak happened this morning. Facing the gate. There should be a lot of zombies coming in. However, there are only 2 communities in this area, so no matter how many zombies there are, they shouldn't be too many. Diagonally across the road is Lanshan Lake Park. Before the end of the world, this place must have been very popular among the rich people in this villa area. But now, it has become the best place to hide zombies. As long as you don't disturb them or make too much noise, there won't be any major problems. Lin Qin walked cautiously along the way and arrived near the gate. He didn't dare to go any further, getting too close. There were 3 zombies standing in front of the security booth. Judging from the degree of decay on his face, it should be a remnant of the zombie outbreak when we were looting supplies this morning. It has not completely decayed, and the epidermis is still normal human skin. There were only traces of zombie scratches and bites left on it. Lin Qin opened his storage space and searched around inside. If he wanted to avoid alerting the zombies, the guns he copied at the shooting range would definitely not work. After all, the gunshot was loud and he just wanted to close the door. There's no need to make such a big fuss. The things in the storage space are actually quite comprehensive, and then the bow and arrow are taken out of the storage space. Bows and arrows can be purchased on Taobao, but they are all professional shooting bows and arrows. When I first found out that I could place an order, I simply bought a few different styles. But the arrows equipped with the original bows were arrows specially used for practice. It has no lethality at all. If you want to use it against zombies, the arrows have to be changed. Chapter 27, Close the door and clear out the zombies. Lin Qin searched around and found that he had bought a few individual arrows on Taobao before. What are willow leaves, triangular edges, and armor piercing? These are designed to be mounted on professional practice arrows. And it won't make any sound. Lin Qin only needs to aim at the zombies in the distance. After reinstalling the arrow, Lin Qin began to draw the bow and aim like Nan Wei. With a whoosh sound. Practice arrow flight. But his accuracy is not as good as Nan Wei's. It didn't even fly to the zombies. Lin Qin drew his bow and arrow again. With a whoosh, it flew directly to the security booth where the zombies were roaming. With a bang, it fell again. A few zombies were startled, but everything returned to normal after a while. Lin Qin paused. A little annoyed. It didn't seem that difficult for Nan Wei to use a bow and arrow before, right? Why is it that when it comes to me, my accuracy is so? Lin Qin curled his lips, then moved forward and drew the bow again. This time, he learned from the previous 2 experiences. He pulled the bowstring back and adjusted the angle of the arrow. This time, he can definitely do it. Although I haven't played it, I have played Angry Birds. Parabola is easy to explain. However, this time the bow and arrow hit the target. But the zombies didn't just come into the house, they kept moving. Obviously, this practice arrow is still invalid. Lin Qin sighed, but now he had figured out the feel of the bow and arrow hitting the ground. He adjusted his stance and continued aiming. The 4th time, Lin Qin succeeded. The arrow pierced the zombie's eyeball steadily and accurately, penetrating directly into its skull. It can be said to be a fatal blow. Lin Qin aimed at the 2nd zombie. The 2nd zombie wandered around aimlessly, and even though one of its companions had died, it continued to wander around as if it hadn't noticed. Lin Qin drew his bow and aimed, adjusting the direction of his aim as the zombies moved. Finally, there was a whoosh. Shoot the 2nd zombie. But the zombies did not die immediately. Lin Qin's arrow only hit his abdomen. Penetrate out. A lot of blood and flesh came out as well. Lin Qin paused, silently took out another one and continued to aim. Just treat it as practice. However, at present, bows and arrows will be used much more frequently than pistols in the future. After all, this thing is quiet and silent, making it a good weapon for assassination. To kill 3 zombies, Lin Qin wasted 10 practice arrows. But fortunately, the result is good. The 3 zombies wandering around the security booth were dealt with by Lin Qin. After squatting there for a while, Lin Qin stood up and walked over. The security booth is right in the middle of the gate to the villa area, and the railing landing gear on the left and right have long been unusable. It was not until Lin Qin came closer that he discovered it. The zombie was wandering around because there was a zombie corpse lying next to the security booth. The corpse was rotting all over, and judging from the traces of flesh being eaten, the 3 zombies that had been wandering around were greedy and stayed to eat the corpse. There were still traces of blood and flesh residue around their mouths. It should be in a state of having just eaten and wandering around leisurely. Lin Qin looked at the street outside. The streets were empty and desolate, and no other zombies were attracted by his movements. He took a few glances at the zombies with strange postures. Lin Qin walked directly to the outside and pulled out the sliding door that was always closed. The big iron gate is very tall and strong. Lin Qin's movements were fast and non-stop. The big iron gate that had not been opened for years made a harsh sound because of his movements, but Lin Qin did not stop. Instead, he increased the speed of his hands. The zombies in Lanshan Lake Park began to get agitated after hearing the noise. When he arrived, Lin Qin finally locked the door. After the iron chain was tied, Lin Qin looked at the zombies rushing towards him from outside, shaking the big iron gate continuously, looking a little manic. Lin Qin took a look. The zombies outside were wearing various clothes and had a lot of other equipment on them. For example, some zombies carry backpacks, leather food messenger bags, and some wear hats. Some of them were wearing high-end brands, and had luxury car keys and deliverymen's boxes hanging on their waists. There should be a lot of food inside. But this should have expired long ago and can't be eaten. The sharp nails scratched the iron door, making a strange sound. You know what, if you really have no food, just kill these zombies first. You can get a lot of supplies from them. At least, at a glance. Among these zombies, those that just transformed today have quite a few useful things in the backpacks behind them. Those were all kinds of supplies looted from the only 2 supermarkets here. But his top priority now was not to steal things from these zombies. After making sure that the zombies would not flatten the big iron gate, Lin Qin turned and entered the villa. He now needed to quickly walk to the entrance in the other direction and close the door, to ensure that no zombies will flood into the entire villa area. In this way, he could clear out the zombies in the villa area one by one and mark out a relatively safe area. As for the other people in the villa area, whether they can go out is not Lin Qin's business. Of course, it is not difficult to climb the surrounding walls and gates of the villa area. Not too high. The villa area is not small, and it takes Lin Qin a while to walk from east to west. There are traces of zombies left in almost every place on the tree-lined paths throughout the villa area. Lin Qin walked on the road openly, and treated the few scattered zombies he encountered as training. He can't control the accuracy of his bow and arrow yet. But he firmly believed that as long as he practiced hard, becoming accurate was just a matter of time. After all, he didn't have so many weapons in his previous life. It's good enough if you can protect yourself. Of course, he didn't last long enough to possess a large number of weapons. Lin Qin slowly approached the zombie that had been killed. This male zombie has a woman's backpack hanging on his body. I don't know if the last person he was chasing was a female survivor, and Lin Qin didn't know how he got there. I'm quite interested in whether there is anything good in it. Grabbing the practice arrow, Lin Qin jumped on the bag that the zombie wore across his body. The chain was open, revealing 2 red Mao Zedong notes and other pocket money, a pack of tissues, and a bus card. There is nothing else besides this. Lin Qin paused. If it were in the past, he would definitely pick up these 2 red Mao Zedong notes. But now, even if I picked it up, it would be useless. Lin Qin walked directly past the zombies. Continue to the west gate. The weather is very hot today, and the sun above our heads is particularly scorching. After just walking for a short while, Lin Qin felt a little uncomfortable due to the heat. It will be better if you walk on the path under the shade of trees. But I could hear the rustling sound of weeds swaying. Chapter 28 Head-on Attack. Lin Qin paused and listened attentively to the direction where the sound came from. Finally, it was locked behind the green belt beside the concrete road. Lin Qin frowned. The thing hidden behind finally revealed its true face. Is a person. She was shivering and hiding behind the greenery. The green belt looks a bit like the plants on the road that are built into spherical shapes by workers. It's quite a big bunch. There were quite a few planted side by side, and the girl hiding inside perfectly blocked her figure behind. If the shaking wasn't so obvious, Lin Chin wouldn't have noticed her. I looked around and found it was quiet everywhere. There was no survivor or zombie in sight. I think he was scared by the zombies that were wandering over there just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding in a place like this. Look how scared that little girl was. She was shaking like a sieve. Even when she squats, you can tell that the girl has a petite figure. The air was filled with the scent of perfume from time to time, and Zhang Qian was holding a woman in his arms, which was warm and soft. Lin Qin's hormones exploded instantly. I couldn't help but feel pity for her. Beauty, there are no zombies left, go home quickly. However, the girl ignored Lin Qin. Still shaking. Lin Qin was ignored and felt a little embarrassed. He took a step forward and put his hand on the beautiful woman's shoulder, trying to comfort her. The other party did not resist, and Lin Qin couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Just as he was about to squat down to comfort her further, the beauty suddenly turned her head. There was a lot of blood and flesh around his mouth, and his hands were tightly grasping a piece of flesh that was torn from somewhere. Eat with gusto. Lin Qin suddenly held his breath and felt a foul odor coming. When she saw Lin Qin, her eyes lit up and she wanted to pounce on him. Lin Qin's cheek twitched as he punched the beautiful zombie in the face. Except for the mouth, everything else is intact. Lin Qin even thought that if she was cleaned a little, she would still be a beautiful zombie. It can still be used. After one circle, the zombies didn't move at all, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Lin Qin was directly pressed to the ground. Lin Qin. I was careless. Zombies are quite strong. Even if it's just a girl. Lin Qin was pinned to the ground by her for a moment and couldn't move. It opened its mouth and the sound of biting was particularly loud. Lin Qin was so close that he could even see the pieces of meat stuck in the gaps between his teeth. Disgusting sticky liquid is about to drip from the corner of the mouth. It seems that I need to bring goggles in advance next time. You have to know that if this kind of thing is swallowed or splashed into the eyes, there will be some problems. Lin Qin stretched out his foot and kicked the zombie in the abdomen, then kicked it hard. The zombie was successfully kicked away by Lin Qin. After all, zombies are just stronger, their weight remains the same. Lin Qin was able to kick it away thanks to her petite figure and low weight. If it is a fat person weighing several hundred pounds, then there is really nothing we can do. Lin Qin finally got up from the ground. His first reaction was to push the bow and arrow that fell to his side because of the zombies that pounced on him twice. When the zombie attacked again, Lin Qin took out his fire axe and chopped at the zombie with force. Lin Qin let out a long sigh until the zombie fell straight to the ground. The zombie died with its eyes open, and the still bright red blood flowed out from the wound on its skull mixed with other things. A relatively good-looking face appeared in front of Lin Qin. It's just covered with black lines. It's not that he doesn't understand romance, but look at what he encountered. Lin Qin sighed. After dealing with this zombie, I met some normal-looking humans hiding in the bushes on the road. Lin Qin decided not to ask any more questions. Was he possessed by a demon or something, and he actually thought that he could do what Zhang Qian did? The rest of the journey was very smooth and the zombies we encountered were not that dense. Basically, there are only 2 or 3 of them scattered around, which are easy to solve and can also be used for practice. All in all, I killed about 10 zombies. But a lot of time was wasted just practicing archery. It's not a big deal. Anyway, he can copy it infinitely and pile it up everywhere in the storage space. Soon, Lin Qin arrived at the garbage station. This was where he killed the first zombie. It was also the place where he met Nan Wei, the first woman. However, as time went on, the zombie corpses lying on the ground had completely rotted into a pool of rotten water, emitting a foul odor. Flies were buzzing around. Lin Qin deliberately took a longer detour to avoid being contaminated by these flies. However, the bodies of the 2 men who had been shot and killed by him were nowhere to be found. But Lin Qin was not surprised. It didn't take long to walk around the garbage room. Lin Qin discovered that the gate of one of the villas was open a crack. There was a man's body lying on the door handle at the bottom of the door. Blood was spreading from his abdomen, and he was already beyond help. He seemed to die peacefully. However, there were no signs of fighting on the ground, nor any signs of zombies. The way he died was a little strange. Maybe he starved to death? Lin Qin took a look and continued on his way. The West Gate is not like the East Gate. He is closer to other communities. There are actually more people here than those near the gate of Lanshan Lake. After all, there is a small park for walking over there, and there are 2 supermarkets selling goods. There was such a big commotion in the morning, so in comparison, the situation at the West Gate should be even more chaotic and chaotic. But in the villa area, except for the stand-alone houses and larger locations, the rest cannot compare to the residential area. After all, there are many kinds of shops around the community. If they really want to fight for food, they are the first group to arrive. Lin Qin walked over slowly, and the closer he got to the West Gate, the more cautious he became. After all, the gate here faces more residential areas. But the surroundings were very quiet, with various things piled on the road and scattered newspapers swaying in the wind. Lin Qin stood by the gate and looked out. The doors of all the major shops on the roadside were damaged, and the only door was scattered with various plastic bags, which had been stepped on tightly. There was no need to go over and see, as everything inside had already been looted. But the streets were deserted, making it a good time to close. It was much easier than he thought. There are still a few zombies staying at the East Gate, but this side is completely empty. Lin Qin couldn't help but shook his head, then looked for the door. The gate here is different from the East Gate. The East Gate is a large iron gate that slides from left to right. On this side are the double doors in a palace style. Made of iron, looks very textured. Lin Qin looked around, then walked around to the edge of the gate and tried to close the big iron gate. This kind of door is never closed all year round, so it will make some noise when it is moved. Crunch! As soon as Lin Qin moved a little, a loud noise was heard. But it was much bigger than he had imagined. He turned his head to look at the connection between the gates. There's a little bit of rust on it. Chapter 29, Being Entangled. Before Lin Qin could make any move, a rustling sound was heard from the other side of the street. Lin Qin paused, then looked over. But he saw nothing. Looking towards the street outside, several zombies were attracted by the sound and became a little agitated. I don't know where it came from. But since he didn't notice him, Lin Qin didn't care. If you continue to close the door, the noise will definitely attract them. Lin Qin had no choice but to give up. Forget it, it seems that I can't close this door today. Lin Qin turned around and planned to go back to the villa at the garbage station to rest for a while. After all, it was hot outside, and he was sweating profusely after just a short while. If you stand in the sun and wait for the zombies to disperse, it will be so hot that you will die. Lin Qin paused, then stood up and went back. The gate of the yard of the villa not far from the garbage station was open, and Lin Qin stepped over the corpse and walked in. As he thought, the door of the house was open. It's effortless at all. But the room was a bit messy. It looked like it had been ransacked. But the room is better than outside, as it blocks the scorching sun and isn't as hot. But the air was still very hot and stuffy. Lin Qin was just about to sit down to rest when he heard some noises coming from the yard behind him. After looking around, Lin Qin subconsciously hid in the kitchen and squatted down. The footsteps gradually approached, and the person outside the house closed the gate of the yard and then walked into the villa. The long shadow was stretched by the sunlight outside the house and reflected on the tiles of the kitchen door where Lin Qin was hiding. Then, the footsteps got closer. And he kept lingering at the door. Lin Qin wasn't sure whether it was a zombie or a human. Although he didn't smell any stench, it didn't mean it wasn't a zombie. For close-range attacks, a fire axe is the best choice. Lin Qin directly grasped the fire axe and planned to give it a blow. Suddenly, the person hesitating at the door moved. The figure on the ground was getting closer and closer. He even quickened his pace and rushed to the kitchen where Lin Qin was. Oh no, it's zombies. Lin Qin immediately stood up and waved the fire axe in his hand. The other party looked at Lin Qin, holding his breath in fear, closing his eyes and waving the steel pipe in his hand wildly at the air. Lin Qin had no choice but to move back to avoid being hit by her. After waving around for a while, Xiaoxue found that the person in front of her did not attack her. She squinted her eyes and looked carefully. Lin Qin's rather handsome face appeared in the field of vision. She was relieved but also surprised. Mr. Lin, it's you. Lin Qin was a little surprised when his name was called out. He looked at the face facing him and was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the female agent who introduced the house to him? Xiaoxue gasped and looked around when she found out it was an acquaintance. After finding that there was nothing unusual, he looked apologetic. She said in a soft voice, "I'm sorry, I thought you were. I hope I didn't scare you just now. I saw the gate to the yard outside was open, so I just walked in. It was quiet here, and I thought there would be zombies, so I..." She didn't say the rest, but the two of them understood each other almost tacitly. However, Lin Qin subconsciously looked at Xiao Xue's chest. He still remembers that day at the agency. Xiao Xue looked ordinary in her ordinary loose casual clothes, which completely concealed her perfect figure. However, short-sleeved shirts, long pants and sneakers are the easiest outfit for escaping in the apocalypse. It was this dress that completely covered her figure. Compared with that day, it was a pity. Lin Qin collected his thoughts and silently put away the fire axe. The two people came to the living room. The sofa was in chaos. Xiao Xue sat there a little uncomfortably, occasionally stealing a glance at Lin Qin and then at the corpse outside. Lin Qin noticed her little action, raised an eyebrow and explained, "Don't worry, I didn't kill the man outside. I came here because the door was open. I thought there was no one here and I could collect some supplies. I live here, so it's not strange for me to be here. But you, why are you here?" He remembered that the agency was not close to here. It's a bit mysterious to encounter it. Lin Qin's explanation made Xiao Xue feel relieved, and she reached out to tame her messy hair. "I live in the residential complex across the street. It's a bit out of the way here, and there are only 2 bus routes that go through here, so the rent is much cheaper. I'm just starting my internship and don't have that much money for rent, so I have no choice but to move here. Also, the past few days have been so chaotic, I saw so many people being killed by their companions. It's horrific, I've never seen anything like it. If I really couldn't hold on any longer, I wouldn't have come out to look for food. And the supermarket was basically looted. I didn't find anything and even encountered zombies. I escaped all the way here." Lin Qin didn't say anything. It was obvious that she was very scared and panicked. His face was pale. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly grabbed Lin Qin's big hand with an anxious look. "All right, run quickly. The zombies outside are probably coming this way. Don't let me get you into trouble. I really can't run anymore. Please leave quickly. It's definitely not safe here." Unsafe? He's not bragging. His original intention was to close the big iron gate at the west gate and isolate the entire villa area into a relatively safe and controllable area. It is definitely not possible to leave now. Moreover, he has a lot of weapons, so he doesn't need to be too afraid of zombies. Of course, for now, he is not afraid of zombies whose number does not exceed 100. After all, there is a gun in hand. But generally speaking, if you can avoid using a gun, then don't use it. It's too troublesome to have the gunshots attract zombies. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Lin Qin patted her shoulder, but was met with Xiao Xue's puzzled look. But zombies. Xiao Xue wanted to remind Lin Qin that there were quite a few zombies. How does he protect himself? But when he saw the fire axe placed next to the sofa, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. A fire axe is definitely better than her steel pipe, and he's a man. He is definitely much stronger than her as a woman in terms of strength. She had seen the other pretty girls in the building. In order to survive, they voluntarily depend on powerful men, and some are even forced. No matter which one it is, it's not easy. Naturally, this was partly the reason for the escape. But the bigger reason is that the more powerful men in the building are all very old and ugly. She has nowhere else to go at the moment. After all, I know Lin Qin. Bang! My thoughts were in a mess when suddenly an explosion sounded outside the house. Xiao Xue was so scared that she threw herself into Lin Qin's arms. Ah, that's scary. Chapter 30. Don't follow me. Her voice is very nice, with a little bit of lowly sound. At this moment, she buried herself in Lin Qin's arms in panic. Lin Qin seemed to have suddenly developed a protective instinct. He immediately threw his hand back. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." The aftermath of the explosion quickly dissipated, and Xiao Xue slipped out of Lin Qin's arms. Looking shy, Lin Qin swallowed, feeling a little uncomfortable. He stood up and went straight upstairs. The 3rd floor has a wide view and allows you to see further. The explosion downstairs could be seen clearly. Thick black smoke was seen coming out of a barbecue shop along the street. I don't know what exploded inside. However, after the black smoke dissipated, Lin Qin saw several zombies wandering around the outside of the shop. Xiao Shui also came over, took a look outside the house, and stood nervously beside Lin Qin. Oh my god, why did it explode? A perfectly normal store wouldn't explode unless the gas inside exploded or something hit something else. However, there is no way to verify this at present. Just because of the explosion, the zombies on the streets were either dead or injured. There are only 3 or 4 in total. As for the zombie chase that Xiao Shui mentioned, Lin Qin didn't see it. But that's not all. The explosion here was like a chain reaction, and an explosion also occurred a few streets away. From a distance, there were at least 5 areas of black smoke above the city. Lin Qin frowned, somewhat puzzled. I don't know what's going on. However, if such an explosion occurs, not all zombies will rush in here. Lin Qin looked at the situation on the street and walked out after confirming that there were no more zombies. Xiao Shui nervously held Lin Qin's hand and stood by the door, not daring to go out. Lin Qin turned around and saw her looking at him pitifully with her wet eyes. No, it's not safe outside. Lin Qin's expression was serious, but he was full of male chauvinism in his heart. Don't be afraid, I'm just going to close the door. Just stay here. Lin Qin sent her back to the living room, thought for a moment, pretended to take out a bag of instant noodles from his pocket, and looked embarrassed. I don't have much food here. If you don't mind, you can eat this half-eaten package first. As for you, just stay in this room and wait for rescue. There's food in the kitchen. Just hold on for 2 more days and the rescue team will arrive. Having said that, Lin Qin pulled Xiao Shui's hand away and went out alone. The gate of the villa area made a harsh sound, but this time Lin Qin closed it smoothly. He fastened the bolt and went back in a different direction. As for Xiao Shui. Anyway, this house was found with someone's help. After walking around the villa, Lin Qin was now feeling extremely hot. Now, he just wants to go back to his home, enjoy the cool air conditioning, and rest comfortably. Xiao Shui squatted beside the gate of the yard, and as soon as Lin Qin appeared, she would pounce on him immediately. This person is now his only lifeline. But Lin Qin might never come back. After thinking about it, Xiao Shui squatted at the door, staring nervously in the direction of the gate. After entering the community gate, there are 3 roads leading to different directions. She only needed to keep an eye on him to find out where Lin Qin went. Sure enough, Lin Qin chose another direction. She followed immediately. Keep a distance that is neither too far nor too close. There are still 2 days before the rescue begins. If everything goes well in the next 2 days, she will be able to leave with the rescue team. But what if things don't go well? Things always have 2 sides, and it is not shameful for her to want to live. The weather was hot, and Lin Qin reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. I was thinking of taking a shower when I got home. Xiao Shui followed him closely without saying a word. Seeing that Lin Qin was suffering from the heat, she quickly stepped forward and handed him a clean tissue. The main thing along the way is companionship. Lin Qin couldn't help but stop and turned around to look at her. Xiao Shui immediately looked at Lin Qin innocently without saying a word. Lin Qin walked forward, and she followed him. Lin Qin stopped, and she stopped too. The 2 gates of the villa area have been closed. Now the zombies outside can't get in, and the zombies inside can't get out. It can be said to be closing the door and beating the dog. Lin Qin originally wanted to go back and lie down to rest, and then slowly clean up the zombies. But now he has changed his mind. Changing the direction of travel, Lin Qin headed north, a place he had never been to before. The layout of each house in the villa area is the same, the only difference is their location. Lin Qin walked forward, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. There wasn't even a sound of birds singing. At the edge of the green belt, there were several rotting corpses emitting a foul odor. Flies were flying around. Xiao Shui looked scared, but still chose to follow Lin Qin. Not sure if he noticed something, but he walked forward uneasily and grabbed Lin Qin's sleeve. Lin Qin paused slightly, not paying attention to Xiao Shui's actions. He heard some unusual sounds. Lin Qin squatted down and reached out to touch the green belt beside him. When he came out again, he had a bow and arrow in his hand. Did you hear anything? Xiao Shui looked at the bow and arrow that suddenly appeared in Lin Qin's hand in surprise, and asked in a low voice. Lin Qin didn't answer, but just turned his head and gave her a look. In an instant, Xiao Shui closed her mouth and said no more. Lin Qin walked forward, carefully identifying the sources of the surrounding sounds. Then I saw 5 zombies in the yard of the villa next door. They are neatly arranged, as if they were having a tea party. Lin Xin took out his bow and arrow, aimed, killed all the zombies inside, and directly climbed into the yard. The 5 zombies in the yard were dressed fairly decently. However, the door was closed and there was no sign of zombies entering. There were no bites or scratches on the body, which looked a bit weird. However, if you are infected with the T virus, even if you don't go out, you will eventually turn into a zombie. This family clearly looks like the result of a virus outbreak. Lin Xin pinched his nose and had no intention of going in. Xiao Xue, who was standing by, looked inside, then looked at Lin Xin and followed without saying anything. So far, he certainly has his reasons for doing so. If you don't collect useful supplies, there must be some other problem. Well, that must be the case. The 2 men walked around the North District and killed about 10 zombies. Xiao Xue followed Lin Xin all the time. Don't care. Like a follower, without any complaints. Lin Xin couldn't help but admire him for being outside with him in such hot weather. Walking back to the villa, Lin Xin couldn't help but look back at the woman behind him. You don't have to follow me all the time. You know the rescue will only take 2 days. Just hold on in the room for another 2 days. Chapter 31. Wash it up. Xiao Xue lowered her head and said nothing. She naturally knew that rescue would only take 2 days. But the problem is that it is unknown whether I can survive well in these 2 days. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people taking risks to go out and collect supplies. In other words, rescue is just a chance to survive, but not everyone can survive to be rescued. Especially now that there is no water or electricity, the battery life of mobile phones has become a huge problem. It is also impossible to receive various rescue information released by the country on a timely and accurate basis. She had no radio, and her only cell phone had died in the morning. Now we can say that we have completely cut off contact with the outside world. The only thing we know is the rescue date announced earlier, and we have to wait helplessly. Lin Xin had just taken 2 steps forward when Xiao Xue followed him again. I'll just stay for 2 days, and then we can leave together when help arrives. Are you not going to the rescue base with me? Lin Xin paused and said nothing. He had never been to this rescue base in his previous life, but he had heard of it. It seems the result is not good. However, no one knows what Lin Xin looks like, nor does anyone know what the subsequent results will be. He was the one left behind by the main group, and found that hiding in the garbage station could effectively cover up the smell on his body and avoid the invasion of zombies. But there is indeed a pretty good base further on, but I don't know if there are any conditions after joining it. Lin Xin is also unknown. After thinking about it, Lin Xin didn't say anything, but just kept walking forward. 2 days actually went by very quickly. In addition, except for the solar panels in the yard, everything else in his room was normal. And the solar panels are in the backyard. Unless you go to the backyard, you can hardly see it. As for the backyard windows, Lin Xin paused. He might as well carry these things to the roof. But it doesn't matter. Besides, it was only 2 days, and the specific situation afterwards had nothing to do with him. Seeing hope, Xiao Xue immediately hugged Lin Xin's arm. Mr. Lin, I am just a weak woman and I can't pose any threat to you. Well, as long as you take me in, you can do whatever you want with me during these 2 days. I can give you whatever you want. The other party has a bow and arrow, and his accuracy is very good. It's absolutely safe to follow him. If I had only seen someone I was relatively familiar with before, I would have wanted to follow him and hide for the next 2 days until rescue. But now, that is not the case. This is definitely a capable guy. Even if they followed the rescuers to a temporary base, they could still follow him for a long time. Xiao Xue quickly followed, acting coquettishly and cutely. Lin Xin couldn't help but let go. Forget it, just follow me. Xiao Xue was ecstatic. Following Lin Xin, I arrived in front of his villa. Looking at the raised walls, the heavy iron gates and the prison-like security windows covering the entire villa, Xiao Xue gasped. This. Lin Xin opened the door and looked at Xiao Xue without saying a word. After some hesitation, Xiao Xue still walked in. It is death outside and it is death inside. Based on this customer's previous experience, this shouldn't be the case? Taking a deep breath, she walked in and watched Lin Xin close the heavy iron door. He opened the door of the villa and followed him in. Except that the outside looks a little abnormal, the layout inside is exactly the same as the villa next to it. Also, it's not very crowded. Xiaoxue felt a little awkward, but the moment she entered the room, cool air filled the air, sweeping away the dryness from the scorching sun outside. Xiaoxue's eyes lit up slightly, and then she walked in quickly and looked around. It's air conditioning. Wasn't there a power outage? How come he still had electricity and air conditioning? After Lin Qin closed the door, he took off his shirt. After walking outside, my clothes were soaked with sweat. It's sticky and uncomfortable. Xiaoxue's heart was pounding and she felt a little shy watching this scene. He didn't dare to look Lin Qin in the eye. So fast? Although I did say that anything is fine as long as it can be done, of course this also includes certain aspects. But isn't it a bit too fast now? She is not ready yet. Just as Xiaoxue was struggling, Lin Qin had already strode towards the bathroom. After closing the door, Lin Qin took out the bucket full of hot water from the storage space and poured it into the bathtub. The hot water was previously released from the bathroom shower, and the temperature was rated at 50 degrees. And cold water is just plain cold water. Nowadays, the shower head is definitely not usable. After all, the tap water is all cut off. The only option left is to take a bath in the most primitive way. Fortunately, I had bought 2 extra large water storage barrels before and filled them with a lot of water. Lin Qin only needed to take out the 2 copied buckets to fill the entire bathtub. But Lin Qin only used half of each. After all, if you fill it too full, it will overflow. It's so comfortable to take off all your clothes and lie in the bathtub. Lin Qin also washed his hair. Not long after, he came out refreshed, wearing only a bath towel. Xiaoxue turned around when she heard a noise behind her. Lin Qin was seen with his upper body exposed, and the water droplets on his hair slid down his collarbone. Then it flowed into the bath towel wrapped around the lower body. Xiaoxue couldn't help swallowing and was stunned. Although Lin Qin's body shape is not very good and he is a bit thin. But he has abs. Especially for some reason, Lin Qin had a very special charm after taking a shower. Xiaoxue immediately lowered her head. Lin Qin didn't understand what was going on, so he just wiped his wet hair with a dry towel. Seeing Xiaoxue's actions, he thought she wanted to wash too. While wiping his hair, Lin Qin said, "If you want to wash it, wait a while. Come upstairs and find me when you're done. The water in the bathtub needs to be left for a while until it dries up." Moreover, Lin Qin only used half of the bucket of hot water. There is also half a bucket of hot water and half a bucket of cold water. He doesn't like hot water that can kill people. After Lin Qin finished speaking, he went straight to the bedroom upstairs and lay down. Except for the basement, there is nothing valuable in the entire villa. Not to mention things like food, which are naturally in Lin Qin's storage space. He would never leave such an important thing lying around in the house. Xiaoxue nodded, and only relaxed a lot when Lin Qin's figure disappeared from her sight. Back in the bedroom, Lin Qin turned on the surveillance on his mobile phone. Through the surveillance, you can clearly see Xiaoxue's every move. At first, she was quite embarrassed, but after confirming that Lin Qin was no longer moving, she got up and went to the bathroom. There are also surveillance cameras in the bathroom. Lin Qin could see her every move. She turned on the shower to make sure there was no water, then reached out and touched the bucket next to her to confirm that it was hot water. Chapter 32 Coincidence. The water in the bathtub is almost full. Xiaoxue looked at the hot water in the bucket, then looked at the things in the bathroom. Everything in the bathroom was pretty much the same, with a folded bath towel wrapped in a plastic bag on the towel rack. It should be new. Xiaoxue lowered her head and looked around, then unsealed the towel and took it down. Then take off your clothes. Lin Qin touched his nose and forgot to close it for a moment. Seeing Xiaoxue bending down and taking off her panties with only her underwear on, Lin Qin suddenly came to his senses and silently turned off the surveillance. So far, his behavior is normal and there is nothing excessive. Maybe he was really too suspicious? Lin Qin stuffed his phone under his pillow, feeling a little bored as he waited. I simply closed my eyes and rested for a while. But the scene just now kept echoing in my mind, and I felt extremely restless. Lin Qin turned sideways in annoyance and forced himself to close his eyes. But I couldn't fall asleep at all. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Lin Qin suddenly opened his eyes and took out the cell phone from under the pillow. The news about Zhang Qian came into view. "Zhang Qian, it's over. I can't contact my sister since this morning. What should I do? Could something have happened? This kind of thing is inherently uncontrollable. Lin Qin sighed and comforted him. Lin Qin, don't worry, maybe the phone is just out of battery. Lin Qin, and when did you get a sister? How come I didn't know? Zhang Xian, you never asked me about this, so I never told you. She has been studying in her hometown and just graduated this year. Zhang Xian, let me tell you, my sister is so beautiful, and I'm worried that something might go wrong with those back home. Lin Qin. Lin Qin, well, there is no point in worrying about this since you're not in the same place. Zhang Qian, that's different. You reminded me earlier that my phone and power bank were fully charged, and I told my sister too. It's impossible for it to be dead so quickly, right? If I can't get through to you all of a sudden, something must have happened. Zhang Qian, and she told me last night that there was really no food at home and she wanted to go out to find some supplies. Zhang Qian, but we didn't know our neighbors very well, and there weren't any supermarkets nearby. My hometown was different from the city, and she was the only girl there. Lin Qin, there is no point in worrying now. There's no way to do this as it's hundreds of kilometers away. Even if something really happened, it would be impossible to fly over. Zhang Qian, I know, but I'm just worried. You're the only one who can talk to me right now. I can't get in touch with her, and I'm feeling panicky. And the people from our company's technical department have all turned into zombies. Lin Qin, don't think too much. Maybe he just went out to look for food and didn't have time to read the message. Zhang Qian, what you said does make some sense. I'll wait and see. If she's just collecting supplies, my frequent contact might harm her. Lin Qin, that's right, don't worry. Lin Qin, it's you, kid. You have a sister but you keep her secret. Are you afraid that I will harm your sister? Zhang Qian, don't mention it. I only have this one sister, so of course I protect her carefully. Zhang Qian, I have another photo for you to see. After a while, Lin Qin received the photos sent by Zhang Qian. The girl in the photo looks familiar. I just couldn't remember who it was for a moment. But it is really beautiful. Lin Qin nodded and replied, not bad, she is indeed very beautiful, and looks like a good girl. No wonder you have been hiding her. Zhang Qian, oh, if I had known earlier I would have taken her in, so I wouldn't have to worry about it now. Lin Qin, it's okay. You can contact her later. Maybe you can get in touch with her. Zhang Qian, that makes sense. I understand. Zhang Qian, how's everything going lately? I'm almost out of power on one of my power banks, and I don't think it'll last much longer before it completely runs out of power. After that, I doubt we'll be able to contact each other. But luckily, the rescue team will be here in 2 days. Don't forget to check on them, then maybe we'll meet at the rescue base. Lin Qin, I understand. We'll talk about it later. Zhang Qian, enough of that, I need to save some energy. Let us talk next time when I'm free. The two people ended the topic in a hurry. Lin Qin put the phone beside him, then looked at the ceiling above his head and recalled the photo. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems. You know what, he does look a bit like his real estate agent Xiaoyu. But one is in my hometown and the other is here, so it should just be a coincidence. Shaking his head, Lin Qin cleared the thoughts from his mind and closed his eyes. The sun was shining outside, and occasionally the chirping of birds could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Qin smelled the scent of perfume. He opened his eyes and saw Xiaoxue standing in front of him wrapped in a bath towel. A face came closer and closer, pushing him onto the bed. The soft and boneless little hand stroked Lin Qin's chest and slowly untied the only bath towel on his body. The woman's eyes moved, and she untied the bath towel under Lin Qin's gaze. Lin Qin was stunned. When he reacted, he had already pressed Xiaoxue down and was touching her legs. However, before the two could take another step, the door behind them was suddenly pushed open. His good friend Zhang Qian stood at the door, looking at them in disbelief and blaming Lin Qin. Lin Qin suddenly opened his eyes and touched his chest with lingering fear. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Half an hour later, Xiaoxue came out after taking a shower wrapped in a bath towel and looked around cautiously. Her clothes were dirty, and she rubbed them twice with the half bucket of water while taking a shower. There was a bath towel on the towel rack, so she had to wrap herself in it temporarily. After all, Lin Qin's meaning was so obvious. Washing it before putting it on is a bit redundant. Wrapped in a bath towel, she walked through the living room and up the stairs. I just saw Lin Qin go upstairs, but I don't know where his room is, so I can only look for it one by one. Lin Qin had just woken up and his mind was still a little dazed. Then I heard some noises outside. He turned his head to look at the door, and through the gap in the door he could see a figure walking outside. Lin Qin knew there was another person at home, but he didn't know what she was doing. Xiaoxua pushed open the other 2 empty rooms and did not find Lin Qin. Turning around, she saw that the door behind her was not closed tightly, and she walked over barefoot. Pushing open the door, he came face to face with Lin Qin. She was only wrapped in a bath towel, and her nervous little hands were holding one corner. Lin Qin looked at 2 things and they coincided with his dream. Lin Qin shuddered and asked, "What are you doing? Is dressing like this a test of his self-control?" Xiaoxua lowered her head and whispered, "Didn't you say you were waiting for me upstairs?" Lin Qin. He said that, but he didn't say what he wanted. Xiaoxua plucked up her courage and raised her head. He walked quickly to Lin Qin's side, lifted his legs and pressed them on the edge of the bed, supporting Lin Qin with both hands. Chapter 33, Eating a Lot. You don't want to kick me out, do you? I told you I'll only stay for 2 days. As long as you take me in during these 2 days, even if you want to do anything to me. Compared to being alive, none of this matters. She stared at Lin Qin's lips, bent down and kissed him directly. Sit astride his legs. Separated by a bath towel. Lin Qin was frightened by her audacity, but then he turned around and pushed her down, exerting his masculine charm. Damn, I'm a hot-blooded man. There is no reason not to eat something that is served to your door. Reaching out and tearing off the towel on her body, Lin Qin possessed her. The temperature in the bedroom rose rapidly. But there was a loud bang. The progress of the 2 people was interrupted. Lin Qin didn't know what was going on outside. The sound sounded like someone was banging on the door. Stand up and pull up your pants. Lin Qin walked quickly to the window and looked down. In the yard, a fist-sized stone appeared in front of him, but looking around the entire path, there was no one in sight. What's going on? Lin Qin was confused. Then I opened the surveillance camera to check. The surveillance footage only showed signs of flying stones, and no people were captured. It seems to be in a blind spot of surveillance? Lin Qin carefully studied the direction from which the stone came and locked onto an empty street. There was no one on either side of the street. Lin Qin lowered his eyes and couldn't help but become more alert. It looks like someone is testing us. And it is very likely that they have set their sights on his villa. Yes, the appearance of the villa is really obvious. It is very different from other single-family villas in the surrounding area. Even if from the outside it looks like just an extra anti-theft window. But it also looks safer than other single-family houses. You know, few people install anti-theft nets nowadays. As for zombies, with this layer of anti-theft net reinforcement, there is no need to worry about them being able to easily break the tempered glass. We have to be careful in the next few days. With a heavy heart, Lin Qin closed the window and returned to the bedroom. The woman on the bed was naked, wrapped in Lin Qin's quilt. Seeing him come back, Xiaoxua lowered her head shyly, but held the quilt tightly with her hands, and blinked her trembling eyes slightly. Obviously very nervous. Lin Qin looked at this scene and slapped his head in annoyance. He just acted on impulse. And now, I'm not in the mood. You should take a good rest. I'll go next door. After saying this, Lin Qin closed the door of the room. Xiaoxua in the room was stunned. He kept staring at the door of the room vigilantly. For a long time, the door of the room was not opened. My heart slowly relaxed. Xiaoxua got up, locked the door of the room, and returned to bed. I gradually fell asleep. Night arrived as expected. Lin Qin's bedroom was in chaos. In the darkness, the rumbling sound of my stomach was particularly obvious. Lin Qin groped in the dark, turned on the light in the bedroom, and then went downstairs. I only ate half a watermelon at noon and I was already hungry. There was another woman in the evening. Lin Qin could only take out a portion of roast duck from the cooked food he had copied earlier. The other dishes include pickled fish, braised pork, and a family bucket. The aroma of food wafted in, and Xiaoxua felt a little embarrassed when she saw Lin Qin when she came downstairs. But thinking that he would not be driven away next time, he calmed down again. The lights in the villa were on, and Xiaoxua was very sensible and did not ask why there was electricity. Xiaoxua was stunned until she saw the food on Lin Qin's dining table in the living room. She looked at Lin Qin in disbelief, then at the food on the table. Then he pinched his face, thinking he was dazzled. Xiao Xue couldn't help but hiss until she felt pain on her face. It hurts, it's not a dream. Lin Xin heard her mumbling and turned around and said, "It's true, eat it." Xiao Xue, who had been hungry for a long time, did not hesitate and immediately sat down and started eating. It's hard to describe how good the way he eats is. Lin Xin sat opposite her and started eating slowly. After all, he often eats these foods. The most important thing is that you don't have to cook. While eating, Xiao Xue said, "Oh my god, I've been hungry for several days. How come you have so much food? I didn't see you hoarding anything when I came in. Oh my god, it's so delicious. I'm starving." After eating several pieces of duck leg KFC in a row, Xiao Xue's cheeks were stuffed. When he was about 70% full, he slowly stopped eating. She looked at Lin Xin opposite her and smiled foolishly. "Well, you weren't scared by me, were you? I'm not usually like this. I'm just too hungry." "How long have you been hungry?" Lin Xin didn't show much expression, after all, he had been this hungry before. But I still asked a few more questions. Xiao Xue took a bite of the chicken leg, drank a glass of mineral water slowly, and looked up and said, 3 days. After not eating for 3 days, an ordinary person would have felt weak in steps and dizzy in eyes. But thinking back, Lin Xin was still full of energy when he met her. It should be a small amount of food. Xiao Xue ate very full, mainly because she didn't dare to eat too much in the past few days. There was so little food at home that she only dared to eat a few packets a day. Just think of it as losing weight, and hold on as long as you can. But these past few days, she couldn't hold on any longer and had to go out to look for food. Lin Xin nodded and said nothing more. Xiao Xue had almost finished eating before looking at Lin Xin. "Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Zhang Xue. What's yours?" "I only know your last name, Lin, and I've never known your specific name." "Last name Zhang?" Lin Xin took a bite of fish and couldn't help but look up at the other person. "This surname is the same as Zhang Qian's. And the appearance?" No, absolutely not. If Zhang Qian's sister was here, how could Zhang Qian not know about it? He keeps saying that he is still in his hometown. I must be overthinking it." Lin Xin took a bite of fish and said, Lin Xin without even looking up. Zhang Xue nodded and then said, "I see you have electricity here. Can I charge my phone? My phone died last night and I couldn't contact my family. I want to recharge my batteries and let him know I'm safe." Lin Xin doesn't care about this kind of thing. Anyway, for now, the electricity from solar panels is more than enough. It doesn't take much to charge the phone. Dinner didn't take long at all. After eating, Lin Xin let her choose any room to stay in. Zhang Xue did not refuse. After charging and turning on the phone, she immediately made a video call. In an unfamiliar environment, a man's voice was heard in the video. "What's going on with you? Why can't I get in touch with you? Do you know how worried I am about you? Those guys next door didn't give you any trouble, did they? How's the situation at home now? Did they say when the rescue would start?" Chapter 34, Brother's Sister? What a sin! The moment the video call was connected, the other party started talking non-stop. Zhang Xue looked at the other person and smiled, her tone coquettish. "No, I turned off my phone when I went out to look for supplies. I was afraid that any sudden noise would attract the zombies. Don't worry, brother, it's okay." The sound in the video started again. "That's fine, you don't make me worry all the time. If I had known the current situation, I would have agreed when you asked me to come here for an internship. Otherwise, we wouldn't be separated now, and I wouldn't be able to take care of you. You better be careful, it's dangerous out there." At this point, Zhang Xue felt a little guilty and didn't respond. No abnormalities were found on the other side of the video. When Lin Xin went upstairs, he found that the light in the bedroom next door was on and the door was slightly ajar. The sound of conversation inside was particularly obvious. The voice in the video sounds familiar. Lin Xin frowned and walked over. Pushing open the door, Zhang Xue was wearing a suspender pajamas and sitting with one leg crossed on the edge of the bed. He was holding a cell phone in his hand. Hearing a noise behind her, Zhang Xue turned her head to look. Then Lin Xin came over. She subconsciously covered the phone screen and clicked the mute button on the microphone to prevent her conversation from being heard by the other side. "What's going on?" Lin Xin shook his head and just looked at her. "Who were you talking to on the phone just now?" This voice is so familiar, it can't be such a coincidence. Ah. My brother, what happened? Zhang Shui didn't understand what was going on and was a little hesitant when speaking. At the same time, think about whether there is anything wrong with what you said. Lin Qin took a deep breath and heard the other party's voice coming from the phone covered by Zhang Shui. Who are you? Why are you in my sister's room? Zhang Shui turned off the microphone, but she didn't turn off the volume button. The conversation here cannot be heard over there, but the sound over there can be heard clearly. As early as when she was covering up, the other party saw a corner of Lin Qin, but just didn't say anything. After waiting for a while, I found that my sister's voice was cut off, and I couldn't help but get anxious. When this question was raised, Zhang Shui lowered her head and turned off the video in a hurry. But Lin Qin paused. This sound. Wait a minute, your brother's name isn't Zhang Qian, is it? Zhang Shui's eyes widened. How do you know? You know my brother? Lin Qin. What a sin. Have to. Lin Qin sighed, then took out his cell phone and made a video call. Zhang Qian was still wondering why a man suddenly appeared in his sister's room. I was worried that he might have encountered some danger or something. I was completely anxious. Lin Qin called suddenly, and although he was not in a good mood, he still answered the phone. Lin Qin scratched his head and looked at Zhang Qian in the video with some helplessness. Something happened? Why are you video calling me? Your sister is here with me. What? Zhang Qian couldn't help but raise his voice a lot. His face was full of disbelief. Lin Qin sighed and said, Your sister should explain the details to you herself. I just stumbled upon it today. Lin Qin glanced at Zhang Shui, who looked doomed. Handed over the phone. Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin, then looked at the collection. Hesitation means not daring to accept. But Zhang Qian in the video reacted quickly. He had come to his senses and was cursing softly. I knew it. He insisted on coming here for an internship and I didn't let him. He was really fussy at first. I was wondering why he kept quiet afterwards, acting like nothing had happened. So he must have secretly come here without telling me. Zhang Shui, why are you pretending to be dead? You dare not admit it. Please answer the phone for me. Did you hear that? Zhang Shui sighed and finally took the phone. She never expected that her first client would be her brother's friend. What a disaster. Elder brother. Zhang Shui in the video looks unhappy and a little scared. Zhang Qian was so angry when he saw her. But he forced himself to hold it back. Tell me, how long have you been here? Zhang Shui said guiltily, It's been almost a month. Zhang Qian. Taking a deep breath, he continued, What do you do? Real estate agent. Zhang Qian. He was so angry that he almost died. In the next scene, Lin Qin retreated. But one could still vaguely hear the barrage of abuse coming from the room. Lin Qin left enough space for the two siblings. Back in his room, Lin Qin sat on the bed and fell into deep thought. He gave his best friend's sister to. What a terrible thing this is. If I had known earlier, which one of Wan Qianya or Nanwei would not be good? As adults, we all understand. What a loss. Lin Qin was still feeling frustrated when soon there was a knock on the door. Zhang Shui handed Lin Qin's cell phone over, said nothing, and walked out. Lin Qin took the phone and thought she was angry because she was scolded. After a while, Lin Qin received a long text from Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, my sister told me that you saved me today. I feel relieved thanks to you. If it were anyone else, I don't know what would have happened. Zhang Qian, she'd always wanted to come here, but I didn't agree. We were still sharing an apartment at the time, and I figured it wouldn't be convenient, so I didn't think much about it and decided to come here for an internship. She's got a stubborn personality, but luckily, she met you. Zhang Qian, please help me take care of her during this period. If she doesn't obey or anything happens to her, just beat her up. After all, you are half her brother. Lin Qin. Don't. His half-brother did something bad. Don't trust yourself either. Listening to Zhang Qian's words and his inexplicable trust in himself made Lin Qin touch his nose. I really don't know how to respond. Zhang Qian sent a lot of instructions over there, including that after his phone ran out of battery and he lost contact, he would leave his sister entirely to Lin Qin's care. Lin Qin could only sigh, hesitate for a moment, and carefully consider his words before replying. Lin Xin, I will take good care of her, don't worry. The two chatted back and forth for about 10 minutes before they stopped talking. Lin Xin lay on the big bed, staring at the chandelier above his head in a daze for a while. Then he looked up and sighed. It was a quiet night, and the two of them tossed and turned in different rooms, unable to sleep. It was not until the second half of the night that I fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Xin's cell phone alarm rang on time. Buzzing. Lin Xin opened his sleepy eyes and reached out to turn off the alarm clock. He turned over and continued to sleep. I slept too late last night and the alarm went off too early. Not knowing how long he had slept, Lin Xin smelled the aroma of rice and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 35, Cooking to Seek Death in the End of the World. Who cooks so early in the morning? It smells so good. He stood up, rubbed his dizzy head, opened the door and walked out. On the dining table in the living room, there was a pot of freshly cooked rice porridge, and on the plate on the table were two different kinds of pickles to go with the rice. The mess left over from yesterday has been cleaned up by Zhang Shui and put into the trash can. There was a sound of dishes colliding in the kitchen. Zhang Shui was holding a bowl and looked at Lin Xin with some surprise. Wake up, just in time, I made some rice porridge. I didn't find anything to eat in your kitchen, but I saw a half-filled bag of rice downstairs and a few bottles of side dishes in the cabinet above, so I just grabbed some. Eat it quickly while it's hot. Zhang Shui took a spoon and scooped out the rice porridge. The aroma of rice spread everywhere, and Lin Xin blew twice with the spoon. He had indeed put half a bag of rice in the kitchen just for show, but he hadn't turned on the fire or used the stove in such a long time. Firstly, there was a shortage of food and drink during this period, and it was the most chaotic period. If you cook, the aroma of the food will be smelled by some interested people and they will come all the way here. It just caused a lot of unnecessary trouble. Lin Xin also couldn't imagine that Zhang Shui would take the initiative to cook. Cooking at this time is simply seeking death. It's done, let us eat. The rice porridge was bland and had no special flavor. The pickled vegetables placed next to the rice tasted quite good. These were copied from the supermarket. To make them look good, Lin Xin just picked out 2 or 3 kinds at random and placed them in the wardrobe above the kitchen. But it doesn't matter what you eat for breakfast. Compared to Lin Xin's casualness, Zhang Shui felt a little awkward. During the meal, he would steal a glance at Lin Xin from time to time. Lin Xin pretended to be completely ignorant. After eating, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Lin Xin leaned back on the sofa and turned on his cell phone. The mobile phone is connected to the surveillance camera. Through the mobile phone, Lin Xin can also switch between the surveillance cameras to view the situation in each area. He closed the door yesterday, and the other survivors in the villa area should have discovered it long ago. Plus, Zhang Shui cooked in the morning. The aroma of rice spreads everywhere, which will attract some attention. He had to keep an eye on it to make sure there was nothing unusual. The surveillance footage was normal, with no signs of movement around the house. There was no one at any intersection. Lin Xin frowned, a little confused. These people shouldn't do this. There must be other people in the villa area. The aroma of rice must have drifted away. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xin turned off his phone and went upstairs. Zhang Shui sat at the dining table and watched him hurried upstairs, confused as to why. But the atmosphere was a bit awkward. I don't know if it's because of the relationship between him and his brother. However, Zhang Shui felt a little more relaxed. The people that the first brother knows will definitely not do anything to him, and his personal safety is absolutely safe. Zhang Shui shrugged her shoulders, then happily put away the dishes. The house is now opposite the west gate of the villa area. A group of people looked around nervously. Wang Yu squatted beside the man, looking a bit servile. Brother, I saw that woman run to the other side yesterday. She was flirting with a man. It seems like something had been going on for a long time. The man being called was called Hu Shang. I am Wang Yu's roommate. However, the man was tall and strong, so Wang Yu, a weakling, didn't dare to provoke him. Hu Shang looked at the empty streets without any zombies and snorted coldly. That's perfect, let's just go across and search to see if there's anything useful. This wealthy area is usually inaccessible, but now it's easy to enter and walk in. The two gates are very close to each other, separated by a two-way lane. I reached the other side easily. However, the gate to the villa area was actually closed. Hu Shang reached out and touched the gate, then said, "Go forward and climb up." The only thing the rich people in the villa area have is that the walls are not high, so it is easy to climb up. The two of them didn't waste much effort and turned over to get inside. The villa area was unusually quiet. The weather today is not very good, and it always feels a bit gloomy. Hu Shang and Wang Yu didn't dare to make any loud noise. After all, no one knows where the zombies are hiding. The rotten smell in the air was so unpleasant that the two men couldn't help but quicken their pace. When passing by the garbage station, the two men saw a house's gate wide open. Seeing this scene, the two people became alert and felt a little emotional. The bodies were still in the yard, emitting a foul smell. Flies lingered around the corpse. Hu Shang fanned the air around his nose, as if this could block out the stench. After exchanging a glance, Hu Shang pointed at Wang Yu and said, "You. Go in. In case there are zombies in the yard, someone has to go in and explore the way." Wang Yu showed a look of rejection on his face, but Hu Shang glared at him and his legs went weak. This guy is a powerful one. He killed everyone else in the building without blinking an eye. He covered his mouth and nose with the cloth hanging around his neck, and then carefully stepped over the corpse. A gust of hot wind blew in from the half-open door, and Wang Yu became more and more panicked. But fortunately, it was relatively quiet inside and there were no zombies. As he breathed a sigh of relief, he laughed in a fawning manner. "Brother, there are no zombies." Hu Shang's guarded look finally relaxed. He took one look at the corpse on the ground and collapsed. The room wasn't in great condition, and looked like it had been ransacked. Even the corpse at the door was probably killed by other survivors. However, there was still a package of uneaten instant noodles on the coffee table in the living room. Hu Shang walked over, blew on the bitten part, and stuffed the rest into his mouth and started eating. It is not known whether this instant noodles were left uneaten by the corpse outside or were forgot to be taken away by the intruder. Anyway, supplies are scarce, so there is no need to be so particular. The two of them walked around the living room, and Hu Shang suddenly spoke. "Let's go to the next one." It's been turned over like this, and I guess everything is gone." The two people walked out of the house again and continued walking along the cement road in front of the villa. The villas are not close to each other, and it only takes a short walk to reach the next one. Hu Shang was eating instant noodles and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the surrounding environment. The land of the rich is really spacious, and even the greenery on the roadside is very nice. Of course, it would be nice if the air didn't have that stench of decay. Hu Shang couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths and frown slightly. Wait, why is there a hint of rice fragrance mixed with the stench in the air? Chapter 36, Whatever You Want. Did he smell it wrong? Hu Shang couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths again and smell the scent around. No, it does smell like rice. That's not right. There are water and electricity outages everywhere now, so it's normal to have food. But where does the rice aroma come from? It shouldn't be. Could it be that he hasn't eaten for a long time and is having an illusion? Hu Shang stopped and patted Wang Yu, who was walking in front of him. Do you smell the aroma of rice? Wang Yu paused and sniffed around. There was indeed a scent of rice in the air. Yes, there is a smell of rice, but where does it come from? The two people looked at each other. Start smelling the scent as you move forward. It seems to be coming from the front. The two people followed the scent all the way forward. After a while, I saw a villa in front of me that looked out of place with the surrounding area. The courtyard wall is raised and the entire building is covered with iron anti-theft windows. Hu Shang showed greed at first sight. I didn't expect there would be a house like this here. It is simply the perfect defensive place to live. It's a pity. Tomorrow is rescue day. It would have been better if he had discovered this house earlier. Maybe I can live here earlier and don't have to worry all day like I do over there. Brother, it's here, floating from inside. Hu Shang came back to his senses, listened to Wang Yu's words, and nodded. However, this villa obviously does not look like an ordinary person's residence and does not seem to be easy to mess with. After all, the zombie outbreak came suddenly and no one could predict it in advance. The decoration around this villa is normal house decoration, except this one. There is a problem. He looked around and then said, "Forget it, let's go back first. The rescue will begin tomorrow. It's better to be cautious at this time and avoid unnecessary complications." Hu Shang thinks long term. For this reason, it is obviously not worth delaying the rescue tomorrow. Being able to decorate a villa like this is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. After thinking about it, Hu Shang decided to return and wait in peace. One you didn't understand, but didn't say much. When he obeyed Hu Shang, he was ready to obey. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one alive. The two people smelled the fragrance of rice in the air, feeling a little unsatisfied. But I still left here. Lin Qin had naturally discovered the two people a long time ago through surveillance. However, they just watched from a distance for a while and then left. This surprised Lin Qin a little. But on second thought, it's normal. After all, at times like this, it's better to be safe and wait for rescue. Lin Qin couldn't help but switch pages and open Weibo to check. Due to the power outage, most of the news on Weibo is not very new, and most of them are still from a few days ago. Only a few people posted information, but no one responded. After taking a few glances, Lin Qin walked out. If the country releases relevant information, it probably won't be published here. After all, only a few people can receive the message. Lin Qin took a look and closed the page after finding no useful information. The air conditioner in the house was chilly and it was gray outside. It looks like there will be a heavy rain soon. I don't know if it will affect the rescue tomorrow. Lin Qin pondered for a moment, and Zhang Qian's words echoed in his mind. Protect his sister and leave it to himself. It's really stressful to have these two words of advice on me. But when I think about it carefully, should I let her go for tomorrow's rescue or not? Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh. She wanted to go, but the rescue base was not as good as she had imagined. Lin Qin stood up and climbed all the way to the third floor. There is only one room on the third floor, and the other rooms are connected, so the view is very good. There is a lot of space in the living room, so Lin Qin hung the woven frame he bought on Taobao on the wall. Then people stood at a distance and drew their bows to aim. He needs to practice his accuracy with the bow and arrow more, but there is no suitable place to practice at home. So he could only exercise on his own with simple facilities. The two people had no interaction after breakfast. On the one hand, the identities of both parties were unclear and such a thing had happened, and on the other hand, Lin Qin was not available. After hearing the noise coming from upstairs, Zhang Shui slowly followed. Lin Qin was seen pulling the bow and arrow, practicing and hitting the woven frame hanging on the wall with each arrow. Zhang Shui licked her lips and clenched her hands nervously. Well, if you feel uncomfortable, just pretend nothing happened between us. I won't tell my brother either. Besides, what happened that day was indeed an accident. I actually ran away from someone else's place. It's the same for you as it is for others. Besides, you look amazing, so don't be too much of a like. As she spoke, Zhang Shui became a little incoherent. In the end, she herself didn't know what she said. Lin Qin shot the last practice arrow in his hand and couldn't help but look back. Why don't you take a look at what you're talking about? Don't worry, that matter is nothing to me. I'm just contacting you. If you don't have anything to do, don't bother me. By the way, there's some food in the refrigerator. You can go get it if you're hungry. After Lin Qin finished speaking, he walked over to the woven basket by the wall and pulled back the practice arrows that had hit it one by one. Planned to repeat the exercise. Zhang Shui saw Lin Qin talking as if nothing really happened. With doubts, I went to the first floor and opened the refrigerator. There are some yogurt, milk, and ice cola in the refrigerator. And there was ice cream in the freezer. That's not right. Why didn't she see these things when she was looking for food in the morning? With doubts in her mind, Zhang Shui happily took out an ice cream and started eating it. For an entire afternoon, she sat by the stairs on the third floor, watching Lin Qin practice. At night, there was loud thunder outside and strong winds. The rainstorm came with great force. Zhang Shui turned on the light and watched Lin Qin walking down from the third floor. She immediately walked over to greet him. It's raining heavily outside. I hope it won't affect tomorrow's rescue. Lin Qin looked at her confused face and couldn't help laughing. He reached out and flicked her on the forehead. What have you been thinking about all day? It's just a normal downpour. Lin Qin shook his head helplessly. Then he went to the living room and turned on the TV. If you can't help it, just watch more TV. Zhang Shui curled her lips and said, Brother, what kind of TV can we watch now? And can we even play it on TV? Zhang Shui said this, but still turned on the TV. The TV continued to play the variety show that Lin Qin had not finished watching. Zhang Shui was stunned for a moment. How is that possible? Lin Qin opened the refrigerator without even turning his head. Why not? Whatever you want to watch cannot be on the CD. Chapter 37 The Rescue Begins. Even if you want to see something naughty, he has it. CD? Zhang Shui's eyes fell on the DVD player, which was emitting a blue light. Zhang Shui. Well, she is ignorant. What era is this? There are still people who buy DVD players. If I remember correctly, this thing was something he only had when he was a child. However, the variety shows on TV soon attracted her attention. Zhang Shui had no time to take care of this issue. While watching TV, he said, I've looked at the food in the refrigerator. Can we just have some yogurt or milk for dinner? Oh, I didn't make rice. I thought I was leaving tomorrow, so I didn't do it. Need not. Lin Xin didn't say much, just went to the second floor. When he came down again, he was holding 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Zhang Shui looked at this scene and her mouth opened wide involuntarily. Are you a magician? She didn't find anything when she was cooking in the morning. In the afternoon, Lin Xin told himself that there were other snacks in the refrigerator and he could take them whenever he wanted. When she went over, she found some milk and yogurt bread in the refrigerator. The most important thing is that there is ice cream in the freezer. She had already searched through these in the morning, as if they had suddenly appeared. Now, suddenly there are 3 more self-heating hot pots. Zhang Shui couldn't help but be shocked again. It's just like Doraemon. Like magic. Lin Xin smiled and said, about the same. He has plenty of food, and there will be many surprises in the future. The 2 of them boiled a pot of hot water, and the self-heating hot pot soon began to emit fragrance. Zhang Shui sucked hard. Oh my god, this is so satisfying. Compared with her embarrassment in the past few days, she was so happy. Zhang Shui had the tomato beef brisket hot pot, the kind of beef brisket she normally disliked. After all, it's not good meat. But now, after eating a piece of beef, I feel comfortable. Oh my god, when we meet my brother at the rescue base later, I will make sure he rewards you well. By the way, my brother told me that you 2 were childhood friends. How come I've never seen you before? The 2 of them chatted idly. The atmosphere is very harmonious. We had a very casual dinner, maybe because tomorrow was the rescue day. After dinner, Zhang Shui returned to her bedroom, looking a little anxious. But Lin Xin didn't take it seriously at all. It is even a question whether tomorrow's rescue can proceed normally. Moreover, the main force must enter in advance, followed by the airdrop of various helicopters. Lin Xin went to the basement when she wasn't paying attention. The surveillance equipment in the basement is always online. Lin Xin carefully looked at the conditions at each intersection to ensure that the area around the villa was safe. I waited for about half an hour and everything was quiet. It was already late at night when I returned to my room. The thunder outside the house gradually became quieter and the heavy rain stopped. But at 5 in the morning, there was a rumbling sound outside. Lin Xin woke up from his dream. I immediately climbed to the roof of the 3rd floor and looked up. Helicopters came from afar, flew over Lin Xin and headed towards a more central location, but then scattered. The sky was dark, and all you could see was the outline of the plane and the black marking dot. I can't see anything else. As the plane scattered, the roar became farther and farther away. Lin Xin knew that the rescue had begun. The zombies hiding in the dark surged again because of the huge roar. They gathered from all directions and followed the helicopter in pursuit. When the helicopter disappeared from Lin Xin's sight, Zhang Shui's voice came from behind him. They are coming. That should be the case, but the commotion is so loud, I'm curious how they're going to rescue them. Looking at the sky where there were no planes anymore, Lin Xin said slowly. He had watched an animation about zombies before, but the rescue in it couldn't be said to be a simple rescue. They would first deal with some of the zombies and then carry out emergency clearance. By the way, the most important thing seems to be that no rescue measures have been taken. In the end of the world, everyone's sleep was very light, and such noise would have woken up many people. By 8 o'clock, the sky had turned completely cold and everyone was eagerly waiting for rescue. But as time went by, it was 12 noon and there was still no sign of rescue. Zhang Shui had already dressed up and was sitting at home feeling uneasy. Lin Xin was much more relaxed than her. After all, he had never thought about going to the shelter in the first place. Looking at Lin Xin, who was still busy practicing, Zhang Shui couldn't help but move closer. He grabbed Lin Xin's hand and asked, "Is there any emergency?" She waited all morning, but there was no movement outside. It's hard to feel at ease. Lin Xin pulled the bow and arrow without even looking at her. Then turn on the radio and check the major news networks to see if there are any announcements. It's definitely not on the news network. After all, the number of people who can see it is very limited. And where is the radio? Zhang Shui was a little confused. In my bedroom, on the right nightstand. Lin Qin added another sentence. Zhang Shui excitedly ran to Lin Qin's bedroom. She lay on Lin Qin's bed and started fiddling with it. The radio channels were previously announced on Weibo. Just find the frequency of the corresponding area and adjust it, but the radio time cannot be replayed like the TV. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Apparently, there is no latest progress. I waited until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and finally there was movement on the street in the distance. Even though they were far away, Lin Qin could still hear the sounds of gunfire fighting. Zhang Shui didn't understand why, but she could guess it. The battle was raging, and they were still some distance from the center of the street. The sound of gunfire was not very obvious. But the explosions that sounded from time to time were particularly obvious. After waiting for a whole morning, there was finally some movement. Compared to Lin Qin's calmness, Zhang Shui looked into the distance nervously. Lin Qin couldn't help but remind him, even if you keep looking, you won't be able to see a single flower. The center area has the most zombies. Even if they rappel down from a high altitude and are fully equipped, it will take a lot of effort to get out from the center. There are so many zombies, if they could be dealt with easily, why would we have to wait until now to start the rescue? What's more, this time the rescue was not so smooth. Otherwise, I would have lived in the safe area of the shelter. Zhang Shui was still a little anxious after hearing this. The zombies outside started wandering around early in the morning because of the helicopter. Looking out the window at the street outside. The streets are full of zombies. Even in such a remote location, there are so many zombies, not to mention those in the middle of the street. Chapter 38 Rescue? Practice hard. The residential and commercial areas there are the most concentrated, and there should be the most people. Fortunately, Lin Qin went to close the villa door yesterday. There are only scattered zombies in the villa area now, not many. The zombies on the street did not rush into the villa area. Rescue should be easy, right? Then why is there no movement yet? All in the distance. After watching for a while, Zhang Shui couldn't help but sigh. Lin Qin glanced sideways and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Shui turned around and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Qin didn't say anything. This rescue mission will also fail and we will have to change our strategy. All I can do now is to practice my archery skills as soon as possible. Before I get a gun silencer, at least I can use something silent like a bow and arrow to kill zombies. After all, his gun now makes a loud noise, and one shot will alert all the zombies nearby and other survivors with ill intentions. Lin Qin continued to aim at the woven basket. The practice over the past 2 days had some effect, and the arrow's accuracy was much higher than before. The thing is, the distance is too close and he can't increase the distance. The accuracy is limited to the distance of the indoor living room. Hearing Zhang Shui's words, Lin Qin came back to his senses and said, "Nothing." He now needs to expand the range of his shooting. Practicing in the living room is obviously not working. Holding a bow and arrow, Lin Qin opened the sliding door on the balcony and walked over. Standing on the balcony, Lin Qin could see the road in front of the villa. A few zombies wandering around. If you want to practice your aim, the safest way is to kill zombies. Aren't those zombies outside who are getting agitated because of the helicopter a ready-made teaching material? He took out the modified practice arrows, drew the bow and aimed. With a whoosh sound, the arrow went straight through the zombie's abdomen. Lin Qin tilted his head to look at the state of the zombies. Now he could aim. That is, the aiming position is a problem. The head is so small and it's still moving. The difficulty has increased a lot. Zhang Shui followed behind Lin Qin and watched him draw his bow and hit the zombies wandering below. I couldn't help but clap my hands in surprise. Sure. Zombies are in a moving state, not completely still. This is different from the day before yesterday. Lin Qin actually managed to hit the target. Zhang Shui couldn't help but widen her eyes. However, her praise excited the zombies below. The zombies on the street across the wall heard Zhang Shui's movements and instantly targeted the 3 people standing on the 3rd floor. But the outer wall of the villa area blocked them out. Even so, zombies still gathered here in dense crowds. Even the few that were wandering around the villa area came and gathered together. At the gate of the yard, zombies were banging on the iron gate. Standing on the third floor, you can see zombies in the distance on the road outside the door, also on their way to gather. The fat is in the fire. Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin apologetically. Lin Qin was not angry. The zombies gathered downstairs were just right for him to practice his arrow accuracy. After thinking about it, Lin Qin handed her what he had in his hand. Try. Zhang Shui looked up at Lin Qin, hesitating whether to take his bow and arrow. She doesn't know anything. All I had with me on the way out was a steel pipe. Lin Qin's bow is for long-range attacks. Isn't he afraid of taking it away himself? Lin Qin is not really afraid. Even if he loses this, he still has a lot. Currently there are 2 of them, and as one of them, Zhang Shui must also have certain survival skills. Just like himself. There are no weapons whatsoever. They were all things commonly found in the kitchen. Even if he slept in a garbage dump, wouldn't the final result still be death? So, I want to survive. You must be able to master certain skills. Accurate archery is also the key to survival. At least when you encounter zombies, even if they are far away. As long as they are within shooting range, they can be dealt with. Besides, since we are together, then you should also take responsibility for the team. Lin Qin looked at her and said, from now on, you must master this bow and arrow as quickly as possible. From now on, this bow and arrow will be your weapon. See the zombies at the gate? Kill them all. Go out and loot all the weapons and supplies from them. Zhang Shui held the bow and looked at Lin Qin with an embarrassed expression. But I can't. If you don't know how to do it, then learn. Can you imitate others? Haven't you watched TV? Stretch your arms straight, aim your bow and arrow. Are you planning to just muddle along like this from now on? You can't rely on others. Lin Qin didn't say much, just stopped talking and returned to the living room. Lin Qin took out a new one from the storage space and turned it over again. Draw your bow and aim at the zombies on the street. Zhang Shui looked at the zombies at the gate of the yard, then looked at Lin Qin. At this time, he drew his bow and hit another zombie's head. Following Lin Qin's example, she raised her bow and arrow, drew her bow and aimed. But the bow was a bit heavy and she had some difficulty pulling it. The first one. The arrow landed directly in the yard and didn't fly out at all. Zhang Shui didn't believe it and continued to repeat the operation. But most of them are in vain. However, she still followed Lin Qin's example, finding the right angle and aiming her strength, and finally managed to kill a zombie. Lin Qin had almost dealt with half of the zombies near the street wall. Only one of the zombies at the gate of the yard was dealt with. Lin Qin didn't rush her. After all, it's acceptable if the aim is not good. Just practice slowly. The zombies gathered very densely. The bow and arrow made no sound. The zombies below were the ones attracted when I first spoke, so they were dealt with quickly. The total practice time was only 50 minutes. And on Zhang Shui's side, there are still quite a few gathered below. Lin Qin was speechless after seeing this. Stretch out your arms and draw the bow further. This time, Zhang Shui successfully solved another one. Lin Qin was tired, so he went back to the living room on the 3rd floor and sat down. Taking out a bottle of mineral water and enjoying the cool air conditioning, Lin Qin crossed his legs to rest and watched Zhang Shui continue to aim. After yesterday's heavy rain, the air is a little cooler than in the past few days. But it's still stuffy. After standing for a while, beads of sweat appeared on Zhang Shui's face. But she still persists in practicing. Lin Qin did not disturb her enthusiasm. Another half-hour passed. All the zombies downstairs were eliminated. Zhang Shui stood on the balcony for a long time holding a bow and arrow without moving. Lin Qin sensed something was wrong and couldn't help but ask. What are you standing there for? No, there's someone at the door. Question mark. Lin Qin stood up and looked down from the balcony. All the zombies at the big iron gate of the yard were eliminated. There was a zombie a little further away. The arrow remaining on its body was clearly not Lin Qin's. And above the pile of zombies, a woman covered in wounds was banging on his door. Chapter 39 Gunshots. Not far behind her, there were several zombies following. Zhang Shui looked at this scene and immediately said, "The woman at the door." Before Zhang Shui could finish her words, Lin Qin went downstairs directly. She didn't understand why, but she followed Lin Qin down the stairs. When the iron gate was opened, the woman at the door collapsed to the ground. Lin Qin quickly closed the door and looked at the woman on the ground with a tense expression. If a zombie scratches or bites you, it's better to throw it away quickly. Were you bitten by a zombie? Nanwei looked up and wanted to curse back, but she had lost too much blood and had no strength left. No, not a zombie. I met two men, and they saw the bow and arrow on me and chased me all the way. Hearing this, Lin Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not the best. He stood up and looked at the bloodstains on Nanwei's body, and he had a general idea of what was going on. Nanwei got up from the ground and looked around to see a strange girl standing by the door behind Lin Qin. Where's Xiaoyu? Who? Lin Qin frowned. It's the girl across the street. I asked her to come find you last time. He died. He was scratched by a zombie and turned into a zombie. Lin Qin said indifferently. Nanwei was a little stunned, and then felt lost. I see. Well, let me in quickly. I need to treat the wound on my body. Having said that, Nanwei walked straight in. Come to the living room. Nanwei skillfully took off the backpack behind her and took out a bottle of alcohol and gauze from it. Wipe the blood off the wound directly. Then rinse with alcohol. Enduring the pain, she took out one of the few iodine cotton balls and wiped it, then gently wrapped it with gauze. Zhang Shui stood in the corner, watching the two people getting familiar with each other without saying a word. After all, she didn't know them. Outside the house, zombies chased after them and continued to bang on the big iron gate. Nanwei had almost finished treating her wounds. She looked at Lin Qin and said, "Can you stay here for a while until help arrives? There are too many zombies outside. It's all because of the helicopters that came early in the morning. There's a lot of trouble on this street. There's a lot of fighting going on. I guess I'll have to wait a day or two." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui, who was standing by, immediately stepped forward anxiously. Why do you say that? Is the situation in there very bad? Nanwei glanced at her, then looked at Lin Qin and said, "It's more than just bad. There are piles of zombies over there. I saw with my own eyes that a team couldn't withstand the zombies' attack and was completely wiped out. Of course, don't get too pessimistic. There will definitely be more than one rescue team. We just need to wait patiently." Zhang Shui, however, felt a little restless. She stood up and was about to go back upstairs, but Lin Qin stopped her. What are you going to do? I'll call my brother and contact him. If the situation is this bad, my brother's situation must be even worse. He, who never cooks, must have run out of food long ago and is just waiting for rescue. Now that the rescue has been delayed, I'm worried that something might happen to him. Zhangqian's location is considered a prosperous area in the city center. At most, they are in the outskirts of a subdistrict, belonging to the suburbs. If the situation in the suburbs is already like this, wouldn't it be even more difficult in the moderately dangerous areas in the center? If they couldn't wait for rescue, the two of them would definitely not be able to reunite in the temporary shelter. Zhang Shui couldn't help but start to get nervous. Nanwei was puzzled for a moment when she saw this, and couldn't help but speak out. Little sister, don't worry too much. As long as your brother doesn't run around, he'll be fine. Lin Qin rubbed his head and felt a headache. Forget it, let her be. Your brother's phone should still have a little battery left. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui turned around and went upstairs. Nanwei sat on the bench in front of the dining table and looked at Lin Qin. They were the only two people left in the living room. Lin Qin sat on the sofa, looked at her and said, "Have you been going there these days? Don't mention it, it's bad luck. I get so angry when I mention Nanwei. How could she possibly go in there for no reason?" It was because her plan was disrupted by those people who were chasing her relentlessly when she went out a few days ago, and she had no choice but to go in when she encountered zombies. Lin Qin pondered for a moment. What's the situation inside? Tell me. Speaking of which, Nanwei sat up straight and said seriously, "To be honest, the situation may not be optimistic. We're still overthinking this zombie thing. The virus is latent in the body, and anyone can be infected. And even if the country does come to rescue, it will be very difficult. To be precise, all carbon-based creatures are afraid of guns and grenades, but they are still no match for their sheer numbers and strength. Also, I always feel that the zombies recently move much faster than before. I wonder if you feel the same way." Nanwei looked at Lin Qin with a very cautious expression. For example, today, I always feel that the zombies are running too fast compared to before. She ran frantically, but the zombies behind her followed closely, not keeping too far away. But for Lin Xin, this was something he had known for a long time. However, the time of zombie mutation seems to have been advanced. He remembered that the news of the zombie mutation came when the rescue was completed and supplies were airdropped. And now, the rescue has just begun. Returning to his thoughts, Lin Xin asked again, "Do you want to go to the base too?" Nan Wei chuckled, who among those still alive wouldn't want to go? After all, there's a large army, compatriots, and people to protect us. No matter what happens, there's someone to cover it up. Most importantly, there is food. You have to understand that humans are social animals. If you really want to survive the apocalypse, you need weapons and strength. You're alone, but those people wandering around are all in groups. It's hard for one person to handle dozens of them. Otherwise, the other survivors wandering around will skin you alive and eat you. It's a little scary just thinking about it. As for me, I don't have any other skills, so I'll just go. As the two talked, they actually started to converse. Lin Xin sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. At first, he wanted to live in a remote place and live comfortably in a big villa. He has enough food and doesn't need to enter a shelter. But now, this idea seems a bit shaken. Just as Nan Wei said, he is alone. There was a bang of a gunshot. Gunshots were heard on the street in the distance. Lin Xin guessed that there must have been a fight between the rescue workers and the zombies. Occasionally, you can hear the sound of bombs exploding. Nan Wei had no reaction to this at all. Don't worry, they should be rescuers. They plan to rescue people in batches, but with so many buildings and communities, it's probably going to be difficult. Lin Xin looked away and didn't respond. Chapter 40: The Injured Special Police. The three men waited in the room until night, and the gunfire in the center continued. It's just that it's much less than during the day. But it still rings from time to time. By dinner time, everyone was already hungry. Nan Wei even took out the food she had looted from her backpack to share. "I only have instant noodles here. Do you mind?" As she spoke, she distributed the 3 packets of instant noodles in her hand. Nan Wei opened the package with ease and bit into it directly. Seeing this, Lin Xin said directly, "Wait a minute, eat something else." Nan Wei didn't understand. After a while, Lin Xin came down with 4 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Zhang Shui stood up and boiled a pot of water. Seeing this, it was difficult to maintain an amazed exclamation, "You are really good, you actually have such a good product." No. Where do you get the electricity? How can you boil water? Lin Xin poured the hot water in and said without looking up, "You didn't just realize it, did you? The air conditioner is on all the time. Don't you think it's cooler inside than outside?" After this reminder, Nan Wei now noticed this situation. She was so surprised that she couldn't speak. She moved her lips to ask, but swallowed the words back. "Forget it, it's better not to know about this kind of thing." She gave Lin Xin a thumbs up and said nothing more. The self-heating hot pot is very fast. As the sky outside gradually darkened, Lin Xin turned on the lights in the house. The 3 of them sat down around the dining table and ate their meal in an orderly manner. The aroma of hot pot is everywhere. But Nan Wei was very satisfied with the meal. Just as the 3 people were chatting happily, 3 gunshots were suddenly heard outside the house. The gunshot was very close. It was different from the slight noise before. The 3 of them looked at each other, then looked vigilantly at the dark surroundings outside. Zhang Shui had been sitting nervously next to Lin Xin, reaching out to pull his sleeve and whispering, "The gunshots are so close. Could it be that someone is coming?" Nan Wei put down her chopsticks and looked at Lin Xin with a frown. "It's really close. Judging from the sound, it's just outside our villa area. Having a gun means that the person nearby is dangerous. And for them, the danger is even greater." The smell of the self-heating hot pot was quite strong, and the lights in the villa were still on. Of all the neighborhoods plunged into darkness, this one is undoubtedly the most unique. Especially the temptation of food, which makes them more vigilant. Someone followed the smell and the light and came here? Lin Xin didn't say anything, but just turned on the surveillance silently. The surveillance camera didn't capture anything, so it shouldn't have happened in the villa area. As for the roads around the villa, neither do I. In the surveillance footage, zombies on the surrounding roads were surging towards a farther place, where their own surveillance was not set up. He stood up and soothed her. "Don't worry, I'll go out and take a look." Nanwei immediately stood up and said, "Then I'll go with you." Zhang Shui stood up immediately and said, "I'll go with you too. You two should stay home, especially Nanwei. The bloody smell from your wounds will cause the zombies to become restless. You'd better stay and wait for me to come back. Xiaoxue, go get some clean water and gauze for Nanwei to treat the wound." After finishing the instructions, Lin Qin opened the big iron gate and looked outside. At night, the villa area was dark without streetlights, but there were a few solar panel street lights on the roadside that were still on. There was barely a ray of light. Lin Qin walked out, watching the pitch-black night outside slowly fade into darkness. The zombies in the villa had already been attracted by the noise and gathered at the gate, shaking the gate continuously. But at this time, the villa was absolutely safe. After all, the zombies had all run to the west gate. Lin Qin looked around and saw no movement in the villa. Lin Qin walked to the west gate and looked at the zombies gathered in front of the gate from a distance without moving. There was a light at the intersection in the distance, which allowed me to barely see the situation on the street. But his position here is not very good. Except for a small part of the street outside the gate, the surrounding area is entirely filled with villas. The specific situation on the street was blocked and nothing could be seen. Lin Qin lowered his eyes, but did not deal with these zombies. There are zombies gathering at the door, so at least people on the street won't be able to get in easily. But they have guns, so these zombies should not be a threat to them. But Lin Qin couldn't care less about these things. If those people were really coming for him, the zombies would at least buy him some time. Just then, another burst of gunfire was heard. This time the voices were closer. Like a strafing attack. Lin Qin Gang was about to move his legs and find a place with a good view. Then I saw that the zombies gathered by Shiman fell down one by one. Intensive gunfire hit the zombies through the door. After a while, Lin Qin saw a man covered in black turning over and entering the villa. He fell heavily against the door. He staggered to his feet, not caring about the zombies chasing him, and rushed into the darkness of the villa. Lin Qin looked at the large number of zombies chasing him outside and roughly estimated that there were about 20 or 30 of them. This number is the amount that the other party solved while running. There should be quite a few people chasing after him. But he's just one person, no threat. The posture he used when running away just now didn't look normal. He must have been injured. Seeing this, Lin Qin returned to the villa. The villa area is complicated and without lights you can't see clearly, so you can only move forward in the dark. Lin Qin had a flashlight, so he could see the surrounding roads clearly. The journey was relatively safe. Seeing that home was just around the corner, Lin Qin stopped. Behind him, something seemed to be following. Lin Qin turned around suddenly and was about to fire the gun in his hand, but he saw a figure quickly holding his head and trying to break his neck. Lin Qin's body reacted faster than his brain and he blocked the opponent's attack. Seeing that he couldn't expose the truth, the other party pounced on him. Lin Qin was not aware and fell to the ground, and the two of them rolled into the grass nearby. But the other party reacted extremely quickly and immediately pinned Lin Qin to the ground and imprisoned him before he could react. He took out the pistol quickly and was about to aim at Lin Qin's head. The flashlight rolled into the grass and shone on them, emitting a faint light. It's a human. Living people. His heart relaxed instantly. He lifted Lin Qin's head to make sure that he looked like a normal human being. Only then did he feel relieved, slumped to one side, and said with all his strength, "Hurry and go." The flashlight rolled into the grass beside me, and the light was actually not very bright. But Lin Qin saw the other person clearly. Special police? Chapter 41. Take it all off. He was wearing a black combat uniform, exactly the same as the one he saw on TV. Wearing a helmet and a police badge on his left arm. He had a gun slung across his body, a grenade strapped to his waist, and a tiny flat-screen display on his elbow. The knee pads on his elbows and knees were stained with blood. This is the rescuer. Nowadays, there is no one else but them. Even through the mask, Lin Qin still felt the pungent smell of blood. He looked at the other person and saw that he gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. He immediately squatted down and moved closer, reaching out and slapping his face. "Hey, wake up." However, the other party had lost too much blood and could not hear Lin Qin's voice at all. At this moment, a few noisy sounds came from the walkie-talkie, and then gradually turned into clear calls. Number 6, are you there? Where are you? Number 6. Number 1, I can't hold on any longer. Request support. Number 4 requests support. Team 2, number 7 requesting backup. The calls from teammates on the walkie-talkie continued, and requests for support came from various areas. These walkie-talkies should all lead to the headquarters at the back. And the man in front of me should be number 6. Lin Chin looked at the other person. He picked up the flashlight from the ground and carefully examined the wounds on his body to make sure they were not bites or scratches from zombies. This way he can help save them. However, how could there be no scars after being chased by so many zombies? Lin Chin couldn't help but sigh. The bite on the elbow is particularly obvious and has shown signs of turning black and mutating. There's no hope. At this moment, a faint light appeared on the tablet on the other person's elbow. Lin Chin moved closer curiously. On the tablet is a location signal map. It shows the evacuation route. There were too many zombies, and most of the people who came were unable to resist. Things are more serious than they imagined. The team was also scattered everywhere by the zombies. Regardless of whether they are still alive or not, the evacuation route on the tablet is the last guarantee for these special police officers. Lin Chin looked at the gun on the man. Needless to say, it was a 95 assault rifle. The policeman's gun was definitely much better than those he played with in the shooting club. Besides, no matter what, we can't let others get away with it. Take away everything that is useful. I'm sorry, brother. You can't waste all this equipment. Lin Chin apologized solemnly and then stepped forward immediately. He first stripped the rifle from the man, opened the magazine and saw how many bullets were left in it. There are still 5 rounds, which is better than no gun at all. After installing the magazine back, Lin Chin put it directly into his storage space. He fumbled around the man again and took off the only grenade from his waist. Lin Chin didn't dare to move it and stuffed it directly into the space. Take off the flat plate on your elbow. Take off the helmet and night vision goggles. Take off the bulletproof vest inside the combat uniform. These combat boots, do you want to take them off? Lin Chin looked at the shoes on his feet and hesitated for a moment. Then I gave up. He has plenty of shoes, just ordinary ones, so they shouldn't make much difference. What's more, the shoe sizes are probably different. Forget about the clothes, just stripping off the bulletproof vest is enough. Lin Chin carefully felt around in the man's arms, making sure nothing was left behind before stopping. He put on the man's clothes and straightened them out. Then he shook his head inside, picked up the flashlight on the ground and left. Lin Chin successfully returned to his villa. The 2 women in the room waited eagerly. Seeing him coming back, they rushed over. Lin Chin's clothes were stained with blood. Seeing this, the 2 women couldn't help but feel worried. What happened? I went out and found large amounts of blood on my body. Zhang Shui looked at Lin Chin and said, "How are you? Are you okay?" Nanwei was a step behind. What happened outside? Lin Chin looked at the 2 of them and then looked down at his dirty clothes. I'm fine, it's all someone else's fault. Zhang Shui's eyes widened. Ah, this belongs to someone else? You killed someone. Lin Chin couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking about? It's true that he can kill people, but he won't kill everyone. What's more, they are rescuers. Silently took out the small tablet from before. The rescue should be postponed. Zhang Shui walked over, confused. What do you mean? Why is it postponed? Aren't those gunshots and artillery shells still ringing outside? Nanwei looked at the anxious Zhang Shui and couldn't help but walk over and comfort her. Don't be impatient, listen, see what he says. Lin Chin took out the walkie-talkie from the special police, as well as a small tablet. The 2 women looked at this scene in confusion, not understanding what Lin Chin meant. At this moment, some radio waves and conversations were heard from the walkie-talkie from time to time. Retreat, sizzle, retreat quickly. ZZZ. Number 4, hurry up. Retreat. ZZ. Everyone hurry to ZZ. Evacuate to the evacuation point. ZZ. The radio waves were intermittent, but the voices coming from inside could still be heard clearly. Zhang Shui was completely shocked. I couldn't help but murmur. How could this happen? How could this happen? Nanwei's reaction was indifferent. There was a walkie-talkie and a tablet on the table. On top of the tablet, there is a route-like planning map. She looked at Lin Qin and couldn't help but speak. Where did this come from? What's this route? I found these things on a special police officer. They were retreating. It seems that the rescue method needs to be changed. This evacuation point is not close to us. If you want to go, you can go and take a look. By the way, there will probably be new news tomorrow. Turn on the radio so you can hear the latest news in time. Nanwei nodded. Okay, I understand. Zhang Shui had come back to her senses by now. Thinking of what her brother had said, she immediately calmed down. He just went upstairs immediately and took down the radio. Lin Qin glanced at her, then continued, this is their evacuation route. The end point is the evacuation route. It should be the library or gymnasium in this area. Nanwei sat on the other side of the table, looking at the route on the tablet and knowing it clearly. It's too early to draw a conclusion on the specific situation. Let's wait and see if there's any new information tomorrow. Lin Qin nodded. For now, this is the only way. Xiaoxue, take Nanwei to sleep in the other guest room upstairs. I'll sleep downstairs today and watch the radio. Chapter 42. Listen to the radio and change the evacuation point. However, Xiaoxue looked at Lin Qin and said, I'll guard it with you. If you fall asleep and miss the message, we will be in a very passive position. Nanwei also spoke up at the right time, I'll watch over it too. More people will be better so we can all take turns getting some sleep. This living room is spacious, so it's no big deal to just find a place to sleep for the night. In summer, you don't have to worry about catching a cold. Lin Qin looked at them and didn't say much. Admittedly, one more person is better. Since these two people were willing to contribute more, Lin Qin naturally accepted it with pleasure. Lin Qin went upstairs and when he came down, he was holding 3 mats, 3 blankets and 3 pillows. He distributed these things and said, put down a mat and let's spend the night there. Lin Qin turned off all the lights upstairs. At least if you stand far away, the lights of the villa won't be too obvious. As for the first floor, Lin Qin closed the iron windows and pulled the heavy curtains, preventing even a ray of light from coming through. The main light was turned off, and Lin Qin took the floor lamp and placed it in the corner. The light is dim, so you won't be unable to sleep. Lin Qin defended first, followed by Xiaoxue and Nanwei. However, Lin Qin did not intend to spend the last night with Nanwei. She was arranged to be with Xiaoxue. Time passed quickly, and at 8 o'clock in the morning, the radio began to make intermittent sounds. Lin Qin woke up from his sleep and found the 2 women still sleeping soundly. Lin Qin was on guard in the second half of the night, but he felt sleepy after guarding for too long, so he took a nap. Lin Qin frowned and patted his face. Just then, the radio started to sound again. Lin Qin immediately woke up and walked over. There was a noticeable electrical noise in the radio, but it lasted only a few seconds and then died away. Then, there was a noise from inside. This channel is the National Emergency Contact Channel for Disaster Relief and Rescue. We will report on the progress of this rescue operation next. Repeat, this channel is the National Emergency Contact Channel for Disaster Relief. We will be reporting on the progress of this rescue operation. Dear citizens, unfortunately, I have to inform you that the difficulty of this rescue operation was far greater than we expected, and many police officers were killed in the rescue process. After careful consideration, we have decided to divide the evacuation points into different areas and districts. Please listen carefully, citizens. The evacuation locations for each district will be announced next. I repeat, the evacuation locations for each district will be announced shortly. Citizens, please listen carefully and confirm your evacuation point. This announcement will be repeated daily at 8 p.m. for the next 7 days. BJ, Number 2, Taiyuguan Road, Dongqing District, Number 10, Yajiayuan Road, Chaoyang District. Nanjing, Number 222, Jiangdong Middle Road, Jianya District, Number 58, Longyuan West Road, Gula District. Shanghai, Number 118 Xinqing Road, Jiaoding, Number 1 Qingpu Taichang Road. Anhui, Xiqing Gymnasium. Note, the location is fake, don't bring it into reality, just treat it as a new area. The broadcast on the radio channel is still going on, and it seems that it will cover all the cities. Lin Qin listened for a long time and found that the retreat location was exactly the same as the one on the tablet yesterday. It seems that it is a relatively safe place, a simple temporary isolation place. I guess there are still armed forces there. It would be much easier for citizens to go there themselves than for a large group of people to search and rescue in every community, street, and shop. Most of the police personnel and weapons can be retained. Lin Qin reached out and pushed the two people who were still sleeping, and only stopped after seeing them wake up. The three of them listened to the report together. This briefing ends here. The following will report on the current situation of zombies. After a new round of research by experts and feedback from rescue teams in various districts, we now provide the following notice. First, the zombies' other senses remain unchanged. The only change is that their speed has increased, and their reaction time has quickened. They are no longer as stiff and slow as before. Secondly, recent reports indicate that zombies can climb. Given their speed and strength, ordinary glass, wooden doors, and regular gates are no longer effective against them. Third, research has shown that during thunderstorms, zombie senses are significantly weakened. Their sense of smell is damaged, and their hearing is affected by external factors like heavy rain and thunder. This will reduce the zombies' hearing and smell. Traveling during this time is relatively safer, but even so, caution is still required when going out. Tomorrow we will be conducting airdrop missions to all major areas ahead of schedule. Please pay attention to the airdrop situation. The following is a report on the supplies for this airdrop. This airdrop will include weapons, knives, axes, compasses, maps, and other items to ensure you have enough weapons to defend yourself against zombies and help you reach your designated evacuation point. Food and weapons airdrops will be delivered simultaneously, marked as red for food and yellow for weapons. After hearing this news, Zhang Shui and Nan Wei were obviously happier. Airdrops mean there is food and drink. What's more, there are weapons. However, although they are some knives, they are definitely not ordinary kitchen knives. You have to know that there are still many people who do not have weapons. Airdrops will not provide you with guns and ammunition. They don't even have enough of this stuff for themselves, and the war might be a long one, so ammunition must be extremely precious. The release of additional weapons means that more people will have weapons. Zhang Shui himself was one of them. When he first came out, he was holding a fruit knife. This thing can't even penetrate the zombies' heads, let alone cut their necks. At most, it's just something to show off your courage. As for Nan Wei, her earliest weapon was a kitchen knife, needless to say. As for Lin Qin, he didn't make so many preparations in his previous life. Not long after the water and electricity were cut off, he lost all signal and could not contact anyone, let alone the news on the radio. Lin Qin's reaction to this was relatively calm. The delivery of weapons and food did not cause much trouble for Lin Qin. After all, he has everything he needs, including food, drink, and weapons. The only drawback is probably the house. But there must be no problem with his house before the end of the world. Again, I remind you that for the next 7 days, I will repeat the announcement at 8 p.m. every day. Please ensure your own safety and go to the temporary evacuation point. After the broadcast ended, Zhang Shui and Nan Wei looked particularly happy. The two of them had already run to the tablet on the table and started looking at it. The evacuation point above was still there, and the two people looked at and studied the route for a while. Zhang Shui was still fantasizing that they had successfully obtained the supplies and reached the evacuation point to reunite with her brother. Chapter 43, Changed Rescue Plan. He turned around and looked at Lin Qin over there and smiled. Lin Qin, I know where this evacuation point is. Our company has several branches, and we also have houses around this place. I've taken 2 people around here before, and they happen to be people I'm familiar with. After we get the supplies, I'll do the route planning? Zhang Shui was only thinking about joining up with the main force, so she was undoubtedly excited about this news. Nan Wei was also slightly happy and turned to look at Lin Qin. But she found that compared to the excitement of the two of them, Lin Qin did not seem that happy. Is there any problem? Nan Wei carefully recalled the information just reported. The zombie's speed has increased. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that the road ahead would not be smooth. She tilted her head and looked at Xiaoxue beside her, and couldn't help but speak. Xiaoxue, I'm afraid we have to think carefully this time. What are you thinking about? Xiaoxue looked up, confused. There was another piece of news in the previous report: the zombies have mutated. They're getting faster. If we want to get to the stadium, the route there is not short. The zombies are getting faster, so it will be much more difficult for us to run or hide. This is a serious problem. We don't have any weapons right now, and there are a lot of zombies out there. Even if we had guns, we wouldn't be able to break out without enough backup bullets. For example, last night, Lin Qin went out and met the special police officer. Of course, apart from that person, the other special police officers were well armed and equipped, weren't they also? Look, the country has changed its rescue plan. This shows that the situation outside is more serious than we imagined. If we go out blindly, the possibility is that all three of us will. Nan Wei did not say the rest of the words. But she had made it clear enough. Zhang Shui's enthusiasm seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water. Soak thoroughly. She looked at Lin Qin and noticed his serious face. For a moment, she suddenly recalled the content of the broadcast. Indeed, they had no powerful weapons. The bow and arrows were given by Lin Qin. When using this thing to fight against those zombies, they would eventually run out of ammunition and food, and it was also unable to help them escape completely. There are so many rescue troops outside, aren't there some injured too? There are cases of emergency recalls. This means that the three of them, who were powerless, could not successfully reach the retreat point. Zhang Shui was discouraged. What should we do? We can't just wait here forever. No matter what, we can only confirm one thing now. We must get the airdropped weapons and supplies, otherwise we will just starve to death or be trapped here. Zhang Shui took a deep breath and slowly spoke about their current situation. Nan Wei paused, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's not talk about whether or not to go to the evacuation point. Xiao Xue is absolutely right. Even if we don't go, we still have to get these supplies. And from now on, the three of us will definitely have to work together, so we really need to consider the supplies carefully." Watching the two people talking back and forth, Lin Qin thought about his own abilities and the things in the storage space. He won't go if there's no gun in the airdrop. There are so many things in the space that I can't count them all, why bother joining in the fun? And by then, there will definitely be more than one person watching over one airdrop point. By then, there will be another bloody storm. What's more, these two women may not be able to withstand so many eyes staring at them. You never know where the problem will be solved by others. The strength of the two of them, no, the strength of the three of them, is actually not that good. Lin Qin sighed. This is the key point. Nan Wei and Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin, who suddenly sighed, not knowing why. When Lin Qin came to his senses, the two women looked at him with confusion. Lin Qin was startled and frowned. "Why are you two looking at me like that? Why are you sighing for no reason?" Zhang Shui asked. Lin Qin curled his lips and said, "With our limited skills, you two still want to use airdrops to deal with zombies? That's like a mouse meeting a cat, you're looking for death." Nan Wei was discouraged and said helplessly, "But if we don't go, we won't have food and weapons. The shops and supermarkets outside have been emptied out long ago. Not to mention food, even rotten vegetable leaves are gone. Can we really survive by eating air and breathing the northwest wind?" Lin Qin twitched his lips. Then he went upstairs silently. There was a room on the third floor that he had never opened, and even Zhang Shui had never entered it. After going upstairs, Lin Qin put all the original bed, wardrobe and other items into the space. In the empty bedroom, Lin Qin moved out all kinds of food from the storage space one by one, filling the entire room. Only a tiny space was left for entry and exit. But in the bedroom on the third floor, Zhang Shui had previously stood on the balcony of that room practicing archery to kill zombies. Would it be a problem if these supplies suddenly appeared? But it was only opened once last time. Even if Zhang Shui felt confused, what could she do? After everything was ready, Lin Qin went to the second floor again. There are 3 rooms in total on the second floor, one for Nan Wei, one for Zhang Shui, and one for Lin Qin, which is already full. Other utility rooms used for storage are small compartments on the roof. Lin Qin looked at the small secret door above. The attic was not big and only occupied half of a room. It's cold in the winter and hot in the summer, and sometimes it might even leak. It is not appropriate to use it to store perishable items such as food. You can put some toiletries and the like there. If you turn on an air conditioner on the third floor and pump the cold air up, or place a new vertical air conditioner, it should not be too difficult to store supplies in such hot weather. Having made up his mind, Lin Qin went up to the attic. The attic was low, and Lin Qin, a grown man, was already leaning against the wall just by standing there. But it's quite clean. Before Lin Qin moved in, the place was cleaned very well by the agency. Now it can be considered a bargain for him. Lin Qin continued to move things and filled the place up. Half an hour later, Lin Qin came downstairs sweating profusely. Nanwei and Zhang Shui sat nervously on the sofa in the living room, looking towards the stairs from time to time, feeling a little restless. The two of them didn't say much just now, right? Seeing the noise coming from upstairs, Lin Qin's figure gradually appeared in front of him. The two women looked directly over. Lin Qin stood on the stairs, looked at them and said, "You two, follow me up." Nanwei and Zhang Shui looked at each other, then stood up and walked up the stairs. Zhang Shui asked as they walked, "Why did you ask us to go up there? Is there something you want to talk about?" Lin Qin walked in front and said, "We'll know what's going on once we get here. You two are worried." Chapter 44: A room full of food. They went all the way to the third floor, and Lin Qin led them to the door of a room. When the door of the second bedroom was pushed open, all the supplies inside were revealed. Nanwei and Zhang Shui widened their eyes. "What are these? It's not food, is it? What do you think it is? Let's go in and take a look." Lin Qin did not answer but asked instead. Nanwei and Zhang Shui walked straight in, opened the box, and revealed the contents. "Oh my god, this isn't all food." Zhang Shui took a deep breath. Nanwei was also surprised, but her reaction was much better than Zhang Shui's. "You told us all these things just like that? Aren't you afraid we might steal them secretly?" Hiding her inner shock, Nanwei spoke somewhat awkwardly. Lin Qin glanced at them and couldn't help but chuckle. "We're all on the same page now. I can't promise you anything about others, but with me, we all share the good and the bad. Of course, if I find you, since I can take you in, I also have the ability to deal with you." Nanwei couldn't help but shiver. Forget it. Blame me for being too talkative. This isn't funny at all. But even if we have a room full of food, it won't last long and we'll be gone. For us, if we can't go to the evacuation site, the more food we have at home, the better. Nanwei's consideration was not unreasonable, and Lin Qin did not deny her words. But he couldn't possibly tell her now that he had a system and endless food. Lin Qin will not reveal his trump card. "Don't think too much about it for now, let's take advantage of this time to exercise well. By the way, I remember you seemed to know some fighting skills before. Can you teach us too?" No matter how powerful Nanwei's fighting skills are, she is still stronger than having nothing. He had experienced it once himself, and at most his ability to survive and react was beyond ordinary people. But Zhang Shui is not. A completely ordinary college student who has just entered society. Nanwei did not hide her feelings and nodded in agreement immediately. "Sure, but I only know a little bit, so don't get your hopes up too much." "Fine. There is quite a lot of food in this room. It's enough to last them for a while. Having solved the most pressing problem, the next step is exercise." Lin Qin looked at Zhang Shui and called her over. "From now on, follow Nanwei and learn the fighting skills well. When everyone has graduated, we can go out together. By the way, we still have to go out and hunt zombies when the time comes. After all, the fewer zombies there are, the more help they will be to us in the future. Nanwei, you should take good care of your wounds for the next few days. The living room is quite spacious, I'm going to change the training area." After saying that, Lin Qin let them go. I looked at the empty living room and started planning. The treadmill is still in the basement, but it's unlikely to be brought up. The treadmill takes up quite a bit of space. After some research, Lin Qin decided to convert the living room into two practice spaces. One is used to train strength and the other is used to train reaction. As for the woven basket that was hung on the wall for shooting practice, Lin Qin decided to move it to the living room on the second floor first. Otherwise, you can only climb up to the small terrace on the roof. But the temperature outside is quite high now, and I am sweating profusely under the scorching sun before I even start practicing for a while. The only things you can use to build strength are dumbbells. In order to train his reaction ability, Lin Qin decided to install a sandbag. Throw out a punch and dodge the sandbag's bounce. If it weren't a problem with supplies, we could actually still drive in some wooden stakes. But unfortunately, there is nothing. You can only practice with an ordinary sandbag. As for the treadmill, Lin Qin placed it directly near the stairs. There's no getting in the way here, and you won't be hit by the sandbags swinging back and forth. After all, the space is about 100 to 200 square meters, which is quite large except for the bedroom, so it is enough to place all these things. Having made up his mind, Lin Qin started to get busy. The two women downstairs, with food. The anxiety in my heart was also relieved a lot. After all, it's a villa. It's not a big problem to accommodate 3 people. Zhang Shui looked at Nan Wei and felt particularly relaxed. I'm going to make breakfast, what do you want? Nan Wei chuckled, what is it? The two people talked as they walked. Zhang Shui shook her head. I'm not sure. Let's go check the refrigerator later. I remember seeing it was quite full. The sounds of two people talking and laughing gradually faded away. Lin Qin is also undergoing intensive transformation. If he wanted to use sandbags, he had to build a suspended ceiling, but Lin Qin didn't have a drill. I can only settle for a simple transformation. The whole process is actually a moving process. Apart from the sandbags, there is no difficulty in anything else. When Lin Qin was almost done, the aroma of buns wafted from downstairs. Clapping his hands, Lin Qin went downstairs. There were 2 plates of buns and 3 cups of soy milk on the dining table in the living room. There was also a plate of fried dough sticks, and roughly estimated, there were about 5 or 6 of them. He stuffed these things into the refrigerator last night when he had nothing to do. But that's okay. Otherwise, I might have to eat rice porridge today. You know, the rice smells really good. At least the soy milk, fried dough sticks and buns just need to be heated up, and the taste is not particularly strong. Go wash your hands and eat quickly. Nan Wei held the bowl and chopsticks, while Zhang Shui looked up and said to Lin Qin. Lin Qin wanted to pull out a chair and sit down, but he had to get up and wash his hands first. I ate breakfast quickly and was very filling. There was basically nothing to do after dinner, and the 3 of them did their own things. After the noodles were almost digested, the 3 of them went upstairs and started exercising. But where did this treadmill come from? Nan Wei and Zhang Shui looked at each other, but they tacitly said nothing. Time actually passes very quickly when exercising. The 2 of them did not disturb each other and were already sweating profusely. Nan Wei will not participate in exercise for the time being due to injuries on her body. There are 3 of us having lunch now, and Nan Wei and Zhang Shui can cook again. There was a lot of food and drinks in the bedroom upstairs. Most importantly, Lin Qin's refrigerator is huge, very big. The dishes there were more than enough for the 3 of them to have 2 meals a day. Even if it is 5 dishes a day, Lin Qin can actually provide it. But you have to hide it from others. However, in order to prevent the smell from spreading, the 3 of them did not eat too much of the food. After all, no matter how much food there is only so much of it. Sooner or later, you will finish eating. They have to save money. After lunch, Lin Qin checked the surveillance as usual. After making sure there was nothing unusual around me, I took a nap. After all, I didn't sleep very well last night. Chapter 45, Celebrating the Team's Reunion, Hot Pot Dinner. Zhang Shui and Nan Wei also went back to sleep after lunch. When they woke up, Lin Qin had already started exercising upstairs. When it was night, Lin Qin was the first to go downstairs to take a shower and prepare the ingredients. Tonight, he planned to have a good meal and prepared hot pot. This can be considered the first gathering of their small team. Lin Qin put the base, beef balls, beef and lamb all on a plate and placed the induction cooker in the middle of the dining table. Drag on the power strip and plug it in. The hot pot smelled delicious, and Zhang Shui was sweating profusely under Nan Wei's guidance. I couldn't help but stop. Sister Nan Wei, do you smell the hot pot? Nan Wei took a deep breath, moved her eyes and said, it seems to be true. 2 people followed the scent and walked down from the 3rd floor. I saw Lin Qin in the living room already sitting at the dining table. There are all kinds of hot pot ingredients on the table. In the middle of the table is a Sichuan spicy hot pot base. On the table not far from this dining table, there were a lot of coriander, beef sauce and other seasonings. Needless to say, this hot pot definitely tastes like the one from a hot pot restaurant. Lin Qin had previously made a special trip to a hot pot restaurant and copied down all the seasonings, condiments, fruits, and ice cream. You know, this hot pot restaurant is my favorite hot pot restaurant. What a pity. After the apocalypse began, he still had a coupon for 158 pieces of dragon meat on his membership card that he hadn't used. What a huge loss. After all, it costs 99 to get a membership card. Eat one and you'll make your money back. But these are pretty good too. Definitely enough to eat and more. Zhang Shui looked at the table full of food in disbelief. Oh my god, Lin Qin, where do you get all this food from? You're like Doraemon's treasure chest. Nan Wei was also very happy looking at the table. I didn't expect that I could actually have a hot pot meal. Alright, both of you, go take a shower, wash your hands, and come over to eat. The The two people nodded, and Zhang Shui ran over to wash. Rinsing is quick and doesn't take much time. Zhang Shui came out after about 10 minutes. Lin Qin put 2 plates of beef into the pot, and it was already cooked by now. Nanwei washed her hands and sat down, waiting for Zhang Shui to arrive. Wow, you have so many seasonings here. Wow, you have everything. Nanwei looked at the seasonings on the table behind her with a click of her tongue. There are even neatly cut watermelons and oranges. It's exactly the same as those in hot pot restaurants. But Nanwei is not Zhang Shui, and she is not so easy to fool. But she didn't point it out. It must be good to have food and drink. Zhang Shui came out quickly and sat next to them. Looking at the table full of delicious food, she asked Lin Qin, "What day is it today? There are so many delicious foods." Lin Qin got beer and juice to drink. As he opened the lid, he said, "This meal is not for nothing." What's the point? Zhang Shui didn't understand what was going on, so she walked to the condiment table behind her and prepared a bowl of dipping sauce with the minced garlic, coriander, etc. according to her own preferences. After returning to the dining table and sitting down, Lin Qin had already poured the drinks. "Would you two like to have juice or beer?" "Nanwei, beer bar, where's Xiaoshui? What would you like to drink?" "Zhang Shui, you all drank beer, I want some too." "Are you sure you can drink beer with this injury?" Lin Qin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask. Nanwei curled her lips, "Don't worry, of course it won't affect anything." After getting the answer, Lin Qin didn't care. There was a lot of beer, and Lin Qin distributed it, 1 can per person. After everyone was seated, Lin Qin said, "Come on, this is our first group meal together, let's eat." "Group meal? What do you mean?" Nanwei picked up a large chopstick full of beef and dipped it in the sauce. "Is this to celebrate the birth of our team?" she said. Lin Qin agreed with Nanwei and looked at Zhang Shui. "Yes, it's to celebrate the birth of the team. The 3 of us are now a team. After all, only by sticking together can we go further." Lin Qin spoke politely, and Nanwei and Zhang Shui nodded without objecting. The 3 of them were in a harmonious atmosphere and drank together. The soup base is a bit spicy, but fortunately, the 3 of us love spicy food. After the hot pot, you can eat beef, mutton, fish fillets, shrimp balls, boneless duck feet, beef balls, etc. The 3 of us enjoyed the hot pot very much. However, because of their happiness, Zhang Shui and Nanwei accidentally drank too much. By the time the dinner was over, the 2 women were already drunk, shaking their heads and speaking incoherently. Lin Qin was still conscious and could only send the 2 people back to their rooms one by one. Zhang Shui was limp, looking at Nanwei crying and laughing. "Sister Nanwei, I'll never see my brother again, woo-woo." Nanwei is a little better, but she doesn't look particularly well either. His hazy eyes narrowed into a line, his cheeks flushed, and he looked like he was about to vomit. Holding a beer can in one hand, he pointed at Zhang Shui with the other to comfort her. "Why are you afraid? Don't you still have us? Even if you can't contact your brother, don't you still have me and Lin Qin? Don't worry, you won't be left homeless. Wait a little longer. Lin Qin and I will take you to the evacuation point, okay?" Even though she was drunk, Zhang Shui looked surprised and smiled. He stretched out his hands and leaned forward, the 2 of them standing right next to each other. Zhang Shui said happily, "Really, Sister Nanwei? But that Lin Qin may not send me there. Woo-woo-woo, what should I do? Maybe I can't go, woo-woo-woo." Zhang Shui was still crying, but she was so drunk that she had no idea what she was saying. Lin Qin's face was full of disgust. "With your drinking habits, you'd better not embarrass yourself in the future." Nanwei reached out and patted her shoulder to comfort her. But Zhang Shui was still crying, which made Lin Qin feel overwhelmed. With this noise, even if he had soundproof foam pads, he was still afraid that the zombies outside would be attracted by the noise. He stood up and lifted Zhang Shui off the chair. But she was quite heavy, especially when she was drunk. She had no strength in her body and relied entirely on Lin Qin's strength. Lin Qin said to Nanwei, "I'll take her back to bed first." Nanwei rested her elbows on the table and rubbed her forehead with both hands. When she heard Lin Qin's voice, she didn't even raise her head, but just raised her other hand and waved. Zhang Shui was not a very obedient type. Lin Qin supported her at the beginning, but she was not obedient at all and her legs were shaking. He fell down while walking. Lin Qin had no choice but to pick her up and carry her up the stairs back to her room. "It's hot now, and there's nothing in the room. It seems quite empty. There was only a thin blanket on the bed. Chapter 46 Picking Up at Her. Lin Qin threw her directly on the bed and watched Zhang Shui groping around on the bed drunkenly, and finally found a comfortable position to lie down and fall asleep. Lin Qin watched this scene out of the corner of his eye. There was a noise outside, and Nanwei was still awake. Already climbed up by himself. Lin Qin closed the door of the room and walked out. Nanwei stumbled forward and fell. Lin Qin instinctively stepped forward to support him and hugged him tightly. Nanwei stood firm and pushed Lin Qin away. "Thank you. It's okay. I can walk on my own. I drank too much. I need to get some sleep." After saying that, Nanwei returned to her room and closed the door. Lin Qin shook his head helplessly, then went back down and continued eating hot pot. There is still a lot of food cooking in the hot pot. After these things are cooked, they are taken out one by one and placed in large soup bowls. As for the other uneaten food around, we will deal with it later. After turning off the induction cooker, Lin Qin went straight to the basement. During this period, Lin Qin had not been to the basement. Fortunately, the basement was renovated and the entrance is relatively hidden. No one noticed during this time. Lin Qin glanced at the time on his phone, then opened the secret door and walked in. The basement was dark, and Lin Qin fumbled for a while before finding the switch. When the lights came on, Lin Qin went down the stairs. The computer screen was still on, emitting a faint light. Inside are surveillance cameras in every corner of the villa area. Through the enlarged screen of the computer, you can see every corner clearly. Lin Qin placed a full bowl of meat on the coffee table in front of him and ate while watching the surveillance footage around him. The hot pot they had tonight had a strong flavor. It's been almost 2 hours since we started eating, so the smell should have spread far. Whether there are still people living in this villa area depends entirely on what happens tonight. If Lin Qin wants to ensure complete safety and thoroughly clear out the zombies in the villa area, he must know the situation here. In a corner of the surveillance camera, 2 families lit candles. After looking carefully several times, I could tell from the outside that these were the only 2 households. There are only 2 households, so the threat level is not that great. If they didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, Lin Qin wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. The night was calm. Lin Qin was staring at the surveillance camera while eating the meat he had taken out of the hot pot. By the time we finished eating, it was already late at night and everyone was asleep. Lin Qin returned upstairs and put the uneaten meatballs on the table back into the freezer. These things can be eaten again tomorrow. Lin Qin poured the hot pot base into the green belt outside and then buried it with soil. The flavor doesn't dissipate too quickly. After finishing the work, Lin Qin returned to his bedroom. He lay on it with his arms and legs spread out and fell asleep. That's it for today. We'll talk about tomorrow. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Qin gradually fell asleep. On the first day, I slept until 3 in the morning. The 3 people in the room were sleeping very soundly, and no one showed any intention of waking up. The weather today is very sunny and windy. A period of intense sun exposure is unavoidable. But it will be busier outside today too. After all, the airdrops are supplies and weapons. If you want to live, you must not miss it. There will be a lot of people outside today. But even so, the 3 of them were still fast asleep early in the morning. It is important not to realize what is happening today. Outside the house, there was the hum of helicopters and the sound of planes flying by at high altitude. Lin Qin woke up from his sleep. Rubbing my aching head. After sitting up in bed, Lin Qin heard the sound of a helicopter outside. As the plane flew farther and farther, the roar became farther and farther away. Lin Qin got up from the bed and went straight to the only bedroom on the 3rd floor. Standing on the balcony and looking out. The sky is blue and clear. You can clearly see a lot of white dots floating down. As they got closer, the colors became more distinct. This is an airdrop? Due to the influence of alcohol, Lin Qin's reaction was a little slow. But it was only a moment before he recalled it. Oh no. It's true. I almost forgot, large-scale airdrops of supplies will begin today. There was a lot of noise outside, and the 2 women in the room gradually woke up. The 2 men rubbed their aching heads and listened to the noises outside. Zhang Shui, what's going on? It's so loud? Nanwei, stop complaining, it's probably an airdrop. Zhang Shui's originally confused mind immediately became much clearer after hearing Nanwei's words. She flung open the door to her room and pulled open the sliding door to the balcony. He stretched his head and looked outside. Through the security window, Zhang Shui could still see the blue sky outside clearly. The densely packed supplies falling from above are clearly visible. Wow, Nanwei, come and see, there are so many supplies. Nanwei walked in rubbing her head, and the two women looked out through the security window. With so many supplies, are we really not going to pick them up? Let's see what Lin Qin says. I might have to give up since I'm injured. Nanwei shrugged her shoulders and returned to the bedroom. Standing on the balcony, Zhang Shui could only feel dejected. Lin Qin, who was standing on the third floor, naturally heard their conversation. It's not impossible to go out. They can conduct combat drills with the zombies roaming outside. Or take them to see how others rob supplies. But the problem is that today's zombies and humans are the most mixed. Due to the airdrop problem, many other survivors will definitely go out to grab the supplies in the airdrop. Walked down from the third floor. Lin Qin was worried. There was a large bucket of clean water in the bathroom, and half of it was still full. The two women have already washed up. Collision with Lin Qin. Awake? Nanwei greeted warmly. Lin Qin nodded, opened the bathroom door and walked in. Brush your teeth and wash your face. After cleaning up, Lin Qin took out the bread from the refrigerator. The three of them sat at the dining table, and no one spoke. The airdrops outside were falling rapidly, and many of them had already landed in various locations. Some even landed on the roof and drank water. Lin Qin looked at them, thought for a moment and said, "Let's just eat something today, we're going out soon." "What are you going out for?" Nanwei asked. Lin Qin took a bite of bread and said directly, "Don't you want to go out and pick up airdrops?" Picking up airdrops is impossible, but we can take this opportunity to go out and find a place to practice. We all need real-world experience. It just so happens that there are a lot of airdrops outside. When the time comes, it will attract many survivors to go out and pick up equipment and supplies. This will attract the attention of most zombies, and the few that remain will not pose much of a threat to us. It's a good opportunity to practice our actual combat experience. Chapter 47. Listen to my command. After Lin Qin finished speaking, Zhang Shui and Nanwei were both a little surprised. You know, Lin Qin didn't want them to go before. Now that he suddenly gave in, it doesn't seem right no matter how you look at it. You don't have any other plans, do you? Suddenly changing your previous decision seems like a conspiracy. Nanwei didn't believe it. Zhang Shui didn't believe it either. But practicing them is really necessary. After all, it has been a long time since the last actual combat training and we haven't faced zombies face to face. Lin Qin drank the milk and said, "Our team is still too weak. If we are really targeted later, we won't be able to protect ourselves. Xiaoshui, your archery accuracy is still poor. You need to practice it as soon as possible. As for Nanwei, I noticed your bow and arrow last time. It's very accurate. Have you practiced?" Nanwei was suddenly called upon. She took a bite of bread and said, "Well, I practiced before. I was a member of the shooting team, but I stopped later. My parents trained me from a young age, worried that a girl like me would suffer in the future. I also practiced some mediocre kung fu, as you know. But I can give you some pointers on the bow and arrow thing. But I probably can't go out with you guys. The wound on my arm will make the zombies come right after smelling it." Lin Qin looked at the gauze still wrapped around her body. In fact, the most serious injury she suffered was on her arm, followed by the abrasions on her calf. But it has almost scabbed over in the past few days. The biggest wound on my arm hasn't healed completely yet. But it's harmless. I have fenjiujing and floral water. Which one do you want? Nanwei? What's the meaning? The odor of fenjiujing floral water is strong and can mask the bloody smell on your body and destroy the zombie's sense of smell. The principle is actually a bit like the stench and decay at a garbage station. Once you go in, you can only smell the stench and nothing else. Simply put, it's to cover up the bloody smell on you. How do you know? Nanwei looked surprised. In fact, it is impossible for him to know so much. However, Lin Qin just smiled mysteriously. He didn't sleep on the garbage for nothing. Since it can be solved, I will go out with you. The three of them finished their breakfast quickly. Everyone went back to their own room, packed up casually, put on their backpacks and walked out. The two women were obviously more excited than Lin Qin. Standing in the living room, Lin Qin handed the bow on the bag full of arrows to the two people one by one, and gave them a solemn reminder. After you get out, you must listen to my instructions, otherwise I won't save you. Lin Qin was very serious. Zhang Shui couldn't help but feel nervous and nodded hurriedly. There is no need to say more about Nan Wei. She is more experienced than Zhang Shui. But before setting off again, you still need to make some preparations. Lin Qin took out the masks and distributed them. These viruses are parasitic in the human body. Fever and other symptoms are just the initial symptoms. To avoid contact with zombies and infection, you must wear a mask. After saying that, Lin Qin took out the blindfold again. The eye mask is transparent and can be understood as protective eyes used for swimming and diving. This thing must be worn properly. It can play a key role when necessary. If a zombie pounces and the mucus drips, at least it won't get into your eyes. Otherwise, I'll finish you off before you're confirmed to be infected with the virus and become a zombie. No matter how hot it is, you can't open it. After distributing them, Lin Qin stopped. With a mask and glasses, it should be much safer. But as for hands, as long as there are no wounds on them and they are disinfected in time, the probability of infection should not be high. You know, wearing gloves is very inconvenient. And it's so hot outside, wearing a mask and glasses is already the limit. Wearing gloves is too inconvenient. And it's hot. Don't worry, I don't want to turn into one of those ugly zombies. Being bitten would be too painful. Zhang Shui said this with a look of disgust on her face. Nan Wei nodded and put on her glasses and mask. Seeing that everyone is ready, Lin Qin put on his school bag and then opened the door of the room. The three men walked out. Walked through the path in front of the villa. There weren't many zombies in the villa, and they were all taken care of by the intruder last night. At the current location, in the villa area, there should be only zombies transformed from that person. So the three of them walked out smoothly. There are a lot of fallen leaves piled up on the road in front of the villa gate facing Lanshan Lake. But fortunately, there were no zombies. Lin Qin walked in front of them and turned to another road. It was already noon. There are not many people in the villa area. Different airdrop smoke was floating in the distant sky. At this time, there are probably not many people in the major residential areas or other places where people can hide. It's so quiet around here, the zombies probably aren't here. Their place is quite remote, so they need to find a place with a higher geographical location to practice properly. But Lin Qin is a stranger here. He is not familiar with this place. Just when Lin Qin was still thinking seriously, he suddenly thought, isn't Zhang Shui the intermediary? She said yesterday that she had seen houses nearby before. And she herself lives here often. Then you should be very familiar with the situation around here? Lin Qin stopped suddenly. He looked at Zhang Shui next to him. When Zhang Shui noticed Lin Qin's gaze, she froze. What happened? You should be familiar with this place. Is there any place that's not crowded and a little higher, or somewhere we can climb up? At least we can't sit and wait for death on the main road blocked by zombies. Zhang Shui was stunned by the question for a moment, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was. There are some remote locations, but they are different from where we are. The housing density over there is relatively low. The highest is a 3-story Western-style building, and then there are small houses and alleys. That's what people commonly call a village in the city. But that place isn't as bad as you think. It looks quite bright and beautiful from the outside, and the surrounding night market and small commodity streets are quite complete. But you can't go any further inside, otherwise it might be a bit mediocre. A bit antique? Actually, the house is quite old, from a long time ago, so it doesn't look very good. Lin Qin lowered his eyes and then asked, is it far? Zhang Shui shook her head. Not far, just 2 intersections ahead. There are a lot of empty buildings over there. It was once a shopping mall, but there are not many people here, and it's not easy to attract investment, so they are all vacant. Only a few are open now. Lin Qin nodded and continued on his way. He knows. It's not like I haven't seen shopping malls opened in such a geographical location before. Chapter 48. The good news encountered an airdrop, but the bad news was gone. As long as there is space, there is no problem. There were a lot of dead branches and leaves on the road, and a gust of hot wind blew away a lot of them. However, the long period of desolation, coupled with the invasion of zombies, makes it look more and more like the end of the world. There were traces of beatings and smashing of flesh everywhere on the roadside and in the shops along the street. 3 people crossed a traffic light and saw 5 bodies piled up. The crows were standing on the edge of the carrion, eating it. When they saw someone coming, they flapped their wings and flew away, circling. It feels like an empty city. Zhang Shui's heart was pounding. Holding Lin Qin's sleeve tightly, Nanwei gripped the bow and arrow tightly in her hand, looked around, and couldn't help but speak in a low voice. It's only been a short time since this place was built, and it's already become like this. Sister Nanwei, wasn't this the case when you went out before? Zhang Shui didn't run too many positions. She only knew that the people in the community were burning, killing and looting, and when she tried to run out, she only managed to get to the other side of the street. She had seen zombies before, but this was only her first time out in a meaningful sense. Nanwei spoke in a low voice, taking in the surroundings while replying to Zhang Shui. Same, only worse. Lin Qin's ears moved slightly, and he suddenly said, "Shoo, don't talk." There's a sound. The 3 people became alert instantly. Under Lin Qin's guidance, they ran to the green belt on the side of the road and squatted down. Just as I hid myself, I saw a figure appear at the fork in the road not far away. Then, the second, the third. These people did not cross the road at the same time, but in a certain order. In the mall in front, a yellow and red airdrop box is hanging on the second floor platform of the mall in front. The smoke icon on the airdrop box is gone. These people who appeared should also be there for the airdrop box. Nanwei looked at the corner exposed in front of her and couldn't help but stammer. I didn't expect that we actually have airdrop boxes here, 2 at that. Zhang Shui, it doesn't look good. There should be a lot of people over there. Lin Qin, are you still going? Zhang Shui, I'm a little hesitant. Nanwei, how about changing places? Zhang Shui, I agree. Lin Qin, are you scared now? Weren't you yelling about going to the evacuation point yesterday? Going to the evacuation point is much more serious than it is now. Zhang Shui. Then I take back what I said yesterday. The question is what to do now. There must be people watching over those 2 airdrop boxes. If we want to go there, we have to pass by here. Don't be in a hurry, wait and see. Lin Qin sat on the ground and waited calmly. Fortunately, the narrow road behind the green belt is a motorway, and the large trees with dense branches and leaves on the roadside provide them with free shade, so they are not too exposed to the sun. Just sit for a while and take a rest. Lin Qin took out his telescope, opened it and looked towards the distance in the oblique direction. From the vicinity of the airdrop, Lin Qin moved the telescope from left to right and saw some people peeking around. There are quite a lot of people staring at me. I guess these people will wait and see, and then run over to grab it after confirming that there is no threat. However, it is not clear from this position. You need to move 2 steps forward to see it clearly. After thinking about it, Lin Qin squatted down and moved forward a few steps, looking up from time to time to see if he could see what was happening over there. Zhang Shui and Nanwei watched Lin Qin's movements. Although they were confused, they also learned to move forward together. After walking for a short distance, Lin Qin stopped. I picked up the telescope again and looked into the distance, and saw that the situation over there had changed. Okay, he took back what he had just said. Why do you say these people are cautious? They are obviously just watching the fire from the other side of the river and enjoying the fun. On the other side of the airdrop box, there was a fierce fight. After a quick look, there were about 10 or 20 people. The scene was extremely chaotic. There were many corpses lying next to the airdrop. Some people took it and ran away, while others snatched it back along the way. It goes back and forth like this. Those who snatched supplies dared not stay, while those who did not snatch supplies just wanted to take them back. Those who got the weapons began to swing them and rob others. Well, the good news is that I encountered an airdrop, but the bad news is that it is gone. As for the crowds of people who were watching but didn't dare to move forward, they saw the situation in the distance and didn't dare to move forward to seek death. I just plan to wait until it's over there and then go over to see the specific situation. What if I can find a leak? Many people hold this thought. Lin Qin was not interested in supplies. But there's such a big commotion over there, there should be a lot of zombies. While these people's attention was focused there, the 3 of them quickly entered the opposite side of the shopping mall and climbed up. He remembered that opposite the mall, as Zhang Shui had introduced it before, there seemed to be a small creative industry park. The place is not big. Lin Qin made up his mind and turned his head to ask, Isn't there an industrial park across from this store in the mall? I remember you mentioned there was an industrial park nearby when you introduced it to me before? Zhang Shui nodded. Yes, it's an industrial park, but it's very small. There are only 3 buildings along the roadside. Oh, by the way, that shopping mall I told you about before was actually developed and built because of this creative industry park. After all, there are a lot of people working here, and the area is quite remote. We originally thought it would be a good place to attract investment, but in the end, only a few restaurants opened here, and not much else. Lin Xin didn't listen to the rest. It's okay as long as it's not too big. Lin Xin said, let's go to this industrial park. You two take your weapons and bring them back when you need them. Lin Xin looked over there, and after confirming that these people were not paying attention to this side, he stood up confidently. They were very fast. Although Nanwei and Zhang Shui seemed unreliable at ordinary times, they were still somewhat useful at this moment. After a while, they arrived at the industrial park that Zhang Shui mentioned. It's not really an industrial park. There are 3 tall buildings along the road. This building is not easy to go up. Lin Xin took a look. Climbing dozens of floors from below, not to mention whether you will be exhausted to death, there should be a lot of zombies inside. After all, when the zombie outbreak occurs, it is time to go to work. But it's hard to say. There were a lot of noises outside in the past few days, so most of the zombies should not be in the building. Standing downstairs, Zhang Shui said, "What are you looking at?" "Not here." "Do you dare to enter this building?" It's right in front." "Do you see that 2-story shop diagonally across the street? Behind the second-floor shops is a residential area. These shops surround the community. But the second floor is just right. It would be best if you can go up." "Okay, let's go." Lin Xin took a deep breath. The 3 figures moved stealthily. Even if people over there find out, they won't remember it. I just think they want to get a piece of the pie. Lin Xin looked into the distance, and with the help of the telescope, he saw a few scattered zombies appearing at the end of the road. Chapter 49. You're too heavy. You should lose weight. In other alleys in the distance, zombies were also rushing over. As for the zombies in other locations, Lin Xin is not sure at the moment. Before this group of zombies arrives, the 3 of them have to climb to the roof of the second-floor shop as quickly as possible. The 3 of them were doing relatively well and no one stopped them. However, when he entered the community and was about to climb the stairs, he was blocked by zombies rushing out of a room on the first floor. Lin Xin was quick, accurate and ruthless. He grabbed the shoulder of Zhang Shui, who was walking in front, and pulled her back. Zhang Shui was startled, but still didn't make any loud noise. Nanwei stood in the narrow stairwell and held the bow and arrow in her hand forward to block the attack, trying to separate the zombies from Zhang Zuolinken. But the zombies were extremely strong, and their yellow and black teeth bit down. With a snap, the bow and arrow broke. Lin Xin handed Zhang Shui to Nanwei, and then he kicked the zombie back into the gate he had escaped from. Then he quickly and ruthlessly pulled out an axe and started chopping at his head. The dirty blood from the zombie's head splattered on the snow-white walls in the corridor. A foul odor spread throughout the space. Nanwei put her arm around Zhang Shui's shoulders, and the 2 of them looked at Lin Xin nervously. When Lin Xin finished dealing with the zombies and turned around, the 2 men looked at him nervously. "Are you okay?" Lin Xin raised his hand to wipe the blood splattered on his glasses and shook his head. "It's okay, just be careful, this place may not be completely safe." After Lin Xin wiped it clean, he saw that Nanwei's bow and arrow was broken. It definitely can't be used. He moved the backpack behind him to the front and took out a small axe from it. The axe was the same size as the one he had just taken out. It's a small handheld axe, not a very big one. Seeing Lin Xin handing it over, Nanwei reached out to take it. She has no weapons with her now. The only bow and arrow was broken into 2 pieces by the zombie's great strength. The small axe was quite handy for her. After Lin Xin dealt with a zombie, he pulled Nanwei's body away, walked to the back, and closed the big iron gate. Above the iron gate is the access control system for this residential building. However, after the power is cut off, these access control systems will no longer work. But it is still quite sturdy and can be used to resist 1 or 2 zombies outside. Lin Xin found a hemp rope and tied it around the rope to make sure it was strong. However, the access control will generally not be opened. After all, for the zombies outside, they just kept rushing forward. The access door can be pushed outwards. If you rush forward, the door will be locked tightly. As for the hemp rope, Lin Qin was afraid of something unexpected. So just make full preparations. After dealing with the zombie, Lin Qin took care of the door and then took the two women upstairs. Although Zhang Shui was scared, she knew that she couldn't make any sound at this time, so as not to be surrounded by zombies. She was scared, sure, but she wasn't really stupid. The three of them walked up the stairs. The white wall currently seems to be showing normal wear and tear. It is still white, and some paint has fallen off in the corners. There were no scratches or bloodstains. But even so, we still cannot let our guard down. Otherwise, it would be like when I just came in, a zombie suddenly jumped out. Fortunately, there weren't too many surprises afterwards. Lin Qin climbed to the second floor and stood at the stairs looking at the window above. The window was closed tightly and could only be opened halfway. Lin Qin had no choice but to take off the school bag behind him, rummage through it, and then took out the big pliers. There is an iron sheet supporting the bottom of the window. Just cut this off and you can push the window completely outwards. Nanwei and Zhang Shui looked nervously as they went up and down the stairs. Like the left and right protectors. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual, and Lin Qin successfully opened it. He peeked out to make sure the platform was clear. Then he looked at Zhang Shui and said, "Xiaoshui, you are the smallest. You go first and I will drag you." Zhang Shui blinked and uttered an ah. He looked at the window, then at Lin Qin and Nanwei. Yes, she is the smallest among them. If she were asked to support Nanwei and Lin Qin, her small body would not be able to do it. Nodding, Zhang Shui moved closer to the window. Lin Qin lifted her up easily, and Nanwei also came over to help. Zhang Shui grabbed the edge of the windowsill and, with the help of two people behind her, crawled out and stood firmly. The window wasn't very big, and it opened right at Lin Qin's chest. He had to lift it up to get out. After Zhang Shui left, Nanwei was also carried on Lin Qin's shoulders. But Nanwei's weight is particularly obvious. As soon as he raised it, Lin Qin's eyes widened. "Nanwei, how much do you weigh? You should lose weight." Nanwei, who was being carried, blushed and couldn't help but whisper, "I didn't eat much either." Zhang Shui over there reached out and grabbed Nanwei's hand, pulled her over, and couldn't help laughing. "Lin Qin, don't say that. Sister Nanwei is tall and her weight is normal. If she were the same height as me, she would be very thin and frail." Soon, Nanwei passed smoothly. Lin Qin looked back and saw that there was no place to stand. It seemed that he could only hold on to the window with his bare hands and climb up with his feet. "I climbed trees a lot when I was a kid, but I didn't expect it would come in handy here." Lin Qin successfully passed through the upper body. The two women dragged themselves out, one on the left and one on the right, and successfully gained their footing. Clapping his hands, Lin Qin turned around and closed the window again. The second floor platform was not very clean. The cement was black and some weeds were growing out of the cracks. On top of that, there are all kinds of dirty stuff thrown down from higher up. But there is still a place to stay. The three of them found a relatively clean place and squatted down. Lin Qin looked through the telescope and found that the zombies were on their way. And a few people who were looting supplies in the distance were still busy. However, robbery inevitably involves risks, and several people died. Looking further away, there were fewer people watching the show. But it's normal, people have died. It's such a big commotion. If you keep watching, you might even lose your life. The few people who left were quite sensible, but the fight for the airdrop box continued. From the dozen or so people we saw at the beginning, now there are only 5 people left. It is unknown whether the others managed to escape and avoid interception, or were eliminated on the spot. However, Lin Qin's target was not the supplies in their hands. With the telescope, he could clearly see the situation over there. Several zombies rushed directly through the mall towards the people fighting, and for a moment, they scattered everywhere. Lin Qin grinned at this. These people are just too slow. Why bother with so many things after getting the things? Just run away. Still hesitating. Chapter 50 What I Saw. After Lin Qin finished looking at it, he handed the telescope to Nanwei. "You two stay here, I'm going to go out for a while." Nanwei's bow and arrow were gone, so he could only take out the ones in his storage space and give them to her. But the problem is, he can't just take it out of thin air in front of them. Especially the bow and arrow cannot be placed in the backpack. The two nodded and continued to observe the situation outside. Lin Qin handed his bow and arrow to Nanwei and then left. Once is new, twice is familiar. Lin Xin is already very skilled at climbing through windows. He first opened someone else's door in a room on the second floor and went in to search. The two women at home didn't have much spare clothes, so Lin Xin casually looked around the house and searched the closets. He then randomly took some clothes from other people's homes and stuffed them directly into his school bag. He has quite a few school bags. After filling it up, Lin Xin carried it away. He also carried a bow and arrow. When Lin Xin came back, the two women looked at his school bag in confusion. "Where have you been? What have you been scavenging? It's so full." "Not bad. I found some clothes for you too." Zhang Shui took Lin Xin's school bag and looked at the backpack stuffed full of clothes with a happy face. Nan Wei saw the bow and arrow behind her. Lin Xin noticed her gaze and couldn't help but laugh. "Well, pretty lucky, huh?" After finishing his packing, Lin Xin began to approach the edge of the second floor. He rolled up his sleeves and looked at the zombies downstairs and said, "All right, come here. From now on, everyone will have a bow and arrow. Practice your aim. Once we've mastered the bow and arrows, the reflexes we practiced at home will come in handy when we go out to fight zombies. Of course, that's a later story. Xiaoxue, your technique is the worst. Nanwei will be there to guide you." Lin Xin gave orders one by one. There looked to be 20 or 30 zombies downstairs. This number is actually not enough for the three of them to practice. But if Xiaoxue could do it alone, she would be able to handle it. Forget it, let her practice first. Nanwei walked forward and adjusted Zhang Shui's inaccurate bow drawing posture. With Nanwei's help, Zhang Shui made rapid progress. The sun was shining brightly and the three men were sweating profusely. Lin Xin raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked at the airdrop box in front of him. On the road in the distance, zombies were coming over, smelling the blood. Many people died at the airdrop box, and blood was scattered all over the ground. More and more zombies gathered. However, the target was the few relatively fresh corpses in the airdrop box. The zombies followed the smell and lay down, then began to eat the corpses frantically. Then more and more people gathered. A circular ring formed around each body. Gradually more and more. From a distance, the bodies of the zombie cricket pupae could be heard gnawing on them, making dent sounds. Lin Xin just felt his scalp tingling. But it seems like a lot of them. There are so many, enough for Zhang Shui to practice. Nanwei is still guiding. Lin Xin picked up the bow and arrow and began to aim. Among the three of them, Nanwei is the only one with decent archery skills, followed by him, and then Xiaoxue. If I can get a silencer, why bother practicing bow and arrow? He just took a gun and started killing people indiscriminately. It's because there is no silencer, whether it's a pistol, those in the shooting range, or the assault rifle I just got yesterday. Neither have silencers. Aren't the archery we are practicing now meant to be able to kill these zombies silently? I have a gun, but I can't use it directly. At this moment, Lin Xin felt that practicing archery was a bit of a waste of his abilities. The gun can't always be just a decoration. Yes, now is not the time to practice archery. Still have to find a way to get the silencer. But where is the silencer and where can I get it? Police station? No, the police department may not have one either. And it has been so long, the other survivors must have been there long ago. So where else can it be found? Lin Xin pulled the bow and arrow and aimed at the zombies in the distance. His eyes were dull, but his brain was constantly thinking about the problem of the silencer. With guns, they can actually do much more. Lin Xin came to his senses and found that among the zombies crowded together in the distance, there were two zombies wearing special police uniforms. They also had guns hanging from their bodies. Lin Xin stared at it intently and couldn't help but put down the bow and arrow in his hand. He took out the telescope and looked over there. Two SWAT guys in black SWAT uniforms were fighting for food among a pile of zombies, trying desperately to squeeze in. But there are too many zombies, and as newborn zombies, they are still in the infant stage. The experienced old zombies couldn't squeeze in at all. Lin Xin pointed the telescope at the waists of the two zombies. I found that there seemed to be a snatch bag hanging around his waist. The weapons are still there. Surprise suddenly rushed into Lin Xin's mind. Before Lin Xin could speak, Nanwei came over and patted him on the shoulder. Lin Xin, there's someone on the other side. Lin Xin turned around from his surprise and heard Nanwei's words. He tilted his head, confused. Nanwei pointed to the second floor of the mall in front. Looking closely, I saw several people standing on the second floor. He was looking at them, but because of the reflection from the shopping mall's glass and the grayness, to the naked eye, he looked like a blurry little man and could not be seen clearly at all. Lin Qin glanced at it and then looked away. Don't be afraid. They take care of theirs and we take care of ours. Even if they target us, we don't have to worry. After comforting Nan Wei, Lin Qin continued to airdrop nearby. Now, his focus is on the two special police officers among the group of zombies. No one could stop him from getting the equipment from the SWAT officers. Even if it's the opposite side, it won't work. Well, Xiao Xue, you two stay here to support me. I'm going to go to the other side. What are you doing over there? Haven't you seen other survivors gathered there? Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin nervously. I don't quite understand what he did in the past. In particular, there are quite a few zombies below, but they are just eating now. But those corpses couldn't hold out for long. These zombies will soon finish eating and disperse. If this time passes, Lin Qin will most likely be discovered by the zombies and become their target. Nan Wei also disagreed. Inside the mall on the second floor opposite, it is currently unclear whether these survivors have good or bad intentions. But one thing is certain, being close to the swarm of zombies on the other side of Lin Qin channel is dangerous enough. Lin Qin had no choice but to ask, did you see those two zombies wearing black clothes in the group of corpses? What do they have on them? Nan Wei and Zhang Shui were completely confused. He reached out and took the telescope that Lin Qin handed over and looked around. The black zombie has a gun. Chapter 51: An Unexpected Surprise. The two women looked at each other and then looked at Lin Qin in unison. They all knew what a gun meant. But Lin Qin's focus is different from theirs. He has a gun. His point was that he didn't know whether this zombie had a silencer or not. Whether it exists or not, you won't know until you get it. He believes that both the military and the police are definitely equipped with silencers. Why is the one from yesterday gone? It must have been lost while running away. After all, zombies are quite strong, and they may be lost if they collide, fight, or get hurt. However, the most direct possibility is that the number of silencers is limited and some people have not been allocated one. No matter which one it is, there will always be one. As long as he gets one, all problems will be solved for Lin Qin. Nan Wei and Zhang Shui knew the importance of guns, but the problem was that they didn't know whether the people on the opposite side were also targeting the equipment on the zombies. In case the goals are the same, you must prepare early. But if not, if Lin Qin went over so rashly, would the other party feel threatened and become wary of them and issue threats? In other words, the other party has no ill intentions. He was simply trapped inside by zombies. No matter which one it is, it's a traffic jam of zombies and other survivors. Nan Wei frowned, disagreeing. These zombies don't seem dangerous when they eat, but we still can't be careless. We can wait until they have eaten their fill and dispersed, then go over there. These two haven't squeezed in yet. After the other zombies have eaten their fill and dispersed, they will definitely be left behind. We can take measures then. Zhang Shui said. I think what she said makes sense. The biggest threat to us is actually those people on the second floor opposite. Lin Qin couldn't help but look at the other zombies who were still eating. These two are indeed at the outermost edge. By the time the zombies inside are full, no one knows if they will still be there. But what Nan Wei said did make sense, and he knew it. Mainly, he was worried that the longer he delayed, the more likely something would happen. Lin Qin looked at the situation over there and finally nodded. After all, he still knows that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The three of them stopped practicing at this time and found a cool place to sit down and wait for the zombies to eat and disperse. And at this time, several survivors on the second floor of the mall kept waving their arms and asking Lin Qin for help, but there was no response. Seeing that the figures over there could no longer be seen, one of the women couldn't help feeling lost. What should we do? It seems like they won't come to rescue us. The woman who spoke was named Nicole Yang, and she was a manager of this shopping mall. Besides her, there was also an older grandfather gathered here. A burly-looking man, a couple, and a brother and sister. They were all rescued by the special police who came to rescue yesterday and are using this place as a temporary shelter. There are few people here, and it is safe because there are special police guarding it. But yesterday the special police went out to search for other survivors and have not returned yet. The supplies from the airdrop outside landed here again. All of a sudden, this place became a gathering place for many survivors, and zombies were also attracted here. They didn't dare go out at all. Save your energy, girl. There are zombies everywhere outside. No one dares to run around. Let's just stay here and wait for the SWAT guys to come back. The person who spoke was the only old man here. He was sitting on a long sofa in the clothing store, leaning on a cane. Seeing this, Lu Chong, the only single man here, spoke in a stern tone. Seeing that Nicole Young had a very bad attitude. Don't waste your time and hurt everyone in vain. Do you know whether the person on the other side is good or bad? You're not the only one here. Also, sir, this special police officer has been out for so long and hasn't come back. He might be dead. In my opinion, the only one I can rely on now is myself. Are you guys leaving or not? If not, then I'll leave. As he said this, he was about to step forward and take away the machete left by the special police. Most of the zombies outside gathered not far from the gate of the square downstairs. Waiting for two special police officers who you don't know whether they are dead or alive, and putting yourself in danger is not a good idea at all. Yang Nicole was criticized, and there was nothing she could do except get angry. After all, the opponent's fighting power seems to be quite strong. There's no need to argue about this since the SWAT officers aren't here. Otherwise, you will be the one who gets hurt in the end. But the old man looked up at the other person in surprise and said, "Young man, your behavior is immoral. You left alone, but this thing is the only self-defense weapon for our group. What do you mean by taking it away?" The old man's words touched the other young people. After all, the only weapon was given to him in the beginning because of his strong ability. But I didn't expect that he would leave and take away his weapons. Lu Chong didn't want to waste any more time talking to this group of useless people. They don't have anything valuable on them, so they should leave quickly while the zombies are not paying attention. Gripping the weapon in his hand tightly, he placed the knife on the old man's neck and spoke viciously. "Shut up, old man. Mind your own business." For a moment, no one in the room dared to step forward. Seeing this, the brother and sister and the couple who had originally wanted to intervene immediately retreated and stood alone in the corner, pretending not to see anything. Nowadays, it is best to keep to yourself. Seeing that no one was calling, Lu Chong ran out. If these people didn't have anything on them, he would never have left so decisively. Nicole Young rushed over and closed the door. He looked around nervously. But the light outside was not very good, and nothing could be seen except Young Chang's unhesitating back. Nicole Young was very nervous and still felt scared after closing the door. Seeing this, no one else in the room said anything. But the old man couldn't help but sigh and said, "What a sin. Yang girl, go see if the SWAT guys are back." Nicole Young nodded and walked to the window to look at the road below. The crowded zombies continued to eat. Many of them seemed to be full and had already left here leisurely. The quantity is much less than just now. But there seemed to be two zombies wearing SWAT uniforms inside. Nicole Young was shocked and extremely nervous. He said with a calm mind, "No, I didn't see it." There seemed to be something wrong with young Nicole's movements, and the young couple sitting in the corner noticed it. He walked step by step to young Nicole's side and looked out as well. "I didn't see any difference. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that there seemed to be something wrong with the zombies over there." Chapter 52: Being treated as an ordinary citizen. Black SWAT uniform. The two of them looked at each other thoughtfully, and their eyes met one Nicole's. Then he returned to his seat, sat there quietly without saying anything more. The girl looked up in confusion, but seeing her boyfriend's look, she knew what to do and didn't say anything. If everyone is told at this time that the special police are dead, then this group of people who have been temporarily assembled will inevitably fall apart. Filled with such anxiety, it is hard to say what not to do. At this time, everyone just wants to protect their own safety. I looked at the other people who were unaware of the situation, and they all had different thoughts. They need to find a way to get out of here. Everyone in the team has his own ulterior motives. The silence was interrupted by a sudden scream from the mall. It was Lu Chong who had just rushed out. It's his voice. Fear struck again for a moment, and everyone squatted down in fear and hid behind the many clothing racks. The two young couple's original plan to leave here was interrupted. At this time, Lin Qin also heard screams. He stood up and looked around, and saw that the group of zombies were attracted by the sound. Among them were the two zombies that Lin Qin was targeting. What's going on? The zombies left in a restless manner. Seeing that he was about to disappear from sight, Lin Qin thought for a while and said, "Well, you two wait here, I'll go over there. If any zombies chase us later, you two can cover me." "No, it's not safe for you." Lin Qin just lowered his head and kept taking things out of his school bag. "Take out the walkie-talkie and adjust it to the new intercom channel. You have a better view here, so keep me informed of the zombies' location. It's best to wear headphones and clip them to your waist." After giving the instructions, Lin Qin left. A lot of arrows were left here. The two worried people didn't think about where Lin Qin got so many things. He just picked up the bow and arrow, ready to provide cover at any time. At this time, Lin Qin took a detour. All the zombies have run into the mall. At the moment, the mall is definitely unsafe. He needed to know where the two zombies had gone. To go in or not to go in? The silencer is important, but the problem is that it is not as important as your life. Lin Qin leaned against the door of a shop along the street and took out the 95 assault rifle he had obtained yesterday from the storage space. He took out the magazine, loaded it with bullets, and copied the full magazine at the same time. This way he can reload and start shooting in 1 second. Lin Qin put the copied magazine into the storage space. After it was done, he put the disassembled magazine back into the original place. He hung the gun belt on his body. Take a deep breath. It's not safe to enter the mall. Even if he is reborn, he is still an ordinary person. He is not like those people who can only boast about how awesome they are. When they really see zombies, he is the first one to be scared to death. After preparing himself mentally, Lin Qin was about to rush out when he heard a slight noise of a jar coming from inside the room. Lin Qin, who was holding a gun, became alert instantly. "Aim that way. You know, the door of the shop is open, and it is possible that there are zombies or something in the kitchen inside." Lin Qin held the gun and stared at that side vigilantly. Then a black figure walked out from inside. Lin Qin was immediately startled, but saw a familiar badge. The special police naturally saw Lin Qin as well, and looked him up and down to make sure he posed no threat. "Ordinary citizens?" Lin Qin nodded. The SWAT officer then moved the gun away from him and reached out to touch the ears of his helmet. "Number 1, found an ordinary citizen, found an ordinary citizen." Lin Qin couldn't hear what was said over there. But after the special police finished their report, they looked straight at Lin Qin. "I don't know what was said over there." The special police officer looked directly at Lin Qin and said, "You were scared, right? You're fine now. Just follow me, and we'll go directly to the shopping mall across the street. There are a few civilians on the second floor that I rescued yesterday. Once the other two team members gather, we'll leave together and head to the extraction point." The special police officer comforted Lin Qin, then ran around into the place where Lin Qin had just squatted and looked outside. There was nothing unusual on the streets, but the area around the airdrop in the distance was in a mess. "It's not hard to see what's been going on here." The SWAT frowned, holding a gun in his hand, and carefully observed the outside. Lin Qin leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the SWAT officer's straps and gun muzzles. He then squatted behind the officer and whispered, "Someone just screamed in the mall, and the zombies were drawn in. It's not safe in there now." As Lin Qin spoke, he stared closely at the gun in the SWAT officer's hand. "This gun is better than the one he got yesterday. There's a silencer on it." Lin Qin was very envious. But the special police observed for a moment, then suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Qin. Lin Qin was startled and quickly looked away. What happened?" The SWAT officer looked at him, then his eyes fell on the gun on his back, his expression serious. "Where did you get this gun?" Lin Qin blinked and said, "I picked it up." Fortunately, the special police did not ask any further questions and turned back after getting the answer. "How long have those zombies been in there?" When asked, Lin Qin also thought about it. He only noticed it when the screams started. Afterwards, it didn't seem like much time was wasted in distributing things. All in all, more than 10 minutes? About 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes? The SWAT officer didn't say much, but took out the binoculars from the backpack behind him and looked at the shopping mall across the street. The second floor of the mall is not high, and even though the glass outside is a bit reflective and gray, you can still see what's going on inside clearly. The survivors who were housed yesterday are all in the corner of the second floor. Fortunately, I could see a woman sitting by the glass through the telescope. The place they are hiding in should be relatively safe. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then said, "It's relatively safe here." Find a place to hide inside after I leave. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Lin Qin paused. You're not going to go in and save them again, are you? There are quite a few zombies inside. There are probably about 30 or 40 zombies surrounding the airdrop. No, there are at least 50 or 60 zombies. However, the other party ignored him completely. After lowering his head to organize his equipment, he said to him, We came here to search for survivors. I brought them in and they hid there. I must bring them out. By the way, there are 3 people I'm rescuing in the back. Go hide inside with them and wait for me to come back. Lin Qin on the side. He looked back at the back door behind him that led to the kitchen. Is there anyone behind this? Chapter 53 Traveling Together. Lin Qin took a deep breath and saw Wang Hao bringing him to the kitchen. Standing by the door, Lin Qin couldn't help but look at the situation inside. There was a food delivery entrance with some pots, pans, and food preparation rooms placed inside. Go further in and through a door, and you will see the kitchen where cooking is done. The door of the room was pushed open, and Lin Qin saw 3 people hiding inside. 2 men and a woman. He was dirty and smelled bad. Like the smell of sweat? But this is normal. At the beginning of the doomsday, water and electricity were cut off, and taking a shower and washing hair became a luxury. I have no time to take care of myself. Lin Qin looked around the small space. Opposite the door is a slightly larger window. No wonder this special police officer came out from behind him. I think he must have brought people in through this window, and after comforting these 3 people, he continued to explore the way forward. That's when I met myself. You stay here with them. It just so happens that you have a gun on you, so use this gun to protect them. Remember, don't move around and alert the enemy. Lin Qin fell silent again. He just left himself here like this? No. Isn't he afraid that he can do something to these 3 people with his weapon? Lin Qin, I'm holding a gun, aren't you afraid that I'll kill them all? Without waiting for Lin Qin to finish, Wang Hao laughed out loud with some contempt. You probably won't. Killing these people won't do you any good, and it will just be a waste of your bullets. These people have nothing of value on them, no food and no weapons. He was sure that the team members would not abandon their guns for no reason, so there was only one possibility. It is normal for it to be taken away by someone, but after becoming a zombie, there must be not many bullets left in the gun. Whether good or bad. Without enough bullets, the few bullets left in the magazine become particularly precious. For a few worthless people, bullets are much more valuable than them. Lin Qin. Brother, you are too straightforward. Just going there is like having dessert delivered to your door. In fact, 4 people with guns, 50 or 60 zombies are not a lot. The situation was quickly resolved with the bursts of gunfire. The problem is that the zombies are faster than before, and they don't stand still and wait for you to shoot them. And once there is any sound or movement, zombies from other places will come. In fact, it is equivalent to a human wave tactic. A person has limited supplies and ammunition. Once the fight is over, it's gone. So don't underestimate these zombies. Although what he said does make sense, the problem is that he has a lot of bullets. It was a little different from what he thought. But Lin Qin had no intention of staying. If you stay, you won't be able to touch the silencer. So after thinking about it, I decided it would be better to follow him. I'll go with you. There's someone we can use to deal with these zombies. We'll always have someone to look after us. Besides, you see they're quite afraid of me. It wouldn't be a good idea for me to stay. Wang Hao looked in the direction of Lin Qin's finger and saw 3 people squatting in the corner, not daring to look over. Stick together. Seeing this, he had no choice but to say, okay, come with me. Lin Qin followed Wang Hao as he wished. Wang Hao checked his guns and ammunition, and while walking, he observed the situation outside and said, follow me closely, listen to my instructions, and don't act rashly. Lin Qin nodded solemnly, his eyes still fixed on the gun in Wang Hao's hand from time to time. The 2 of them crossed the street together and arrived at the plaza of the shopping mall without any obstruction. The square was not particularly wide, and the special police officer was very fast. Lin Qin followed behind him, listening to his instructions all the way. The mall was exceptionally quiet at this moment, and the scream just now died down after a few sounds. I guess, either he's dead or he's not. Anyway, the ending is not good. Wang Hao walked in front, and the 2 of them came to the platform on the first floor of the shopping mall. When he got closer, Lin Xin realized that this shopping mall was different from the usual shopping malls he had seen. It is composed of several separate buildings, with some sky bridge escalators connecting the buildings horizontally in the middle. Lin Xin observed the situation around him and then turned his gaze to the front. There are many stone pillars supporting them around, and dozens of zombies are wandering in front of them. The stone pillar in the front right is big enough to block the figures of the two of them. But the problem is that you can only block them, and you have to rush in when the zombies are not paying attention. They both need to be careful when they go. These zombies must not be disturbed. After successfully entering and finding the person, it is not too late to make an alarm after evacuating. Lin Xin looked at the group of corpses in front of him, looking for his target. There is a high probability that the special police will not be able to touch the guns in their hands, so most of their hopes still have to be placed on the two zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Xin looked around. But the two zombies in front of him were not the ones he was targeting. Wang Hao observed for a while, then turned around and gestured to Lin Xin. Lin Xin was stunned. To be honest, he couldn't understand it. Seeing that Lin Xin didn't understand anything, Wang Hao gave up in frustration. He observed the zombies, then rushed out when the zombies were not paying attention and hid behind a stone pillar. Fortunately, the zombies didn't notice them. Wang Hao continued to observe, then gestured to Lin Xin. This time, Lin Xin understood. He looked at the zombies outside, waiting for Wang Hao's instructions at any time. Then he quickened his pace, walked more lightly, and hid beside him. The position of the stone pillar can hide the figures of two people. Lin Xin also paid attention and did not make any sound when he ran over. Wang Hao looked at the zombies outside and moved forward again from behind the pillar. Lin Xin followed closely behind. Soon, the two people arrived at the escalator. It can perfectly block the zombies over there. After passing the escalator, they just needed to lower their voices so as not to be noticed by the zombies. Wang Hao walked in front and Lin Xin walked at the back. When they reached the stairs, the two men stuck to the wall and looked above the stairs vigilantly. There were bloody scratch marks all over the walls, and most importantly, there were large drag marks on the stairs. Winding all the way upstairs. Wang Hao's face was serious and he couldn't help but tighten the gun in his hand. Lin Xin noticed a piece of clothing dropped in the large pool of blood. Black. Looks just like those two SWAT zombies. The bloodstains seem to be going upstairs, so they must have gone upstairs. Lin Xin looked up at the man in front of him thoughtfully, then followed him upstairs. The two of them climbed the stairs very slowly because they didn't know what was going on up there. There were a lot of bloodstains on the stairs, in large patches, and it looked horrible. Even after they went upstairs, the dragging marks on the second floor were more obvious. Chapter 54, Survivor Team? There were even sounds of zombies roaring. The two men looked at each other and stretched their heads out. In the corridor, dozens of zombies were gnawing on a corpse. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside surrounding it. They were enjoying the food, and the cricket pupae here made a sound similar to satisfaction. Lin Xin looked at the zombies, searching for a familiar target. Those two were found in the surging zombie group. Lin Xin felt a little secretly delighted. After all, these two are easier to obtain than the one opposite him. Wang Hao did not see his two comrades in the group of zombies. He just watched as many zombies gathered together to eat and then retracted their heads. They were in the opposite direction of the corridor where the zombies gathered, so they would not meet. But there is no guarantee that these zombies will not be able to find them. It's a tricky problem. Wang Hao was at a loss for a moment when he saw Lin Xin, who looked a little shifty, sitting opposite him. He must have had no problem in the past. It's just right to do this while the zombies are eating and not paying attention to other places. But the person opposite him is just a friend and a citizen. Can he keep up with him? But I can't take so much into consideration at this moment. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao took a step forward. He walked very slowly, his steps lightly. Lin Xin followed his example, and although he wanted to rush over and shoot him dead, he didn't do it. Behind him, the zombies' grunting continued. 2 people were walking on tiptoe in the opposite direction of the zombies. He turned back from time to time to observe the situation of the zombies. It's just a pity that the corridor is very long and they walk very slowly, so they haven't reached their destination yet. Lin Xin could only look back at his target from time to time. Suddenly, there were some noises coming from downstairs. The zombies below were wandering around and bumping into the cans on the ground. This sound scared Lin Xin and Wang Hao. The two men subconsciously bent their knees and turned to look at the zombies behind them. The zombies were alarmed. A few of them stood up tremblingly and looked into the eyes of the two people. They tilted their heads as if to stretch their muscles. Lin Qin couldn't help but raise the gun and aim at the opposite side. Found it? More and more zombies crawled up from the ground, with strange postures. Wang Hao didn't notice much and ran away with Lin Qin. What are you standing there for? Hurry and leave. The zombies followed behind him, running wildly. Extremely fast. Seeing that there was no other way, Wang Hao grabbed Lin Qin and threw him behind him, then shot him. A rifle equipped with a silencer is not as powerful as one without one, but it is more effective than one without one. Lin Qin looked at him, struggling a little inside. This, I open or not? His gun is silenced, so the noise won't disturb other zombies around. At most, they would be asked to look around, and if they found nothing, they would wander around again. Once you shoot yourself, it will be a big problem. However, rifles can fire continuously, and although the zombies in the corridor move extremely fast, they are no match for bullets. But the number of victories is greater. While Wang Hao was firing, he whispered, "Don't make any noise, don't shoot, and go to the back." Lin Qin nodded, and did not forget to look at the two zombies he was thinking about in the zombie group. Walk and look. Under Wang Hao's instructions, they saw a rolling shutter door with a gap of only about 30 centimeters. There was a small gap in the rolling shutter door. As for the hygiene and gaps, Lin Qin didn't have time to think about it at this time. But in a panic, Lin Qin found that he was stuck on the fallen clothing model. But there was no time to remove the model of the clothes at this time, and the rolling shutter would make a noise if it was pulled down completely. Lin Qin crawled directly into the gap, trying not to touch the iron sheet above. The rolling shutter door is soft and will make a rattling sound if you touch it. Then there would be no point for them to hide here by taking advantage of the blind spot in the corner vision. After Wang Hao stuffed Lin Qin in, he took out something from his pocket, opened the rag and threw it forward. He quickly disappeared around the corner and slipped in through the gap under the rolling shutter door. After the two people went in, they didn't dare to move. The zombies outside only saw the two people disappear around the corner, and then they ran over and ran forward. I don't know if he didn't smell their scent at all or was attracted by the thing Wang Hao had just thrown down. He didn't even notice the two people hiding under the rolling shutter. Lin Qin looked through the gap and almost held his breath. Wang Hao didn't dare to move until the swarm of corpses dispersed. Lin Qin followed closely behind. The people hiding here had already heard the noise outside, but no one dared to move. Everyone hid in a place where they thought they could hide themselves, not daring to make a sound. The light in the room was not very bright. Wang Hao walked in front and spoke to him in a low voice. "Come in." Lin Qin looked around and followed in. The light was not very bright. But it shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing the familiar voice, several people inside poked their heads out from the darkness. After Lin Qin and the other person walked in. Looking at the familiar clothes, everyone came out one by one. Lin Qin looked at the old, weak, young and old in the room and felt a mixture of emotions for a moment. Actually, it's not all of them. There is an old man, 2 teenagers, and 3 women. All in all, this team is pretty average. No force value. There are so many people, a team of survivors? Look at that old man. He wouldn't be able to run away if he was chased by zombies. Look at the other 2 pairs, lovers. The man is thin and the woman is weak. He should still be able to run, but looking at the situation, he can't help at all. Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh. Saving lives is definitely a good thing, but it is a bit of a burden given the current situation. It would obviously be difficult to rely entirely on Wang Hao. But in a situation like this, a team is usually responsible for one area, so there are at least 6 people? 10 people? In short, it is absolutely impossible to rely entirely on one person. When the old man saw Wang Hao, he came forward excitedly. "Oh, SWAT brother, you're finally back. We were so worried, we thought something had happened to you." Lin Qin looked around and found that among this group of people, there was only a group of men and women who seemed to welcome him back like the old man. The other man and woman and another woman seemed to have expressions of disbelief. Isn't it normal that the SWAT officers are back? Why the look of disbelief? As if they noticed Lin Qin's gaze, the 3 of them avoided and restrained themselves with somewhat unnatural expressions. Under Lin Qin's gaze, they moved closer and spoke. "Yes, you are finally back. You made us worry about you for a long time. The return of the SWAT team proved they were safe. No matter what happened to the two downstairs, the one in front of them was fine. That's right. We thought something must have happened to you since you hadn't come back for so long. We were so worried. Chapter 55 Crazy Crazy. Nicole Young stood at the back of the line and was not as enthusiastic. But he still spoke along with everyone. But when he saw the special police, the expression on his face finally disappeared. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and shushed. The crowd's voices became much quieter. Watching him walk to the French window and look downstairs. Several zombies were wandering around below in a somewhat impatient manner. Seeing this, Wang Hao took the intercom and shouted, "Number 4, where are you now?" Wang Hao was still contacting the team when Lin Qin walked in. Everyone in the room was not surprised to see Lin Qin, nor were they on guard. After all, it was Wang Hao who brought him in. Lin Qin was looking around. Women's clothing store, with a lot of new clothes. The air was filled with the smell of new clothes. There are trousers, skirts, and shoes. However, Lin Qin had seen the brand before. After all, the number of times he had been to the mall could be counted on one hand, and he had always bought directly online. When Lin Qin looked around, the people around him were also looking at him. The old man was quite kind-hearted and thought Lin Qin was frightened, so he went forward to comfort him enthusiastically. "Don't be afraid, little brother. This is a SWAT comrade. He's here to rescue us. You're with us now, so don't worry." Lin Qin nodded perfunctorily in response. "Okay, I know." After a while, Wang Hao came back and guarded the gate vigilantly. Lin Qin also went over and stood guard on the other side. He looked at the SWAT officers, looked them up and down, and then asked, "Didn't you retreat?" What was said on the intercom yesterday was very clear. The same thing was said on the radio this morning. The carpet rescue approach was cancelled and people went to evacuation points instead. Wang Hao glanced at Lin Qin and whispered, "They've retreated, but they've been dispersed. The first few advance teams need to go to the evacuation point on their own. During this period, it was impossible not to save ordinary people when we met them." Wang Hao's eyes looked at Lin Qin, and finally fell on the gun on his chest. This gun belonged to his fallen teammate. "Your gun doesn't have a silencer. Firing it will cause a zombie riot, and then the situation will be out of control. Even if you have a silencer, it's not completely silent. There's still some noise, so you have to be careful and avoid using it unless necessary." Lin Qin lowered his head and looked at his gun. He nodded in sudden realization. "I didn't expect there was such a thing as a silencer." He used to play games, and after the silencer was installed, he could hear some noise, but it was not loud. However, he thought it was for the experience of gamers. After all, when others attack him, if he doesn't look at the system prompts, he will not know the enemy's position for a short time. Unexpectedly, the same happens in real life. Fortunately, I met a real special police officer. Otherwise, he would really think that there would be no sound after it was installed. But even so, the effect of installing a silencer is much greater than not installing it. This silencer is extremely necessary to have. Wang Hao looked at the gun in Lin Qin's hand with mixed feelings. Their guns are all the same. Although I can't tell who they are from the appearance, now that they have this type of gun, I can be sure that it is one of my teammates. When I met him, was the situation okay? The topic changed so quickly that Lin Qin was stunned for a moment. But I reacted quickly. The he was referring to was the person Lin Qin met last night. Lin Qin thought for a moment and said slowly, "I'm injured. The wound on my arm has become infected and festered." He passed out from excessive blood loss. "I don't think he suffered much during the mutation." Lin Qin said this quite calmly. His villa area cannot be considered a very high-end villa area. It can only be said that it is a villa area that is slightly better than ordinary residential areas. After all, there are quite a few houses rented out here. Of course, those who can afford a villa in such a city are definitely not ordinary people, and they can only afford an ordinary villa. The surrounding walls are all European-style wrought iron fences, neither particularly high nor particularly low. Apart from being more aesthetically pleasing, it doesn't serve much purpose. On the contrary, such a wall makes it easier for others to break in. In the past, the surrounding vegetation and surveillance could have served as a deterrent, but now, Lin Qin could only shake his head. At most, it can only block the zombies outside that cannot climb. Although this wall is quite ordinary, the special police officer yesterday was still extremely agile. Even with an injured body, he can still defeat himself. Lin Qin admired him very much. In comparison, he was still too weak. But he is just an ordinary person. There is no shortcut, you can only speed up your growth through other means. Lin Qin was about to express his feelings when he saw Wang Hao staring at him. Lin Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he added 2 more sentences. When I met him, he was already on the verge of mutation and there was no way to save him. And I picked up the equipment. After all, given the current situation, I can't just see the gun and not take anything. Wang Hao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The 2 men were very quiet, and the survivors behind them were also quiet, but compared to before Lin Hao came back, they seemed more confident. Suddenly, there was a noise outside and the 2 people became alert instantly. There was a slight noise in the corridor, not very loud. But the roar of the zombies was obvious and getting farther and farther away. The voice of his teammates came from Wang Hao's walkie-talkie. Number 2, I and several other survivors were surrounded by zombies, right downstairs in the mall where we were housing the survivors. It's too much. I'm afraid I can't leave. I've already sent the survivors on my side to your side. Take this opportunity now and take the other survivors in the mall away from here. The voice on the intercom was intermittent, and Lin Qin couldn't hear clearly standing aside. But judging from the change in Wang Hao's aura, it didn't seem like a good thing. Wait a minute, I'll come to support you. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, an explosion was heard downstairs. For a moment, everyone in the room looked around in confusion. Fear, terror, and panic are all mixed together. Wang Hao almost rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down. There were so many zombies, at least 3 or 4 of them. That's not all, a lot of people also came from the office building opposite. Seeing this, Wang Hao opened the shuttered door and walked out, saying to the people inside, "Everyone follow me and go down the stairs on the other side." He looked at Lin Qin and said, "Come with me to escort them down, and then find a way to take them to the place where the 3 survivors are hiding and waiting for us." After giving the order, Lin Qin frowned. All he had time to say was, "You're trying to save your life. You know there's no coming back." Chapter 56 Silencer obtained, support. Wang Hao loaded his gun and said firmly, "I can't watch my comrades die in front of me. Our mission is to search and rescue survivors." "You're crazy, what will happen to them if you die?" Lin Qin was speechless. "Isn't this a definite act of suicide?" Unexpectedly, Wang Hao said, "Other special police will come to find you. One of our teammates is trapped somewhere nearby and can't get away for the time being." Lin Qin pursed his lips and said nothing. It's crazy. He took in a few women simply because he followed Zhang Xian's advice, just for fun and to kill time. They risked their lives for a few strangers. At this moment, Zhang Shua's voice came from the intercom beside my ear, and there was some noise around. "Lin Qin, we're surrounded by zombies, right downstairs in the mall. There's a special police officer helping us, but they can't hold on any longer. Come and help us." Lin Qin frowned and was about to speak when a scream came from the other end and the intercom stopped. Lin Qin took a deep breath and felt that he was more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Everything is stuck together in a mess. The platform outside the 2nd floor is actually very safe. Just hide your body and don't make any noise. The zombies won't notice them. But these 2 people actually came to the mall without permission. And with a special police officer. Lin Qin couldn't help but think of the voice on Wang Hao's intercom just now. Could it be his teammate? One is the sister of a good brother, and the other is the person who saved his life in the garbage dump in the previous life. Big head. Wang Hao moved quickly, and all the survivors followed him in an orderly manner. Wang Hao walked in front to explore the way, and Lin Qin stayed behind. In the middle are these survivors. However, there are elderly people in the team, so they naturally don't run very fast. However, the old man was strong and his speed was not as slow as Lin Qin imagined. But it's still far inferior to zombies. Fortunately, the team doesn't need to run now. The kitchen where they were hiding is just across the street, and it won't take a few minutes to walk there. Go downstairs along the same stairs the 2 people came from, and you will pass by many zombie corpses. There were mostly girls in the team, and they were so frightened and scared that they didn't dare to take a step. I followed Wang Hao in fear all the way and finally reached the stairs smoothly. Lin Qin was looking at the 2 zombies wearing special police uniforms at the place where the zombies had just had a meal, and he was a little dazed. Although the muffler cannot completely eliminate the sound, it can reduce most of it. This principle is probably the difference between fireworks and goldfish firecrackers. It originally attracted the area within a radius of several kilometers and then tens of meters. The effect is still very obvious. Yes, I want to take it. Everyone in the team followed Wang Hao, keeping pace with him. Lin Xin was the last one left, so no one would notice him at all. Even if they noticed, no one would say anything. Just keep up with the team. Glancing at the crowd, Lin Xin walked directly towards the position of the two zombies in the corridor. They turned their bodies over, revealing the guns hanging at their waists. Then remove the muffler. Lin Xin was not interested in whether there was still a bullet in the gun. After getting the silencer, Lin Xin directly installed it on the muzzle of his gun and returned to the end of the team again. After all, we still have to save someone later. Everyone was looking around nervously, and no one cared about the short time that Lin Xin was away. Escorted all the way downstairs. Everyone huddled against the wall, not daring to make a sound. The zombies are all gathered there, so this place seems particularly safe. Wan Hao asked the others to pause and hide where they were and wait. He stuck his head out to look outside, making sure that all the zombies were on his teammates' side before he let these ordinary citizens leave. At this moment, Zhang Shue's voice came from the intercom hanging on Lin Xin's ear. Lin Xin, we are surrounded by zombies. Run away. Lin Xin listened to the voice on the intercom, and occasionally heard Nan Wei calling Zhang Shue to leave quickly. He looked at the people here, then looked at Wang Hao, who ran back and stood in front of him and instructed, take them around to that side. Remember, don't shoot if you can avoid it. After saying that, he continued to observe the outside, and then waved to Lin Xin to leave. Lin Xin looked at the men, women, young and old in the group, pursed his lips and walked forward. 2 special police officers with plenty of weapons and equipment should be able to handle it, right? He only stayed there for 5 minutes. The other survivors cooperated and followed Lin Xin across the street, all the way to the shop where he and the special police had met before. Lin Xin reached out and knocked on the kitchen door inside, saying, open the door inside, it's me. Lin Xin's voice was unfamiliar, but not completely so. Several people looked at each other in confusion. No one else knew they were hiding there except those 2 people. Especially since there were voices outside, they probably weren't zombies. Someone stepped forward tremblingly and slowly opened the door, leaving a gap. Seeing Lin Xin's figure appear, the gap in the door was opened even wider. Standing behind Lin Xin was a huge crowd of people. Lin Xin pushed open the door and let the other survivors who followed him in. Then, without saying anything, he closed the door and ran out onto the street. The zombies appeared at another corner. The specific situation over there cannot be seen from here. That's why he was able to evacuate these people so smoothly. In addition, many zombies here have been eliminated before, and there are corpses everywhere. In a short time, the zombies from this direction will not come over. Lin Xin could still hear the roars of zombies, but there were no screams of fear from humans, so he should be able to resist. Lin Xin didn't dare to delay along the way. He came to the back of the zombies with a gun. At a glance, there were about 100 or 200 of them. Anyway, there are quite a few of them. The square here is densely packed with them. Fortunately, there were many guardrails in front of the mall gate, which slowed down the zombies' attack a lot. Fortunately, Zhang Shui and Nan Wei also fulfilled their mission and cooperated with the 2 special police officers. There were many cars parked at both ends of the street. Lin Xin climbed onto the roof of a car, held the gun and started aiming. Many zombies fell in the rear, and the roars coming from the zombie group itself could well cover up the slight sound of gunfire with silencers. The team over there is still trying their best to stop the zombies from approaching. Zhang Shui and Nan Wei controlled the bows and arrows. But without Lin Xin, the number of arrows was decreasing rapidly. The number of bullets carried by the 2 special police officers is also limited. With so many zombies to deal with, the ammunition is also decreasing. Seeing this, Lin Xin couldn't help but take out 3 grenades from the storage space. Chapter 57 Taste Grandpa's Grenade. He had seen this thing on TV but had never actually used it. I don't know if there will be any errors in the operation. Pulling the safety ring of a grenade, Lin Xin threw it directly into the group of zombies. However, he didn't throw it too far. Just stuck at the end of the zombie swarm. Firstly, I don't know if I'm opening it correctly, and secondly, I don't know how many seconds it will take to explode. You have to get familiar with it and try it out first. After throwing the grenade, Lin Xin jumped directly out of the car on the side of the road. Count silently in your mind. 1, 2, 3, 5. With a bang. The grenade exploded. The huge impact force frightened the four people over there so much that they slightly shrank their necks to be on guard, and at the same time saw the explosion of the zombies behind them. It should be Lin Qin who is here. Zhang Shui spoke with a sense of relief, and the two of them worked even harder. Many zombies were killed by grenades at the back of the zombie group, which attracted the attention of most zombies. In this way, some of the zombies were diverted away. Zhang Shui and the others got a moment's respite from dealing with the zombies. What's going on? Wang Hao looked at the explosion location opposite in confusion. He was at the end of the zombies. He didn't hear what Zhang Shui said at all. While everyone was busy dealing with the zombies, they did not forget to look over there to see the specific situation. Seeing that the attack had successfully exploded, Lin Qin held his gun and began to aim at the other zombies that were attracted and diverted. The speed is very fast and the span is large. If you can't keep up by accident, you will be taken away. Lin Qin couldn't help but hang the gun behind him. Then he squatted on the side of the road and threw grenades one by one from left to right as if they were free. Let me give you a taste of Grandpa's grenade. Ah! There was a series of explosion sounds, bang bang bang. The zombies were also blown to pieces. Lin Qin looked up from time to time to check the situation, constantly taking out more grenades from the storage space and adjusting the direction. There were at least 50 grenades piled up on the roadside. Keep pulling the safety ring and keep throwing it away. The safety rings at the feet have piled up into a small hill. Zhang Shui, Wang Hao and others over there were also numb. Wang Hao, who is this boss? He has so many grenades. Zhang Zuenanwei, are you sure it's Lin Qin? At this time, Lin Qin was still throwing and throwing. The force of each grenade is controlled differently. Some are far, some are near. But the advantage is that there are many of them. Kill most of the zombies before they get close. Only some scattered pieces and broken arms and legs were left. The threat level is not as high as before. Lin Qin raised his head and looked at the group of corpses again, and found that only a few small fry were left, so he gave up. Without the zombies blocking his view, Wang Hao could now also see Lin Qin. They approached Lin Qin all the way, dealt with a few struggling shrimps and crab generals along the way, and reunited with Lin Qin. When Zhang Shui saw Lin Qin, she ran over and hugged him. I was scared to death. Are you okay? Lin Qin's expression was not very good. When Zhang Shui rushed over, she put her hand directly on her face. The tone was very serious. Did I ever tell you not to move or run around? Just stay there and wait for me to come back. You've become quite capable. You dare to come here and risk your life with just a broken bow and arrow. If your brother knew I was the one who treated you like that, he'd be nagging me non-stop. After scolding Zhang Shui, Lin Qin turned his attention to Nan Wei. He felt a little powerless towards Nan Wei. I really owed her this in my previous life. I will pay it back in this life. Wang Hao was fine. Even though he knew that so many grenades came from his hands, he was just stunned for a moment, but didn't ask any more questions. He looked at Lin Qin and said, "Thank you very much. Luckily, I have you. Otherwise, I would be really overwhelmed." Lin Qin looked at them and shook his head. But don't think of him as too perfect. He was speechless just because of Zhang Shui. Wang Hao didn't say much. He looked around and said, "We can't stay here for long. We have to leave quickly. Lin Wei, each of you gets a car and takes these people away. There are 6 people in the mall, plus 3 people in the shop, which makes a total of 9 people. We also have to count Lin Qin and his 3 men and the 5 of them. There are 14 people in total. A car used to be calculated based on 5 people. The extra 4 means that 2 people have to be squeezed in each car. When escaping, we no longer care about whether there is room to fit or whether the weight is overweight. As long as we can sit together, we sit together." Lin Wei nodded and walked directly to the roadside to randomly select a car. There are many cars parked on the roadside, some in good condition and some not so good. Choosing one doesn't take much effort at all, but without the car keys, it takes a lot of effort. But as a special police officer, I do have this ability. Wang Hao entered the shop and brought out the other survivors hiding inside. Seeing this, Lin Qin shook his head and said, "We won't go with you." Wang Hao turned around and looked at Lin Qin. "We're going to the evacuation point. It's safe there with other troops guarding it. There's also plenty of food and water. Once the national shelter is built, we'll transfer you all there. You don't have to worry about the zombies attacking you. You are not safe here. In Wanghao's subjective impression, the number of zombies they encountered was too large. Ordinary people simply cannot survive. Even if you have weapons to defend yourself, at the end of the day, the food will eventually run out. By then, the city will be deserted and it will be difficult to meet a living person. What's more, they cannot guarantee whether they will use thermal weapons to clear the city of zombies on a large scale when they have no choice in the later stage. It is hard to say whether those ordinary citizens who did not go to the evacuation points would be killed by the hot weapons at that time. Of course, Wang Hao just thought so and did not express his thoughts out loud. But this is very likely to happen. Once the number of zombies increases and becomes increasingly uncontrollable, the country will take corresponding measures. But before that, the first priority is to retain the majority of the people. Lin Qin didn't know what would happen in the future. In his previous life, he only survived the first 2 months. But so far, home is definitely safer. As for the evacuation point, we'll see later. But Xiao Xue, go with them. Follow them to the evacuation point. You might run into your brother later. Zhang Shui had always wanted to go to the evacuation point and be with her brother. At this time, I happened to meet 2 special police officers who were also heading to the evacuation point. Compared with other people, Lin Qin felt that the special police were very trustworthy. As for Zhang Xian, he could no longer be contacted after his cell phone ran out of battery. But Zhang Shui refused. No, I'll stay with you. Lin Qin looked at Nanwei next to him again. Nanwei curled her lips and said, "Look at what I'm doing. Of course I'm following you." Chapter 58, Gun Practice, Zombie Dog Alliance. Wang Hao could only feel regretful about this. Okay, if you need help, you can come to the evacuation point later on. We will always accept you. Lin Qin smiled and nodded. Wang Hao had no choice but to leave with his teammates and 2 cars of survivors. Driving is by far the best option. After all, there are too many people in the team. But the car they chose was very ordinary. What if they encountered zombies? The consequences will be the same as the last time the car was overturned. However, Lin Qin felt that they should abandon the car and leave before it overturned. But even so, Lin Qin still felt unsafe. Just a little reminder. Wang Hao nodded to indicate that he had taken note of it. Everyone went their separate ways. Lin Qin and Zhang Zuenanwei were standing on the side of the road. On the right side, the pile of zombie corpses was quite explosive. They watched the car's taillights disappear from sight. A breeze blew, and Lin Qin bent down to pick up a discarded plastic bag. He put all the grenades at his feet into it. Let's go, I'll take you there for a walk. Are you trying to kill yourself? You still dare to enter this mall after all the noise just now? Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin in shock. Staying here at this moment is tantamount to waiting for death. Lin Qin chuckled. Who said we were coming here? Let's go. Taking a step forward, Lin Qin walked around the corpses and headed in another direction. Even if you step on the edge of the road, you should keep a distance from the zombies. But the bloodstains on the ground and the zombies that were blown beyond recognition still caught the eye. For example, broken flesh, charred arms, thighs with exposed bones, eyeballs. The 3 of them left here quickly. Walk along the other side of the road network. However, the streets were empty. Apart from the messy collisions of cars, bloodstains, and corpses on the ground, everything else was relatively safe. When we were far away from that side, a few strange-looking wild dogs appeared in front of us, eating the rotten meat on the roadside with relish. Lin Qin squatted behind an abandoned car on the side of the road. I took out the telescope and took a closer look. The wild dog's abdomen was damaged and injured, with half of its intestines hanging out and turning black. The other one was not in much better condition, with half of its face missing. Lin Qin had seen transformed dogs in doomsday movies before. These things were more troublesome than zombies. After thinking for a while, he squatted behind the car and took out 2 rifles equipped with silencers. Will it open? Nanwei shook her head, and Zhang Shui also shook her head. Ordinary people don't even know how to shoot a gun, and they have only seen it on TV. If toy guns count, then I have indeed touched and played with them. After all, for those who have little nephews or brothers at home, toy guns are probably the top gift on the list during festivals. Lin Qin began to teach urgently. After a brief introduction, he saw that the 2 people were still a little confused, and couldn't help but say, "Actually, it looks quite similar to a toy gun, right?" After all, there are simulated toy guns, but the bullets inside are mostly small rubber and plastic balls. There's a little recoil, just be careful when you shoot, it won't be a big problem. By the way, avoid your teammates and don't aim at them. When using it for the first time, it is easy to be caused by the recoil and accidentally injure teammates. Lin Qin couldn't help but give a hint. Seeing the two people nod, Lin Qin didn't say much. The wild dogs over there were eating the rotten meat with big mouthfuls. There were only 2 of them, and no matter how fast they moved, they were still more difficult to deal with than zombies. They have 3 guns. No problem. Lin Qin aimed at the wild dogs, taking advantage of their low level of vigilance. The bullet fired and successfully hit the head. The wild dog fell. Another mutated wild dog looked over vigilantly. Then he bared his teeth and made an attacking gesture. Seeing this, Lin Qin aimed directly without hesitation. The wild dog actually avoided the bullet and suddenly howled towards the sky. Then, a lot of wild dogs gathered from all directions behind him. This is the Wild Dog League. Lin Qin immediately opened fire, aiming and firing, while shouting, "Shoot, aim." It was the first time for both women to use a rifle, and they were not used to the recoil at first. These mutated wild dogs are very agile and have much less accuracy on their heads. Even Lin Qin, who had been through many battles, found it difficult to deal with. Wild dogs are much faster and more agile than zombies. Avoided a lot. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Lin Qin once again took out his unique skill, the grenade. If I can't hit you, I don't believe I can't kill you. One after another. The 3 men retreated step by step. Lin Qin was responsible for throwing the bomb, and the 2 women ran wildly under Lin Qin's instructions. A lot of bombs were dropped, and the mutant wild dog's rhythm was disrupted. Lin Qin and the 2 people finally arrived at a safe place. Panting, Lin Qin looked at them and said, "I'm so tired." Zheng Shui could no longer run and was gasping for breath, holding her waist. "Oh my god, what was that just now, a dog?" Nanwei was also panting, looking at the empty surroundings and said, "It must have been bitten by someone who had mutated into a zombie. These zombies will instinctively bite and eat anything that's alive, whether it's a human or an animal. Apparently, those were just bitten by zombies, and after running away, their bodies mutated and assimilated into zombies. So what should we do now? If we go back, there are 2 more intersections, and we have to walk about 300 meters. Zhang Shui was panting and also observing her surroundings. This is not the place to talk. Lin Qin looked around and then came to a supermarket on the side of the road. The supermarket has 2 floors and is not very big. You can see the end at a glance. The main thing is that the shelves are completely empty, there is nothing. Several shelves were overturned and placed across another shelf. There is no trace of zombies. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. Then he closed the door tightly. Lin Qin moved the fallen shelf in front of the transparent glass door to block the light from outside. The 3 people checked the situation in the supermarket to ensure it was safe enough. Then they each found a place to sit down. After running all the way, my energy was almost exhausted. This place blocks the view from outside, and as long as we don't make any noise, we will definitely not be discovered. Lin Qin took out 3 bottles of mineral water from his backpack and distributed one to each person. I've been busy for so long that I'm already thirsty. After gulping it down, I finally felt much better. After waiting there for a while, the mutant wild dogs outside did not chase after them. The tense atmosphere eased somewhat. Lin Qin looked at the 2 of them and said, "Don't think about coming out so often in the future. There are a lot of things that happened today." They could have stayed in the villa peacefully. But Lin Qin needed to find a silencer, and they needed to familiarize themselves with the weapons and practice their accuracy. After all, there are basically no zombies around, so if you want to practice, you can only go out. It's impossible to hide in the villa for the rest of your life. Although it's not impossible, if you don't look for others, won't others come to you? Chapter 59 Run. The best way is to be strong enough to be qualified to lie down and rest in the villa. No one expected to encounter so many things today. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Zhang Shui lowered her head and whispered. Lin Qin looked at her and said, "It's because you just want to get out. Why didn't you go with those 2 special police officers? Weren't you always thinking about meeting up with your brother?" Zhang Shui looked up and said stubbornly, "It's different. If you follow me, I will definitely follow you without saying anything. They're nice, but my brother also said it's safer to follow you. He's trustworthy." Thinking about Zhang Qian's blind confidence in himself without any doubt, Lin Qin felt that it was really possible. He turned his gaze to Nanwei, who was standing beside him. "What about you? What are you doing this for?" Nanwei shook the water bottle and said, "Going to the evacuation point is indeed the best option right now, but the problem is, who says the evacuation point is necessarily safe? After spending some time together, I feel that you are more reliable than them." As if she had thought of something, Nanwei hesitated to speak and lowered her head. "Besides, I have friends here. After we find them and reunite, we'll make other plans. I can't just abandon them." Lin Qin raised his eyebrows. "And friends?" Before Lin Qin could ask further questions, Xiaoxue beside him couldn't wait to ask. "Sister Nanwei, you have friends with you? Then why aren't you guys together?" Nanwei looked at Zhang Shue's question and said casually, "Well, it's still a zombie. We are childhood friends and we get along very well. I just got back the day before the zombie outbreak. We had planned to go out and play, but the next day everything suddenly turned into chaos. My friends have been hiding in the hotel. Later, when we had no food or water, several men broke into my house and killed my parents. I was imprisoned, beaten and scolded, and I found the right opportunity to escape. At that time, I was only thinking about surviving first and then taking revenge, and that's when I met Lin Qin. You'll know what happens next." As she spoke, Nanwei looked at Lin Qin. She was quite immoral at the time. But in that situation, there was nothing wrong with her wanting to live. Later, I went out to look for supplies and was spotted by several men. I had no choice but to separate from the little girl. Then I went to the hotel where my friends had been hiding. But I found out they were gone, and now I don't know where they went. But I think they must still be alive. Sooner or later I will find them, and they will definitely come to find me. Instead of wandering around like a headless chicken, it's better to come back here. They know where my home is, so I came back. But to be honest, Lin Qin, you had a gun at that time. Why didn't you kill me when I treated you like this?" He killed the two men without hesitation. "Until now, I still haven't figured out why I wasn't killed as well." Lin Qin rolled his eyes and then said, "You wouldn't believe it even if I told you, so I'd better not tell you. You can't say that I'll give you back your life because you saved me in your previous life?" Nanwei raised her eyebrows but didn't ask any further questions. Zhang Shui on the side kept wanting to know. "It sounds like a lot of things happened when they met. Tell me. I really want to know what happened to you." "Children, it's better to stop asking questions and take care of yourself." Lin Qin dismissed it casually. But Zhang Shui was obviously not happy. But he didn't ask any further questions. He just looked at Lin Qin and then at Nanwei. Just then, there was a noise from upstairs. Lin Qin stood up immediately and signaled not to speak. It was impossible to tell whether the sound was a mutated wild dog coming in or something else. However, the streets are empty, so the probability of mutated wild dogs should be low. The three people stared at it vigilantly. The shelves blocked the front door, blocking most of the light. The stairs leading to the second floor were very dimly lit. Lin Qin first looked at the situation on the stairs. "It's quite clean, it shouldn't be a zombie." Lin Qin walked up the stairs step by step. The situation on the second floor was basically the same as the downstairs. It was empty everywhere, but there were a few rows of shelves against the wall. The middle space is empty and everything inside is visible. As for the noise that just happened, Lin Qin looked and found nothing here. Zhang Shui stood downstairs, looking at Lin Qin nervously. "How is it? What's going on up there?" "Nothing." Lin Qin spoke, looked around again, then turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, something seemed to shake in the back corner of the shelf. Lin Qin paused. Looking sideways, you can see an empty can lying next to the shelf, not sure if it was hit or blown by the wind. It actually rolled back and forth twice. The sound was exactly the same as the one I just heard. Lin Qin couldn't help but walk towards the shelves. However, there was still nothing behind the shelves. There was a small window half open, and a breeze was blowing. Lin Qin returned downstairs and shook his head under the gazes of the two people. Chapter 60, Find an Airdrop. Has it been a while since we rested? We're going back. It's almost time to go. The team continued to move forward. After Lin Qin and others left. Outside the window on the second floor was a small platform with an air conditioner outdoor unit. The girl climbed back through the window again. Lin Qin and others walked carefully through the streets, hoping to return to the villa smoothly. At this time, a group of people came to the vicinity of the villa area. The gunshots startled many zombies. Lin Qin's surveillance camera detected a human figure moving, and his phone kept vibrating to alert him. Lin Qin couldn't help but take out his cell phone to check. At the intersection northwest of the gate, there was a large group of people. They were all armed and looting cars on the roadside. Some were even rummaging through the clothes and bags of the zombies on the ground, looking for useful things. Seeing this scene, Lin Qin felt a sense of crisis. He wasn't at home, and although there was an electric fence outside, it only prevented people from climbing over the wall. What if someone has tools and can easily break the door? Wouldn't that be a disaster? But after just a moment of worry, Lin Qin saw that the person in the surveillance camera suddenly became very excited. Rushing in one direction, Lin Qin walked while adjusting the surveillance position to check over. 3 completely unfamiliar faces appeared on the screen. 2 men and a woman. These people surrounded them. If I find a new target, I want to notice my conspicuous villa for a while. Lin Qin relaxed a lot. This team had the largest number of people he had ever met, and it was not difficult to tell from their actions that this group of people were not ordinary survivors. The electric fence on the wall of my villa can stop them, but there is no guarantee that so many people may find other ways to enter. Of course, Lin Qin was not worried about being broken into. But he was remembered by this group of people. You know, if you don't worry about thieves stealing, you will worry about thieves thinking about it. This time is enough for him to go back. Lin Qin couldn't help but quicken his pace as he left, and put his cell phone into his trouser pocket. The streets outside were very quiet, and there were no zombies to be seen. Nanwei and Zhang Shui had no idea what was going on over there. But Lin Qin quickened his pace, and they could only hurry to catch up and get away from this place of trouble. At this time, the team searching for supplies met a team of young people. They surrounded them all in a hurry. The only girl in the team hid behind the 2 boys in fear, looking at the strange men who surrounded them. Hey, Brother Hua, there's a beautiful girl. A man named Brother Hua walked over shirtless and saw a little girl hiding behind the 2 men. He immediately laughed. Oh, it really is. Look at this fair and fresh little face. If you don't know, you might think it's a celebrity. Zhang Huapeng walked over and pushed away the 2 boys who were blocking the girl, revealing the woman behind him. The woman's face was fair and clean, and although it looked a little gray at this moment, it did not affect her beauty at all. She just continued to look at him with fear. Zhang Huapeng reached out, pinched the girl's chin, and looked at her carefully. This little face is so watery. After so long since the end of the world, it is really rare to see such a face. The 2 men next to them saw this, and one of them pulled the woman behind him, blocking her in front. One stood in front of Zhang Huapeng and tried to communicate. Brother, we are just ordinary people passing by looking for supplies, and we don't have anything valuable on us. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Before he could finish, Zhang Huapeng smiled at him. Just when the man thought there was room for negotiation, Zhang Huapeng kicked him hard. Seeing this, the other 2 people standing behind him immediately ran over and helped their companion who was kicked to the ground. Brother Hua, this woman really seems to be a star. I think she looks like the new rising star who's been popular lately. Her name is Wang Yuran. Yes, Wang Yuran. Brother Hua, what do you think of this woman? We are all single, so let's enjoy her. The person who was speaking had a sly look in his eyes and looked at Wang Yuran with greed. This is a celebrity. I've only seen him on TV before, but never met him in real life. No one cares about these things now. It would be nice if I could play with female celebrities and see what it feels like. Zhang Huapeng raised his eyebrows, took a quick step forward, pulled Wang Yuran, who was concerned about his companion, back, and looked at him carefully. Seeing this, Su Chang, who was kicked, and Wang Zihao, who was concerned about her, immediately stood up and wanted to pull Wang Yuran back. But he was surrounded by other people. Zhang Huapeng pinched Wang Yuran's chin and turned around to look at the suggestion made by his younger brother. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. To be honest, he has never played with any female celebrities. After all, I have seen her on TV before, with that figure, fair skin, and beautiful appearance. That's a good idea. I've never enjoyed the luxury of being a celebrity before. This is a great idea. After I'm done enjoying it, my brothers can go have some fun too, ha ha ha. As soon as Zhang Huapeng finished speaking, his brothers resonated with him. Everyone seemed to be thinking about what it would feel like to have a woman lying underneath them. For a moment, he just felt the taste was wonderful, and the way he looked at her was particularly naked. Wang Yuran was so frightened when she heard the other party openly discussing how to deal with her that she began to struggle desperately. The two men standing nearby tried to break through the crowd and snatch Wang Yuran from Zhang Huaping's hands. But Zhang Huaping's brothers reacted quickly and pressed them on the left and right, making it impossible for them to break free. Zhang Huaping dragged Wang Yuran away. Wang Yuran fought back desperately, shouting and screaming. Seeing this, Zhang Huaping frowned and said, "Shut her mouth for me. It will be troublesome if zombies are attracted to her." Wang Yuran's chin was forcibly pinched and his mouth was stuffed with cloth strips, but that wasn't enough. To prevent the strips of cloth from falling off, they tied other strips of cloth behind her head to prevent her from vomiting. Wang Yuran's eyes were red and she was crying out of fear, but she had no way to do anything as someone was holding her hands. I couldn't utter a word and could only hum. Zhang Huaping looked around and then chose a shop along the street. He picked up Wang Yuran and dragged her all the way over. Although he didn't mind in broad daylight, he was afraid that zombies would suddenly appear and disturb his good deeds. Seeing that the situation was not right, Wang Zihao, who was being held down, suddenly spoke. "Brother, don't be like this. We are all people in trouble, hiding from zombies everywhere. My sister isn't Wang Yuran. She's still in college this year. Wang Yuran is almost 30 years old. How could she be my sister? And you're not going to be of any real use, right? Don't touch her. The two of us will take you to find an airdrop." Chapter 61. Ah, beauty. We took all the supplies from an airdrop and hid them where we live. If you don't touch them, we'll take you there to find them. I guess you guys are short of food too. Wang Zihao looked around. There are about 10 people in this group, and it looks like a large group. They should have known each other before, so the possibility of them forming a team temporarily is not high. But for such a large group, food is definitely the most urgent thing compared to weapons. Never mind for now, as long as we can delay it a little longer, it's better. Zhang Huaping stopped and turned to look at Wang Zihao, who was speaking. Su Chang beside him hurriedly said, "Yes, we hid all these things in our residence." Zhang Huaping chuckled, "Just because you say that, I'm going to believe you. Could it be that the airdrop was a precision missile that just happened to land on your house? You know, as soon as an airdrop appears, people nearby will rush to get it. Is it your turn yet?" Obviously, Zhang Huaping didn't quite believe it. Wang Zihao had no choice but to say, "Brother Hua, do you think I'm lying to you? We're all in your hands, how could I possibly lie to you? If you find out, then the three of us won't be able to survive. Besides, there are so many of you. How could the three of us dare to lie to you?" Seeing this, Zhang Huaping felt that what he said made some sense. There are so many people here, and these three can't make any big waves. They really need food now. After all, there are so many people and they have to survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to come out to look for supplies now. Even the zombies that had been dead on the roadside for many days had to be turned over. Okay, deal. If not, then don't blame me for being rude, you three. Tell me where it is. Lin Qin walked for about 10 minutes, and the three of them arrived at the fork in the road on the side of the west gate and the east gate. Going left means heading towards the east gate, which is a bit farther away. Going right means heading towards the west gate, which is closer, just a few steps away. That group of people is near the north side of the west gate, so we shouldn't run into them. But this is hard to say, and it would be quite troublesome if you encountered it. After thinking about it, Lin Qin decided to walk towards the east gate. Suddenly, a stone shot out from behind and hit his shoe accurately. The stone was not big, but Lin Qin stopped and looked back. The three of them looked to the other side. I saw a group of people coming this way. The three people walking in front were pushed and kicked forward. He was still talking in a confident tone. However, since the other party deliberately lowered his voice, I couldn't hear it clearly. However, Lin Qin heard the following few words clearly. "Brother Hua, there's someone in front." Wow, 2 beauties. What kind of luck is this today? 3 beauties. It seems our brother Hua is very lucky. A voice came from the other side. Lin Qin looked around. There are 2 women here, and there is one walking in front over there. Aren't they just 3 beauties? Nan Wei squinted her eyes and felt that the people in front of her looked familiar. Zhang Shui took a look and said directly, "This group of people looks bad, let's leave quickly." It was obvious that the three people at the front of the team were captured by this group of people. As for why Zhang Shui was arrested, no one knew. But you have to stay away from it anyway. Lin Qin nodded, he thought so too. This group of people looks troublesome. A bit like a gangster. I can do anything to survive. But I didn't expect that these people are still here after so long. Let's go. Zhang Shui and Lin Qin turned around and walked away, but Nanwei stayed where she was. After walking a few steps, Lin Qin realized something was wrong. He turned around and saw Nanwei still standing there, and he couldn't help but frown. These two people are really a worry wherever they go. I don't know what stage I reached in my previous life. What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. However, Nanwei acted as if she didn't hear Lin Qin's words, and walked forward. Zhang Shui also turned around and saw Nanwei still walking towards that direction. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed her. Sister Nanwei, what are you doing? If you go any further, you'll be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. This group of people looks quite malicious, let's leave quickly. There are quite a few people on the other side. Of course, Nanwei knew that the other party did not look like a good person, but as the other party got closer, Nanwei also saw clearly the appearance of the person walking in front of the team. It's her friends. Nanwei said, it's Zihao and the others. Ah? Zhang Shui was confused by the sudden appearance of Nanwei's name. Nanwei continued, they caught the friends I mentioned to you today. They're the three tied up in front of the team. This made things clearer, and Zhang Shui and Lin Qin looked over together. There were indeed three people tied up at the front of the team. And Lin Qin knew this person. At first, his surveillance camera kept vibrating to remind him of the three unlucky guys who were surrounded by this group of people. The three people walking in front were tied with ropes. One of the women was in an even worse condition than the two men. There was something stuffed in his mouth, I don't know what it was, and he even tied a cloth strip around it to prevent it from being spit out. The other party was getting closer and closer. Seeing that they had stopped, he couldn't help but whistle, ah, are these two beauties waiting for us? Nanzi, hurry up and pull them over. Our brother Hua wants to talk to these two beauties. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, several tall and strong men came over. Look at the momentum, it's coming with great force. Lin Qin couldn't help but yawn, took a step forward, and stood in front of Nanwei and Zhang Shui. He just gave the order very calmly. Xiao Xue, you and Nanwei should pick them up in time. Don't waste time, go back quickly. The group was still joking, but Lin Qin took out his gun and stopped where they were for a moment, frightened. Gun. Brother Hua, he has a gun. While the people on the opposite side were frightened, they were actually more excited when they saw the gun in Lin Qin's hand. With guns, they won't need to search for supplies everywhere like they do now. And there's no need to be afraid of zombies. With the gun in Lin Qin's hand and the airdropped supplies that the kid just mentioned, their team's luck is simply incredible. Everyone was a little wary of Lin Qin, but more of it was greed. Even at such a not-so-close distance, Lin Qin could see it. Nanwei and Xiao Shui came to their senses and nodded. Lin Qin gave them guns, which were hidden behind him due to the backpack. But Lin Qin is not like that. His gun was hanging carelessly on his chest. After giving the instructions, Lin Qin shot without hesitation. The rifle can fire continuously or in single shots. With a burst of fire, Lin Qin first took care of the first few people who were suppressing Nanwei's friends. Then, when Nanwei and Xiao Shui went forward to pick up the people, they continued to shoot at the people behind them. Chapter 62 Checking the Wound. After his companion died, Lin Qin's quick and decisive action frightened the group so much that they hid everywhere. No one even cared about the three people in front. Fuck, brother Hua, there's a bullet in the gun, get out of the way quickly. What about those three people? I don't know. Everyone's hiding. No one's watching. At this time, who would still have the mood to care about others? With Lin Qin shooting, this group of people didn't dare to show up at all. Nanwei walked forward and took over her friend, which went quite smoothly. She took the food off Wang Yuran's mouth, held her shoulders, and comforted her in a low voice. Wang Yuran's hands trembled, her eyes blurred as she began to cry. Wei. Okay, it's okay. Patting Wang Yuran on the back, Nanwei turned her head to look at the other two friends who were untied by Xiao Xue. Come on, follow me. Everyone nodded, and Nanwei and Xiao Xue took these people back to the villa first. Lin Qin was the last one to take the lead. The 6 people hiding behind various cupboards didn't dare to show their heads at all. Lin Qin couldn't tell who was the boss in the team at this moment. Zhang Huaping rolled his eyes slyly and couldn't help but say, "Little brother, we are all family. We didn't know those people were your friends. You said it was the flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. I can't afford to compensate you, so I'll give you all my wealth so you don't waste your bullets." Zhang Huapeng, who was hiding behind the trash can, quickly flattered him. "If he gives away his most precious thing, lower your head and stay alive first. Anyway, whether it's a gun or a person, it won't be too late to kill him when he comes back in the future. But at this moment, we should be humble and admit our mistakes. He who knows the times is a hero. Besides, it's a gun, and you can't tell how many bullets are inside it. What Zhang Huapeng likes must be useful. Without bullets, it's just a pile of scrap metal and useless. Yes, our brother Hua is the most loyal. We will give you everything as long as you let us go." The younger brother hiding somewhere else also spoke. However, Lin Qin noticed the words Brother Hua. "Don't you think this is a coincidence? Brother Hua. The grievances of the previous life. If I don't tell them, I probably won't let them go. But if I tell them, I will definitely not let them go." He was forced to hide in the garbage dump because of this group of people. Lin Qin aimed directly at the trash can. The trash can was made of stainless steel and could not withstand Lin Qin's continuous attacks. The bullet penetrated directly and hit his shoulder and head, turning them into a sieve. That is not all, Lin Qin also shot at the rest. Many people were so scared that they wanted to run away, but they died on the spot before they took 2 steps. Lin Qin is not a ruthless person, but this group of people has a grudge against him. Naturally, I won't let it go. He knew Zhang Huapeng's temper. No matter what he said today, he had offended him and had a grudge against him. This person will keep watching you from now on. It would be better to resolve it earlier to avoid any trouble. Lin Qin put away his gun and stopped looking at the bodies. It won't be long before the zombies come following the smell of blood. Over there, Nanwei led a few people to climb up the wall of the villa area and led everyone to another villa not far from Lin Qin's villa. This was her first residence after she parted ways with Lin Qin. Lin Qin's house is quite special. Since she has taken me in, there is no reason for her to take in her friends as well. Besides, she didn't have the key to Lin Qin's door. Zhang Shui followed Nanwei all the way into the villa. When Zhang Shui found out that it wasn't them, she was stunned for a moment and wanted to ask Nanwei. Nanwei shook her head and interrupted her question. "Xiao Xue, go to the door to meet Lin Qin. I'm afraid he won't be able to find you later." "Good." Seeing this, Zhang Shui didn't say much. I arrived at the door and kept my eyes on the situation on the path. Until Lin Qin's figure appeared in front of him. Zhang Shui waved her hands wildly, wanting to shout, but was afraid of attracting zombies so she didn't dare to scream. Lin Qin was most familiar with the condition of his own front door. Seeing that no one had used it, he looked around. "Turn on the intercom at the same time. Xiao Xue, where are you?" Zhang Shui just remembered that they had an intercom, and hurriedly pressed the button and said, "It's in the building next to yours. Nanwei said it would be more convenient to come here." "Okay, I understand." Lin Qin looked up and looked to the other side. Zhang Shui was squatting in front of the gate, looking over here. Turning around, Lin Qin ran straight over. When we entered the villa, everyone in the house was already sitting on the sofa. Nanwei comforted them and asked about what had just happened. Wang Zihao said indignantly, "We were planning to come to your house to look for you, but we ran into them on the way and were arrested. Those people recognized you ran and wanted to defile her. We could only pretend that we had found and hidden the supplies from the airdrop and asked him to bring us to your villa to take a look. So I went out the east gate, and I didn't expect to see you. There were bruises on Su Chang's face from being beaten, and his abdomen was kicked the hardest. Yeah, we've been worried about you for a while." Nanwei apologized. "I went to your hotel to look for you guys before, but you were not there, so I came back. Fortunately, everything is fine. Fortunately, they are all alive. The 4 of them have been playmates since childhood, and their deep friendship is different from others." Wang Yuran was no longer afraid. She looked at Nanwei and asked, "Where are your uncle and aunt? Why aren't they with you?" When this was mentioned, Nanwei fell silent for a moment. A few people realized that something was wrong and immediately changed the subject. "Wang Zihao, Nanwei, are you hungry? What a coincidence, we came out to look for you today and unexpectedly found a few packets of instant noodles. Yuran even said he would save one for you. Yuran, where are your instant noodles? Wang Yuran immediately lowered his head and searched in the pockets of his clothes. Obviously, it's lost. Having lost the few remaining meals, Wang Yuran started to cry out of guilt. Okay, it's okay. When Lin Qin came in, there was a slight noise, which attracted their attention. The three strangers in the room all looked over. Nanwei immediately stood up and introduced, "Let me introduce you to this Lin Qin. He saved me and has taken me in until now." The three of them stood up immediately, and two boys even wanted to hold Lin Qin's hand. Just now, he was the one who saved the three of them. Lin Qin waved his hand and said, No, it's just a matter of convenience. Don't thank me yet, I need to check if you have any wounds. Xiao Xue, go check this girl. Wang Zihao and Su Chang both looked at Nanwei beside them, somewhat confused. Chapter 63 Nanwei's Friend. Lin Qin added, Don't worry. If you have any signs of being scratched or bitten by zombies, you will definitely be infected. If not, then nothing will happen. Just a routine check. Nanwei also agreed, as long as there are no injuries, it's okay. Checking it out is not a big deal. Lin Qin examined them. Apart from some minor scratches, the two men had normal wounds, no rot or other abnormalities, and the wounds had already scabbed over. As for the girl, nothing was found during the examination, except that there were signs on her body that she had been beaten severely. Especially on both sides of the cheeks, the purple handprints are particularly obvious. Moreover, there are so many zombies outside, but these three people have no signs of being scratched or bitten by zombies, which shows that they are quite capable. But as long as I don't get caught or bitten, it's okay. Okay, it's okay. Lin Qin said, looking at Nanwei and waving. After nothing happened, everyone just sat down again with some restraint. After all, Lin Qinka is a strong man with a gun. Nanwei had a lot to say to them and soon forgot about Lin Qin and Zhang Shui. The two people were tactful and did not disturb them. Zhang Shui walked over, looked at Lin Qin and said, Are we just going to stay here? Not going back? Lin Qin tilted his head and said, Wait a little longer, there's no rush. Zhang Shui was a little worried. I don't know what's going on with these people yet. Didn't Sister Nanwei say she was waiting for her friends? Now her friends are here. Are they going to leave us and head to the evacuation point next? Lin Qin didn't care. What was giving him the most headache at the moment was the issue of the evacuation point. He has also thought about it seriously, but he still plans to wait and see. Let her. Lin Qin found a place to sit down and looked around. I have been here once before. Although I am not familiar with it, I know the general situation. These people can't live in their own villas. The storage room downstairs is too small, even though it is vacant. The second floor is already full, and the third floor is even more impossible. Supplies filled up. Of course, the supplies at the bottom of the third floor and the attic are all made up of ordinary cardboard boxes, which contain some puffed foods and snacks. The weight is not that much at all. On the one hand, it is because I can go in and get supplies without being seen, at least it won't be too strange. On the other hand, only Lin Qin has the key to enter these rooms. He felt a little relieved that Nanwei was brought here. The two of them sat at the door and waited for who knows how long. There was a sound behind me. He turned his head and saw Nanwei saying, Can you give them some food? They haven't eaten for a long time. The instant noodles they had finally found were shared among several people. She was planning to find the remaining packet and give it to him, but she lost it. During this period, the food was provided by Lin Qin. Lin Qin nodded and threw a school bag over. There is food in the school bag, including biscuits, bread, instant noodles, and mineral water. Nanwei thanked him and walked over with her school bag. Several people started eating immediately. Soon, my stomach was filled. Lin Qin walked over and looked at them and asked, Where are you planning to go next? The three of them looked at Lin Qin and then at Nanwei. Wang Zihao said, We originally came here to look for Nanwei, and we will definitely stay with Nanwei from now on. But, Nanwei, we should hurry to the evacuation point. There are so many cars on the roadside. Once we get on the elevated road, things will be much better and we'll be able to get to the evacuation point quickly. As long as we reach the evacuation point, we will be safe. By the way, why don't you come with us? It's a mess out there right now. There are not only zombies, but also some ruthless people. Wang Zihao declined the invitation. Although there was a high probability that the gun in Lin Qin's hand could play a significant role along the way, it was more likely that going to the evacuation point was the safest. Going with them to the extraction point wasn't a bad idea at all. Lin Qin sat aside without saying a word. Wang Zihao continued to speak. The situation outside is very chaotic. I've discussed with Su Chang and Yuran. Taking the elevated road is the fastest way to the stadium. There aren't as many zombies on the elevated road as on the road below, so it's relatively safe. And there are plenty of intact cars outside, enough for us to get on the elevated road and head to the evacuation point. There are 6 of us in total, so we can squeeze into one car just right. Lin Qin didn't say anything, but he couldn't help shaking his head in his heart. With just this ordinary car, you won't be able to escape if you encounter zombies. As long as the number is large, it will be overturned in minutes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to go to auto shows and 4S stores to look for a car. Wang Zihao's idea is naive. Besides, there are indeed fewer zombies on the elevated roads, but there are some too. There are definitely dozens of them. Speaking of this, I don't know whether the special police drove through smoothly. Nanwei's mind moved slightly, and she looked at Lin Qin beside her. She stayed here just to wait for her friends. Now her friends have found her. Nanwei looked at Lin Qin beside her and felt a little embarrassed. Lin Qin noticed the gaze and chuckled. You make your own decision. We all respect you. But let's just rest today. Xiao Shuai and I will go back first. Nanwei stood up, nodded and said, okay. Nanwei gestured to her friends to sit here and wait for her to come back, and she followed Lin Qin out. Arriving at the gate of the villa, Nanwei handed her backpack to Lin Qin. I put the rifle in the backpack. Don't worry, they won't know. But the bow and arrow is very big, and they have already seen it, so Lin Qin took the gun and said, I'll give you the bow and arrow. He has a lot of guns, but giving them away depends on the situation. If it was a special police force, he would be very willing. But Nanwei, you should keep the gun. Lin Qin returned to his villa with Zhang Shui. The air conditioning had been turned off when we set out, and the room was very stuffy. Lin Qin turned on the air conditioner again and lay down on the sofa. Comfortable. Zhang Shui was also lying on another sofa, and Guyu was lying on top of it. The posture is actually very similar to Lin Qin's. Looking at the ceiling above her head, Zhang Shui muttered to herself. Is Sister Nanwei planning to go with her friends? Lin Qin didn't say anything, just closed his eyes. It doesn't matter to Lin Qin whether he leaves or not. But today's harvest was pretty good. I got a silencer. I feel so happy just thinking about it. At this time, the 3 people in the villa relaxed a lot after Lin Qin left. They lay on the sofa in different postures, watching Nanwei come back. Who are those 2 people? They were here just now, so we didn't dare to ask too much. Chapter 64 Magic? Su Chang looked curious. Wang Zihao next to him answered quickly, didn't Nanwei say that we were saving her? Wang Yuran covered her lips and chuckled, there aren't so many kind-hearted people these days. I think that man must have fallen for our Nanwei, otherwise why would he save her? Wang Zihao continued unconvinced, that's not necessarily true. Didn't you see the little girl next to him? She's staring at that guy with eyes that aren't pure. Su Chang smiled, I stand on Zihao's side on this point. The 3 of them were still playing around, and it seemed that they had returned to their previous way of getting along. Nanwei had no intention of playing with them, and simply said, please choose a room to stay in and take a rest. This villa area is relatively safe. Regarding the evacuation point, we'll make detailed plans and discuss it later. Seeing that Nanwei looked unhappy, the 3 of them stopped playing around, nodded, and each chose a room. The living room suddenly became quiet and Nanwei sighed. It quickly got dark. In the middle of the night, Lin Qin woke up from his sleep. The mobile phone under his pillow was vibrating continuously, indicating that it had detected human movement. It was pitch black all around, with only the faint light coming from the phone screen. Lin Qin was half asleep and clicked on the video to check it out. I saw that there were quite a lot of mutant wild dogs gathered around the villa area. Could it be those that came here during the day following the scent? That's too scary. Before Lin Qin could react, he saw that there was more than one prompt indicating that the human figure was shaking. Lin Qin had no choice but to turn on all the surveillance footage and check them one by one. In the darkness, a woman fled here in a panic, climbing over the wall. The mutated wild dogs were attracted by her. The wild dogs were making quite a lot of noise. The woman climbed over the wall and fell to the ground. She looked at them in fear through the wall of the villa area and moved back little by little. I watched the mutated wild dogs jumping up one by one, trying to jump over the high wall. A few of them had their heads stuck and couldn't get in. The woman was terrified. I tried to get up from the ground several times, but I couldn't stand up, either because my legs were weak or my feet were slipping. Through the surveillance camera, Lin Xin finally saw what it really looked like to crawl and roll. After taking a closer look at the surveillance number, Lin Xin looked impatient. This woman is quite good at choosing places. As luck would have it, the place where she climbed over the wall was right next to Lin Xin's villa. The mutated wild dogs were still jumping, and some of them were biting the railings with their mouths open. The railings of the villa should be made of iron, so they shouldn't be bitten open so easily. Just as Lin Xin was thinking this, he discovered that more and more mutant wild dogs were gnawing on the iron railings. If the gap were just a little bigger, or even just bent a little, they could get through. Of course, the purpose of mutating wild dogs has not been achieved at present. The quality of this iron fence is beyond reproach. There are quite a few mutant wild dogs outside. If they continue to gather like this, they will most likely pile up to shorten the distance and then jump in. He didn't know much about these wild dogs. But once you come in, it means this place is no longer safe. Of course, he didn't care, but Nanwei and her family's villa had no defense measures at all. It's still the most primitive floor-to-ceiling window. No matter if a zombie or a mutant wild dog enters, it will break into pieces in a few hits. Lin Xin stood up and walked out. The wild dogs refused to give up despite the fence. When Lin Xin came, the woman rushed into his arms in panic. Lin Xin wanted to go forward, but the woman grabbed him. "What are you doing? There are mutant wild dogs over there. If one of them rushes in and bites you, you'll be finished." Lin Xin glanced at him and then continued walking forward. "Hey, are you trying to kill yourself?" Lu Shasha looked at Lin Xin's desperate look. He looked around anxiously. One side is safe, the other side is seeking death. This person is really beyond saving. She looked both ways, then ran towards safety. Lin Xin looked at the zombie dogs outside and started shooting at them with his gun. A large number of the mutated wild dogs outside were soon killed or injured. After Lin Xin finished, he walked forward to check the bite marks on the wall. Lu Shasha, who was leaving, heard a slight sound coming from behind her, and naturally saw the gun in Lin Xin's hand. After he dealt with all the mutant wild dogs outside, the gun in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Lu Shasha couldn't help but widen her eyes. What is this, a magic trick or a mutation? For a moment, she was panicked. But soon, she calmed down. It shouldn't be a mutation, otherwise how could it possibly deal with those weird things outside? He shouldn't be too much of a threat to me, otherwise she would never have let me go when she bumped into him just now. Calm down. Now the other party has a gun in his hand, and with this thing, safety can be greatly guaranteed. If she goes out now and wins some favor, there shouldn't be any problem. The light was dim, and Lu Shasha saw that the other party was actually walking towards the fence. The opportunity has come. She rushed forward and pulled Lin Xin's hand in the opposite direction. As he ran, he said, "It's not safe over there, it's better to leave quickly." Lin Xin frowned. The woman was pulling him with great force. She rushed around the villa, at least she wouldn't fall into the ditch with the faint light from the roadside. I quickly found a villa with an open gate and walked in. She collapsed on the ground in the yard and said to Lin Xin, "I thought this place was usually remote and not crowded, so there would be fewer zombies. Who knew there were so many dogs here? And they're zombie dogs. I'm convinced. Emma, I'm so tired. I really can't run anymore." Lin Xin. Is this guy a chatterbox? In the dim light, Lin Xin had no idea what the other person looked like. All I could hear was her mumbling. Lin Xin stood aside speechlessly. After talking for a long time, she seemed to realize that there were other people here. Looking at Lin Xin, he said, well, sorry, I just. She didn't know what was wrong with her mind. What a fool. Lin Xin ignored her and turned away when he saw that she had regained consciousness. It was a little dark on the path, but there were some lights in the distance, so it wasn't completely blind. I can still see clearly. The man in front of her seemed to be wearing pajamas. When I pulled in just now, there seemed to be that clean smell, which was the scent of clothes washed with laundry detergent and dried in the sun. She moved her eyes and followed him quietly. This man should be a good person. Lin Xin found the way back in the villa with ease. The further Lu Shasha walked, the more familiar this place seemed to her. Chapter 65, Targeted. Didn't she leave from here those mutated wild dogs outside just now? She squatted down nervously and hid behind the green belt on the side of the road. Then, in the dim light, he saw him open the big iron gate and walk in. Is this villa where he lives? Lu Shasha stared at the villa and gradually showed a look of surprise. This house looks different from other villas. There are anti-theft windows outside, and the main gate is a solid iron gate, and there is an electric fence on the wall. Even with heavy curtains between us. There was also a faint light coming from it. Thinking of the gun I saw at that time, and the ability to disappear out of thin air. Lu Shasha seemed to be lost in thought. Then he returned to the villa where he had just hidden. She closed the gate to the yard. Then he took out his keychain from his school bag. The keychain is in the shape of an astronaut, with a light emitting area in the middle of its belly. Press the button on the astronaut's back, and the light at the belly position will be a light purple with a hint of yellow. This light is quite obvious in the dark night. Not falling into complete darkness. It can also be regarded as a small flashlight. I first saw this keychain by chance in a trendy toy store. I found that it was actually a small light bulb. I thought it was interesting, so I bought it. I didn't expect it to work at this time. She put her backpack on her back, raised her hand to tuck the hair that was covering her eyes behind her ears, and took the keychain to prepare to enter the completely unfamiliar villa. The gate of the villa was closed. Instead of going in blindly, she knocked on the door. I put my ear to the door and listened for a while to make sure there was no sound or movement coming from inside. She opened the door and walked in. However, the moment the door opened, a corpse fell down and landed on Lu Shasha's feet. She was startled and bit her lip tightly and started dancing with laser beams. The body was kicked to the other side of the door. After not hearing any movement and confirming that the zombies were dead, the atmosphere gradually calmed down. Lu Shasha covered her heart, took several deep breaths, and moved closer with the astronaut flashlight in her hand. The body looked like it had been dead for quite a while. The whole body was rotting and festering, attracting a lot of flies. The room was filled with a foul smell. A lot of rotten flesh fell off due to her laser dance. Lu Shasha suppressed the nausea in her heart and retreated with disgust. Looking at the dirt on the shoe surface, he forced himself to go inside and find a clean tablecloth to wipe it again and again. Then he left the yard. There are quite a few houses in the villa area. After thinking it over again, she ran to the back row of villas where the man was just now. Pry open the doors one by one. The noise was not loud, but if there were people there, it would be enough to make them react. Lu Shasha came to the new villa, which was exceptionally clean, except that all the furniture was covered with dust cloth. It seems that this villa has not been lived in for a long time, and the owner of the villa simply covered it up. But luckily, it's safe here. The house had been uninhabited for a long time and was covered in dust. On the floor of the living room, you could see many footprints coming in and out. It looks particularly messy. But the footprints gradually disappeared as we went deeper. Those who came to collect supplies also saw the dust sheet here. Since no one lives here, there is naturally nothing useful. There is no need to collect anything inside. Looking at this scene, Lu Shasha was very satisfied. After closing the door of the room, she waved away the dust floating in front of her eyes and went straight to the second floor. Standing on the balcony on the second floor, she could see the villa equipped with anti-theft windows. I don't know how to live there. It was late at night and Nanwei tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. There are enough rooms in the villa, one for each person and some rooms available. But Nanwei was a little uncomfortable because she didn't sleep at Lin Xin's place today. It's not because it's unsafe. The safety factor here in the villa area is much safer than outside. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, simply because the situation that followed was beyond her control. All decision-making power lies in Lin Xin's hands. Wang Zihao and the others found me and wanted to go to the evacuation point. But there were too many variables on the way to the evacuation point. Even Lin Xin might not be able to arrive safely. She wanted her friends to stay, because if they followed Lin Xin, their chances of survival would be greater. But the problem was how she could convince Lin Xin, which became a headache. The next day, Lin Xin got up very early. The sky is gray. There is a hint of coolness. Lin Xin casually stretched his muscles and then entered the room. brush teeth, wash face, and eat breakfast. Nothing is different from usual. Except a bit dull. However, without Nanwei around, Lin Qin actually felt unexpectedly comfortable. Zhang Shui is one of us, so there is no need to be particularly on guard, but Nanwei is different. Lin Qin wasn't sure how long she planned to stay. So it's better not to reveal your cards so early. Breakfast was very casual, just soy milk, fried dough sticks, vegetable buns, and tea eggs. By the time Zhang Shui slowly got up, Lin Qin had already prepared breakfast. Wow, what day is it today? The food is so delicious, and there are even tea eggs. After Zhang Shui rinsed her teeth and washed her face, she came out and saw a table full of breakfast. There is nothing special about breakfast, but the appearance of tea eggs seems unscientific. Lin Qin didn't care and took an egg and peeled it. Eat quickly, you'll need me if I want to eat more later. Zhang Shui was open-minded and started eating happily. Breakfast was eaten quickly, and Nanwei came to the door of Lin Qin's villa alone and knocked. Looking at the corpses of mutant wild dogs piled up outside the fence next to him, he seemed to be lost in thought. Zhang Shui took a sip of soy milk and raised her head. Who is it? Could it be Nanwei? I'll go check it out. Zhang Shui volunteered to stand up and run out. Seeing that it was Nanwei, she opened the door and let her in. Nanwei walked in without hesitation. But Zhang Shui was a little confused when she saw that Nanwei was the only one there. Sister Nanwei, where are your friends? I came here today to discuss something with Lin Qin, and they are still waiting for me over there. Zhang Shui nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The food in the room was much better than the food over there. Early in the morning, they were chewing bread and didn't dare to eat more. Lin Qin stood at the stairs as if he had been waiting for her for a long time. Come on, follow me. Nanwei nodded and followed him upstairs. The bedroom door of the room was closed, and Lin Qin sat on the small sofa and looked at her. Have you thought about it? Nanwei nodded. I've thought it through. My friends will make their way to the evacuation point on their own, but they will stay here for a while before heading to the evacuation point. Besides that, they want to ask you for a favor. Chapter 66, Don't Keep Idle People. Can you help them get to the evacuation point safely? Nanwei was a little nervous when she said this. The current situation is very complicated, and no one would be willing to risk their life to send others to the evacuation point. Only a fool would agree to this request. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows, obviously thinking that this matter was a bit outrageous. And he came to deliver it? Why? Nanwei nervously clicked her fingers together and looked up. I know this question is a bit outrageous. They mainly think you'll be safer if you have a gun. The more Nanwei spoke, the less confident she became, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Forget it, I'll explain this matter clearly to them. I didn't come to you to do this. But I do have a request. I want to ask you, if I want them to reach the evacuation point safely, is there any safer way? That is, can you give them a plan with a higher chance of survival? In Nanwei's opinion, Lin Qin was able to decorate the house into this state in advance, and even the weapons and food on him were incomparable to ordinary people. It should be easier to get to a safe point. Even just making a safer travel plan shouldn't be a problem. But Nanwei thought too highly of Lin Qin. He doesn't have such ability, and there is no plan that can guarantee the trip. Sorry, I can't help you with that. The stadium is half an hour's drive from here. It sounds quick, but the actual operation is not as simple as we say. First of all, you don't know what you'll encounter on the road, or how many zombies there are, or whether you'll be surrounded by zombies while driving. These are all uncontrollable situations. Nanwei, haven't you seen a car being surrounded by zombies and finally overturned? I don't need to say anything more about this matter, right? Nanwei took a deep breath and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. I didn't sleep all night last night thinking about these things. She could only come up with 3 options. One was to let Lin Qin go with him, but he rejected this plan at that time. Second, let Lin Qin develop a relatively safe plan. He was just shot dead too. The third one was to get Lin Qin to agree to let them join the team. This question was the most reliable one she came up with. Joining the team means not having to worry about food, but the probability of Lin Qin agreeing is probably not high. In comparison, they must have their own value to stay in the team. But as long as Lin Qin doesn't directly deny it, there is still a little hope. After hesitating for a long time, she said, then, can they join this team like me? Don't worry, I can guarantee that they will be absolutely obedient. Nan Wei raised her hand and swore. Lin Qin pouted, thought for a moment, and said, I don't keep idle people here. If they join, they will definitely go out to find supplies. They can't stay in the house all the time. You have to understand this. I'm not a philanthropist. At most, I can allow you to live here and live next door, but for the rest, you have to fend for yourself. Living here is already Lin Qin's biggest concession. You know, Lin Qin plans to build an absolutely isolated safe haven in the entire villa area. He can't control other places, but at least the entire villa area is fine. But it was just a preliminary cleanup and closing the door. There is no way to prevent the possibility of people from the surrounding or outsiders coming in. In the future, the villa area will need to continue to be built to increase height and defense. It would certainly be difficult for him to do it alone, but it would not be impossible if he recruited other people. But the problem with newcomers is that they are difficult to manage and control. Lin Qin felt that he was not ready to accept new members yet. The main reason is that there are more men, so there are more differences of opinion. If they are absolutely obedient and submissive, then we can consider it. Nan Wei nodded, I understand. Don't worry, we won't cause any trouble for you when you need to find supplies in the future. Just think of us as the search team, or as the gatekeepers. Besides, we will definitely not bother you. Lin Qin, I haven't agreed yet. Nan Wei, that's fine. I expected you to refuse. If it were me, I would probably make the same choice. Lin Qin nodded. Express your agreement with this statement. After thinking for a moment, he said, What are the names of your friends? Ah. Nan Wei was stunned for a moment, and stuttered, The girl's name is Wang Yuran. If you follow the entertainment industry, you should know her. The other two, the taller one is Su Chang, and the shorter one is Wang Zihao. Su Chang, Wang Zihao? Just as Lin Qin was lost in thought, Nan Wei looked up at him with a tentative tone in her voice. Why are you asking their names? Coming back to his senses, Lin Qinsher waved his hand and said, No, just asking. You go back first, I'll think about it. Nan Wei nodded and had to go back first. At this time, Lin Qin was in a dilemma. In his impression. In fact, no one knows how long these people can hold on. There doesn't seem to be anyone named Wang Yuran in Nan Wei's team. In his few memories, not at all. The other two men, however, looked somewhat familiar in appearance. But the difference is too big. The men who rescued him at the time clearly saw a very rough and sloppy image when they were unconscious. And now the two of them are simply fresh meat. It seems that it is all fate. But there is one thing. If he wanted to create security, he really needed a few guards at the gate. It would be best if it's someone you know. I just don't know if these people can obey. Nan Wei left Lin Qin's room. When she came downstairs, Zhang Shui was still leisurely eating breakfast. When she saw her coming down, she even invited her warmly. Sister Nan Wei, have you had breakfast? Let's eat together. Nan Wei just shook her head and turned to look at the stairs behind her, her mind full of thoughts. Lin Qin and Zhang Shui seem to have a different relationship. I heard about brother before. Maybe it would be better to ask her for help? Thinking of this, Nan Wei walked to Zhang Shui's side and asked tentatively. Xiao Xue, are you and Lin Qin on good terms? That should be considered good, right? Zhang Shui nodded, what's wrong? Nan Wei said, look, can my friends join the team? It's not safe outside. I'm planning to stay here temporarily, and then go to the evacuation point when I have the chance. Look, can you say hello to Lin Qin? Zhang Shui paused while eating and her eyes became vague. Sister Nan Wei, it's not that I don't want to help with this matter. Chapter 67 Don't rush to thank me. I'm actually useless in this kind of thing. I hope he doesn't despise me. So, whether he can stay or not is still up to him to decide. Seeing that Zhang Shui had no decision-making power, Nan Wei couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Could it be that her friends would eventually leave here? Although she didn't spend much time with Lin Qin. But it is very clear that this villa area is the safest place in this area. Lin Qin also intends to turn the villa area into a safe place. Then there is bound to be a shortage of people. She is not completely without any chance now. Nan Wei came and left in a hurry. Lin Qin didn't stay upstairs for long and walked down from the second floor. Zhang Shui was washing dishes. Seeing Lin Qin coming down, she couldn't help but ask, Sister Nan Wei just left. Lin Qin, Is there something going on between you and Sister Nanwei? Sister Nanwei's friends are actually pretty good. I don't think they are bad people. Lin Qin didn't respond to this. He just looked at her and said, "Have you contacted your brother in the past few days? If not, you should still worry about your brother." Zhang Shui was speechless for a moment, and then began to complain in a low voice. "My brother said you are his good brother, so I can treat you like a brother." "What? You won't even let me say a word. Why didn't you dare tell my brother when you took advantage of me before? You're so stingy." Zhang Shui put the clean plate down with force, her face full of unhappiness. Lin Qin naturally heard her muttering. All of a sudden, embarrassment came over me again. If I talk too much, I will only cry. He didn't know her relationship with Zhang Qian, and she was so proactive. Any man will just let it go. Lin Qin collected his thoughts and planned to make a detailed plan. The villa area is not completely independent at present. If people outside want to come in, they can do so at any time. A lot of people have come in these days. Even though the gate was closed, the railings surrounding the villa area were too low. We need to install an electric grid and assign people to monitor it. If Zhang Zihao and Su Chang could serve as doormen, he felt that it would not be in vain to raise them. In this way, the villa area becomes a small refuge belonging to him personally. If you think about it this way, it's not impossible. Having made up his mind, Lin Qin shouted to Zhang Shui, "Xiaoxue, pack up, let's go next door." Zhang Shui wiped her hands hurriedly and followed. The atmosphere in the villa was depressing at this time. The news Nan Wei brought was not good. The three of them looked at each other, feeling very heavy-hearted. Lin Qin did not agree with their idea of joining the team, which meant that after a short rest, they still had to go to the evacuation point. The zombies on the road and other survivors with bad intentions. Their lives could be taken at any time. This is a dangerous decision. But if you stay here for a long time without relying on a strong person, you will die sooner or later. There is no need to say much about Lin Qin's strength, they had already witnessed it yesterday. The tone was like joining a group of strangers, so I might as well follow him. Especially in their team, Wang Yuran is too beautiful, which will attract many men with bad intentions. They will still consider the importance of this matter. Last night was the first time since the zombie outbreak that they slept soundly without any worries. The roars of zombies at night seemed to be much quieter than before. She didn't want to disrupt this peace. Wang Yuran pursed her lips and whispered, "Nanwei, is there really no room for easing up?" Then Nanwei lowered her head again. Su Chang took a deep breath and said, "Well, I'll go talk to him. We won't just sit there and do nothing. Zihao and I can take care of the food for the team." When Lin Qin arrived, the atmosphere was not good. Su Chang kept talking about what he could do, trying to convince himself. Hearing the noise, several people felt as if they were facing a great enemy. When he saw it was Lin Qin, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Nanwei instantly let go of the bow, looked at Lin Qin, and then at the gate behind them, feeling a little surprised. How did you get in? Your door wasn't even locked, how did you get in?" When he and Zhang Shui came, they wanted to knock on the door, but the gate of the yard was not locked, but only ajar. "It's just an easy walk in." Seeing someone coming, Su Chang stood up very tactfully. "We are discussing how to get you to agree to our joining. Actually, we brothers understand your concerns. The current situation is already like this. Having a few more idle people is not good. Besides, you don't know whether we are good or bad. No matter how many guarantees we give, they are all false. If it weren't for Nanwei, you definitely wouldn't have saved us yesterday. We understand. But even if we understand, we still want to fight for it. Nanwei also told us that you had cleared out the zombies in this villa area. When we came here yesterday, the gate was locked again. So we climbed over the wall and it was very low, so we got in easily. But since everyone can climb over the wall and get in, it's obviously impossible for you to clear out all the zombies here and turn it into an independent safe place. But we can be your security guards, watching over everything in this community, and we can also go out to collect supplies. In short, we can do everything." Su Chang sounded quite sincere, but before Lin Qin could say anything, Wang Yuran stood up. She walked over and pulled Lin Qin, and arranged for him to sit on the nearest sofa. "Brother Lin, we really want to join this team, and we will follow your arrangements carefully, really." Xiaoxue, who was standing aside, frowned as she watched Wang Yuran supporting Lin Qin's hand. "He doesn't look very good." Lin Qin sat on the sofa, thought carefully for a moment, and then said, "You can wait here until you have enough supplies or meet the special police, and then go to the evacuation point. But I need to make one thing clear: you have to be self-reliant during this period. And, as you said, help me watch the door. I've done a good job clearing out the zombies in the villa area, but a lot of other survivors have sneaked in during this time. All you need to do during this time is guard the door, and at the same time, don't let outsiders in. Don't worry about those who have already come in. I will find a way to deal with them one by one. Of course, if you want to go out together to look for supplies, that's fine too. Once I completely fence off the villa area, that won't be a problem." Wang Zihao and Su Chang looked at each other and were obviously relieved. "Thank you so much. I really don't know what to say, but don't worry, we will definitely do our best. However, don't thank me yet." Chapter 68: Deliberately Making Things Difficult. Don't be so happy just yet. I still have something to say. If you can accept this, it's not too late to consider it. Lin Qin thinks further ahead. There should only be 2 families in the villa area now, and including the woman from last night, there should be 3 in total. However, the other 2 households are farther away from him, closer to the west gate. If the villa is divided into 2 areas, east and west, it would be a huge project. He didn't have enough manpower and resources to build a wall in the middle. But there is no doubt about it. If he added an electric fence around the villa, it would be much better. There was already an electric grid around the villa, but several parts of it were damaged and unusable, so a completely new and usable electric grid was needed. But if he wants to have an electric grid, it is actually not difficult. The difficulty lies in the fact that it cannot appear out of thin air. And now, where can I go to get it? Lin Qin couldn't help but turn his gaze to the electric fences on the walls of other communities. This kind of coolie. Of course, someone has to do it. Lin Qin assigned it to the other party without hesitation. I now need the power grid to be installed on the walls surrounding the villa, and I also need 2 generators. No matter what method you 2 use or where you go, as long as you can get it, whether it's the pliers needed in this process or other miscellaneous things, I can provide it to you. Have you thought about this question? Wang Zihao and Su Chang were also confused. Let them work on the power grid and generators? This thing is not something that ordinary people can easily have. The power grid is not so difficult to deal with, as most communities have one, or at least it is visible. And the generator, isn't this difficult? In this big city, there are a few houses that have generators. The 2 people were in a dilemma. Isn't this just a deliberate attempt to make things difficult? Gritting his teeth, Su Chang said, "Okay, I'll take this on, but you have to remember what you said. Now that we're here, we're considered part of the team. Of course, if the time is right, we'll still head to the evacuation point. Before we leave, we won't have any second thoughts. Don't worry about that. However, as Nanwei's friends, we still want to persuade you to go to the evacuation point with us. We can't say for sure what will happen in the future, but I hope you can consider it sooner rather than later." Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Of course, I will seriously consider it. It's hard to predict what will happen in the future, not even Lin Qin himself knows. But it should be seriously considered. Not sure doesn't mean it doesn't exist." However, since it was confirmed that they would stay, Nanwei felt relieved. Wang Yuran smiled happily and sat next to Lin Qin. The 2 people were close together. Zhang Shui couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw this. "Why are you laughing so happily?" Lin Qin didn't notice anything unusual. He looked at the people in the room and called Nanwei out. 2 people stood in the yard. Lin Qin said, "The generator they found is placed in this villa. You can use it yourselves. I will figure out how to connect the other one to the power grid. But you can remind them that it's best to find a generator that's silent. It's basically silent when placed in the basement." Nanwei nodded. "They will go out this afternoon, and Yuran and I will go out to look for supplies. But I'm still very grateful that you can take them in." Nanwei looked at Lin Qin with gratitude in her eyes. In fact, people like him don't need to accept friends. She was somewhat grateful. Lin Qin curled his lips and then moved closer. Nanwei clenched her fingers nervously and looked at Lin Qin's face, which was getting bigger and bigger. They were so close that they could smell each other. It's a very light fragrance. Nanwei's heart couldn't help but beat fast. She even looked forward to Lin Qin's next move and didn't dare to look him in the eye. I couldn't help but think of my friend's joke yesterday, saying that Lin Qin liked me. The ears gradually turned red. You. But Lin Qin just leaned close to Nan Wei's ear and whispered softly, actually, you don't have to thank me. I did this for your sake. Lin Qin pulled back and looked at Nan Wei's blushing ears. Somewhat surprised, why are your ears red? Nan Wei became even more embarrassed. She looked up at Lin Qin, then lowered her head again, unable to speak clearly. You know it, yet you still ask me. Nan Wei's mind was full of thoughts, but she couldn't think of a rebuttal. Only after she finished speaking did she realize what she had said. I won't tell you anymore. Her cheeks flushed, and she turned and ran away. When Zhang Shui came out, she saw Nan Wei running into the room in a daze without even saying hello to her. She looked at Nan Wei and then at Lin Qin. What happened? Lin Qin chuckled, feeling it was strange. After all this time, I have never seen Nan Wei show such an innocent side. In response to Zhang Shui's question, Lin Qin just shook his head. Nothing, let's go back. I'm in a very good mood. Lin Qin didn't plan to go out today. Those zombie dogs we met last night might still be wandering around. Lin Qin took Zhang Shui back to the villa, but a woman suddenly rushed out halfway. Lin Qin took a closer look and realized that this woman was the one from midnight last night. Oh my god, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you finally came out. Lu Shasha looked at Lin Qin, her face full of happiness. Before Lin Qin could say anything, she started firing like bullets from a machine gun. Little brother, this house is yours, right? I think it's a nice place. Can I borrow it for a few days? Don't worry, I won't stay here for nothing. Just give my sister a place to live. I'll definitely let you. You stay in your room every day and don't want to go out. As she spoke, Lu Shasha reached out and touched Lin Qin's chest. That enchanting posture and artificial eyes. Zhang Shui took a quick step forward and held Lu Shasha's hand that was about to touch her chest. Who are you? I didn't know and thought you came out of some club. You old woman, you are really horny and thirsty. If you take off all your clothes and walk on the street, I guarantee there will be many people rushing to you. Can't you see it's owned? Zhang Shui fiercely shook off the woman's hand. He wiped his hands vigorously with disgust. The woman is not annoyed. Looking at Zhang Shui, the young girl, he laughed contemptuously. Little sister, you haven't experienced this before, right? I, your sister, am much more experienced than you. I know more about serving men than you do. I don't have any other requests. Just give me a place to live. Yesterday, I was really scared. There were a bunch of zombie dogs. If it weren't for this little brother, I would have died at the hands of those beasts. Chapter 69 Mutation. Sister, I just want to thank you for saving my life. For Lu Shasha, men are creatures with lower bodies. The key is to sacrifice everything else and stay by this man's side and survive. If I continue to wander around like before, death is only a matter of time. After witnessing Lin Qin's abilities last night, she felt that this man was worth her risking everything on. There's nothing wrong with being thick-skinned. Zhang Shui's face turned pale with anger. She pushed Lin Qin hard, then squeezed between the two of them and started cursing at Lu Shasha. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. The more they talked, the more excited they became. I watched as the two of them started pushing and shoving each other, and the verbal abuse became more and more intense. Lin Qin shook his head, continued walking forward, and returned to the villa. Judging from Zhang Shui's posture, it is unlikely that she will suffer any loss. Behind her, Nan Wei heard the noise outside and stretched her neck to check. I saw Zhang Shui arguing with a completely unfamiliar woman. However, as soon as Lin Qin's hand touched the gate of the yard, he suddenly realized something. This woman attracted a lot of mutant wild dogs last night. Although all those who chased after him were dealt with by Lin Qin, there must be more than them nearby. The two of them kept bickering like elementary school students, as if they were afraid of not attracting zombies. Or he did it on purpose to harm Zhang Shui. Lin Qin couldn't help but frown, walked quickly to Zhang Shui's side, carried Zhang Shui, who was still arguing, on his shoulders and left. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Nan Wei, close the door, quickly. Zhang Shui was startled by Lin Qin's sudden action and grabbed his clothes in panic. What's wrong? However, Lin Qin did not respond at all. Even Lu Shasha, who was arguing just now, was stunned for a moment. When she came to her senses, she could only see Lin Qin and Zhang Shui returning to their villa. Lu Shasha couldn't help but sigh. If it doesn't work out today, there's always tomorrow. There's always a long time to come. What I saw last night was not as intuitive as what I saw during the day. The villa's anti-theft windows were just the tip of the iceberg. Being so close, she could see that there seemed to be a layer of iron inside the security window. Even the surrounding walls are much higher than the surrounding walls. It won't be long before she becomes the hostess of this villa. By then, this little girl will want to show off her power to her. The sound of the quarrel just now attracted several zombies. Through the railings, they could only open their mouths and bite in vain, but they couldn't get in at all. Lu Shasha had a smug look on her face and didn't take the things outside seriously. In her opinion, if she couldn't get in at midnight yesterday, she wouldn't be able to get in today either. With a cold snort, Lu Shasha planned to take things slow and steady. Such a villa was too unique in the doomsday. I believe that anyone who sees it will want to own it. In just 30 seconds, more and more zombies gathered outside, and Lu Shasha didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Wait until she reacts. A large number of zombies and mutated wild dogs gathered outside the wall, continuing the unfinished actions of yesterday. But yesterday there were only mutated wild dogs, and they couldn't jump over the wall. But today there are more zombies. The zombies crowded in the front and formed a human ladder. The mutated wild dogs stepped directly on the zombies' heads and bodies and rushed in one by one. Lu Shasha hadn't even taken 2 steps when the mutated wild dogs bit her hands and feet. The mutated wild dogs gathered more and more, and Lu Shasha's limbs were all torn apart. The heart-wrenching pain made her extremely miserable, but she soon fainted from the pain. The mutated wild dog showed no mercy and finished eating it completely in a short while. Lin Qin and others hid in their respective villas, looking at the sudden influx of more and more zombie dogs with serious faces. Zhang Shui was so frightened by the sudden change that she dared not make a sound. Lin Qin stood in front of the window on the second floor, opened a corner of the window and looked out. I saw that the mutant wild dogs, which had eaten their fill, seemed to have suddenly grown bigger. After eating the corpses on the ground, they did not completely disperse, but patrolled the new territory in the villa area. Outside, more and more mutated wild dogs stepped on zombies and entered the villa area. Nanwei had already closed the gate to the outer yard when Lin Qin shouted, and the gate to the villa was also tightly closed. Unlike Lin Qin, they didn't dare make a sound. The defense of this villa is not as strong as Lin Qin's. If they are not careful, these mutated wild dogs will tear them apart and break in. In particular, the zombies have evolved. The wall outside can't hold out for long against such a huge number of zombies. Wang Zihao turned his head carefully, reached out and patted Nanwei, who was staring at the outside, wanting to ask something. Nanwei immediately put her index finger to her lips and shook her head. Signaled to Wang Zihao not to make any sound. But it was too late. The mutated wild dogs outside heard the noise and rushed over. The wall of the villa yard is half brick and half iron vertical bar fence. The main door is a European-style iron double door with a gap. Fortunately, the gap is small. But even so, these mutated wild dogs banged against the door desperately, making a banging sound. It bared its fangs and bit the door desperately. Their teeth were extremely sharp. Nanwei saw that the iron bar under the gate was actually bent by its teeth. It's over. At this time, Lin Qin naturally noticed this scene. Although the mutated zombie dog bit me last night, it wasn't as powerful as it looks now. All the mutant wild dogs that had just eaten the meat seemed to have grown bigger. Before he could speak, Zhang Shui suddenly whispered in his ear. Why do I feel like those dogs have grown bigger? Zhang Shui was shocked by the difference between what she saw before and after. Will zombies become stronger after eating? Lin Qin was stunned for a moment. Zhang Shui also noticed it. That proves that he is not dazzled. Combined with the recent announcement, the zombies are in a state of strengthening. So that's mutation. Did they evolve by eating the survivors or their own kind? While Lin Qin was still thinking about it, the gate over there had been bitten off by the mutant wild dogs, and they rushed in directly through the gap. The floor-to-ceiling windows simply don't have much resistance. The mutant wild dogs' weapons are comparable to those of zombies and are also quite large. It shattered into pieces after a few collisions. The mutated wild dogs rushed into the yard. Zhang Shui looked at this scene and became extremely anxious. Sister Nanwei and the others are finished. What should we do? Should we help them? Zhang Shui turned around and saw that Lin Qin was holding a gun and a plastic bag full of grenades was hanging on his arm. Seeing her looking at him, he threw a gun to her. Zhang Shui took it hurriedly, feeling extremely flustered. Chapter 70 Zombies, Upgraded? Lin Qin took the gun and quickly went downstairs, with Zhang Shui following closely behind. Aren't we going to rescue Sister Nanwei? Why are we closing the windows now? Lin Qin hurried to the first floor and handed her the key to the attic as he walked. Go to the rooftop and shoot at those mutated wild dogs. Ah! Zhang Shui was stunned, but then turned around and went upstairs. During this period, Lin Qin taught her a lot, including archery accuracy. She also shot a gun yesterday, which was not difficult. But she was still a little scared. But the situation over there is critical, and if you are afraid you can't do anything. Ran upstairs in a hurry. Lin Qin himself quickly closed the iron sheet on the first floor window. By the time it was completely closed, the first floor was plunged into darkness. Then he rushed to the second and third floors without stopping. After closing all the iron sheets, he continued to go up to the attic. The attic is only half, and opening the door leads to a small flat balcony on the roof. Zhang Shui had already fired and killed several mutated wild dogs. But most of the mutated wild dogs rushed into the villa opposite and could not be touched at all. There was no other way, she could only try her best to intercept the other mutant wild dogs that kept pouring into the villa from outside. When Lin Qin arrived, she was trying hard to deal with the mutant wild dogs that kept rushing over there. Standing by and looking down. There were many mutant wild dogs surrounding his villa. But Lin Qin's wall has been reinforced. The original iron fence was removed, and a new wall and reinforced steel interlayer were built. It's more than enough to resist these mutated wild dogs. Lin Qin took the intercom and said calmly, Nanwei, I'm going to throw a grenade now. Find a good position and leave the villa. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Shui next to him said, Nanwei is on the roof. Lin Qin looked up and saw Nanwei and others running to the roof of the villa. The two sides stood on the roof and looked at each other from a distance. The two men held the attic door tightly, not daring to let go. Seeing this scene, Lin Qin took out the earmuffs he had copied at the shooting club. This thing can block out most sounds, at least you won't get tinnitus from an explosion at such a close distance. He also gave one to Zhang Shui, and then Lin Qin threw the grenade directly into the mutant wild dogs downstairs, and also threw it into the pile of zombies near the wall. Explosions rang out one after another, but Lin Qin was prepared in advance, so he didn't think the sound was too loud. It was as if my internal organs resonated with the sound of the explosion. I just felt a buzzing sound and moved twice. Lin Qin didn't count them carefully. His movements were just like those automated machines, taking them apart and throwing them away one by one. A plastic bag full of grenades was completely empty. At this time, the corpses of zombies and mutated wild dogs that rushed into the villa area piled up into a small hill. A gap was also blown open in the wall. As far as I can see, the only situation on Nanwei's side is relatively dangerous. As if performing magic, Lin Qin picked up another plastic bag of grenades and handed it to Zhang Shui. If a zombie comes through this gap later, open the ring and throw it down immediately. The explosion will last for 5 seconds. Do you understand? Zhang Shui nodded. Lin Qin put on protective gear and ran down. Looking around carefully along the way, he arrived at the villa where Nanwei was. There were many corpses in the yard, and the big iron gate was hanging precariously on the side. Lin Qin took a fighting stance, kicked open the iron gate, avoided the corpse and walked into the yard. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the building in front of me were all shattered, but the door was intact. The living room was a mess. Lin Qin held the gun and stepped on the broken glass, making a slight crackling sound. A mutated wild dog suddenly jumped out from the kitchen. Lin Qin immediately opened fire and shot the mutant wild dog into a sieve when it rushed out. It fell to the ground with a thud. Such noise attracted the mutant wild dogs stuck in the attic. They all ran downstairs. There was a lot of noise on the floor. Just listening to the sounds, there are quite a few. Lin Qin endured the scorching heat around him, and the cold sweat on his forehead did not dare to wipe it off. He listened carefully to the noise above, counted the seconds, and threw a grenade into the corridor. He hit against the wall at the corner of the stairs and heard a bang. The solid wood handrails of the stairs were blown to pieces, and the mutant wild dogs that were madly crowding down the stairs were also blown to pieces. Lin Qin stood out from the corner of the wall, raised his gun and fired at the mutant wild dogs that were not stopping on the stairs. After firing a new magazine would immediately appear in Lin Qin's hand. He would remove the old one and replace it with the new one. Reloading can be completed in 1 second. Continue shooting at the mutant wild dogs. The hand grenade was quite powerful and it directly collapsed half of the stairs. The steel bars and concrete inside are exposed. The corpses of many mutant wild dogs were piled up on this flat ground at the bend, and fell directly into the gap created by the explosion. The corpses of mutant wild dogs piled up on the stairs, and then the weight tilted and they fell down again. Lin Xin just kept shooting and shooting while heading upstairs. After the bullets and the magazine were used up, Lin Xin quickly changed the magazine. Suddenly, at the stairs on the second floor, a fierce mutant wild dog with a body comparable to that of an Alagasi plant stared at Lin Xin with a fierce look. Lin Xin fired without hesitation, but the mutant wild dog pounced on him very flexibly. He wanted to suppress Lin Xin under him. But this was a staircase, and Lin Xin fell down and rolled down the stairs. The mutated wild dogs are not surprising. The two of them slid directly into the living room. Lin Xin hit his head and had a lot of bruises on his body. It was all caused by bumping into the stairs. Fortunately, he was wearing protective gear, so the blood left by the mutant wild dog on the stairs did not touch his eyes and mouth, but his clothes were definitely dirty. All the bones in my body started to ache. It really hurts to be bitten by such a big mutant wild dog. But Lin Xin had no time to check himself. The mutated wild dog also quickly turned over and fell from the building, which had little impact on it. He shook his head and rushed towards Lin Xin. All this happened in just a moment. Lin Xin held the rifle horizontally in front of him to block the two front paws of the mutant wild dog. But the mutant wild dog was still struggling, trying to bite Lin Xin. It is quite strong, even a bit heavy. Just when Lin Xin was about to collapse, a large number of mutant wild dogs ran down from the top of the stairs again. Seeing that they were about to bite him, Lin Xin stretched out his legs and pressed hard against the mutant wild dog's abdomen, kicking it away with all his strength. He didn't even have time to get up, he just lay on the ground and fired. Several mutant wild dogs that were at the front were killed. Lin Xin sat up and then stood up from the ground. After a bloody battle, Lin Xin limped upstairs. Outside, there was a sound of explosion. Chapter 71 is finally here. It seems that the zombies have gathered again. We have to speed up. He limped up the stairs and dealt with several mutant wild dogs that had just come down from the third floor. Lin Xin went all the way to the top floor. There were already many holes in the attic door. If Lin Xin had not arrived in time, it would only be a matter of time before the mutant wild dogs broke through the door. Lin Xin dealt with several mutant wild dogs in the surrounding area. Through the hole in the door, I saw Nanwei opposite. Nanwei, it's me. A familiar voice sounded, and Nanwei hurriedly patted Wang Zihao and Su Cheng on the shoulders, asking them to open the door. Nanwei felt so relieved when she saw Lin Xin. You're finally here. Lin Xin immediately checked the people inside. Then he stood on the edge of the roof and looked down. Zhang Shui was still throwing grenades, but a few of them still slipped in. This number of zombies and mutated wild dogs was nothing surprising to Lin Xin. Come with me. Lin Xin threw a gun to Nanwei. Two men ran down from the upstairs with guns. The journey was relatively smooth. Lin Xin was responsible for dealing with the more agile mutant wild dogs, while Nanwei was responsible for dealing with the zombies. Zhang Shui, who was standing on the roof, was called back by Lin Xin using the intercom. Don't throw away the grenades, concentrate your firepower to cover him. Everyone arrived at Lin Xin's door smoothly. He hid in the yard and collapsed to the ground. No, I can't run anymore. Wang Zihao was panting, standing in the yard and looking at his other friends. Nanwei looked at Lin Xin and heard Lin Xin say, "It's okay. The yard is safe." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just be safe. Several people sat directly on the ground. Outside the thick walls, you can hear the roars of zombies, the scratching of mutated wild dogs, and so on. From being nervous to being relaxed, the three of them felt their legs go weak. Nanwei was panting and standing aside with a gun. He looked Lin Xin up and down to make sure he was not injured. Thank you so much just now, are you okay? Are you hurt? Although she was not with Lin Xin, when she came down from upstairs just now, the pile of mutant wild dog corpses on the stairs made it easy to see that Lin Xin was outnumbered. There was also the staircase at the very edge that was paralyzed by the explosion. Each one of them illustrates how serious the situation just now was. Lin Xin's clothes had traces of dirt and scratches. Nanwei was so nervous that she almost fell on Lin Qin's body, peeling off the scratches on his clothes to check. If it weren't for the scratches from a mutant wild dog, it would actually be harmless. But what if Lin Qin's scratch was from a mutant wild dog and it broke his skin? This is a serious problem. However, when Nanwei removed the scratches on her clothes, she saw nothing. My heart, which had been tense in the air, suddenly relaxed. Fortunately, the skin was not broken. Besides these, there are some other scars. After all, how could he not get hurt if he rolled down the stairs? There are probably bruises on my knees. It's okay, thankfully everything's fine. Lin Qin held Nanwei's hand and moved her away from the scratches on his clothes. You have a scratch on your hand. Let Zhang Shui bring the medicine box over so you can take care of it yourself. Nanwei nodded. Lin Qin walked up to the 3 weak-legged people and said, check their bodies. Is anyone injured? Wan Yuran lowered his head to check and then shook his head. Su Chang also touched his whole body and shook his head. Thanks to Nanwei's leadership, they retreated upstairs quite quickly. Zihao, on the other hand, seemed to have fallen down, but it shouldn't be anything serious. Wang Zihao carefully checked his whole body and then shook his head. Lin Qin didn't say much, and directly said to Zhang Shui on the top floor, Xiaoxue, come down first. Don't worry about the zombies and mutant wild dogs outside. By the way, take down the medicine box as well. After giving the order, Lin Qin walked into the house. Nanwei and others followed closely behind. Wang Yuran was shocked when she saw the large iron sheets surrounding the villa's security windows. But even so, she didn't dare to speak carelessly. What they just experienced was even more exciting than the days when they were wandering around outside. I was so frightened that my brain couldn't react except for shock. The situation of the other 2 people was not much better. He just followed Lin Qin's instructions and walked into the living room mechanically. Lin Qin glanced at the thickened wall and then closed the door of the villa. The door is also thickened. Lin Qin renovated the entire house and added sound insulation cotton. After closing the door, the roars of the zombies outside could hardly be heard. In a short while, these gathered mutant wild dogs and zombies will automatically disperse, and the villa will be much safer. The 3 of them sat in the living room, feeling a little dazed. Lin Qin closed the iron window and turned on the light in the room, which made it much brighter. Zhang Shui ran downstairs carrying the medicine box. Looking at the miserable appearance of several people in the living room, he became even more nervous about Lin Qin. She hurried downstairs and placed the medicine box on the coffee table. Then he rushed to Lin Qin, grabbed Lin Qin's hand, looked at him again, and touched him all over his body. Her eyes scanned his entire body. Are you okay? Are you hurt? How did you get scratched? Why is your arm still bruised? Let me see if there are any other injuries. Lin Qin took a deep breath and said, okay, it's okay. Don't worry, you won't die. Zhang Shui was so anxious that she almost cried. You know, apart from Zhang Qian, she only has Lin Qin left now. This is my only relative. What are you talking about? Look at what you're like. Come sit down and I'll apply some medicine on you. Zhang Shui pulled Lin Qin to sit on the sofa in the living room. Nanwei stood aside and wanted to intervene but couldn't. He could only take the things in the first aid kit and pass them to his other 3 friends to treat the scratches they had sustained from their panic dodging. Most of the wounds on Lin Qin's body were impact injuries, which could be disinfected with iodine. As for the clothes on your body, if they are broken or dirty, it is naturally the result of being thrown away. The zombies outside were still continuing to attack, and the mutant wild dogs were also scratching non-stop. Lin Qin's surveillance camera detected a moving object and kept vibrating in his trouser pocket. He took out his mobile phone, turned on the surveillance camera, and checked the situation outside. It was discovered that the zombies and mutated wild dogs outside gradually dispersed from their initial gathering and wandered into the villa area. But it's okay this way. It also indirectly helped him drive away a wave of other survivors in the villa area. Everyone was still in shock, and it took them more than 10 minutes to come to their senses. Wang Zihao looked at his friends and was not very excited. Finally, he looked at Lin Qin and said, "Excuse me, is there any room available? I want to rest for a while." Chapter 72 Abnormal. Lin Qin was a little confused, but didn't say much. Nanwei spoke directly. "You guys go to my room. It's on the 2nd floor." Wang Zihao nodded absent-mindedly, then looked towards the stairs. I got up and went upstairs. Lin Qin looked at his dazed look and glanced at Nan Wei. Seeing that Nan Wei also seemed to be confused and deep in thought, Su Chang, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and looked at Lin Qin, Nan Wei, and others. I also want to take a rest. Sorry, I'll go with Siheo first. Nan Wei was stunned. Su Chang, what happened to you two? Zheng Shui put down the tools in her hand and said, I'll take them both. There is only one room on the third floor, but it is filled with food. They didn't know the exact location of the room on the second floor, so it would be better if Zheng Shui followed them and took them to Nan Wei's room. This way I can go to the attic and close the door. I just rushed downstairs and found that the two doors leading to the attic and the roof were not closed. There were many cardboard boxes full of supplies inside. With the sudden addition of a new member to the family, there's no guarantee that they won't harbor evil thoughts when they see so many supplies. It's better to be more careful. Wang Yuan, who had been sitting on the sofa in a daze, finally came back to his senses. Then she saw Lin Qin sitting not far away and hid in his arms. Ah, zombie. Lin Qin was startled by her sudden embrace. Under Nan Wei's gaze, he subconsciously raised his hands. Nan Wei quickly stepped forward, grabbed Wang Yuan's flailing hands, and said softly, Yuan, it's okay. There are no zombies now. Look, we are all in the villa. I'm Nan Wei. Wang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Nan Wei. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses and rushed into Nan Wei's arms again. Nan Wei hugged Wang Yuan, patted her back constantly, and comforted her softly. Lin Qin put down his hand, raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but sigh. Just now he thought that Wang Yuan was coming for him. Warm, fragrant, and soft. It's a pity that this feeling didn't last long before Nan Wei pulled him back. Nan Wei feels sorry for Wang Yuan. These childhood friends grew up together, and Yuan can be said to be the one who has suffered the least. I must have been scared today. Nan Wei hugged her and said to Lin Qin, I'll take her back to her room to rest first. When they feel better, I'll bring them down to discuss it. Lin Qin nodded. Soon, Lin Qin was the only one left in the living room. When there was no one around, Lin Qin looked down at the scratches on his clothes on his abdomen. This scar looked like it was caused by being caught by the mutant wild dog when rolling down the stairs. But why are there no wounds? Or was he not caught? Lin Qin thought about it and didn't care about it anymore. Maybe he just accidentally bumped into it when he was rolling down. Never mind. Lin Qin stood up, walked to the refrigerator, took out a can of iced Coke, drank a large can to dispel a lot of the heat, and then stopped. It's really hot outside. It's already June, and the weather will only get hotter. Judging from the time, it will be hot for a long time. Lin Qin turned on the air conditioner in the room and adjusted it to a comfortable temperature. Then he lay on the sofa and thought seriously. His current abilities are not that great. Compared to ordinary people, he probably only has the ability to copy. The copying ability was enough to copy almost all the food and supplies in the early stages. During this period, there were more guns, silencers, grenades, and bulletproof vests. Other copying abilities have not yet been put to practical use. One is that he has all the common supplies, but he can't get the uncommon planes and cannons, mainly because he can't access them. At this time, is it possible to drive to the airport dozens of kilometers away to copy the plane? Even if I copied him, he wouldn't be able to fly a commercial plane. He still couldn't get access to military helicopters. What's more, no one knows where the tanks and cannons are hidden. It would be great if the cloning ability could clone living things. But the most important thing is to strengthen your body. The best kind is the kind that can be strengthened to fight 10 enemies at once. This was not the first time that Lin Qin was kicked away by a zombie. Faced with their great strength, ordinary people could only wait for death. If he didn't have a gun, how could he be so lucky to survive? He is not a god. How can I become stronger? Ah, that's difficult. Lin Qin lay on the sofa, looking at the ceiling above his head, with a bitter face. Even if the capabilities are insufficient, as long as there are enough weapons, there will be planes, cannons, armored vehicles, and everything else. Why are you afraid of zombies? The only place where planes, cannons, armored vehicles can reach should be the evacuation point, right? Go to the extraction point to steal equipment? It seems that it is not impossible. It seems that it is okay to steal and then come back. Lin Qin suddenly sat up from the sofa, seriously thinking about this possibility. The car with storage space is specially prepared for the end of the world ocean voyage. At least you won't be easily knocked over by zombies. The distance from here to the evacuation point is 30 minutes by car, which is actually not very far. But if you plan to walk, based on the distance you have traveled in the past, the fastest time would be 3 hours. But it is definitely not going to be a smooth journey. Adding up all the various situations, it is estimated that it will take twice as long. If you are chased by zombies again, it won't be a problem to escape and hide for a day or two. Lin Xin did a rough calculation and lay back on the sofa in frustration. The feasibility of this idea is only 50%. In the room, Su Chang looked at the silent Wang Zihao, and as soon as he came in, he lay down on Nanwei's bed and fell asleep facing inside. I couldn't help but reach out and push his shoulder, saying, "Stop pretending. Didn't we all see how powerful zombies are on the way to find Nanwei? You don't have to be that scared." In his opinion, he has basically adapted to everything he has seen and heard during this period. It's normal to feel a little bit of fear when seeing them. But it was obvious that Wang Zihao's reaction was a bit too much and too fake. He thought Wang Zihao just found an excuse to go into the room to calm down the shock in his heart. After all, this villa is like an airtight fortress both inside and outside. The most important thing is electricity. Who is this guy? He is so powerful. How did Nanwei know him? Is he reliable? A series of doubts arose in Su Chang's heart, and he couldn't wait to find someone to confide all his doubts. But Wang Zihao, who was lying on the bed, was in no mood to listen to him. He covered his abdomen tightly with both hands, trembling all over and not daring to say anything. Su Chang talked for a long time but got no response. He turned around and saw that Wang Zihao had fallen asleep. Chapter 73, Happy and Weird. Su Chang curled his lips speechlessly and sat on the edge of the bed without saying anything. Nanwei turned the doorknob and walked in with Wang Yuran. I saw Wang Zihao had already gone to bed and seemed to be sleeping. Su Chang immediately stepped forward to support Wang Yuran. Nanwei looked at them, closed the door, and said softly, "What's going on?" Su Chang didn't know either and shook his head. I guess he was scared. Nanwei sighed and could only say, "There aren't many rooms in this villa, so you can squeeze into my room first. I'll call you for lunch." Su Chang asked, "Nanwei, who is that person downstairs? Are we safe here?" "He has electricity here, and the outer wall is thicker, and there's even an electric fence on top. He doesn't look like an ordinary person at all. Look at this villa, it's like a fortress. Could it be that he predicted the zombie outbreak and prepared in advance? The general layout of the villas is similar. If this villa had been renovated like this earlier, the property management would definitely have discovered it and ordered changes. And did you notice that he rebuilt all the original floor-to-ceiling windows with new walls, leaving only very small window openings? Even so, these windows are equipped with anti-theft devices and sealed with such thick iron sheets." The more Su Changyue talked, the more she felt that there was something very wrong with Lin Xin. For the property management to allow such a major alteration to the exterior wall, either he did it in a hurry and the property management had no time to stop it before the incident happened, or he was able to get the property management to turn a blind eye. And the fact that this person had a gun was already incredible. His own villa clearly has electricity and an electrical grid, so why does he want us to risk going out and looking for these two things? Now is the time when the power is completely cut off. Lin Xin has electricity here, so there must be a generator. They clearly have it, but they still ask them to go out. What is their intention? Not only were there guns, but there were also plenty of grenades thrown into the crowd of zombies. Just think about it, normal, ordinary people not only got guns, but also a lot of grenades. Are you sure there aren't any dangerous terrorists hiding here? Nanwei frowned, not wanting to guess what Lin Xin's purpose was in owning this fortress-like villa. You know, Lin Xin not only saved her, but also saved his friends. Taking a deep breath, Nanwei tried to explain. Su Chang, I know your concerns are normal suspicions, but the problem now is that he saved us. Even the food you ate yesterday was given by him. Tell me now, do you suspect he has ulterior motives? Is there something wrong with the villa renovation? What does this have to do with you? What value does he have from you? Do you have weapons? Do you have food? I think you should put aside your prejudice for now, because at the moment, he has helped us, but we are questioning whether his motives are pure. Su Chang wanted to explain more. Nanwei didn't want to listen anymore and reached out to stop Su Chang from continuing. He asked you to find an electrical grid and a generator, intending for us to install them around the villa to prevent outsiders from entering. Do you think he wants to take it for himself? This villa only has 3 rooms and can't accommodate so many people. I originally wanted to install these 2 things in our villa for defense. Now it seems that there is no need to say so much. Okay, let's not talk about this now. You should have a good rest first. Having said that, Nanwei slammed the door of the room. As for Lin Qin's original intention, Nanwei naturally didn't know what it was. But saying this can help Su Chang dispel his concerns. Usually, Su Chang is the most cautious and suspicious one. Nanwei didn't blame him. Su Chang was turned down, and the words were stuck in his throat. Wang Yuran, who was standing aside, straightened his back and walked past him after seeing Nanwei leave. I also think you're overthinking it. Just from saving us today, we can tell he's not a bad person. It's better to rest quickly. Wang Yuran looked at Wang Zihao lying on the bed, shook her head helplessly, and gave up the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. There was a new quilt and bamboo mat in the closet, and she lay on the floor alone to rest for a while. As for Wang Zihao on the bed, he didn't say a word, and it was unclear whether he was really scared. Su Chang looked at the 2 people leaning towards Lin Qin and couldn't help but feel self-doubt. Could it be that he really was overthinking it? Lin Qin was lying downstairs in a daze. The air conditioning in the room was already on full blast, neither too cold nor too hot, just the right temperature. It was already 11 o'clock and time for lunch. Nanwei and Zhang Shui were busy washing vegetables and cooking in the kitchen. It's a lot of food for 6 people. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried vegetables, potatoes, and braised eggplant. Most of the vegetables in the refrigerator were eaten today. Su Chang felt a little uncomfortable because he was doubting Lin Qin in his heart. So the atmosphere at the dinner table was rather cold. Seeing this, Nanwei took the beer out of the refrigerator on her own initiative. 1 bottle per person. The atmosphere is much better than before. Su Chang opened a bottle of beer and walked directly to Lin Qin. It was true that he had some opinions about him, but what Nanwei said was also true. Holding the beer bottle, Su Chang said frankly, "Thanks to you today, we are extremely grateful." Lin Qin handed over a bottle of beer and moved his lips, "No need." Seeing Lin Qin being so straightforward, Su Chang felt even more guilty. "I'll drink this bottle of beer as an apology. You can do whatever you want." As he spoke, Su Chang started blowing directly into the bottle mouth. Lin Qin was not a petty person, and he was still a little confused about Su Chang's inexplicable apology. But since the other person had already drunk it, Lin Qin naturally wouldn't offend the other person. He picked up the beer and said, "There are still a lot of zombies outside, so I won't drink too much." After saying that, Lin Qin poured out a cup and drank everything in it. Seeing this, Su Chang smiled and responded. Lunch was all hot dishes, although not as good as what they usually ate before the zombie outbreak. But after not having enough food for so long, it was already a feast for the eyes. Several people were eating, and no one dared to make too much noise, for fear of disturbing the zombies outside. Wang Yuran picked up a piece of potato with chopsticks and put it in Lin Qin's bowl, trying to please him. Wang Zihao, on the other hand, was very unusual in that he just kept eating without saying a word. After eating, he went into the bathroom and locked the door. The light in the bathroom came on, and a few people looked at him and thought he just had diarrhea, then looked away. Chapter 74 Injured. Wang Zihao stood in the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror. He rolled up his clothes and looked at the festering wound on his abdomen. The area around the wound has turned a little black. If this continues, the situation will be very serious. He looked at the bucket in the bathroom, then blocked the drain of the sink, hurriedly poured the water into the sink, and began to clean his wounds. When you get closer, you can smell a faint stench of decay. Exactly the same as those on zombies. After wiping off the disgusting mucus, he took out the dagger that he had hidden on his body, gritted his teeth and dug out the rotten meat with force. The rotten flesh doesn't actually hurt, but what hurts is the place where the rotten flesh connects to the healthy flesh. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, but Wang Zihao still cruelly cut off the piece of meat and flushed it down the toilet. Although the wound is not big, it still hurts a lot. Blood dripped down. Gasping for breath, he desperately sprinkled the anti-inflammatory powder he had taken from the medicine box on the wound. Let it soak with blood. Quickly wrap the gauze. He circled it many times to make sure nothing would drip. After doing this, he washed his hands and the meat knife in the sink. Then cleaned the blood. Then he pretended nothing happened and went upstairs. They must not be found out. Su Chang saw Wang Ziheo's back and shouted enthusiastically, "Ziheo, where are you going? You haven't even finished your meal." However, Wang Ziheo just hurried upstairs and locked himself inside. Lin Qin couldn't help but lean against the backrest and look towards the bathroom. Su Chang was confused and looked at Nanwei, who was confused about Wang Ziheo's situation. Lin Qin just thought about it for a moment, then said seriously, "Xiaoxue, go to the bathroom." When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. What does this mean? Zhang Shui didn't suspect anything and immediately stood up and went to the bathroom. There were traces of mopping in the bathroom and water stains in the sink. It is also normal to wash your hands after using the toilet. But why does the bathroom have a foul smell? Could it be that the sewer is smelling bad? Zhang Shui looked around and accidentally saw some water spots in the pool, which were slightly pink. Pink. She lowered her head and looked carefully. Then looked down along the sewer pipe of the pool. I saw that there was actually a little mark on the mop. After picking up the mop, Zhang Shui saw traces of blood in the rag. Is Wang Ziheo injured? Seeing this, she quickly walked to Lin Qin's side, looked at Nanwei and others, and finally whispered in Lin Qin's ear. There was blood in the bathroom. The voice was very low, but the table was so small and very quiet. Naturally, other people also heard such a small sound. Nanwei was stunned and couldn't help but think about it. How could that be? He wasn't injured. When did he get injured? Lin Qin stood up and went straight upstairs. Nanwei and the others stopped eating and followed immediately. The bedroom door was locked from the inside and could not be opened. Nanwei knocked on the door and shouted, "Ziheo, Ziheo, open the door." Wang Ziheo in the room was startled. Could it be that they discovered that they were injured? Lin Qin reached out and pulled Nanwei over, then knocked on the door himself. Wang Ziheo, you haven't finished your meal yet, so I wanted to ask if you would like to leave some food for me. There are still 6 or 7 hours until evening. Hearing that it was just a question about leaving food for him, Wang Ziheo in the room finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, no need to save any food for me. A voice came from inside, and Lin Qin nodded in understanding. Then he looked at Su Chang and raised his eyebrows. Sometimes men just have such a tacit understanding with each other. Su Chang just started kicking the door. He was tall and strong, and had great strength, so he kicked the door open in a few kicks. Wang Ziheo in the room was startled. Seeing that everyone was confused, he frantically grabbed his clothes tightly. You guys, this is... Zhang Shui pushed through the crowd, walked over to him, and took a look at him from head to toe. Then I'll pull his clothes. Wang Ziheo was startled and his subconscious reaction was to pull at his clothes. But Zhang Shui has always been like this, and she is determined to uncover it. The two of them went back and forth, and Zhang Shui was pushed down by Wang Ziheo. Lin Qin stepped forward and took it over. There was a ripping sound. Zhang Shui tore off Wang Ziheo's clothes. The thick gauze wrapped around the abdomen was stained with blood. Nanwei, Su Chang, and Wang Yuran were all shocked. Seeing this, Lin Qin helped Zhang Shui steady herself and said, "Your friend is injured. You can decide for yourselves how to deal with him. Xiaoxue, come with me downstairs to take out the trash." Lin Qin and Zhang Shui went downstairs together. The food on the table had not been finished yet, but it was almost done. Zhang Shuizhen was about to clean up the dishes in a daze, but was stopped by Lin Qin. What are you doing? Pick it up, didn't you say you wanted to throw it away? You're stupid. Zhang Shui. But they are their own friends, can we let them handle it themselves? Why not? Do you want to die with him? This is just the first step. There will be many more cruel things in the future. If they can't even handle this, we don't need teammates with confused minds. Having said that, the problem is that they have such a good relationship. How could he just abandon his friend like that? But... Okay, take this and go clean the bathroom. Lin Qin took out a bottle of 84 disinfectant and stuffed it into Zhang Shui's arms. Pursing her lips, Zhang Shui could only take the disinfectant to clean the bathroom. Lin Qin did it on the sofa on the first floor for almost half an hour. The people upstairs haven't dealt with it yet. Just when Lin Qin was getting a little impatient, a few screams suddenly came from upstairs. Then, there was a chaotic noise, and finally it became quiet. When Nanwei came down, her face was still filled with shock. Looking at Lin Qin beside her, she was dazed for a moment and said nothing. Lin Qin didn't ask any more questions. Time passed quickly and the sky outside gradually darkened. The zombie-mutated wild dogs are still wandering around the villa. The room was still cleaned with disinfectant, and no one spoke that night. Early the next morning. Yesterday's gloomy mood has completely disappeared. Instead, everyone was in high spirits. Nan Wei, good morning. Su Chang, good morning. Wang Yuran, good morning. Zhang Shui? Lin Qin. Zhang Shui walked at the end, looking at the three people's happy faces. Standing next to Lin Qin, she couldn't help but sigh. This guy forgets so quickly. Chapter 75, Huge Project. Lin Qin chuckled and walked down first. What else can I do if I don't forget? Life must go on. Stop wasting time and get down quickly. We have to go out again after dinner to clear out the zombies. Ah, it needs to be cleaned up. Zhang Shui had a bitter face. Her arm is still sore from the shot she had yesterday. You have to go back and continue going out. Oh my god, are you going to let me live? Downstairs, Nan Wei and others were washing up. Seeing Lin Qin coming down, Nan Wei asked, "What would you like to eat for breakfast today? I see there are only a few steamed buns left in the refrigerator. After this meal, I might have to go upstairs to get some other things." Well, finish eating what's in the refrigerator first, and I'll get the rice and noodles later. If it's not enough, just come to me for more. Nan Wei nodded, walked to the refrigerator, and took out the steamed buns from the freezer. Just boil some hot water and steam the buns. Shui Nan Wei did not waste the rice when steaming buns. She grabbed a handful of rice and put it into hot water to cook a pot of rice soup. When the buns are steamed and the rice soup in the pot is almost done, just cook it for a while longer. Lin Qin brushed his teeth and washed his face, and all the buns on the table were brought up. Rice soup was also served, 1 bowl per person, just right. Eat quickly. The buns are vegetable buns and they taste pretty good. But each person only had 2, and paired with rice soup, it was still not enough to fill Lin Qin and Su Chang. Lin Qin watched this scene without saying much. Nan Wei felt that supplies were so tight now. Even if Lin Qin had a whole room full of supplies, they would eventually run out. It's better to be frugal. Breakfast was eaten quickly, and Lin Qin sat at the dining table and looked at everyone. Let's not talk about what happened yesterday. Everything starts from today. Later, all of us will go out to kill zombies and clear out the villa again. Su Chang and Wang Yuran, you two have no training and no experience with guns, so I will give you bows and arrows and you will follow Nan Wei. Xiao Xue, stay here with me and patch up the gap in the wall to prevent the zombies outside from coming in again. After the words were spoken, no one refuted them. This surprised Lin Qin a little. The other 2 people actually readily accepted Lin Qin's unequal arrangement. They had breakfast quickly, and Lin Qin gave them bows and arrows, as well as walkie-talkies to avoid any accidents. Nan Wei took them away. Lin Qin and Zhang Shui were still in the villa area. After a night, the zombies no longer surrounded Lin Qin's villa, and no one knew where they had gone. Nan Wei had enough time to help the 2 of them become proficient in archery. After everyone left, Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin and said, "We don't have bricks to fill the hole. How can we fill it? There is a big gap in the wall surrounding the villa." Lin Qin just smiled. Filling the wall was no big deal for Lin Qin. But you must never use this original fence again, it will have no effect against zombies. Zhang Shui sighed, returned to the house and began to prepare. There are probably quite a few zombies outside, so she'd better make full preparations. Even though repairing a wall seems like a simple task, the raw materials are not simple. Lin Qin walked into the yard at this time, looked at his own wall, and walked over. If living things cannot be copied, then a wall should be able to copy inanimate objects, right? All the neighborhoods around here are definitely not as strong as my own walls. Lin Qin walked to the wall of the yard, then reached out and began to try to copy it. A wall suddenly appeared in the storage space. Lin Qin suddenly opened his eyes, somewhat delighted. Absolutely amazing. But the wall was too heavy for him to move. Lin Qin turned his gaze to his own gate again. You can copy the gate and use it. The iron and steel bars are very thick. Soon, Lin Qin obtained a replica of the gate. Lin Qin took out a shovel, spade, hoe and other tools for digging from the storage space, and stood at the door waiting for Zhang Shui in the house. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement from her. Are you ready? Come out quickly. Zhang Shui ran out in a hurry and looked at Lin Qin, who was holding tools outside. How dare you go out without some protective gear? And where are we going to find the materials for filling the gaps? Okay, I have an idea. Lin Qin chuckled and threw the hoe to Zhang Shui. Let's go. First, dig a tunnel next to the wall. Ah? A tunnel? Lin Qin nodded. Well, as a real estate agent, don't you know that you have to dig before building a house? Dig deeper, almost as deep as your height. This is too deep. It will take forever to dig with just a hoe. Hurry up, they are all out killing zombies, do you want to go too? Lin Qin sighed. Zhang Shui immediately shook her head. No, I think digging a tunnel is a good idea. The gate of the yard opened and the two people came directly to the wall. There were quite a few corpses of the zombies and mutant wild dogs killed yesterday, and they had to be dealt with before digging tunnels. Zhang Shui had a look of disgust on her face and didn't dare to reach out to touch these things. Seeing this, Lin Qin walked out directly through the destroyed wall. There were a lot of green plants planted around the villa. Lin Qin first removed all of them to prevent them from being burned later. After shoveling these things, Lin Qin directly picked up a bucket of gasoline and poured it on the corpses piled up by the wall. It was all burned in one fire. Zhang Shui stood aside, looking at Lin Qin in shock. What are you doing? These things can't be touched by hands anyway, so burn them clean. When the fire is over, these things will be charred. It will be much cleaner then, and you can start digging the hole. Zhang Shui nodded, watched Lin Qin casually find a place to sit down, and sat down too. The two people were very comfortable. The fire burned fiercely, crackling, and the smell of burning mixed with the smell of gasoline, and there seemed to be a hint of meat. Zhang Shui stared at the corpses being engulfed by the fire. In a short while, their surfaces turned black. Sparks crackled. While the body was still burning, Lin Qin went to the east gate. The hemp rope on the east gate will only weather and break over time, and if someone carries a dagger and really wants to come in, they can just cut it and it will be gone. Lin Qin plans to build a new inner wall 4 meters apart from these walls. This will be much safer. This project is huge. And it is certainly unlikely to surround the entire villa. You can choose to surround it with 2 or 3 houses nearby. This way you won't waste too much time. Lin Qin nodded and began to plan in his mind. Chapter 76, Huge Fart, Move Your Hands. The other side at this time. Nan Wei and others wandered around the villa. Wang Yuran held the bow and arrow in his hand, and moved it up and down to imitate the posture of drawing the bow. This thing is more reassuring than a gun. Looking at the gun in Nan Wei's hand, she walked forward and began to complain. Nan Wei, there are only 3 of us, and we only have 1 gun. Su Chang and I don't know how to shoot a bow, so we wouldn't be able to use this thing even if we were given it. He still has a gun, doesn't he? Going out to kill zombies is so dangerous, why not give him an extra one? Now you are the only one with a gun, and we too can only rely on you. Nan Wei looked around vigilantly and couldn't help but respond to Wang Yuran's complaint. Okay, my Miss Wang Yuran, you're different now than you were before. Put away your spoiled little sister's temper and those delicate ways. They're useless. If you don't know, you can learn. No one knows how things will turn out. Doesn't everyone go from not knowing to knowing? Besides, Su Chang himself didn't say he couldn't do it. Didn't you two play with it before when I was doing archery? It's no different from the one before. Su Chang, who was standing aside, couldn't help but snickering. Yuran, you know what's wrong. Wang Yuran curled her lips and rolled her eyes. He was extremely speechless and said, what's wrong with my temper? I just speak like that. My mouth speaks faster than my brain. Haven't you seen that I've been trying not to talk much these past few days, for fear of offending anyone? Su Chang snorted coldly. Are you afraid of offending people? I see you're almost clinging to them. Don't be too obvious about your intentions in being courteous. Wang Yuran shrugged and said it didn't matter. What can we do? If we don't show more courtesy, we'll be in trouble if they chase us away. Besides, I'm a big star after all, and I'm as beautiful as a flower. Maybe they won't chase us away. Moreover, Lin Qin is not ugly. Wang Yuran didn't say this. He just glanced at Nan Wei beside him. Su Chang looked around, holding the bow in his hand in a posture ready to attack at any time. Okay, stop complaining. I don't know where these zombies and mutant wild dogs are hiding. Be careful and pay more attention to your surroundings. The 3 of them stopped fighting. Wang Yuran looked around seriously, not relaxing at all. The team seemed to be proceeding in an orderly manner. Black smoke rising in the distance attracted Su Chang's attention. When he turned around, he found that someone else had noticed it as well. "It's not far away. Just ask and you'll find out." Nanwei took out the walkie-talkie and said, "I saw black smoke over here." "What's the situation over there?" "I saw black smoke." After a while, Lin Qin's voice came. "It's okay, just continue. Remember to tell me if anything happens." The call ended hastily. Nanwei and others also faced the first wave of crisis at this time. Because of the gasoline on Lin Qin's side, the fire gradually died down after it burned out. The zombies underneath were charred, but not carbonized. Lin Qin discovered that it would take quite a while for carbonization to continue and burn continuously. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. He took out the shovel directly, and after the fire was out, he shoveled all the dirt onto the road outside. This process took a lot of time, and after Lin Qin finished cleaning, Zhang Shui took a hoe and started digging. The soil is full of various plant roots. If you dig too much with a hoe, you won't be able to pull it out, and if you dig too little, the efficiency will be too slow. Even so, Zhang Shui continued digging without any complaints. The sun gradually moved from morning to noon, and everyone was still busy with their own things. Lin Qin joined Zhang Shui's team in digging the hole. The two of them worked hard for a long time, but the depth was still not enough. The wall that Lin Qin copied was very thick, at least 1 meter thick. The thickness of the door is also 50 centimeters. Therefore, if you want to block this gap, the fence must be extremely stable, and at least the foundation must be deep enough. Otherwise, if it rains heavily and the soil becomes wet, the heavy iron sheet will fall down directly. But now, the length and width have been achieved, but the depth is not enough. When two people stood in, they only reached Zhang Shui's waist. The depth is about 1 meter. At the very least, you need to dig 130 centimeters or 150 centimeters. In the past, we would have definitely dug to the dry soil layer, but now the length is not enough and we have to settle for the next best thing. The two men continued to swing their hoes. The little food they had eaten in the morning had long been consumed, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. But the depth of the foundation is almost reached, just hold on a little longer. On the street in the distance, a few zombies were wandering leisurely. The two people who were working hard to dig the hole had no time to pay attention. It wasn't until the zombies stood at the edge of the pit that the two men reacted. Lin Qin swung the hoe in his hand vigorously, and with a click, the skull shattered and got stuck directly in. Looking at the zombie's corpse, Lin Qin couldn't help but curse. Zhang Shui held up a hoe and looked at the body at the bottom of the pit. "What should I do? This body is not easy to lift up. This pit is not low. No need to lift it, let's go up." "Good." Two men climbed out from the bottom of the pit and sat down beside the pile of excavated earth, gasping for breath. Lin Qin reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Xiao Xue, go back and make lunch. Leave this to me. By the way, it's just for the two of us. They probably won't be back until tonight." Zhang Shui didn't suspect anything, wiped the sweat from her forehead, stood up and went back to the villa. Lin Qin stepped on the small pile of earth that the two of them had dug out and looked at the bottom of the pit. This depth should be fine. It shouldn't fall down even if it's windy or rainy. As for the corpse, such a heavy wall should be able to crush it. Lin Qin adjusted his position, adjusted the orientation of the large iron sheet in the storage space, then took it out and dropped it into the deep pit he had dug. He definitely couldn't take this thing directly, but fortunately he could adjust its position at will. After finishing, Lin Qin began to move the piles of soil dug out from the surrounding area to the edge of the wall little by little, and stepped on them to make them firm. After the burial, Lin Qin looked at the scene and nodded with satisfaction. Xian's fence is much higher than the original fence, and is made of solid iron sheets. No matter whether he is a zombie or a mutant wild dog, no matter how strong he is, he cannot push it. However, the gamble is taken, but the wall is still not perfect. After all, without support, it is possible that it will collapse. After thinking about it, Lin Qin tied the iron sheet with a hemp rope and placed it above the iron fences at both ends. That's when I gave up. After finishing all this, Lin Qin took the hoe and other things in his hands and placed them in the yard. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Shui had just finished taking a shower when Lin Qin came back. After being tired for a long time, no one wanted to cook, so Lin Qin took out the copied pickled fish and rice and each of them started eating a bowl. Chapter 77 Restless. The pickled fish is a big bowl, freshly killed and cooked by the shops in the mall, and tastes great. Since Lin Xin had been hiding this matter for a while, he just ate the same as everyone else and didn't care anymore. But there was no one else around now, and Lin Xin didn't want to treat his stomach badly. To be honest, this behavior is a bit stingy. But Lin Xin is not a stingy person. After Nanwei and the others have cleaned up, he will prepare a sumptuous hot pot in the evening. There are all kinds of ingredients available. Of course, the prerequisite is to abide by the law. Wow, when did we have fish at home? And there's pickled cabbage. Zhang Shui looked at the prepared food on the table in surprise. Sometimes she really wondered if Lin Xin could perform magic. The food he eats is very picky. Most of them are things that I don't even want to eat now. Lin Xin didn't say much, just pushed the rice over there. Picking up the chopsticks, the two of them ate with extra relish. After dinner, we continued digging the hole. During a break from eating, Zhang Shui asked Lin Xin, "Where can we find something to repair this wall? It's hard to find it now. And even if we find it, it won't be easy." In the past, there were carts and specialized transportation companies, and on-site assembly was also possible. If this needs to be moved on-site, can the two of them do it? Lin Xin raised his eyebrows and ate his meal slowly. "Don't worry, go down and run and exercise. I'll take care of the wall." Zhang Shui looked up. Although she didn't want to run to exercise, compared with the headache of repairs, she felt that she could still do it. Gladly accepted Lin Xin's arrangement. But she didn't know that Lin Xin had already prepared everything. In the afternoon, Lin Xin had nothing else to do, so he only had Nanwei to take care of. At this time, Nanwei and others were killing the zombies in the villa in an orderly manner. Their current position is at two extremes from Lin Xin's. There are quite a few zombies and mutated wild dogs. I don't know if it's because there are people living here, but most of the zombies and mutated wild dogs are wandering around here. Fortunately, they are all ordinary mutants. If you encounter a mutant with enhanced mutation like yesterday, it will be a bit difficult to cope with. The zombies we killed along the way didn't make much noise, but they were all nearby, coming in waves. Wang Yuran and Su Chang's hands were cramped from the ejaculation. Nanwei looked at the villa courtyard next to them, then led them to deal with the zombies blocking their way and entered the courtyard. There were a lot of fallen leaves piled up in the yard, which had been uninhabited for a long time. There are quite a few flowers and plants in the yard of this villa. Although the weather is hot during this period, there was rain in the past few days, so the plants did not completely die. The small solid wood coffee table in the open air was covered with a thick layer of dust. Nanwei looked around and, after confirming that there were no other signs of people or zombies, she gestured to the other two people. The three of them looked at each other, and then walked towards the gate of the villa in unison. The door was locked and Nanwei tried to open it but couldn't. Since it can't be opened, the probability of there being people or zombies inside should be low. After all, the table in the yard is covered with dust. Nanwei gave up the idea of opening the door and walked towards the coffee table in the corner. There were two small stools next to the coffee table. They were dirty, but the three of them didn't mind sitting on them. Outside, the roar of zombies continued, and through the gap in the yard gate, zombies could be seen wandering around not far away. The air was filled with the stench of decay, which effectively masked the smell on their bodies. But at this time, the three of them were starving. Nanwei took out some toast and distributed it. This thing is easy to carry and is soft. Apart from a slight noise from the outer packaging, it is pretty good. After taking off their masks, the three of them quickly started eating. Right now, everyone just wants to have a good rest and fill their stomachs. Wang Yuran ate 3 slices and couldn't help but look up at Su Chang and Nanwei beside him. His eyes moved down to the gun on Nanwei's back, then dropped again to continue eating his toast. After hesitating for a long time, she said, "Sister Nanwei, does your gun have enough bullets?" Nanwei ate the toast in her hand and said without raising her head, "I'm fine." "What's wrong?" Before leaving, Lin Xin gave her a school bag filled with a lot of bullets and 2 grenades. Most importantly, there is plenty of food. There were about 6 packs of toast, 5 packs of instant noodles, and 3 bottles of water. Su Chang and Wang Yuran also had a lot of arrows. They didn't have a quiver, so Lin Xin simply carried 2 school bags filled with a lot of arrows. It is enough for them to use. Nanwei didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Wang Yuran continued, "The 3 of us have guns, so why not just go?" She and Su Chang already had bows and arrows, and Lin Xin also gave them a lot of arrows. If we can find a way to get to the evacuation point, it should be enough. Plus the gun in Nanwei's hand. Are you still worried about not being able to reach the evacuation point? As soon as these words were spoken, the three people fell silent for a moment. Su Chang looked at Wang Yuran and said, "You are usually so quiet, but I didn't expect you to speak so loudly." Wang Yuran raised an eyebrow and curled her lips. "Thank you for the compliment. I was just offering a reasonable suggestion. Zaheo is gone, and I don't want to lose you too. Now that we have weapons in our hands, wouldn't it be better for us to leave here and go to a better place?" She said it seriously. Su Chang suddenly laughed. "I still remember that you didn't say that when I questioned you yesterday. Why did you change your mind now?" "Wang Yuran, things are different now. We have weapons now." Nanwei listened to what the two of them said and sighed softly. "Yuran, I hope you won't say this again in the future. Also, if you decide to stay, do your job well, otherwise I can't protect you." Nanwei chuckled, but her eyes looked outside the courtyard wall, at the surveillance camera hidden between the branches. She didn't know whether Lin Qin was under surveillance, but it was definitely not that simple. Giving them so many things this time and asking them to come out and clean up the zombies might be a test. This opportunity is crucial. Wang Yuran was a little stiff, and looked at Su Chang beside him hesitantly. Nanwei's words sounded like a reminder, but more like a warning. Who is this Lin Qin? But after Nanwei said that, she didn't say anything and just ate the toast in her hand. But things did not go as planned. Several strangely shaped zombies appeared on the path outside. Nanwei instantly put the toast in her mouth and picked up the gun behind her. The other two people followed the lead and saw that on the road outside, two mutant zombies had 2 heads and 4 arms. What a weird zombie this is. Chapter 78 Zombies, Upgraded. Su Chang and Wang Yuran naturally saw it as well. The damaged bread no longer tasted good, so the two of them gently moved their seats away, trying to hide behind the coffee table to conceal their figures. This way you won't be discovered by the strange-looking zombie outside. Nanwei leaned against the wall cautiously, and was not much further away from the strange zombies outside. But he still didn't dare to make a sound. What is this and why is it happening? At this time, Lin Qin and Zhang Shui had finished their meal. Forced by Lin Qin's words, Zhang Shui went upstairs and started practicing archery. "I just finished my meal, so I have to wait a while before doing any physical exercise." "Then you can only exercise your arm strength." "But when I fired a gun yesterday, my arms and shoulders were shaking and sore from the recoil." "Keep exercising for now. That's so sour and refreshing. But bows and arrows are different from guns, they don't have that much recoil. But aiming and drawing the bow for a long time does exercise your arm strength. However, Zhang Shui just plans to take it slow and not rush. Because my shoulders are so sore." The iron sheets around the villa were still sealing the windows, so Zhang Shui would not be able to notice what was happening downstairs for a while. Lin Qin just sat in the living room, watching the surveillance video on his phone. There are so many monitoring options that you can only switch one by one on your mobile phone. Lin Qin wanted to find the location of Nanwei and the others, but it was not easy to find them. The system is concerned with prompts given by motion detection, including zombies. Even a bird flying by will give the same prompt as long as it is captured by the surveillance camera. Therefore, it is even more unrealistic to search through Lin Qin's various hints one by one. Some monitoring systems can provide multiple prompts. Then we have to find out when it was published. Lin Qin thought about it and looked up at Zhang Shui on the second floor. The sound of training arrows being inserted into a woven basket came from upstairs. "I guess they won't pay attention to the downstairs for a while." Lin Qin stood up, walked to the bottom of the stairs, opened the hidden door, and then entered the basement. The basement was pitch black. Without any lights on, the only light emitted was the faint light from the computer monitors. Turning on the light, Lin Qin walked down the stairs. There are many computers in the middle of the living room, gathered together to form a giant display screen. Each small display screen corresponds to monitoring of different locations. Lin Qin quickly scanned the various display screens and finally found them in the courtyard of a villa. However, the location was rather tricky, and only a corner of the surveillance camera revealed a little of them. Lin Qin controlled the surveillance camera and pointed it at them. The view through the gaps between the branches and leaves is not very comprehensive. Outside the yard, there were a few zombie corpses scattered around. And in the yard they ate food and rested. Lin Qin lay on the chair behind him, stretched out his hand, and a bucket of ice cream appeared in his hand. After swallowing the cool drink, Lin Qin planned to continue observing their actions. At this moment, Nanwei's movements were cautious and full of vigilance. Walk forward along the wall with the gun in hand. Lin Qin's surveillance was fully focused on them, so Nanwei could no longer be seen. However, this made Lin Qin curious about what was going on, which made them instantly alert. Adjust the surveillance position again to face the path outside. On the trail, a mutated and strengthened zombie was wandering towards Nanwei and the others. It is called an enhanced zombie because this one is different from others. What a monster! Lin Qin paused his leisurely movements and directly brought up the surveillance footage on the computer screen. Zoom in individually. There is not much difference in the size of the zombies, but they look like this. The first thing Lin Qin thought of was the zombies in a certain anime merging into each other. There are 2 heads on top of the head and 4 hands behind the back. Despite being rotten, the forearms still looked quite flexible. He just grabbed the zombie corpse on the ground and started eating it. He hugged it with all 4 arms, and his teeth were very good, so it was crunchy. This thing has such sharp teeth. But thinking about the mutant zombie that was twice as big as yesterday, it's actually not that difficult to understand. Zombies are constantly evolving, and the situation in the future may become more complicated. But I don't know if they can deal with the one in front of them. Just as Lin Qin was thinking, he saw a mutated zombie appear again on the surveillance screen. There are 2 mutated zombies in total. Good job. Lin Qin was a little anxious. Judging from the current rate of mutant zombies appearing, although not very fast, there will only be more and more of them appearing in the future. If they want to survive, they must improve their strength and weapons and equipment as soon as possible. In terms of strength, Lin Qin couldn't help but look down at himself. Well, at least it's much better than when we first started. But compared with the evolution speed of zombies, his progress seems very small. If he could receive some instruction from special police or soldiers, he would be able to make rapid progress. But right now, there is no such condition. Nanwei held her breath and dared not make any loud noise. Leaning against the yard wall, she stared at the zombies outside. The next second, she raised her gun and pointed it at the unsuspecting zombies outside. But how can the mutated zombies be so easy to deal with? The moment Nanwei fired the gun, it heard the noise. He actually dodged it. Nanwei was stunned and wanted to continue shooting at the 2 mutated zombies. However, the zombies would never give her a chance. The width of the gate was limited, and Nanwei continued to shoot, but she couldn't withstand the 2 mutant zombies' bodies being too flexible. He ran directly to both sides of the gate, which was Nanwei's blind spot. If she wanted to see clearly where the 2 zombies were at this moment, she had to open the iron gate of the yard and walk out. There was no way Nanwei could open the door. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 2 people hiding behind the coffee table immediately stood up and forcibly pulled back Nanwei, who was still trying to deal with the mutated zombie. Nanwei, hurry up. This zombie is so different from the zombies we usually see. Look at them, they have 4 arms and 2 heads. What kind of monster is this? It's even evolved. Your guns can't even hit them. This is the most important thing. Nanwei pretended to be calm and said, my shooting skills are not very accurate. If it was Lin Qin, it would be different. It's already late, and you're still talking about Lin Qin. Can he fly over to save us? Su Chang, hurry up and break the door open. Behind them, there was only a villa. There is no place to hide anywhere else. Su Chang forcefully pried the door handle apart and slammed it upwards. But the door couldn't be opened for a while, and Su Chang was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. The mutated zombies appeared in front of the courtyard gate again at this time. The 4 of them grabbed the iron gate in front of them and shook it hard. Chapter 79. The shape is really strange. The iron gate couldn't help but make a creaking sound. This alarmed other zombies and mutated wild dogs nearby, and they gathered together. They were very strong. 8 hands pressed against the door and shook it at the same time. In just a few strokes, they managed to swing the big iron door down. Nanwei had no choice but to follow Wang Yuran and Su Chang. Fortunately, at the last moment, the door opened. The 3 of them quickly entered the living room of the villa, walked all the way to the backyard. There is a small door in the backyard. The last time she and Lin Qin left here, they took the path behind the backyard. The path at the back is narrow and hidden, with bamboo and plants planted everywhere. Although it can cover up one's tracks very well, there is no guarantee that there may be some more powerful characters hiding inside. Zombies, on the other hand, cannot be identified by sight. Their hearing and smell systems are very developed. The middle of the path is paved with bluestone slabs. In the past, this would have been a great place for a walk after a meal to digest food and a date spot. They don't ask for anything else now, just want to leave here first. However, the mutated zombies were chasing them relentlessly, trying desperately to squeeze out from the narrow door in the backyard. Fortunately, the gate to the backyard is not big, and the zombies don't come in first or last place. They were all stuck on it, and for a moment, the speed at which the zombies poured into the path slowed down a lot. But the two mutated zombies were particularly conspicuous among the crowd of zombies. They were also the first to rush over. Nanwei and others had no way to escape. She aimed the gun in her hand and fired directly. But the zombies' arms will protect their heads, so hitting the body will have no effect. Su Chang and the others had no choice but to take out the bows and arrows given by Lin Qin and aim at the constantly moving mutated zombies. Damn it, I'm really going to die in this damn place. Fuck, this bastard is so much smarter than those. What should I do? There's no way I can stop him. The two of them only had bows and arrows in their hands, so they could easily deal with those ordinary zombies. But when dealing with this kind of obviously strengthened and mutated zombie, it is simply useless and has no effect at all. But there were not only two mutated zombies coming from all around, but also many ordinary zombies. These are basically the responsibilities of Wang Yuran and Su Chang. Nanwei only needs to deal with the two powerful ones. Nanwei just held the gun and kept aiming and firing, following the movements of the zombies, sometimes left, sometimes right. My heart was pounding and I was so nervous that I had no time to pay attention to my friends. Now, she is the only one with a gun. The life and death of the entire team rests on her. Nanwei didn't dare to relax at all. If you run out of bullets, change the magazine immediately. When the zombies disappeared, he looked around vigilantly and protected his friends behind him. Watching them continue like this will only lead to tragic deaths. Nanwei was under great pressure and simply concentrated her fire on one of them. The bullet shattered the arm blocking the head and penetrated the zombie's head. Even so, Nanwei was afraid that he would not be killed, so she continued to aim. Her arms were numb from the shock and she lost all feeling. He was just gasping for breath, his mind solely focused on killing him. Su Chang and others dealt with other zombies rushing over from the surrounding area. When they turned around, they saw Nanwei dealing with one of them. But the other one, without firepower suppression, actually went around to Nanwei's side and pounced on her. Su Chang shouted, "Nanwei, be careful to the left." This loud shout made the three people's hearts rise to their chests in an instant. Nanwei turned her head and saw another mutated zombie rushing towards her. There is no way around it. When this claw came down, Nanwei felt that her face would be disfigured and her head would be split apart on the spot. However, a few subtle gunshots were heard, and the mutant zombie in front of Nanwei was unexpectedly shot in the head. With a thud, he fell directly in front of Nanwei. Just one step away. Nanwei seemed to have lost her soul and forgot to react. Su Chang and Wang Yuran kept shooting arrows. Behind the mutant zombie's body, there were many other zombies. Nanwei didn't react, so they had to defend themselves against the zombies first to prevent them from attacking them. There are only 2 arrows left in the backpack, but there are still many chasing after him. They must leave this place as soon as possible. Nanwei was stunned for a moment, then she turned around and looked behind them. Lin Qin stood where he was, aiming his gun at the zombies closest to them. Seeing this, Su Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 2 people trotted forward, grabbed Nanwei's arm and gathered in the direction of Lin Qin. "Go back first, Xiao Xue will pick you up at home." Lin Qin glanced at them, then continued to aim at the zombies chasing after him. "What about you?" Wang Yuran nodded and pulled Nanwei back. Su Chan looked at Lin Qin and said, "What about you? Can you handle these zombies by yourself? Don't be stubborn if you can't handle it. We're a team now. I can work with you." However, before Su Chang could finish his words, Lin Qin interrupted him. "Stop dawdling. Go away now. Don't stay and burden me." Su Chang was speechless for a moment. Indeed, they are much weaker than Lin Qin. After looking at Lin Qin struggling to deal with the zombies, Su Chang finally left and caught up with Nanwei and the others. Zombies fell down in droves. At first, Lin Qin just wanted to check the surveillance to see if they had left or were still staying here. But I didn't expect to see mutated zombies. The situation of the zombies was a little beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, he could no longer see Nanwei and the others in the surveillance video. Only then did Lin Qin realize the seriousness of the matter. In addition, all the zombies in the villa area rushed in one direction. Lin Qin followed them on their tails. Fortunately, he realized that Nanwei had only one place to go after entering the villa, so he simply spared her. However, although the mutated zombies are scary, their weakness remains the brain. As long as you can hit the target, no matter how it mutates or how strong it is, it will not be a problem. But there are not just 1 or 2 mutated zombies in front of us, and their number will increase greatly in the future. It will only be more troublesome to deal with then. But solve the problem at hand first, then prepare for other things later. Lin Qin aimed at the zombie's head and shot. The path in the backyard was soon filled with zombie corpses. Only after killing the last 2 did Lin Qin have time to look at the mutated zombie. There were 2 mutated zombies, one behind the pile of corpses, and the other right next to Lin Qin. It was lying on the ground, its head blasted with bullet holes. As for the arms on the body, Lin Qin looked at the bamboo beside him, broke off a piece of bamboo and used it to pick open the tattered clothes on the zombie. I found that my arms seemed to have grown out of me. As for how to describe it, everyone has seen the 1,000-armed guanyin, right? No, it should be 4-armed guanyin. In short, the shape is very unique and peculiar. Never seen it. Chapter 80, Drunk. Exactly the same as that. Lin Qin had not expected that the zombies would continue to evolve by eating. The official announcement only said that the zombies' abilities were stronger than last time, but it did not say that they would evolve. Apart from the fact that the 4 arms grew normally, Lin Qin did not find any other differences. Lin Qin stood up, threw away the bamboo in his hand and prepared to leave. At this moment, a transparent crystal core appeared faintly in the zombie's rotten scalp. Lin Qin couldn't help but tilt his head and use the bamboo to move the zombie's rotten scalp and hair. A small hole that had been punched like a sieve by Lin Qin was revealed. He pulled out something that looked like a glass bead. Transparent, not big. And a little soft. The surface seems to be covered with a transparent film, with a small black dot in the middle. Lin Qin squatted down curiously and waved his hand to wipe away the unpleasant smell from his nose. What? Lin Qin frowned. The bamboo was repeatedly poked and turned, and it accidentally punctured the surface film, revealing the liquid inside. A bit disgusting, but no smell. I don't know if it was the original tumor growing in this zombie's head. But whose tumor is this color? Lin Qin frowned, threw away the bamboo in his hand, and then left. A gust of wind blew, and the whole bamboo forest began to rustle. Lin Qin couldn't help but shake his body and quickened his pace to leave. This atmosphere is really terrible. On the way back, Lin Qin naturally encountered zombies. But they are just ordinary zombies. It was very easy for Lin Qin to deal with them. When they returned to the villa, Nanwei and others were already sitting anxiously on the benches in the living room, waiting for Lin Qin to come back. Seeing him arrive safely, everyone rushed over. Zhang Shui was the most worried, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Lin Qin was fine. It's okay, it's okay. But I heard them say, what does it mean that zombies have mutated? In their description, zombies have 4 arms. This was simply beyond her comprehension. Lin Qin entered the room and sat aside as well. I don't know for sure, but it looks like they evolved on their own. Speaking of this, Su Chang and Wang Yuran were also nervous. So what should we do? There are definitely more than just these 2. We might encounter situations like today more often in the future. We can't just sit here and wait to die, right? Food is limited, and we've run out of weapons. We'll have to face these zombies when we go out without any self-defense weapons. Just thinking about it made Wang Yuran feel a little overwhelmed. Su Chang calmed down a bit, don't worry about it for now. Our food should be able to last for a while. We should be thankful that we discovered the mutated zombies early. Otherwise, if we discovered them while we were out looking for supplies, it would have been the most fatal. As long as we find his weakness. However, judging from the zombies we have encountered so far, we can roughly distinguish several levels. Lin Qin looked at Su Chang and felt a little relieved. Not that stupid yet. That's right. No matter how much zombies evolve, their weak point is in their heads. As long as you target their heads, they won't pose much of a threat. However, zombies tend to appear in groups. I believe everyone has experienced this firsthand. From the initial stiff and slow reactions, to their increased speed, and then to their mutated body shapes, they can be roughly divided into 3 levels. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Whether it will continue to rise in the future is unknown. We don't need to be too scared. Let's take a rest for the next few days and stay in the villa. Don't run around. Seeing everyone nodding with heavy hearts, Lin Qin didn't say anything more. Because to him, the mutated zombies are also unfamiliar. Although the other people in the team didn't say much, it was obvious that they thought life was hopeless and there was no hope at all. If zombies can evolve, why can't they? The disparity in strength and the lack of weapons are their most fatal weaknesses. A few people went upstairs stupidly and actually started exercising. Only by becoming stronger can there be a glimmer of hope. Of course, Lin Qin didn't know what they were thinking. I just felt relieved when I saw that everyone suddenly increased their exercise. They finally realized that the only way out was to become stronger. However, even after everyone started exercising, the depressing atmosphere continued until the evening. Lin Qin prepared a sumptuous dinner. I even made a special bullfrog bone soup hot pot. The aroma of the heated hot pot is so fragrant that the whole villa is enveloped in this fragrance. Several people who were exercising came downstairs sweating profusely following the smell. Then I saw a table full of various ingredients. Beef rolls, mutton rolls, pork slices, spicy beef slices, tripe, etc. Oh my god, am I dazzled or is this true? This is too rich. I can't believe I can still eat hot pot. Zhang Shui and Nan Wei's reactions were okay. After all, Lin Qin had a hot pot dinner last time to celebrate the birth of the team. But this time, I don't know why. The team atmosphere, which had been sluggish for a day, has warmed up a lot. Everyone sat at the table, but no one picked up their chopsticks. Waiting quietly for Lin Qin to take a seat. After Lin Qin sat down, Su Chang asked, "Why are we eating so well today?" Wang Yuran, who was standing by, was also puzzled. It seems that there's no such fresh meat in supermarkets these days. Besides, those hot pot restaurants are even more impossible. The power has been out for a long time. Are you sure I'm not dreaming? Nan Wei sat on one side, the pain in her shoulders making it difficult for her to lift her arms. You underestimate Lin Qin too much. These are all true. Zhang Shui also chuckled, of course it's true, but these foods are not eaten for free. Su Chang and Wang Yuran looked at each other, then looked at Lin Qin. Su Chang spoke first, "From today on, you are my big brother." Wang Yuran also said, "Yes, me too." The hot pot atmosphere was excellent, which brought back Ben's depressed mood. However, today's situation also made others realize the importance of becoming stronger. The same is true for Lin Qin himself. A hot pot meal lasted until midnight and everyone was already drunk. Su Chang went straight to the sofa in the living room and fell into a deep sleep. No matter how people called him, he couldn't be woken up. He was a grown man, and no one could carry him upstairs. Zhang Shui was even worse off. She only drank a little and then fell directly on the table. Wang Yuran was still sober. After all, she was a celebrity, and it wasn't her first time drinking at a party. She supported Zhang Shui and said shakily, "We'll go back first. I'll leave Nan Wei to you." Chapter 81. Asleep? Asleep. The two of them walked in an S-curve, leaning on each other, and went up the stairs. The three girls lived in one room, and Nan Wei's previous room was vacated for Su Chang to sleep in alone. Wang Yuran could only support one person. Nan Wei, who was sitting in her seat, naturally had to hand it over to Lin Qin. Nan Wei at the table was already drunk and had drunk a bit too much. Blurred eyes and a flushed face from the alcohol. Lin Qin walked up to her and patted her cheek. Nan Wei opened her somewhat dazed eyes. I couldn't help but look around the table. Ah? They all went back? Otherwise, go upstairs and sleep. Oh, okay. Nan Wei stood up in a daze. Seeing that she could stand up on her own, Lin Qin didn't bother her anymore. I went straight to the bathroom and rinsed myself casually. When he came out of the shower, there was no one outside. On the sofa, Su Chang was still lying there sleeping soundly. He took out a blanket from the space and covered Su Chang with it. Lin Qin turned off all the lights on the first floor, leaving only a dim night light on for him, then went straight up to the second floor and returned to his room. There was also only a small night light on in the corridor on the second floor. The light was dim, and Lin Qin climbed up the stairs holding on to the wall. Lin Qin opened the bedroom door, walked straight in and lay on the bed. In the darkness, there was a small bulge in the middle of the bed. Lin Qin felt the soft skin and stood up suddenly in fright. Pa! The switch of the bedroom chandelier was turned on. Lin Xin looked at the drunk Nan Wei lying on her big bed with her legs spread out, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He said that it was impossible for anything else to appear on the bed for no reason. I guess he was drunk and found the wrong room. He walked up and patted her cheek. Nan Wei, wake up, you slept wrongly. Nan Wei opened her hazy eyes, forced herself to stand up from the bed and sat up. She looked around, then patted her head and stood up. Sorry, I took the wrong turn. However, Nan Wei, who was drunk, had no strength in her body, her steps were unsteady, and she fell straight to the ground. Lin Xin couldn't help but reach out to support her, but was dragged down heavily to the ground. The floor was cold, and Lin Xin supported himself on the tiles with his hands, but buried his face in an awkward position. After this fall, Nan Wei was completely sober and instantly sobered up. She just looked at Lin Xin buried in her chest and remained silent for a few seconds. She was wearing a shirt today with one of the top buttons left undone. At the moment of falling, Lin Xin's hand accidentally touched her clothes, directly breaking 2 buttons and revealing one shoulder. Lin Xin's fingers were stiff, and he couldn't help but cough lightly and stood up. And Nan Wei. Maybe it was the effect of alcohol, or maybe it was Lin Xin's care during this period. In this chaotic doomsday, make yourself feel that you have something to rely on. The moment Lin Xin pulled his hand away, she reached out and grabbed the collar of Lin Xin's chest, forcing him to come closer again. The red lips moved closer. Lin Xin was stunned for a moment. But Nan Wei's attack was really fierce. There is no reason not to eat the meat that is right in front of you. Under the influence of alcohol, the 2 women in the next room were sleeping soundly and showed no intention of waking up. Not to mention Su Chang, who was drunk downstairs. No different from a dead pig. After a sleepless night, the 2 fell into a deep sleep when the sky was just getting light. 10:30. Zhang Shui and Wang Yuran gradually woke up after their drunkenness wore off. After washing up, the 2 of them cleaned up the leftovers on the table. Su Chang, who had slept all night on the sofa, woke up slowly while rubbing his aching waist. Wang Yuran saw this and chuckled and joked. What did you do last night? Why is your waist so fragile? Su Chang rubbed his aching head and was in no mood to joke. Go away, did you beat me up yesterday when I was drunk? I didn't sleep well and my back and waist didn't hurt like a broken bone. Zhang Shui couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. Was it because of the bow pulling yesterday? This is all normal. You'll get used to it. By the way, what would you like to eat in the morning? Su Chang stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up when he heard Zhang Shui's question. Only then did he realize that there were only 3 people in the living room downstairs. Nan Wei is not here either. I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky. How about you go ask Lin Xin what he wants to eat? Also, where's Nan Wei? She hasn't gotten up yet. Ah. Nan Wei. The 2 women were stunned and looked at each other. When they got up in the morning, they didn't notice whether Nan Wei was in the room. The bed in the room was made by Lin Xin by putting together 2 1.5-meter large beds. It was very large and big enough for 3 people to sleep. They wouldn't run into each other at night. When I woke up in the morning, it seemed like Nan Wei was there. I didn't pay much attention when I woke up. She must still be sleeping. Why don't you go call her? Su Chang shook his head. Forget it. Let's just sleep until we wake up naturally. I drank yesterday, so it's better not to shout. It is best to wake up naturally. Zhang Shui and Wang Yuran nodded without saying anything more. There were a lot of vegetables and meat left over from yesterday, so today I just mixed them together and made a big hodgepodge. It was almost noon at this time, so I just cooked some rice. Everyone is busy. A strange groaning sound came from upstairs. The 2 people in the room were naked, covered only with blankets. When Lin Xin woke up, Nan Wei was already awake. He held the blanket tightly, looking up at the sky and down at the ground, but not at Lin Xin. Lin Xin. Is he so scary? Nan Wei coughed lightly, and her snow-white skin turned rosy, not knowing whether she was shy or what. This is a huge contrast to yesterday. About what happened yesterday? I drank too much, so... Lin Xin chuckled, reached out and grabbed Nan Wei's hand and turned over. You should know that men who have tasted meat are very energetic. Nan Wei, no, they are all downstairs. Lin Xin, what are you afraid of? Yesterday you were very... Lin Xin whispered the following words into Nan Wei's ear. In an instant, Nan Wei was like a cooked shrimp. Nan Wei. Are all men so scary? At 12:30, footsteps approached outside the door, but Nan Wei did not dare to make a sound. Wang Yuran looked at the closed door of Lin Qin's room, and then looked at the second bedroom where the three girls lived. Then he walked in. The quilt on the bed was slightly bulging. It was obvious that Nan Wei drank too much yesterday and slept on the innermost part. No wonder she didn't see Nan Wei when she woke up in the morning. It turned out that they were sleeping in opposite positions. Wang Yuran breathed a sigh of relief and then closed the door of the room. Nan Wei drank the most, so let us call her later. Arriving at Lin Qin's bedroom, Wang Yuran knocked on the door first. Lin Qin, lunch is ready. If you're awake, come down and eat. Chapter 82, The Waves Are Not Over. Lin Qin was sweating profusely. I just woke up, get down immediately. Wang Yuran didn't suspect anything and went downstairs. The footsteps outside the house were getting farther and farther away, and Nan Wei felt relieved. Half an hour later. Nan Wei secretly opened the door of Lin Qin's room to make sure that no one else was in the living room on the second floor. Then he quickly returned to his room and dressed. Lin Qin put on his clothes and looked very energetic. Zhang Shui looked at Nan Wei's rosy complexion and couldn't help but wonder. Sister Nan Wei, are you hot? I see your skin is very red. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Nan Wei. Wang Yuran was equally puzzled. Yeah, look, even your neck is red. Strange, the air conditioner is at the same temperature as yesterday? Nan Wei. Lin Qin chuckled, but didn't say much. Nan Wei had a very painful lunch. Everyone at the table just mentioned it briefly and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Lin Qin's cell phone in his trouser pocket vibrated violently. Turn on monitoring. From the surveillance video, the zombies all left as if they had been summoned. There is a tendency to gather into groups. Lin Qin's surveillance system was only set up around the villa, and anything further away could not be seen. However, Lin Qin did not anticipate the sudden appearance of the zombies. But in this way, they can speed up the construction of the villa's fences and other facilities without having to worry about the invasion of zombies. It's simply a godsend. Lin Qin immediately walked to his own yard and copied the electric fence on the wall. In this way, Su Chang does not need to go out to find a power grid, he only needs to connect these segmented power grids to each other. Lin Qin copied so many that the front yard was almost full, so he went out and placed a lot of them at the door of his villa. Lin Qin took less than 10 minutes to complete this operation. A lot has already accumulated. These electric nets are of no use to the survivors nearby, and no one will pick them up if they are placed on the path outside the yard gate. However, Lin Qin noticed the yellow smoke rising not far away. Airdrop? Lin Qin raised his eyebrows in surprise. The yellow airdrops represent weapons. However, the weapons deployed by the country are not worth Lin Qin's risk. What's the point of dropping some dead weapons? They should have used guns and artillery shells. However, Lin Qin could also understand that the soldiers themselves did not have enough of these things. The possibility of launching is not high. You can only rely on yourself to pick up the leaks. However, it has been 2 days since the airdrop, and there is no more smoke around, and no large number of airdrops falling from the sky, which is a bit strange. Lin Qin couldn't help but look into the distance with some curiosity. The zombies are gone now. I wonder if they were attracted away by the noise from the airdrop. If that's the case, it seems like there should be quite a few other survivors over there. After thinking about it, Lin Qin took out these things and returned to the room. Everyone in the room cleaned up the leftovers from the table and started exercising consciously. Lin Qin was extremely satisfied with this, but he could put the exercise aside for now. Su Chang, come down and help me lay the electric fence. Su Chang popped his head out from the second floor and looked at Lin Qin and said, What power grid? I haven't even gone out to look for it yet. Having said that, he walked down from upstairs. Wang Yuran, Zhang Shui and others naturally walked down together. They looked at the piles of electric fences in the yard with surprise. Where did he get this thing from? It seems like it hasn't been long since I went out. Let's install these around the villa first. The installation tools are ready. Su Chan looked at the entire yard. The electric fences were tangled together and extended to the path outside. He looked at the installation tools prepared by Lin Qin in the corner and was confused. Even if the sudden additions are a bit unrealistic. No matter how capable Lin Qin is, where can he get these things? Moreover, with such a large number and such heavy weight, how did Lin Qin transport it without the help of other tools? Although he was extremely confused, Su Chang did not intend to ask any more questions that were not necessary. He just walked forward honestly and carried the installation tools and power grid on his back. The power grid is a thin wire-like thing with an iron sheet installed upright. Just pull up 3 layers and turn on the power. The installation is actually not complicated, the complicated part is the installation of the iron sheet. However, their fence itself was made of wrought iron, so hammering nails and erecting iron sheets was of no use. You can wrap it 2 more times and fix it at the top point. Everyone began to secure the electric fence around the entire villa. But Su Chang noticed the yellow smoke rising in the distance. Lin Qin should have noticed this thing as well, right? Then why doesn't he go? Now, their weapons are obviously unequal, with all 3 guns in the hands of 2 women. He and Yu Ran have nothing. In his opinion, the 2 broken bows and arrows were somewhat useless. Especially in the fight against mutated zombies, it has no significant effect at all. He turned around and looked at Lin Qin, but seeing that he seemed not to have seen him, he withdrew his gaze and continued with his actions. After these wires are connected, Lin Qin will be responsible for the final power supply, but there is no need to reserve too many wires. Later, you can connect the power grid on your wall with the surrounding ones to provide electricity. This will save a lot of trouble. The installation is not complicated, but it is time-consuming. Everyone was busy all morning. After the power was finally turned on, Su Chang and others wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Looking around, he saw that no one was paying any attention to him because of the busy crowd, so he quietly disappeared. Lin Qin turned off the electric grid on the wall of his villa, and then reopened it by wrapping it with new wires. Normally, the electricity from the power grid is not lethal, but Lin Qin had changed it long ago. Now that the electric fence has been installed, there is no need to worry about other survivors climbing in. As for the zombies, as long as they can't get in, it's not a problem. After everyone finished their work and gathered together, Su Chang was nowhere to be seen. Lin Qin looked around. Where's Su Chang? It's already 3 or 4 o'clock. Isn't he going to eat? They got up late today and only had lunch. After dinner, we started installing the power grids without stopping. I've been starving for a long time. After finally finishing their work, everyone just wanted to go back and rest in the air-conditioned room, but Su Chang was nowhere to be found. During the entire process, not a single zombie appeared. There were no other survivors. Lin Qin couldn't help but look at Nanwei beside him. Nanwei looked at Wang Yuran. Where is Su Chang? On weekdays, Yuran talks the most to Su Chang. Yuran should have a clearer idea of where he was going. Wang Yuran lowered his head and said nothing. Chapter 83 Memory Overlap Enhancer. Nanwei took a step forward and continued, You're harming him by hiding it for him. Have you forgotten what happened yesterday? It's not safe out there. Wang Yuran clenched his fists, a little hesitant. He saw the airdrop and said he wanted to see if there were any weapons. How long have you been gone? It's been about an hour and a half, maybe. Nanwei. Lin Qin frowned slightly, could it be that yellow smoke? Wang Yuran nodded. First of all, the troops' weapons are very ordinary. Secondly, he was definitely not the only one who saw the yellow smoke. There must be more than one zombie causing such a big commotion. This kid usually seems quite smart, why does he always take shortcuts? Wang Yuran looked up at Lin Qin and said, Why don't we go out and look for him? He's been out for so long, and there's no way to contact him without a walkie-talkie. I'm worried it'll be the same as yesterday. What if he encounters zombies? Nanwei was very disappointed with her. Are you scared now? Why didn't you tell me when he left? It's been half an hour and no one knows where he went. Isn't it over there by the airdrop box? The airdrop box smoke has long gone. You know what's useful in which direction. Wang Yuran, what should we do? We can't just not look for it. Lin Qin stood aside and sighed. Go back. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. No one can help him. Go out now, the zombies over there are gathered over there. They won't be like last time, where they can meet several special police officers and come back safely. Lin Qin returned to the room, followed closely by Zhang Shui. Nanwei hesitated for a moment, and felt that she dared not act on her own in this matter, so she finally followed. Wang Yuran stood there hesitantly, feeling anxious but with no other choice. She looked into the distance and finally followed. The temperature inside the house was much cooler than outside. After a busy afternoon, everyone was exhausted. Zhang Shui handed out ice creams, one to each student. She is the most heartless eater. Wang Yuran was eating ice cream. If it were in the past, she would definitely be very happy. But now, she just felt extremely anxious and uneasy. An hour later, there was still no sign of Su Chang. The other people in the room returned to their rooms as if nothing had happened. The single-player games on the mobile phone play a big role at this time, killing boring time. Lin Qin returned to his bedroom and turned on the computer. The network is not smooth right now. There is naturally no way to play online games. But you can still play it standalone. But as time passed, Lin Qin stopped. It was 5 o'clock and Su Chang still hadn't come back. It looks like it's a dangerous situation. Outside, Wang Yuran knocked on Lin Qin's door. "What's up?" "It's me, Wang Yuran." Lin Qin opened the bedroom door, looked at her and said directly, "I won't stop you if you want to go out and find Su Chang, but once you go out, you don't have to come back." Wang Yuran. Lin Qin is not a good person, but he is definitely not a bad person. Just like when they first said they wanted to join the team, after careful consideration, Lin Qin nodded in agreement. But they brought this upon themselves, and Lin Qin had no other choice. People like this who disobey management and have no team spirit. Keeping it will harm the entire team sooner or later. Of course, Su Chang may have had good intentions at the beginning. Want to do something for the team. But Lin Qin didn't think that he had no selfish motives at all. Wang Yuran was suddenly blocked by Lin Qin and didn't know how to speak. She originally thought that Lin Qin would not just sit there and watch Su Chang not come back and do nothing. She just wanted to come over and say a few more words to persuade him, but now, Lin Qin's reaction made it impossible for her to say a single word she had prepared. Wang Yuran was neither going nor staying. "Why, do you have anything else to say?" Lin Qin looked at Wang Yuran's expression and said deliberately. Wang Yuran shook her head, nodded, then turned and walked out. Nanwei and Zhang Shui stood at the stairs and looked at her. After seeing Wang Yuran being humiliated, they shook their heads helplessly. Zhang Shui said directly, "You and Su Chang are friends, so I understand why you're worried about him. But Yuran, you have to be clear. Lin Qin is the one we should obey. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today." After Zhang Shui finished speaking, she continued to hold her ice cream and returned to the bedroom. Looking at the big bed made of 2 beds in the room, he shook his head. When Zhang Shui disappeared from sight, Nanwei said, "Let's wait a little longer." Lin Qin in the room stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. It will be dark outside soon. The zombies in the surveillance showed no signs of returning. Suddenly, thick smoke rose from the streets in the distance. Lin Qin stood at the window and looked over. "I don't know what's going on over there, someone actually set a fire." Deep in the thick smoke, it seemed as if something was rolling inside, and it was slowly expanding outwards. Lin Qin looked carefully, but couldn't see clearly what was in the smoke. It looked like a helicopter? But it wasn't too close and disappeared quickly. And why does that direction look a bit like a hospital? Lin Qin couldn't help but ponder, and the memories that had been buried in his mind for a long time gradually awakened. In his previous life, he heard that someone got a medicine in a community hospital. No one knows what the ingredients of this thing are, but the user's abilities will be enhanced for a short period of time. But no one has ever seen what this thing looks like. If there hadn't been a fire that burned down most of the hospital's emergency room, the things hidden in the innermost part would never have been found. However, Lin Qin could not confirm whether it was this fire, nor could he confirm whether it was this place, and he could not confirm whether the way to obtain the medicine was from the hospital. After all, these are all rumors spread by others, and the specific ways to obtain them must be false. The person who got the potion was called Wix Sen. Although no one knows the specific situation better than him, the rumors outside are indeed about the hospital. It was just that today he suddenly saw a big fire in the distance, and this suddenly came to his mind. If yes, then for Lin Qin, it is undoubtedly an opportunity. Lin Qin pushed open the door of the room and looked at the 2 people at the stairs who were talking about something. Of course, he didn't have time to care about so many things. He opened the door and walked out, and the 2 women behind him immediately followed. The west gate is the closest gate to the busy streets. The streets were quiet, not even a zombie could be seen. But the thick smoke billowing in the distance was very eye-catching. Nanwei and Wang Yuran were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's going on? It looks like it's in the direction of the hospital. The two people had no idea why Lin Qin suddenly went out. But something so hasty must be serious. As for Su Chang, I don't know if it has anything to do with him. Chapter 84. The hospital is on fire. But Lin Qin did not leave the villa area immediately. He just stared at the direction of the fire and smoke in the distance in a daze. Nanwei rushed over and looked in the direction of King Lin Qin. What's the name of the hospital over there? Nanwei pondered for a moment and then said, Inxiang Community Hospital. Inxiang? It seems to match the one in my memory. Lin Qin couldn't help but quicken his pace and at the same time informed Zhang Shui to stay at home. The streets were very quiet. There were piles of zombie corpses everywhere. It was disgusting. But other than that, this place is like a deserted city, without even a single person in sight. Today's streets are not what they used to be. Even if someone comes out to look for food, they will not reveal their location. Lin Qin had a smooth journey and stopped after walking for about 10 minutes. If I run all the way like this, I don't know how much time I will waste. Lin Qin looked around, then ran to the front along the roadside where various vehicles were parked. When Nanwei and Wang Yuran arrived, a Mercedes-Benz SUV stopped in front of them. Lin Qin had already started the car and was waiting for them to get in. Without thinking too much, they got on the bus and sat down. The car drove for about 10 minutes before it arrived near the fire. Here, zombies and survivors gathered together. I don't know if it was the sudden fire in the hospital that caused many survivors hiding nearby to run out and escape. Many people were wearing hospital gowns, white coats, and nurse uniforms. The zombies were constantly eating the humans who were fleeing everywhere. Wang Yuran stayed in the car, watching the tragic scene outside without saying a word. Nanwei looked at the situation outside and said, Why are there so many people suddenly here? After the zombie outbreak, there were a total of 2 riots. One reason is that food has run out, and many people can no longer hide and go to the streets to grab supplies. Once again, it was rescue. But after the rescue mission was aborted, a large number of airdrops were launched. The survivors were also divided into 2 waves. A group of people went to the evacuation point on their own or were taken to the evacuation point by the advance rescue team. Another wave, for various reasons, stayed in places they thought were relatively safe, hiding and waiting for the delivery of supplies before starting a fight. There shouldn't be many survivors left here who haven't gone to the evacuation point. And right now, the hospital is not a place with food, so why are there so many people here? Lin Qin drove the car through the chaotic crowd. When has the hospital ever been less crowded? Besides, this is a community hospital, and most of the residents are elderly. There are quite a few people trapped here. In the past, every time I went to the hospital, it didn't matter whether it was morning or afternoon, weekend or weekday. The hospitals are overcrowded. The queue is always very long. Even if you are hospitalized, some people still have to wait for a bed. Of course, whether it is a community hospital or a regular large hospital, they are all overcrowded. As you can imagine, there are quite a few people in the hospital. If it weren't for the fire, these people probably wouldn't have left the hospital. After all, there are zombies outside. But in comparison, another hospital was not so lucky. The zombie outbreak had just occurred, and some of the zombies sent to the hospital were transformed in bitten people in the city hospital. I guess there are all kinds of zombies over there. The community hospital was not big and its medical facilities were relatively small, so the ambulances at that time were all sent to the city center hospital with better medical equipment. Suddenly, a zombie crashed directly into the windshield in front of Lin Qin and tried to break the glass with its claws and teeth to bite the 3 people inside. Then, a bloody hand slapped the car window from the back seat door. Wang Yuran turned his head and looked over. I saw a rotten zombie lying on the glass, scratching and trying to get in. It directly gave Wang Yuran a critical hit. Ah! However, Lin Qin's car kept moving, and the zombie clinging to the rear window did not let go. The zombie lying in front of the windshield was equally persistent. Lin Qin turned the steering wheel sharply, throwing the 2 zombies off. Then he ran over the zombie. However, Lin Qin's car was too eye-catching. Many survivors saw this and desperately banged on his car windows for help. However, he was soon bitten on the neck by the zombies that surrounded him. Lin Qin slammed the accelerator, turned the steering wheel, and instantly got away from this place of trouble. The flames in the hospital were soaring into the sky, and many people escaped from the hospital. The surrounding area is a paradise for zombies. Only after they were far away from here did Lin Qin turn off the engine. Wang Yuran, who was sitting in the back seat, was already very frightened. After parking the car, Lin Qin got out. The situation over there is too complicated. Going there by car will only attract zombies. You two should go back by yourselves. It seems the situation here is more complicated than I thought. Nanwei looked at Lin Qin and got out of the car with a nervous look on her face. I'll go with you. If anything happens on the way, we can be together and take care of each other. Wang Yuran, who was sitting in the back seat, also nodded. Yes, there are so many zombies in the hospital. The situation is much more complicated than we thought. Sister Nanwei is worried about you being alone. Lin Qin didn't say anything more and just left. If this is really the place, maybe we can find it. If it can really be strengthened, then the current situation will be easily solved. The fire in the distance was still spreading. The thick smoke in the distance gradually turned into flames rising into the sky, and faint screams of people could be heard. Lin Qin continued to move forward and move closer. However, someone was running towards them from the center of the street. Even if he was knocked down, he would get up in a panic and continue running for his life. The further we went, the more zombies appeared, but they were still some distance away from the center of the chaos. Lin Qin walked along the shops on the street, and if he saw anything amiss, he would hide inside. Since you haven't got what you want right now, it's better not to confront the zombies head-on. The main thing is that the constant supply is a bit troublesome and it also delays my progress. As he got closer, Lin Qin noticed several survivors running towards him one after another in the distance. Behind them, there were many zombies following. Lin Qin simply hid in a shop along the street, leaning against the wall behind. A survivor crawled away to avoid the zombies chasing him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came in, a gun was pointed directly at the back of his head. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and one could hear the roars of zombies outside. But he didn't dare move at all. Lin Qin spoke only after the zombies outside dispersed. What happened over there? The man trembled and said, it's on fire, and there are mutated zombies. Good man, I don't have anything valuable on me, please spare my life. Chapter 85 I'm not a zombie, I'm a doctor. Wang Yuran quickly stepped forward and asked nervously, have you ever seen a tall man wearing a white Mickey Mouse t-shirt? He's not fat, but a little thin. No, I haven't seen it. That mutant zombie over there is very powerful. I was fleeing all the way and didn't pay attention to whether there were any other people like you mentioned. Good man, please spare my life. I am just an ordinary person who wants to survive. What's with the fire? Lin Qin continued to ask. I don't know. Someone must have set it on fire. Lots of zombies were burned. If you're here looking for someone, you can look inside. There are quite a few people trapped there. You can look around. Maybe the person you're looking for is over there. Lin Qin paused. There were a lot of zombie roars coming from the streets outside, but there were no human voices. That's right, how could there be any sound with zombies around? Lin Qin nodded. He didn't come here specifically to see Su Chang. However, it seems that Wang Yuran is particularly concerned about finding Su Chang. He couldn't help but say, let's split up into two groups. You two go find Su Chang. Nanwei was stunned, and Wang Yuran beside her couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Didn't you come out to look for Su Chang? They came all the way out and all the way back here. The yellow smoke was also coming from this direction, and she thought it was coming out to look for Su Chang. Now this is not for Su Chang? Nanwei is not like Wang Yuran. She has been with Lin Qin for a long time, has experienced a lot, and considers things more comprehensively. Lin Qin seemed to be deliberately sending them away. No, you're not safe alone. Lin Qin raised his eyes and looked at them, what's unsafe? Your friend's mind has probably already flown to Su Chang. Forget it, don't waste my time here. You two can go find him and go back directly after you find him. Contact me later by phone. Nanwei was about to say something, but Lin Qin said directly, let's go. Don't delay me here. I don't want to be distracted by taking care of you two later. Lin Qin waved his hand. Nanwei hesitated for a moment and had to leave with Yuran. At this time, only Lin Qin and this unfamiliar passerby were left in the room. With the back of his head pressed against the gun, the man didn't dare move. He said in fear after just watching the two women disappear here. Good man, can you let me go? Lin Xin glanced at him, then put down the gun in his hand. As long as there is no ill will towards him, Lin Xin actually doesn't want to become a killing machine. However, the man took 2 steps forward and took advantage of Lin Xin's inattention to attack him with a knife. His gun is really enviable. Lin Xin shot him without hesitation. With one shot, the man fell to the ground and died. Lin Xin didn't even look at him, but just looked at the street outside through the transparent glass. The situation outside is much better now. There were fewer people scattered around, but the number of zombies increased a lot. The sky outside gradually darkened. The fire in the hospital is still going on and it doesn't look like it's going to stop. Lin Xin watched for a while, and when there were no more zombies on the street, he walked out. No matter what the situation is in the hospital, let's go and take a look first. Otherwise, why not wait until it is completely burned before going in to look for it? In this way, Lin Xin walked in along the wall along the street. Fortunately, there were parking spaces on the side of the road, and quite a few cars were parked there. It can perfectly block Lin Xin's approaching figure. Lin Xin was able to avoid the crowds and everything went smoothly. He came to the wall outside the hospital and climbed over it. The fire in the emergency room was still spreading, but fortunately, the emergency building was a separate building with a long corridor in the middle. Lin Xin looked at the empty space around him and felt a little at a loss. The main thing is, I don't know where to start. The fire in the emergency building was so huge that no one could come back after entering or leaving. As for other buildings, various signs of damage are obvious. But there were no zombies or other survivors in the hospital. The zombies had already been attracted to the streets outside by the people in the hospital. Occasionally, a few of them were left alone, but they were easily dealt with by Lin Xin. Now no zombies noticed him at all. He had only heard of it, not seen it with his own eyes. Where is this circle going? Just as Lin Xin was stunned, a man in a white coat was rushing towards him from a distance. Lin Xin subconsciously raised his gun and aimed. The man running frantically over there suddenly stopped, raised his hands and shouted, "Brother, I'm not a zombie. I'm a doctor in this hospital." Lin Xin did not put down the gun, but fired instead. The man was startled, but the bullet passed through his side and hit the zombie following him. The man also ran over quickly, panting. He looked at Lin Xin, his face covered in sweat from running just now. "Thank you, brother." Lin Xin didn't say anything, but just saw the suitcase in his hand. The man did not stop. After thanking him, he looked around and ran out immediately. Lin Xin noticed the walkie-talkie on him. "Doctor, is there an intercom?" And at this time, behind the hospital, a small group of people were running and chasing the man. When everyone saw Lin Xin meeting the target person, they couldn't help but hide behind the building with vigilance, sticking their heads out and not daring to act rashly. "Captain, this couldn't be the contact person." "No matter who he is, Huzi, find a way to control this person. Don't let go of the person who ran away." "Good." The team was divided into 2 waves. One group of people climbed over the courtyard wall and continued to chase the person who ran away with the suitcase, while the other group carefully observed Lin Xin. After hesitating for just a moment, Lin Xin immediately followed. The man looked around and when he made sure that there was no one around, he immediately took off his white coat, threw it casually on the side of the road, and ran towards a small path. Lin Xin was very fast and caught up with him. The deep alley was so quiet that Lin Xin couldn't help but stop. He always felt like there was a tail following him. Lin Xin stopped chasing after him and wanted to solve the trouble behind him with peace of mind. The alley was quiet. Lin Xin walked slowly while observing his surroundings. The few people behind him followed calmly, then quietly approached. Lin Xin didn't look back, but he glanced over. Nothing was found. Seeing that there was an intersection ahead and the person behind him was following closely, Lin Xin couldn't tell what the other person was and could only find a way to get away first. The intersection ahead is getting closer and closer. Lin Xin stopped and turned back suddenly. The alley was quiet, with nothing but the corpses of zombies. But Lin Xin has great faith in his own awareness. Chapter 86 Rescue. He turned around and then broke into a quick run. Seeing this, the people following behind him immediately followed. However, after turning a corner at the intersection, Lin Xin was no longer on the street. "Brother Lin, we let that guy get away, and the group has only developed this one. No wonder Wix dared to steal, it turns out he's in a gang." The 3 of them stopped at the corner of the street and paused. One of the men spoke Chinese not very fluently. "Why are you panicking? Let's contact them first to see if the enhancer has been transferred. The man called Brother Lin was wearing army green clothes and a black vest. It said biopharmaceuticals, and their faces were covered with a black mask. And the shoes are special leather boots. This outfit looks very much like the outfits of terrorists I used to see on TV. Brother Ling, Weeks, has the injection been given? Impossible. The side effects of the enhancer are so severe that he wouldn't dare inject it without medication to mitigate the side effects. Otherwise, how could he risk running into the hospital? Contact the other side first and see what's going on. Let's go. The captain who was speaking was named Lin Shang, and he was the deputy captain of the team. He looked at the deserted street in the distance and raised his hand. He ran forward again and left here quickly. Lin Xin hid in the tree and did not rush down after the group of people left. The person I just met in the hospital was actually Wix. He is the first person to be strengthened. However, Lin Xin couldn't help but be interested in the enhancers these people were talking about, as well as the 4 big words biopharmaceuticals behind them. It seems that there is a company behind Wix. The strengthening is no coincidence. He jumped down from the tree and immediately followed while the people over there were not paying attention. Only by following these people can you find Wix. The sky gradually darkened and the light around was not very good. It was almost dusk and the sky was getting dark very quickly. Lin Xin kept a distance that was neither too far nor too close. We followed him all the way to a deserted land waiting to be built. The land to be developed in the city is surrounded by low walls, and the piles of earth inside are full of weeds. I have to say, this is indeed a good place to hide. Lin Xin followed them and rolled over to go in, but there were a lot of weeds around, so he had to be careful, otherwise he would step on dead branches and break them, which would easily make it easy for the people in front to discover his tracks. The group walked through it and quickly gathered together with their teammates. Lin Xin pushed aside a small gap in the weeds and glanced over secretly. There are 5 people in total, and the one in the middle should be Wix. 2 of the other men grabbed the fleeing Wix and threw him to the ground. A group of people surrounded him. Wix, lying in the middle, had no room to escape. He could only watch helplessly as someone snatched the safe from his hand. Weeks, the things in this lockbox never belong to you. And what good would it do to take a half-finished item? If you have any sense, bring out the backup copies of the research records you destroyed. So we can report to the higher-ups and save your life. We are all colleagues, and we won't do anything so extreme. Wix was lying on the ground, covered in wounds, and even getting up was a bit difficult for him. His lips trembled as he spoke. There's no backup. You're actually dreaming of experimenting on humans with something this evil and harmful. There are zombies everywhere out there, and you're still thinking of studying them and turning them into weapons. You're crazy. These zombies are the living dead, they don't feel pain. You want to inject the semi-finished product into the zombies and then find someone to do research on them? You are crazy. Weeks lay on the ground, his voice weak. Stop pretending to be stupid. You've been contributing to the early research. Why are you only feeling guilty now? What's more, these zombies are already on the road to becoming stronger. We are just studying their trend of becoming stronger. We have only just developed a semi-finished product. The research institute is gone now, but you can't take the things away. Lin Sheng snorted coldly, looking at Wix who was half dead on the ground. He was not to be feared at all. He looked at the other people behind him and signaled with his eyes. Immediately, everyone started punching and kicking Wix on the ground. Lin Sheng squatted on the side, looking at the beaten Wix and said, "Really, there's no backup?" "No, it's all destroyed." Lin Sheng was a little surprised, but Wix was only hanging on for his last breath at this time, so he didn't think he would lie to them. He waved his hand and stopped everyone. "It seems that you really don't have it." Lin Sheng kicked Wix, and he rolled out without controlling his body. "Walk." Lin Sheng stood up and left in another direction. Wix is now covered in wounds and is not sure if he can walk. You won't be discovered lying here, and it won't be long before the smell of blood attracts zombies. By then, there won't even be a corpse. There's no need to waste the only weapons and bullets they have. After everyone left, Lin Xin walked out from behind the weeds. The strengthening potion should not be in the password box that these people took away. Otherwise, there would be no Wix later. However, I didn't expect that Wix, who was only half dead, became full of life after using the enhancer. But soon, these people will find that the enhancer is not inside and will return. If Lin Chin wants to get the enhancer, he must get it before this group of people arrive. It was dark all around, and Lin Chin couldn't see clearly standing in front of Wix. He squatted down and turned on the flashlight function on his phone. What I saw was that Wix's face and head were covered with sticky blood. This was a serious beating. Where did you put that enhancer? The bright light was blinding, and Weeks opened his eyes a crack before closing them again. What are you talking about? Lin Chin chuckled and said, stop pretending. Wasn't it me you met in the hospital today? I heard what those people said just now, but how could you possibly carry something like this with you? Let me guess, he should still be in the hospital? Weeks coughed lightly. He was beaten badly and blood came up in his throat. It can be said that there is not a single bone in my body that does not hurt. Little brother, this thing is not a good thing for you. I know, but I remember this enhancer seems to need to be taken with something. Going to the hospital. I don't think a regular hospital would have anything to help you with the side effects. I've been thinking about it, but I can't think of anything. Unless there's some drug that counteracts it? Chapter 87 Enhancer. Lin Chin's words stunned Wix, who was lying on the ground and wanted to play dead. He slowly opened his eyes and looked Lin Chin up and down. He took a deep breath and said, "Are you one of them?" He was panting and his speech was not very clear. How could someone who doesn't know about enhancers possibly know so many details? Wix naturally thought that Lin Chin was one of theirs. Lin Chin shook his head, no. Lin Chin placed his cell phone on a pile of dirt on the side, and then took out a wheelchair from the space. Wix was shocked to see Lin Chin suddenly take out a wheelchair as if by magic. He put Weeks in a wheelchair, pushed it through the weeds, and hid behind a high mound on the other side. Then he returned to the weeds, smoothed out the wheelchair marks, stepped a few times in the other direction, sprinkled some red ink, and then ran back. Weeks was still in a wheelchair and didn't quite understand why Lin Chin saved him. The few people who came back were furious when they saw that Weeks' body was gone from the ground. He even kicked the safe out. Damn, Weeks is playing tricks on us. Find him for me. He's so badly injured he can't run far. Lin Shang looked at the drag marks on the ground, called out to everyone, and ran out along the bloodstains on the ground. After waiting until there was no one around, Lin Chin turned on the flashlight on his phone again. Given your current condition, you probably won't need that enhancer. If it weren't for me, you would have died at their hands. I can take you to the hospital so you can save yourself, but the problem is, I want this booster. Wix wanted to look at Lin Chin, but he couldn't stand the strong light and closed his eyes again. Little brother, this thing has not been tested on the human body yet, and the side effects are huge, so it's better for you not to use it. I didn't mean to avoid telling you the exact wording, but it's actually really bad. No one knows what the effects will be after using it, or whether it will be safe for the body. Besides, your wheelchair just appeared out of nowhere, it doesn't look like you need this booster. You know, he just conjured up a wheelchair out of thin air, otherwise he couldn't move now. He would definitely be scared to run away. This is not something a human can do. It's simply against common sense and magical. Lin Chin didn't say anything. He was just lucky, as he suddenly gained the ability to copy, and also had a storage space attached to it. Of course, its early role is indeed very significant and very practical. But now, the ability to copy is of little use. All the items were copied from the early stage. Now, in addition to copied food, the more common ones are bullets and grenades. And I myself am just an ordinary person. It's not hard to understand why he wants to become stronger. They are all just tricks. Being strong is the foundation for success. I want to live and become stronger. This shouldn't be hard to understand, right? Wix started coughing and some blood came out of his mouth. He looked at Lin Chin and said slowly, "This thing has side effects. I've already told you, but if you still want it, come here." Lin Chin looked Wix up and down, and after making sure that he had no ability to resist, he moved closer. After getting the position, Lin Chin couldn't help but chuckle. The address is exactly the same as the rumor in the previous life. Lin Chin pushed the wheelchair and took Wix in another direction. As we got closer to the emergency room, the firelight became brighter and the surroundings became more clearly visible. A wave of heat hit me in the face, bringing with it a strong smell of burning. Fortunately, the staff rushed out of the hospital during the day and attracted most of the zombies nearby. Now the place is empty and very safe. Lin Chin took him to the hospital's outpatient department. The fire in the emergency room next door was much smaller at this time, but there were still many flames. Weeks pointed in a direction and said, I hid the thing behind the air conditioner on the first floor. I need gauze, iodine, scissors, oral and oral anti-inflammatory drugs, saline solution, and hemostatic drugs from the pharmacy. Lin Qin walked in the direction Wicks pointed. There are quite a few air conditioning outdoor units on the first floor, and they are all hidden behind the flower beds. Most people would not tinker with the outdoor unit of the air conditioner. Lin Qin followed Wicks' instructions and found the outdoor unit of the second air conditioner. Then he started looking. The medicine has an inner packaging and is hidden in the gap between the air conditioner and the wall. This place is in the shade and doesn't get any sunlight during the day. After opening the outer packaging box, an injection of blue liquid appeared in front of me. Lin Qin came back with the things. Then he took out the things that Wicks wanted. However, Lin Qin did not give it to him immediately. He still needed to know what medicine was needed to suppress the side effects. Wicks naturally knew what Lin Qin wanted to know. He paused before saying, this enhancer was originally used in research on animals to enhance their various working abilities. It has never been tried on humans, so it's hard to say what the specific side effects are after use. But you'd better find someplace warm. By the way, there's an instruction manual inside the potion. You can read it yourself. I don't need to lie to you. Somewhere warmer? Lin Qin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After rummaging through the box, I found something that looked like a manuscript. Weeks calls this an instruction manual? Lin Qin took a look and found that there was indeed some feedback about the medicine experiment written on it. Fear of cold. Well, it's true that we need to find a warmer place. But why does it feel different from what I heard before? What's more, didn't he come to this hospital to find medicine? It's that simple, find a warmer place? Lin Qin was skeptical. Weeks seemed to see his confusion, coughed lightly and continued, I didn't lie to you about this thing. The hospital doesn't have what I'm looking for. Of course, if you have something spicy and warming, it can have similar effects, but the dosage would have to be a bit larger. The most important thing is to keep warm. As for me. Weeks smiled bitterly. The injuries on his body were very fatal in such chaotic times. He didn't know whether that thing was useful to him or not. The main thing is to prevent it from falling into the hands of that group of people. Otherwise, if they pointed their spearheads at the zombies, the world would probably become even crazier. Since he had obtained the things, Lin Qin was not a man who did not keep his word, so he handed over Wicks' medicine. These medicines can heal your external injuries, but I can't treat your internal organs and bones. Weeks twitched his lips and said, I know, so I didn't embarrass you. Grab your things and leave quickly. These guys will probably come back. Weeks sat in a wheelchair, glancing sideways at Lin Qin. The emergency room building next door was still burning. Heat waves hit us from time to time. Lin Qin put the enhancer away without being polite to him. Just left here. However, just as they left, those people appeared on the street again. Lin Qin had no choice but to hide first. The team came running over and found Wicks in a wheelchair. From a distance, Lin Qin saw him being beaten again. Fortunately, even after his death, he never revealed that he had taken it away. But it's hard to find a warmer place now. Lin Qin didn't plan to go back, after all, the side effects were still unclear. Let us find a safe place and wait. Chapter 88, Replication Enhancer, Encounter with Special Police. Lin Qin looked around, then at the emergency building next to him that was on fire. It seems to be the warmest here. It's not safe to stay here. But the hospital has a backup power supply, and the air conditioner and heater can be used as long as the backup power supply is turned on. The entire hospital was scattered because of a sudden fire in the emergency room. It should be safe inside. But Lin Qin couldn't guarantee it either. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Qin looked around. Then I planned to go into the hospital first. Lin Qin put on the night vision goggles he copied from the special police. Then he bypassed the outpatient department and ran directly to the inpatient department at the back. I tried turning on the lights in the inpatient lobby, and fortunately it was still bright. The backup power is supplied normally and started normally. Lin Qin turned off the light again and walked forward tentatively. The lights were on in the hospital, and the target was too obvious, so it would be better to turn off the lights and walk inside. The corridor was littered with scattered quilts, slippers, and other items, and it was obvious that these people had run out in a panic. But other than that, the corridor was surprisingly clean. There were no traces of zombies, nor any dirty bloodstains. Lin Qin went up to the second floor smoothly. Lin Qin did not run too far upstairs, but came to the second floor and randomly chose a ward to hide in. The bedding in the ward was in a mess, and sneakers and slippers were scattered on the floor. On the bedside table were some empty mineral water bottles and plastic food packaging bags. But I don't think anyone will return these things. They are all useless things. But the fact that there is no one here is the best thing for Lin Qin. Instead of turning on the light in the room, he turned on the small light in the bathroom. At least the light in the entire ward is not too dim. Lin Qin moved the bedside tables from the ward over, pushed them all against the door, and then went to the bathroom. The bathroom is not big, but it has plugs. Lin Qin took out the heater and the small sun from the space, and started baking after they were ready. As for the blue strengthening liquid, to be honest, he was a little nervous. Wicks didn't know which specific Chinese herbs could neutralize the medicinal properties. But this unfinished product did bring considerable benefits and abilities to Wicks in his previous life. Persevere and you will succeed. Lin Qin held the potion and began to copy it. If I can get through this, then this potion is unique. If it is really good, Lin Qin will consider giving it to his teammates. But this matter remains to be discussed. The blue liquid was injected into the arm and completed quickly. For 10 seconds, Lin Qin did not respond. On the contrary, it was too hot because of the heater and the sun. I was sweating all over and my clothes were soaked. 30 seconds. Rapid heartbeat. Lin Qin only then realized that the thing Wicks was talking about had been experimented on animals. The dosage size is not specified. He finished playing them all, this. After 40 seconds, Lin Qin began to feel cold all over. After 1 minute, Lin Qin felt like he was running naked in the Arctic. He couldn't help but take out the quilt from the storage space and began to copy it 1 to 2, 2 to 4. Finally, a thick layer covered the body. The temperature of the small sun and the heater seemed to be completely unable to meet his current condition. A thick layer of frost formed on his eyebrows. Even the breath he exhaled turned into a puff of white mist and drifted away. Damn, this Weeks just said to find a warmer place, he didn't say it was so cold. Even wrapped in so many layers of quilts, he still felt very cold and was careless. Gradually, Lin Qin fell asleep under the thick quilt. I don't know how long it took, but there were several noises coming from the door of the ward. When Lin Qin woke up in a daze, he saw several people in special police uniforms walking in. A flashlight shone down on their shoulders. I feel a little dizzy and some things don't seem clear. And it seems like I'm hallucinating. Number 3, a survivor has been found. Got it. I'll stay here, you guys go ahead and go in. Why are there special police here? It shouldn't be. He struggled to stand up and resisted. If these SWAT officers were illusions he saw, then they were zombies. Of course, it is impossible to just wait for death. However, no matter how Lin Qin resisted, the special police who stayed behind to look after him did not do anything to him and just kept asking him to calm down. Lin Qin was the only survivor they found. After a while, Lin Qin's body gradually recovered and his sanity returned. See the surrounding situation clearly. There were actually quite a few special police and soldiers in the corridor outside the ward. They walked all the way to the top floor, not knowing what had caused them to make such a fuss. This was the first time Lin Qin had seen such a situation happen in such a long time. He wanted to go outside, but the special police officer who was responsible for taking care of Lin Qin came forward to stop him and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Medic, there's a survivor here who needs a full body check." Lin Qin was just looking at the situation in the corridor and didn't hear the special police behind him shouting to the other side. After the military doctor came over and examined Lin Qin, he confirmed that everything was normal. Lin Qinkai asked, "What happened here? Why are you here? This team has at least 20 people. This number is not a small number." The other party did not answer, but just comforted Lin Qin and said, "Sir, please wait in the ward first. When we complete the mission, we will naturally take you back to the evacuation point." With that, Lin Qin was forcibly pulled back and the door of the ward was closed. Lin Qin was confused about what was happening outside. He was a little anxious in the ward, but one thing he was sure of was that there was no problem with his personal safety. The ward was pitch black, and the light in the bathroom was still on. It was still dark outside, and Lin Qin couldn't help but check the time on the phone in his pocket. 4 a.m. At this point, most of the survivors should be resting. Lin Xin couldn't help but lie down by the door and look out through the transparent glass above the ward door. The corridor was exceptionally quiet, with only 2 special police officers guarding the stairs, plus the one in his room, a total of 3. The group of people I saw before have already gone upstairs, and I don't know where they went. In short, it doesn't look like he is here to save people. Generally speaking, what is there in a hospital that is worth making a fuss about? Drug? Any hospital has a complete range of medicines and even various medical equipment. They acted in the middle of the night, and even if they came to the hospital to get medicine, shouldn't they go to the outpatient pharmacy? What can be found in the inpatient department? Lin Xin couldn't help but feel puzzled. Outside, the sound of a helicopter suddenly was heard. Chapter 89 Cold. Through the transparent window on the second floor, Lin Xin discovered that they were transporting some equipment. Outside the hospital, a helicopter had been waiting for a long time. After the items were transported away, the people outside began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Lin Xin in the room was also taken away by the special police who had been guarding nearby. Lin Xin wanted to leave, so he pushed the special police and fled in a hurry. The special police officer didn't seem to expect Lin Xin to be so strong, and fell to the ground after being pushed by him. When I wanted to call him again, I could only see the tail of the tree. The other people in the team helped him up, and it seemed that the captain of the team saw this and said, "If he doesn't want to leave, then forget about it. Remember, our mission isn't to save people. Get on the plane." Lin Xin couldn't hear what was said on the other end. He only knew that he pushed the special police officer and ran out easily. "No one has come to pursue me yet." After running for a while, Lin Xin stopped. When I turned around, I saw the helicopter flying away. "Damn, you really don't care about me anymore? This is a little too easy, too outrageous." However, they discovered that Lin Xin was just a byproduct of these people's affairs. If he didn't leave, they didn't want to care about him. After all, there is no such thing as saving people in the mission. That's why Lin Xin ran so easily. However, it was extremely quiet all around, and Lin Xin couldn't help but take out his cell phone and turn on the flashlight. A ray of light lit up the dark street. The surroundings were gloomy and there was no sign of a living person. Occasionally, you can see a few zombies wandering on the streets. As his physical strength declined, Lin Xin gradually felt a little tired. Not knowing if it was a side effect of the medicine, Lin Xin had to find a place to hide and rest. His heart was pounding, and Lin Xin felt like he might die at any moment. The pain in my head was intense, and my limbs gradually became stiff. But it feels much better than when I first got the injection, and I don't feel cold all over. I just feel a little tired. Lin Xin entered a barbecue restaurant, closed the door and hid in the kitchen. After 2 hours of hard work, the sky began to brighten and Lin Xin's feeling disappeared. In return, I felt extremely relaxed all over, my ears seemed to work better, and my eyes seemed to see farther. However, Lin Xin was not sure whether it was just his own psychological effect. It's better to find a zombie at this time. Looking around, the streets were unusually quiet. There wasn't a single zombie to be seen, and yesterday's scene seemed like a dream. Lin Xin walked through the deserted streets, stepping over the rotten meat on the ground. After walking a few steps, a breeze blew and blew the empty mineral water bottle along the edge of the road. Rushing sound. Lin Xin couldn't help but turn his head to look over. Continue walking forward and look around. I left early yesterday morning and found a place randomly. When I looked around this morning, I felt that the area around here looked a bit unfamiliar. It looks like he has gone to another place. Lin Xin took a look and couldn't help but lower his head to take out the mobile phone from the storage space. It showed dozens of missed calls and text messages. There are Nanwei S and Zhang Shui S. He didn't come home last night, so he must be very anxious. However, Lin Xin did not reply in a hurry. Instead, he opened the map to check the route and direction. He didn't even notice that a mutated wild dog appeared in the shop next to him. He was staring at Lin Xin intently and approaching quietly. The mutated wild dogs were huge, twice the size of the ordinary wild dogs encountered before. Keep an eye on the route and keep moving forward. Little did they know that the mutated wild dog went crazy and hit the glass before rushing over. The glass shattered, and Lin Xin turned his head suddenly, only to see a mutated wild dog appear behind him, trying to knock him down. The mutated wild dog appeared so suddenly that it scared Lin Xin, and they were too close. Lin Xin immediately aimed his gun at its head. The mutant wild dog was extremely fast and kept dodging Lin Xin's killing moves. But because of this, there is no way to get close. This made Lin Qin calm down a lot and look behind him. The streets were empty, thankfully it was just one. Then there's nothing to worry about. Lin Qin breathed a sigh of relief, but the mutant wild dog seemed to have found an opportunity and attacked again. Seeing the mutant wild dog rushing forward, Lin Qin immediately opened fire and chased it all the way. Finally, the mutant wild dog ran in front of him. Lin Qin swallowed his saliva, and his body reacted instinctively, kicking hard. I don't know if it was because my strength increased or the mutant wild dog became weaker, but I kicked it away with ease. It slammed heavily into another shop opposite, making a crashing sound. Lin Qin couldn't help but look at his hands and then at his feet. Is this what enhancers do? Enhanced one's own strength. Even though the original intention of developing it was to increase the attributes of animals, it is still a treasure for Lin Qin. But this thing still needs to be observed. But as long as Wix is alive and well, there shouldn't be any problem. However, this mutant wild dog is unlikely to act alone. Either there were other companions nearby, or I was just greedy and left alone. Lin Qin looked towards the shop it had rushed out of, and the situation inside was indeed horrific. It looks like he kept this thing for himself to eat alone. However, Lin Qin felt that it was more like a zombie dog than a mutant. After all, the final result of animals that eat carrion should be the same, they will become zombies. As for the level, he felt that it should be similar to the level classification of zombies. Just like what he said last time, the higher the level of the zombie, the higher his ability. This is regardless of species. The zombie fell heavily into the shop, struggled for a while, and then ran out again. The momentum is even higher than just now. Lin Qin was no longer afraid. Since it is so good at dodging bullets, no matter how high its martial arts skills are, it will be afraid of kitchen knives. The gun in Lin Qin's hand turned directly into a fire axe. Wait until the zombies get close. He chopped it directly on the head. It bloomed immediately. Thick blood, rotten internal organs and flesh fell all over the ground. So disgusting. After Lin Qin solved it, he looked at the fire axe in his hand and just wanted to throw it away. But you can still use it after washing it in the river. He carried the fire axe on his shoulder, and the fire axe that usually felt a bit heavy now felt like it had no weight at all, like a small branch. It seems that the potion is very powerful. Lin Qin nodded in satisfaction, then continued on his journey back to his residence. However, my body felt a little cold. Lin Qin paused, this feeling was not right. It was exactly the same as last night at midnight. Medicine, medicine, medicine. Wix didn't say anything about medicine. Warm, cold. Then something warmer, or next to a fireplace, wouldn't that be fine? And ginger tea. If you catch a cold, you will drink it. Yes, old ginger should be fine. Chapter 90, Falling at the Sight of the Wind. After all, it's not just a cold, just some ginger soup. No, wine is fine too. Warm up. Lin Qin couldn't help but quicken his pace, took out the car, and rushed back directly. In order to avoid the situation of encountering special police like yesterday, Lin Qin felt that his own villa would be better. I originally thought that he didn't know the reactions and conditions after the injection of the special medicine. Moreover, Lin Qin didn't want other people to know about this kind of thing. That's why I chose not to go back last night. But what he didn't expect was that in the early morning, there was another fire in the hospital and he actually ran into special police soldiers. This is just pure luck. Fortunately, these people just thought he was extremely frightened and mentally confused, and didn't know what he had injected. Fortunately, these people's target is not me. No one cared about him after he ran away. However, the current situation is not right, and he is worried that he will encounter other zombies or survivors and discover his secret. Lin Qin felt it necessary to go back. As long as she hides in the basement, according to Zhang Shui's personality, she won't be discovered. After not coming back for one night, Zhang Shui in the villa was already extremely anxious. 3 people went out yesterday, but we lost contact with them. How could she not be anxious? The roar of a car startled her awake. Who would drive a car at a time like this? The noise outside did not attract her attention, but the living room was still empty and there was no sign that anyone had returned. A feeling of loneliness and panic continued to hang over her. They are most likely in grave danger. This realization frightened her. Looking at the empty villa, he immediately continued to dial the phone in his hand. Lin Qin, everything should be fine. How could he be in trouble when he has so many guns and weapons and is so smart? But when the phone was dialed, no one answered. No change from yesterday. Zhang Shui continued to make calls without getting tired of it. Just then, there was a noise outside the door, and Zhang Shui sat up vigilantly from the sofa in the living room, looking outside with a nervous look. Could this noise be zombies? She held the gun, carefully stood up, and walked to the door. If it was a zombie, she would have to find a way to deal with it. There are still 10 bullets in the gun in my hand. If it is just 1 or 2, or 5 or 6, it will not be difficult to deal with them. But if the number is too large and beyond the range of bullets, then she can only rely on the fire axe in the corner and give it a hard blow. But the gate was made of iron, completely blocking the view outside, making it impossible to see anything clearly. All I could do was wait and see what was happening outside. Lin Qin came back, but the coldness on his body was even stronger than before. The scorching heat outside had no effect on him. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Shui, who was hiding behind the door, raised his gun and aimed and shot. Fortunately, Lin Qin reacted very quickly and dodged sideways. The speed of the bullet seemed to be slowed down in his eyes, and he could clearly see its trajectory. When Zhang Shui saw Lin Qin, she was frozen in place. She fired 2 shots from the gun in her hand, and now she felt extremely regretful. But fortunately, the aim was not accurate enough and Lin Qin managed to dodge it. She rushed over with her heart in her throat. Are you okay? Are you okay? I just thought it was a zombie. I hope I didn't hit you. Zhang Shui was still trembling as she spoke, and she nervously touched Lin Qin's body randomly. But it feels cold to the touch, not like normal body temperature. Of course, Zhang Shui, who was anxious, did not notice this abnormality. Right now, she only cared about whether Lin Qin was injured by her. Lin Qin looked at her flustered look and reached out to hold her hand that was randomly touching him. At the same time, he looked past her and took a look at the living room. It's okay, I wasn't hit. Nan Wei didn't come back? Zhang Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the affirmation. No, aren't you together? The 3 of them went out together yesterday, so shouldn't Nan Wei be with him? Lin Qin pursed his lips and said nothing. He just pushed Zhang Shui away and said, Xiaoshui, you didn't get enough rest yesterday, go back to your room and have some sleep. No, it's okay as long as you're back, Sister Nan Wei. I'll wait and see. The walkie-talkie seems to be out of range and we can't contact them. Lin Qin walked inside and said, It's okay, don't worry about it. Go back to sleep. I didn't sleep all night last night and I need a good rest. It's a good opportunity for you to go back and rest. Nan Wei is doing well, don't worry. Ah. Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin, who looked a little tired, and nodded blankly. She was indeed quite sleepy as she hadn't gotten enough rest last night. But because I was worried about them, I didn't care. But now that Lin Qin is back, he also said so. Zhang Shui also felt relieved. She has unconditional trust in Lin Qin. As for Nan Wei, if Lin Qin said it was okay, then it was okay. There must be other tasks that have not been completed. Zhang Shui watched Lin Qin go up to the 2nd floor and close the bedroom door. My tense mind, which had been worried for a whole night, finally relaxed. I couldn't help but yawn and return to my room. Lin Qin waited in the room for a while. After hearing the door of the bedroom next door close, he quietly walked out. All the way down to the basement. At this time, Lin Qin was shivering with cold. He turned on the air conditioner in the basement and switched it to hot air. At the same time, he took out the little sun from the storage space, copied it and put it back. To ensure that you can still take out the little sun next time. Then he quickly boiled a pot of hot water and added ginger. Of course, Lin Qin no longer cared whether ginger tea and wine could be drunk together. While the ginger tea was still boiling, Lin Qin drank 2 large bottles of white wine in one breath. The white wine was spicy and felt like fire when it entered the stomach. At this time, Lin Qin even felt that the burning sensation in his throat had become numb. Lin Qin also turned the small sun in front of him to the maximum degree. When the ginger tea boiled, Lin Qin even hesitated whether to let it cool down a little before drinking it. But after pouring the hot tea, Lin Qin touched the edge of the stainless steel basin and didn't feel it was hot at all. The coldness on my hands was also quite strong. Lin Qin wrapped himself tightly in his blanket and quilt and nestled in the audio-visual room. The temperature in the room rose, but Lin Qin didn't feel hot at all. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and drank all the ginger tea that had just been poured, a full bowl. At the same time, he added 4 little suns and started to roast himself. Lin Qin felt like he was being grilled on a charcoal grill. A gust of hot wind blew, and Lin Qin felt a little dizzy. I drank a little too much white wine, and now I'm drunk and I fall down at the slightest touch of wind. Wrapped in a quilt, Lin Qin fell asleep under the influence of alcohol. Before going to bed, Lin Qin couldn't help but curse. Chapter 91, Shivering in the Hot Summer. How come this thing has post-swing? I've been doing this over and over again several times. It won't always be like this. I've never heard of Wicks having such symptoms in my previous life. It was bright outside and Lin Qin was sleeping soundly inside the house. 5 small solar panels and a heating air conditioner caused the temperature in the basement to surge. The quilt closest to the little sun seemed to be baked to the point of smoking. When Lin Qinyuyu woke up, a corner of the quilt had turned yellow and black. If you continue to bake it, it will definitely catch fire. Lin Qin reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then immediately turned off the little sun. Then he turned off the air conditioner. The room was steaming hot. It was indescribably hot and stuffy. Lin Qin peeled off the quilt layer by layer, then climbed down from the sofa bed in the audiovisual room. The innermost layer of the quilt was already soaked with sweat. Even his body was covered with sticky beads of sweat. Lin Qin stood up, turned on the ventilation system in the basement, and then turned on the vertical air conditioner outside and adjusted the temperature to 6 degrees. After everything was done, Lin Qin took off all his sweat-soaked clothes and went into the shower room in the basement. He took out a bucket of hot water and a bucket of cold water from the space, mixed them, and then Lin Qin directly took a towel and dipped it in water to wipe his body. When he came out refreshed, all the heat in the room had dissipated. The air conditioning temperature of 26 degrees is not too cold, and in the slightly larger space of the basement, it has not been fully turned on. After sweating so much, the alcohol in the body should have been excreted long ago. As for ginger tea, it seems that this thing can help to sober up, right? But these are not within Lin Qin's consideration. Right now, he just felt relaxed all over. This feeling is different from the one I woke up in the morning. I can only say that I felt refreshed in the morning. Now I feel relaxed all over, my ears and eyes are sharp, my body doesn't feel heavy anymore, and my brain works better. The most important thing is that he actually has muscles. Lin Qin couldn't help but show off his muscles in front of the mirror next to the treadmill. The lines are smooth and the abdominal muscles are great. The lines where the muscles tense up when you clench your fist. Even the appearance seems to have been upgraded. Does this thing also have the function of enhancing appearance? However, Lin Qin's current condition is normal, and he is not one of those muscular men who exercise too extreme. In comparison, it is precise and detailed. Of course, the most important thing is Lin Qin's physical condition. No matter how you fix it, it will be like this. Lin Qin admired his figure, then took out clothes from the space and began to choose carefully. After taking a shower, his lower body was wrapped in a bath towel. Fortunately, there are quite a few clothes in the storage space, most of which were copied when I went to the mall before. At home, Lin Qin doesn't need to wear too much. It's summer outside. As for the dirty clothes he wore outside yesterday, Lin Qin planned to just throw them away. After putting on some simple home clothes, Lin Qin took a look at the footage on the surveillance camera. Outside, Zhang Shui was still sleeping soundly in the room. I guess I didn't sleep all night last night. Lin Qin sat on the chair in front of the surveillance camera, then took out his cell phone and thought. Nan Wei and the others shouldn't be in any danger. The direction of the airdrop that Su Chang was heading to should not be far away. He also gave his car to Nan Wei and the others, so it should be faster to find him. But Lin Qin didn't know the specific situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come back today. What will happen? While thinking, Lin Qin dialed the phone number. The signal is not very stable nowadays, but it is definitely not a situation where there is no signal at all. Just call a few more times and you will get a signal one time. However, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone, and in this situation it was difficult to tell whether the person was alive or in trouble. Xiao Shui also said on the walkie-talkie that she couldn't get through at all because she was out of range. He bought his walkie-talkie on Taobao, and its transmission range is within 2 kilometers. But even so, it is impossible for Nan Wei and the others to run beyond the 2-kilometer range. Could it be that he went to the evacuation point? Lin Qin called again, and a busy tone came from the phone. It seems that the phone cannot be reached. Lin Chin put away his phone and slumped in his chair. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Lin Chin took out a beef burger and a glass of iced cola from the space. Of course, the most classic snack platter is also indispensable. When Lin Chin held the chicken leg in his left hand and the chicken nuggets in his right hand, Zhang Shui was still sleeping in the room. Lin Chin shook his head helplessly. He now had endless energy. But it feels really good to just lie here right now. There were days when I didn't even have what I wanted. Lin Chin tore off a piece of chicken leg, and the phone on the table began to vibrate. Lin Chin couldn't help but look over and saw the words Nan Wei. Lin Chin held a chicken leg in his mouth and then answered the phone. Hello? Hello? Is this Lin Chin? Nan Wei hid in a hotel. Since yesterday, she has called Lin Chin dozens of times, but no one answered. This was the first call since dawn today, and she called back after seeing Lin Chin's missed call. But at this time, Nan Wei couldn't confirm whether it was Lin Chin on the other end of the phone, so she could only ask carefully. Lin Chin bit the chicken leg and hummed vaguely. Nan Wei breathed a sigh of relief over the phone. That's good, that's good. You ran and I got separated. Su Chang. When talking about this, Nan Wei's voice became a little hesitant. She lowered her head, pursed her lips, and said, I didn't find it. I just want to ask, have you gone back? Where are you? Have Su Chang and the others gone back too? Lin Chin took the chicken leg from his mouth with his other hand. Where are you? Compared with Su Chang and Wang Yuran, what he actually wanted to know more was Nan Wei's location. But judging from her appearance, she seemed to care about those two people very much. But fortunately, I was the first one to ask. Unfortunately, neither of them is here. At this time, Nan Wei was relatively safe hiding in the hotel. The house is very big and the quilts and other things are very clean, so at least there is a place to sleep. However, there are quite a few zombies wandering around downstairs of the hotel. She had run out of bullets in her gun and there was no way she could leave. As for Wang Yuran, she and her friends were busy looking for people yesterday and came all the way to the vicinity of the airdrop. However, the corpses all over the ground showed how intense the situation was when the airdrop smoke rose. But they arrived too late, and there were no survivors anywhere. But Su Chang's necklace was found under a corpse near the airdrop. Before they could think about what to do, the strong smell of blood all around attracted the nearby zombies. They fled in a hurry and were scattered by the zombies' pursuit. Chapter 92 Out of Scope. Now, she didn't know what Wang Yuran was doing. It is not clear what happened to Su Chang. But in her opinion, there was a high probability that Su Chang was in great danger. As for Wang Yuran, Nan Wei felt that it would be difficult for her to survive without any weapons. But the saddest thing is not this, but that she couldn't reach Zhang Shui yesterday. She tried to contact Lin Chin again, but no one answered. Hiding in the hotel room, Nan Wei didn't dare to make any sound. The zombies outside are wandering around nearby. Very dangerous. Lin Chin didn't get an answer, so he couldn't help but ask again. Where are you? Nan Wei regained consciousness and said, It's over at the Holiday Inn. Holiday Inn? Lin Chin couldn't help but open the map on his phone to check it out. Holiday Inn, 2.1 km. No wonder I couldn't get in touch with him, it was out of range. However, Lin Chin had lost his cell phone in his storage space before, so he didn't know whether he had contacted Nan Wei or Zhang Shui. I just called Nan Wei, but got a busy tone and then the call was disconnected. Probably didn't see it. After all, cell phones are on silent nowadays. Yes, on the third floor of the Holiday Inn, but the downstairs is full of zombies. There's an airdrop nearby, and a lot of people died there, and there are a lot of zombies too. I can't go back anytime soon, so if the two of them go back, please let me know. Once the corpses outside are almost eaten, the zombies downstairs will disperse, and then I will go back. When it comes to Wang Yuran and Su Chang, Lin Chin doesn't feel much. No matter what, the path is your own choice. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chin said, What about your food? It will take a few more days for the zombies to disperse. Food and water are the most important during this period. Don't worry, I survived before, and I can survive now. There's plenty of food in the hotel, if no one comes in and raids it. Lin Chin is not as optimistic as Nan Wei. The hotel does have a lot of food, after all, it provides breakfast. But the question is, what if there are other survivors hiding in the hotel? In this relatively closed space, those who have food and rights have the greatest say. The hotel's original waiters, front desk staff, managers, and even the original guests were all problems. Who says there will be no one left when a zombie outbreak occurs? Most people's first reaction is to stay in the place closest to them where they can hide. Of course, due to external factors such as the evacuation point and food shortage, many people ran away. But there should be a lot of such food in the hotel, and the original residents would definitely not go out and take risks in such an environment. After all, there are zombies everywhere outside, it's unsafe and there is no food. The food in the hotel is at least enough for them to eat and drink for the time being. So, don't be fooled by the fact that there is no one in the rooms or corridors. Maybe they are hiding in the kitchen where there is a place to eat and drink. That's where the most food is. Nanwei naturally thought of this as well. For hotels, their kitchens are where food is stored. But Lin Qin said, there should be someone in the kitchen. The possibility of you going in and taking away their life-saving things is not very high. Nanwei was silent. What Lin Qin said makes sense. How could such a big hotel be empty? The first people to band together should be the original employees of the hotel. The amount of food is fixed, there is only so much in total. There must be regulations on the amount each person takes. And one more person means one more portion of food has to be shared. Whether these people will give or not, and whether they are good people, is another question. Human nature is unpredictable. Nanwei couldn't help but sigh, it seems like I have no choice but to break out. The car was parked a bit far away. If I had known earlier, I would have parked over here. The chances of getting out would have been much greater. Going to the kitchen is like a gamble, no one knows what will happen. Lin Qin put the chicken leg back on the table and took a piece of tissue to wipe the grease off his fingertips. You just said you were on the 3rd floor, right? There's a restaurant downstairs. According to the general hotel settings, most restaurants are on the 2nd floor. Nanwei is on the 3rd floor. You have to climb up the stairs, and during this process you will pass the 2nd floor. However, the fire escape on the 2nd floor should be closed, otherwise Nanwei would definitely go there. Nanwei nodded, then realized that Lin Qin couldn't see anything and said, well, the fire door is closed. I couldn't open it, so I didn't make much noise. But if I want to get the food, I have to find a way to get in. Okay, don't worry about me. Don't forget, I still know some martial arts skills. I can definitely handle ordinary people. Nanwei pretended to be relaxed. But the signal is not stable. Lin Qin heard it intermittently, but he could get the general idea of it. The general meaning is still roughly the same. Just then, there were knocks on the door again and again. Nanwei covered the phone and looked at the door nervously. The hotel's doors all require card access, and the door cannot be locked after the power goes out, but Nanwei locked it from the inside. This door was the only one closed. But, at this time, who would knock on the door? There were voices of conversation outside the door. Are you sure you saw someone coming yesterday? The voice was exceptionally low, and the tone was filled with uncertainty. Soon, the voice outside was heard again, and it was obvious that it was someone else. It's absolutely true. Danny and I were the ones who kept watch yesterday. If it's a person, it's fine. But if it's a zombie, then our hotel will be in turmoil. Damn it, I've had enough of these zombies. I want to see if she's a zombie. The other voice sounded a bit rough. There seemed to be 3 people outside. But this is just Nanwei's guess. She hid in the room and couldn't judge what was happening outside. Nanwei nervously stuffed her cell phone under the bed, and even stuffed her empty gun in there as well. If someone outside saw the gun, it might cause something. Anyway, just in case. After finishing everything, he quickly walked to the door and stood against the wall. If someone from outside comes here, her room will be opened. What if I get taken away? Nanwei looked at the cell phone under the bed. The footsteps outside the house were getting closer, and it sounded like they were coming from next door. Now lock the door of the room and open it. They should be able to hear the sound. There is no solution either way. Nanwei thought about it and decided that instead of letting them score, it would be better to take the initiative. Maybe, I can survive. Soon, footsteps reached her door, and someone took the doorknob and pushed it gently. But the door was closed and couldn't be opened. Soon the other party also discovered the abnormality of this room. Can this door still be locked when the power is out? Chapter 93 Survivors in the Hotel. I don't know. No way. Nanwei listened to the conversation, took a deep breath, and opened the door a crack. The person outside the door was startled and pointed the knife in his hand directly at the door. Who? He spoke tremblingly. Nanwei said, "Don't kill me, I am a human, not a zombie." Open the door. The person outside the door said again. Nanwei looked out through the crack in the door. The three people wearing chef's clothes were holding ordinary kitchen knives in their hands. It turned out to be the same as Lin Qin's thought. The hotel's original staff lived here. Nanwei quietly hid the dagger at the base of her thigh and pretended to be nervous and scared, opening the door wider. There was plenty of light outside at this time, and Nanwei opened the door. The light in the entire corridor was much brighter than before. Who are you? Nanwei looked at the three people. The one wearing a white chef's coat should be from the hotel. The other two people following behind him are white-collar workers wearing black suit pants. They should also be the original employees of the hotel. The three people were also looking at Nanwei. A normal short-sleeved shirt and shorts, no bags on the body, no place to hide anything, and most importantly, no sharp weapons. And she's just a woman. After confirming that she was not a zombie, the three people obviously relaxed their vigilance. Who are you and how did you get here? The slightly fatter man asked in a not very nice tone. Nanwei came back to her senses and pretended to be scared again. I live nearby. I hid here yesterday to avoid the zombies. Don't worry, brothers. Once the zombies outside are gone, I will leave here and go to the evacuation point on my own. Evacuation point? What evacuation point? Nanwei. So you don't know anything? The three men pushed Nanwei directly into the room. Someone carefully looked at the situation in the corridor and closed the door. Looking at Nanwei's frightened expression, the fat man explained. My name is Fangshi, and I'm the chef of this hotel. The one on the left is He Niao, and the one guarding the door is Wang Xiao. Don't worry, there are still quite a few people gathered in our restaurant. The three of us will take you there later. But what is the evacuation point you just mentioned? Didn't you say you were waiting at home for rescue? Why is there an evacuation point now? The news about the evacuation point came from the radio, but most people didn't have a radio. When we first received the notification, the internet, water, electricity, etc. were all normal. When news is reported on major Weibo accounts, everyone can see it. After all, at that time, everyone stayed at home to avoid zombies, or held their mobile phones to check various messages and contact relatives and friends. Those who have no food can even help each other in the same building. But since the power outage, the mobile phone has not been able to be replenished in time and has long been out of power, becoming a piece of scrap metal. At this time, everyone is unable to contact the outside world. Without food, we have to go out and look for it. If you encounter a zombie and can't run away, you can only wait to die. And most importantly, the first message released included a rescue plan. The only hope for those who are still alive is to wait for rescue. And now, Nanwei suddenly appeared and even told us to evacuate. What evacuation point? Isn't it just for hiding and waiting for the country's rescue? Weren't there quite a lot of those helicopters and other things before? The rescue should only come in the next few days. A series of messages lingered in the man's mind. It conflicts with what Nanwei said. Don't you know? Nanwei pretended to be surprised, then said, Chef Fong, the thing is, the rescue is too difficult, and the national shelter is still under construction, so they randomly selected some large venues as temporary bases for evacuation. During this period, the airport will be under control, and people will be transported to the airport in batches and then transferred to various shelters. Don't you know? Nanwei pretended to be surprised and looked at the three people. The three men were confused and looked at each other. No one knows whether what Nanwei said is true or false. After a moment, Fangshi said, It's not safe here. Let's go to the restaurant on the second floor first. We can discuss the details together then. The other two men nodded hurriedly. Nanwei observed their expressions and followed them after seeing no obvious intention to attack. However, the phone was hidden under the bed, so it was difficult to get it now. I don't know if Lin Qin can hear their conversation just now because of this broken signal. Will he come to find me? The restaurant on the second floor is very large. Everyone was huddled in their seats with blankets beside them. It seems that these people have been lying on the benches in the restaurant to rest during this time. At a glance, there are about 20 people hiding here. The door outside was pushed open, and the people inside were nervous for a moment. But when they saw that it was an acquaintance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Fong, didn't you guys go out to check something? Why did you bring back this burden? The man who spoke was very young, but his words were not polite at all. In his opinion, with so many people here, the hotel could not sustain them for a few days with only the food it already had. The examination didn't reveal anything, but it did bring back a woman who wasted food. Isn't it just a burden? That's right, she's a woman. What can a woman do? When she sees zombies, she'll just hide behind them and cry and scream. That will only attract more zombies. We have enough women here, why not come again? Lao Fong, it's already this late, could you please hold back your kindness? Everyone started talking at once. But everyone tried to keep their voices as low as possible to avoid making too much noise. Nanwei stood at the back, looking at everything here. In addition to the personnel issue, there are about 8 people here, including women, children, and elderly people. The proportion accounts for more than half. Everyone expressed dissatisfaction with Nanwei's sudden appearance. Fong Shi raised his hand to suppress everyone's complaints. Don't make any noise, I have important news this time. The noise in the restaurant gradually calmed down, and everyone was waiting for the news. Fong Shi continued, this little girl said that the rescue method has changed, and we need to go to the evacuation point ourselves. This address, you know it, right? He turned around and looked at Nanwei. Seeing Nanwei nod, he continued, this news isn't good news. I just wanted to ask everyone what they think. The people here have been hiding here since the early days of the zombie outbreak, and no one has ever gone out. Looking down from the glass window on the second floor, you can see the tragic situation on the street. Even so, everyone knows what going out means. Chapter 94 Only a fool comes back. Fortunately, the hotel has a lot of fast food products, enough to last for a while. However, the inventory is about to be depleted. Is this news reliable? The previous Weibo news report didn't say that. That's right, maybe they are lying to us. There are so many zombies outside, and we have to go to the evacuation point by ourselves. Isn't this just a suicide mission? Didn't they rescue people a few days ago? We all saw the helicopter. That's right. A few days ago, we could hear explosions and sounds of fighting. We even saw several special police officers fighting zombies. That's right. Nanwei looked at what everyone was saying and couldn't help but twitch her lips. If it were so easy to evacuate, we would have evacuated long ago. How could he still be hiding here at this time? But these people have very fixed ideas. Since you don't believe in yourself, there's nothing you can do. Fong Shi raised his hand to signal for silence, then looked at Nanwei beside him and asked, do you have any evidence to prove that you went to the evacuation point on your own? Nanwei. No. This news came from the radio. How can she prove it if she has a radio? No, but if you have a radio, you can turn it on and listen. However, before she could finish her words, someone immediately spoke up to refute her. You are talking nonsense without any evidence. That's right, aren't you trying to panic everyone? Get out. We don't have any free food for you here. Pa! Someone threw a cup on Lin Qin's head. The cup fell to the ground with a crackling sound. For a moment, the crowd's verbal abuse gradually stopped. Deathly silence. After everyone realized what was happening, they immediately ran into the kitchen in fear. Even Fong Shi was so scared that he went forward to check whether the restaurant door was closed tightly, and then pulled Nanwei to hide. Don't underestimate this sound, zombies' ears are extremely sensitive. If there were zombies inside the building or just below their window, they would be attracted over. Everyone waited nervously for a long time, and only felt relieved when they saw that there was no sound outside. Fong Shi turned around, looked at the others who were hiding, and started cursing. Who was that just now? Damn it, don't they know not to make any noise? How dare you throw the cup? Are you going to kill everyone in this room? No one who was hiding spoke. Seeing this, Fong Shi sighed deeply. It looks like we can't stay here for long, we have to find a way to get out. And the food, there wasn't much left. Being stuck here is not a problem. He couldn't help but look at Nanwei next to him. Seeing the bump on her forehead, he couldn't help but ask, who of you wants to go down and check on the zombie situation outside? If there are no problems, let's all leave here and head to the evacuation point. However, everyone in the room looked at each other, and no one spoke. Fong Shi was furious when he saw this. Since you all don't want to go, then just die here. We only have one meal left. We have to go out anyway. Who wants to go out and investigate the situation? If it's safe, come back and report. Feng Shui looked at everyone in the room, and everyone lowered their heads. They were on the second floor and could see what was happening downstairs. It is not difficult to guess that the tragic scene downstairs made everyone feel quite frightened. But someone has to go down and explore the way. Food is running out, which is a big crisis. After eating, you have to go out even if you don't want to. As for Nanwei, she knew where the evacuation point was, so naturally we couldn't take risks with her. In this case, the only choice left is from this group of lazy tenants. In the corner, two men raised their hands. We can go. Feng Shui's complexion looked much better. If someone goes there, they will be able to know the current situation outside. Be safe. The two men nodded hurriedly, then entered the kitchen, and then walked around in circles to the back. The kitchen has a back passage, so you don't have to take the stairs next to the front passenger elevator. The two of them looked at each other, and under the expectant gaze of everyone, they left through the exclusive employee passage in the back kitchen. After the door of the room was closed, the two men looked at each other. Only a fool would stay here. There's nothing to eat now, so why not run away? Exactly, but where are we going next? Food is probably hard to find outside right now. By the way, are we going to come back and report back? What news do you need to report? There are zombies everywhere outside. You won't even have time to hide. Don't worry, I've already stolen a few packets of instant noodles. I'll definitely have enough food for the day. It still has to be you, brother. That's not necessary. The two men walked carefully along the staff passage to the back of the hotel. Finally arrived at the first floor. However, the door to the staff passage is relatively small and is locked from the inside. The two men did not leave immediately, but lay down by the door and listened carefully to the sounds outside. It was quiet outside, without any sound. After listening for a while, the two men opened the door a crack and looked outside quietly. It was very quiet outside and everything seemed normal. Even the zombies that everyone saw yesterday were gone now. The two men opened the door wider and walked out. It was empty outside and very quiet. Apart from some dragging marks on the ground, nothing else unusual was found. The situation here is very similar to before the zombie outbreak. Seeing the turn, the two men continued to walk out, not noticing that danger could happen at any time. Everyone in the kitchen was anxiously waiting for news. They didn't know that the two people who went out not only stole their food, but also had no intention of coming back. The whole restaurant was very quiet. At this time, the zombies also groped over quietly. Nanwei heard the noise with her sharp ears. It instantly calmed down everyone in the room who were still whispering and made them stop. He and Feng Shui quietly moved towards the restaurant hall outside. Outside, there were a few slight collision sounds. It seemed like a zombie had crashed into the gate. But the restaurant's door is of a certain thickness and has no windows. I can't see what's going on outside at all. Nanwei and Feng Shui looked at each other, and then she quietly walked towards the door. She took off her shoes, so her bare feet wouldn't make much noise on the tiled floor. After arriving at the door, he quietly stuck to it and listened to what was happening outside. It was quiet outside, but the smell of decay was very strong. Nanwei couldn't confirm whether the zombies were outside. Just then, there was a bang. The zombies slammed against the door. Nanwei, who was leaning against the door, was startled and pulled away abruptly. Seeing this, Feng Shui, who was hiding in the restaurant's food pickup area, couldn't help but tighten the knife in his hand. Chapter 95 Food Stolen. If there are signs that zombies are rushing in, the knife in his hand is his best self-defense weapon. Nanwei covered her mouth, feeling lucky that she didn't make any sound even though she was frightened. During this period of time, she has been able to achieve the state of not making a sound even when she is scared in the face of sudden changes. If it were in the past, she would definitely call her mom. Fortunately, I have been through many battles during this period, although I don't have enough understanding of zombies. But I definitely understand most of it. At least, more than anyone else in this room. After all, she had fought a desperate battle with zombies. Calm down, Nanwei thought. The zombies outside were probably attracted by the sound of the quilt breaking. But it was so quiet everywhere, and it was impossible to confirm how many there were through the door. However, there was not much food left in the kitchen, so it was obvious that we couldn't stay here for too long and we had to leave as soon as possible. Covering her chest, Nanwei waited nervously through the door. The zombies outside did not make any further moves. Nanwei returned to Feng Shu's side and put on her shoes again. He signaled to Feng Shu and returned to the kitchen. Everyone in the room looked at the two people. Some wanted to speak, but immediately fell silent after seeing the two people gesture to be quiet. Everyone knows exactly what this means. Everyone moved inside cautiously, and after a while there was no more sound outside the door. Feng Shu said, "There are zombies outside, and we probably can't get out through the main gate. For now, we can only wait for the two who left to come back and report back, and see what's going on at the back door. Wang Ru, please distribute the knives and shovels in the kitchen. Everyone should take one for self-defense." Nanwei squatted aside and couldn't help but ask, "Hasn't any special police found this place before? Why have you been trapped here for so long?" Feng Shu shook his head helplessly. "No, if there was, they would have left long ago. Who would still be here? When the chaos started outside, we were the only ones on duty. By the time we realized something was wrong, most of the hotel residents had already fled. It was a complete mess outside, and a few people even ran into our lobby to hide. But even so, the manager didn't ask us to close the shop. We only closed the shop when the situation got out of control. But even so, the manager died at the hands of zombies. But fortunately, the kitchen just purchased all the food and daily necessities the day before, which is why we can hold on until now. Right now, you're the only one who knows the location of the evacuation point. Can you lead us there?" Feng Shu's gaze suddenly turned to Nanwei. In his eyes, Nanwei is of vital importance. This girl has been able to survive outside by herself until now, so she must be quite capable of dealing with things. People like them have limited contact with zombies and are definitely not as experienced as her. Nanwei squatted aside, watching everyone's eyes focused on her. "It's a bit difficult. The location is in the gymnasium. You should know it. It's not difficult to find. I have friends here. We got separated and I need to go find them." Feng Shu looked at Nanwei and said silently, "Little girl, don't blame me for pouring cold water on you. Your friend is most likely in danger. Why don't you just come with us?" Nanwei was still hesitating. Even if you Ran and Su Chang are in danger, she still has Lin Qin. The cell phone was thrown under the bed on the third floor. It was to prevent being searched, but now there is no means to contact Lin Qin. She was hesitant when faced with this choice. The zombies outside were still continuing to attack. The few people didn't dare to breathe, and could only whisper to each other. Nearly half an hour had passed in this conversation. The two people who went out have no intention of coming back yet. Everyone couldn't help but get anxious. Could it be that they are in great danger? But aren't there zombies lingering at the front door? The back door is located in a remote area, so there shouldn't be any zombies there. After distributing the weapons, Wang Ru squatted beside Feng Shu and whispered, "Lao Feng, those two have been out for half an hour. They should be back soon." Feng Shu thought about it seriously, then nodded. "It's almost time to go back. Everyone grab your weapons. When they come back, we will discuss evacuation plans based on the situation outside." The thing that is most in demand in the kitchen is knives. Everyone was given a gun for self-defense. After all, when evacuating, there must be quite a few zombies outside. Naturally, a fight was inevitable. There is a big difference between having a knife and not having a knife. Wang Ru nodded. "All we can do now is wait." But after waiting for a long time, no one came back. Nanwei felt that she would never be able to come back. At this time, Feng Shu gradually had a bad premonition. "Lao Feng, why haven't they come back yet? I'm afraid I can't come back." This sounds a bit heavy, but it is also the most likely thing at the moment. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, a grunt broke it. The emotion that had just surged in Feng Shu's heart was instantly broken, and he looked at Nanwei, who was a little embarrassed beside him. She hadn't eaten anything all night and morning. "It's getting late, Wang Ru, go get the bread and instant noodles out and share them with everyone." "Good." Wang Ru stood up and ran to the storage room behind the kitchen. After a while, Wang Ru ran back in a hurry, looking nervous. "Oh no! 6 packets of instant noodles are missing. I clearly counted them this morning." This news shocked everyone. After all, there was only enough food for one day, and now there were 6 packs missing. "How come? Are you sure you remember it clearly?" "Of course, these are the few foods we have, how could I remember them wrong?" Someone must have taken it secretly. Feng Shi's eyes passed over everyone in the kitchen. If someone is stealing food, it means there are people here who are not on the same page with them. And those who are not of one mind will kill everyone in order to save their own lives even if they go out. However, no one knew why. Until a girl in the corner raised her hand. I saw the two people leaving at that time. One of them went to the storage room. She spoke timidly, and when she saw everyone looking at her, her voice gradually faded. Feng Shi sighed, then said, "Send it out first." And at this time, the sound from the other end of the phone gradually faded away. Lin Qin was silent for a long time but couldn't hear any big noise from the other end, so he simply hung up the phone. Nan Wei seemed to have volunteered to be taken away. The situation shouldn't be critical. Chapter 96, Seeking Help. Lin Qin felt a little relieved. However, when looking at the surveillance camera, a few zombies appeared sporadically on the street, wandering aimlessly. For Lin Qin at this moment, after enduring several waves of uncomfortable treatment, he just wanted to have a good rest first. After all, being both cold and hot is simply inhuman torture, and the duration is very uncertain. After using the booster, this is already the third wave. Lin Qin himself couldn't be sure whether there would be a fourth or fifth wave. It would be safest to wait for him to rest and observe, and make sure there are no other abnormalities in his body before going out. And Nan Wei. Compared to his own safety, Lin Qin felt that it was not that important. The prerequisite for saving her is that there is no abnormality in her body. He's not stupid. Lin Qin took a deep breath and then lay down to rest. He would have to go back and change his clothes later. Zhang Shui, who had not slept all night, slept until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon before slowly waking up. Lin Qin was not seen in the room. She was stunned at first, wondering if she had dreamed that morning. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Lin Qin appear behind him. Zhang Shui was startled. Seeing her dazed look, Lin Qin tilted his head back and took a sip of water. "What's that expression on your face?" Zhang Shui frowned. "You walk without making any sound?" Lin Qin was puzzled for a moment. He was clearly walking over as usual, so how could there be no sound? "You haven't noticed it yourself." Lin Qin took a sip of water and didn't care. Zhang Shui patted her chest and looked at Lin Qin strangely. Then he muttered softly, "How is that possible? The house is so quiet, how could I not hear the sound of footsteps?" After muttering for a while, she looked at Lin Qin again. "I always feel that he seems to be different from before. It's hard to say where exactly. Spirit? Body shape? Appearance? It seems a little bit, but also seems not to be. In short, it's unspeakably weird." After drinking the water, Lin Qin went straight back to his room to change his clothes. When Zhang Shui came back to her senses, she suddenly remembered the situation between Nan Wei and the other two people. They went out together, but only Lin Qin came back. Could it be that he is in some big trouble? In the morning, Lin Qin only asked a few questions in a hurry, and did not ask any more questions, nor did he show any major emotional changes. "So, how do you start?" Scratching his hair, Zhang Shui stared at the empty stairs in a daze. When Lin Qin came down, he didn't notice anything. Looking at the dazed Zhang Shui, Lin Qin rolled up his sleeves. "What are you doing? How weird." Zhang Shui came back to her senses and stared at him blankly. Then he said, "They aren't all dead?" Lin Qin raised his eyebrows. "Even if he's dead, what does it have to do with you? You look half dead. If someone didn't know, they would think something happened to your brother." Zhang Shui shook her head seriously. No, it's different. We're teammates after all, why bother showing some concern? Besides, didn't you tell me that my brother is fine? He has food and drink, and he lives a carefree life." Lin Qin chuckled. "I didn't realize you cared about them so much. I don't notice it on weekdays. No, I only care about Sister Nan Wei. Her friends are not good at all. They are selfish. Especially Wang Yuran. She always thinks she is a big star and acts like a common person all the time. I don't like her. I haven't met Su Chang much, so I don't know what he's like. Among them, only Sister Nan Wei is relatively normal. She knows how to be grateful and is very humble." Zhang Shui thought seriously. Judging from our daily interactions, Nan Wei really understands how to feel comfortable getting along with others. But Wang Yuran has no sense of boundaries. Lin Qin chuckled. Girls are really a complex of contradictions. However, it is more likely that Wang Yuran and Su Chang will be in danger. Su Chang went to the airdrop, and there were quite a few ruthless people there. If he wants to rob, the probability of being ambushed is extremely high. As for Wang Yuran, after observing her for the past few days, Lin Qin felt that she was a simple-minded woman, not even physically strong. If it weren't for Su Chang and Wang Zihao, he would have died long ago. And Nan Wei. If an individual is capable, the probability of survival is high. Especially since I just contacted myself this morning. Have you eaten yet? I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Lin Qin didn't say anything. Instead, he touched his belly. Now, I'm very hungry. It feels like it can swallow a pig. Zhang Shui turned around suddenly, her stomach growling. She was so worried that she didn't sleep or eat all night. When Lin Qin said this, he immediately became hungry. Oh, that's fine. Let me see if there's anything to eat. Zhang Shui was embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Qin said directly, "No, just eat what's ready." As he spoke, Lin Qin washed his face and then walked towards the dining table. Zhang Shui has always been indifferent to the food that Lin Qin talked about. Eat whatever is available. Who cares how it came about? After a while, several home-cooked dishes were placed on the table, still steaming. The two men finished 2 bowls of rice in silence. The cell phone in his trouser pocket began to buzz. Lin Qin lowered his head and turned on his phone. A text message came. Lin Qin, save me. This message was sent out of nowhere. Lin Qin took a special look at the sender, and it turned out to be Zhang Qian. The signal is not very good recently, so there is a delay in sending text messages. Lin Qin couldn't tell from the message when Zhang Qian sent him the message. After seeing this message, he immediately called back. However, the call simply couldn't get through. Lin Qin glanced at Zhang Shui, who was still eating, then stood up and went back to the room. Tried to continue contacting, but couldn't get through. The phone said it was turned off. It can be said that there is no way to get in touch with Zhang Qian at all. Lin Qin had no choice but to find Zhang Shui. In the living room, Zhang Shui was washing the dishes. Lin Qin hesitated for a moment, then decided not to tell her. Zhang Qian's message for help came suddenly, and Zhang Shui herself had no ability. It's better to stay here and not know. If I tell her, who knows what might happen? He's her own brother, he'll definitely be worried, and there's no point in telling her. There have been too many things going on recently, so it's better to have less to do than more. They encountered 2 mutated zombies around their villa yesterday. The roads outside are also full of zombies. If you want to find where Zhang Qian lived, it usually takes 40 minutes by subway. Needless to say, walking takes longer and driving is not necessarily completely safe. Zhang Qian was his good brother, and he prepared enough food and water for him, telling him to just stay at home and wait for rescue. It's a tense time for rescue recently. Chapter 97: The Evacuation Point Falls. Although he had to go to the shelter on his own, Zhang Qian's location was very close to the evacuation point. I shouldn't have asked him for help. In other words, this text message was not sent by Zhang Qian himself. If this is true, then the situation may be even more serious. However, all we could do was to ensure whether Zhang Qian was still at home waiting for rescue or had gone to the evacuation point. And at this time, inside the gymnasium evacuation point where Zhang Qian was located, the sounds of children crying, people talking, evacuation broadcasts, and other noises mixed together in a noisy atmosphere. The crowd was crowded. There were men, women, young and old, and they filled the large open air area in the gymnasium. And around the gymnasium, there were many fully armed soldiers standing, watching the situation outside the wall vigilantly. Once they find approaching zombies, they will deal with them directly. There were a lot of zombie corpses piled up around the gymnasium. And inside the crowd, there were also many special police officers helping to maintain order. But even so, the evacuation process has not yet begun. Still many people complained. The radio overhead was still broadcasting. The evacuation is still ongoing. Please queue up in an orderly manner, maintain good order and a sanitary environment, and patiently wait for the next evacuation flight. Thank you for your cooperation. But even though the radio broadcast this, the voice was not loud at all amid the noisy crowd. The crowd was still talking. There were so many survivors in the stadium that each helicopter could only take away a few people. Moreover, there were not many planes waiting to evacuate at the airport. The number of aircraft is limited. The personnel placement was simply changed from the gymnasium to the airport. Zhang Qian stood in the crowd. He had arrived at the evacuation point yesterday and had been waiting until today, but had not yet boarded the evacuation plane. The beautiful Huang Ying, who was traveling with us, frowned and asked nervously, "What should we do? We've been waiting for 2 days and it's still not our turn. There should be quite a few zombies gathered outside the wall. If one breaks in, we'll all be doomed." Zhang Qian was also anxious, but he really had no other choice. After all, once he came here, he could only obey orders. "Don't worry, there are so many people here, we can only take a few people away at a time. The wait will be a little long, but it will eventually be our turn." Huang Ying looked at the extremely long line and said, "It seems like we won't be able to leave here for a while." "But did you hear what other people were saying? There is no shelter at the moment, and we don't know where these planes are taking us. But I heard they were being placed at the airport, waiting for the shelter to be built." "I don't know if that's true or not." Huang Ying leaned against Zhang Qian, muttering softly. "Fortunately, the power facilities here are still there." Zhang Qian lowered his eyes, feeling a little heavy. "It's only been over 20 days. It's still possible to clear out the zombies at the airport. The shelter definitely won't be built that quickly. I just don't know if it's safe over there. The airport is surrounded by ordinary iron nets. Can this thing withstand the zombies around? Helicopters fly in and out every day, and the sound naturally alarms a lot of zombies. There are definitely a lot of zombies gathered around the airport. If the zombies break through the iron fence, the entire airport will be unsafe. But an airport is certainly bigger than a stadium, and it can accommodate more citizens and has more seats. It is also the first choice for resettlement at present. Moreover, the location is more remote." Zhang Qian looked down at his mobile phone. After the power was cut off, the power bank had also run out of power. The phone is now a piece of scrap metal. "If you can find a place to charge, call Zhang Shui first, then inform Lin Qin and ask them to rush to the evacuation point. This way everyone can get together and survive together. However, there are people everywhere, where is the place to charge?" Zhang Qian couldn't help but look inside the gymnasium. There must be a place to charge the battery inside, right? The crowd was bustling and noisy, and Zhang Qian pushed through the crowd and walked into the venue. Hey, where are you going? You're not queuing anymore?" Huang Ying noticed Zhang Qian's actions and could only shout loudly. However, there were sounds all around, and Zhang Qian seemed to be unable to hear anything and quickly disappeared in the crowd. The people in the queue were so eager to wait for the helicopter to arrive that they would not give way at all. "You're crazy. You're almost at the end of the queue and you're still leaving." Huang Ying cursed a few times and continued to queue. She and Zhang Qian were originally bed partners who had accompanied each other for the journey. The only thing that bound them was probably that Zhang Qian's food was more attractive than the trip to the evacuation point. "Now that we have arrived at the evacuation point, it doesn't matter whether he is there or not." Huang Ying would not be like him. She actually gave up queuing and went somewhere unknown. At this time, Zhang Qian was constantly moving through the crowded crowd. Finally arrived at the most marginal place with few people. He stood in the empty space outside and looked around. Finally, I saw a tent where food and water were placed, and there was an outlet strip. Zhang Qian sat on a small stool behind the food distribution point, charging his battery while waiting anxiously. Food and water were placed in boxes and baskets, and Zhang Qian's figure could be completely obscured by lowering his head. There is no need to worry about being discovered by the person in charge. Charging itself is not a big deal. Soon, the battery of the dead phone was charged to 10%. And the noise of the crowd became more obvious. A helicopter was slowly flying over in the distance. Everyone seemed to see hope of evacuation and started discussing frantically. The noise grew louder. The voice on the radio continued. Zhang Qian glanced at the charging progress of his phone, 20%. It's not enough. The electricity ran out soon. The crowd relaxed a lot as they watched the helicopter getting closer. Some people ate food and drank water, and their emotions calmed down a lot. Suddenly, the crowd surged. Screams rose one after another. Zhang Qian suddenly looked up. The team, which had been arranged in a relatively neat line, began to become chaotic. The people inside were screaming, and the people outside were confused. Until more and more people squeezed out, and even the special police responsible for maintaining order in the surrounding area began to move forward with weapons. Only then did Zhang Qian realize the seriousness of the matter. Someone mutated into a zombie, biting people everywhere. The zombies spread very quickly, and many people were bitten very badly. For some people who are not too cruel, it is only a matter of time before they mutate after being bitten. The gymnasium is so small and there are so many people. The zombies spread very quickly, and many people began to run away in all directions. Zhang Qian stood at the outermost food distribution point and could see the crazy crowd rushing inside. You can even see the special police inside firing continuously. Some people were only slightly scratched, but were all shot without distinction. Chapter 98 Chaos. Someone ran to Zhang Qian and took away a lot of food and water. There are also people like Zhang Qian, hiding behind and watching whether the situation ahead is stable. Zhang Qian held his cell phone tightly, fearing that it would be snatched away. However, at this time, the most useless thing is the mobile phone. No one will grab it. Several people who were also hiding here began to ask each other nervously, "What should I do? There are still a lot of zombies over there. How did the zombies get in? Isn't there someone guarding it? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it came from outside. It just suddenly stiffened and bit people. Oh my god, is this place not safe either? Are you okay? Did you get bitten?" "No, I'm not in the innermost circle. But it seems like a lot of people in the inner circle have been bitten. What should we do? Should we leave or not? Where can we go? There are guards all around here." Zhang Qian listened to the people hiding nearby talking to each other, and then silently glanced at the battery level of his mobile phone. A little distance was created. There are 4 people hiding here. Including Zhang Qian, there are 5 people in total. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the side. One of the 2 people who had just spoken was bitten on the shoulder by the other person hiding here. Zhang Qian was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. He quickly unplugged his phone and walked away from here. The zombie bit one person and then continued to bite another person. Zhang Qian looked around and found that the same thing was happening in other places. Tension spread throughout his body, and he quickly ran into the gymnasium and closed the door. Then he sat down in a place, opened his phone and wrote a text message. However, the signal was poor and the text message could not be sent at all. Each one is followed by a red exclamation mark. Zhang Qian looked up nervously at the many people pouring in. Outside the tightly closed door, there were screams mixed with the sounds of gunfire everywhere. He swallowed and called Lin Xin, but no one answered. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and he didn't have time to wipe them off. The situation outside is extremely chaotic. The evacuation point must have fallen. The people who had also hidden inside began to talk. "Is there any other exit here? It seems so. I don't know if the door over there is closed. Quick, find the door and close it." Bang, bang, bang. "Help, open the door." There was a knock on the door outside, accompanied by the shouts of other survivors. But no one dared to open the door. Everyone hiding inside is in danger. Zhang Qian glanced at the others who were looking for other entrances and exits, and glanced at the red exclamation mark behind the text message on his mobile phone. That's what happens when the signal is bad. You still have to go out. But he couldn't guarantee whether Lin Xin would come to rescue him. Right now, everyone is in danger and the only one we can rely on is ourselves. He gritted his teeth and followed, constantly clicking the refresh button behind the text message. The text message will be sent as soon as there is a signal to send. It was already noon the next day when Lin Xin received the message. But the text message only had 4 words. The location is unknown and the time is unknown. Zhang Qian, how to save him? That afternoon, Lin Xin didn't feel anything unusual around him. The symptoms of chills did not reappear. Sitting in the room, Lin Xin was in a rare silence and was in a daze. The cell phone was placed on the dining table in front of him, and Lin Xin was waiting for the second message to arrive. "Zhang Qian, it is impossible to send him only one message. Without a location, no one can save them even if they want to. For now, all we can do is wait." But even so, Lin Xin still prepared some guns and ammunition in advance. After all, the power of one person is still too weak. Zhang Shui still has to follow him. The things in the space are very comprehensive and there is no shortage of supplies at all. In fact, under the current circumstances, there are enough guns and ammunition. As time passed, Lin Qin's cell phone on the dining table vibrated. However, the news turned out to be from Nan Wei. Texting is simple. It probably means that she was rescued in the hotel, and she sent these people to the evacuation point first and then came back. The car parked on the side of the road actually provided her with convenient access to the evacuation point. But it's okay for Lin Qin. After all, we are all adults and can bear the consequences of our own decisions. But Lin Qin is still waiting. But there was no news from Zhang Qian, but instead the intrigues of other survivors outside. It's really one crisis after another. All the windows of the villa were sealed with iron sheets, so the zombies outside could not get in and the people inside could not see outside. The humanoid surveillance reminders even include zombies. There are so many surveillance alerts every day, and most of them are zombies. Sometimes Lin Qin can't notice the abnormality at the first time. The lights in the room were turned on. Lin Qin and Zhang Shui were enjoying a delicious dinner. Several zombies were wandering around the streets, looking very thin and hungry. His cheeks were just skin and bones. Several arrows hit the zombies' heads with precise strikes. Get rid of all the zombies on the street. Lin Wan put down the bow and arrow, and then the ninja behind her quickly stepped forward to check if there was anything useful in the zombies' clothes. A breeze blew. There was actually a hint of meat aroma. This is undoubtedly the most tempting for those who are thirsty and have not eaten minced meat for a long time. Captain, do you smell the aroma of meat? Nonsense, how could I not smell it when my nose is fine? Lin Wan was wearing a baseball cap on her head. I couldn't help but smell the air to determine the direction from which the fragrance came. In this time of silence and scarcity of food, the delicious aroma of meat is particularly noticeable. They followed the smell of food and set their sights on Lin Qin's villa, which had a somewhat special appearance. It was getting dark at this time. The sunset glow on the horizon is so red that it's a little scary. The entire sky was an abnormal pink-orange color. Fortunately, all the zombies on the roadside were dealt with by them. The younger brother behind him pointed at a strange-looking villa and said in surprise, "Captain, did you see it? Why does this villa look like this?" Lin Wan looked up with a very serious expression. It's true. This villa is obviously different from the other villas next to it. They even installed anti-theft windows. But I don't know if it's because of the red sky, but the windows on the second floor seem to be sealed with iron sheets. The smell seems to be coming from this villa. What should we do? Should we go in and take a look? Lin Wan took a look twice and then looked away. Whether there's someone there or not, you should still be cautious. It's not like before. People are eaten alive everywhere. Lin Wan will not lower her vigilance because of this. They were short of food, but they could not put themselves in danger. Chapter 99 Launching the Attack. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wan said, "Let's go to the shops on the street to see if there's anything left, and then find a place to stay for the night. Tomorrow, we'll continue on our way to the evacuation point. Xiaohe, remember to check if there are any cars parked on the roadside that can be used. You can use them when you're on your way tomorrow." Xiao set up a roadblock. The so-called roadblocks are some empty water bottles and cans placed in an orderly manner around the residence they have chosen. In this way, even if zombies appear in the middle of the night when they are not paying attention, these things can make a sound at the first time to alert them. Everyone nodded, and then began to work together. Lin Wan looked at the strange villa and pondered it in her heart. Then they returned to the shops on the street and started setting up. The glass doors of the shops are mostly broken. Those that are damaged are completely uninhabitable. They could only find a place with an intact gate and hide inside to rest for a day. The sky was gradually getting darker, and the zombies would be able to move around in a larger area at night. In the middle of the night, the empty water bottles and cans placed around made noises. It woke up the two people who were sleeping soundly. In the darkness, Lin Wan and Lin Qin each opened their eyes. Lin Qin stood up, walked to the window, and opened the curtains a little. Lin Qin did not close the iron window of the bedroom, but left it open. Only ordinary glass and anti-theft windows are left. So Lin Qin could hear clearly any movement outside at night. What was that sound just now? The streets were dark, and the unmaintained solar street lights were much dimmer than before. But when Lin Qin looked around, he could only see a few zombies moving around. Lin Qin couldn't help but open the gap in the curtains a little wider. This way, you can see more clearly. I saw dozens of zombies coming in dense groups. A few of them pounced directly on the dead zombie bodies on the roadside and began to eat them with big mouthfuls. Lin Qin couldn't see the corpse, but he could still tell it from the zombies' body movements. The zombies coming from a distance made a loud noise when they hit the cans on the roadside. One after another began to rise. When did the body appear on the street outside? These zombies were attracted by the corpses. The area that had been cleared suddenly became home to many zombies again. Lin Qin's expression became a little more serious. The zombies around the villa were finally cleared out, and we can't let so many of them gather again. After thinking about it, Lin Qin raised his gun and aimed. In the dead of night, the slight sound of the gun was particularly obvious. But the zombies were so busy eating the corpses that they had no time to pay attention to Lin Qin, who was shooting. Lin Wan, who was awakened by the shock, saw someone firing a gun in the strange villa opposite. There are actually survivors here. Such a noise not only woke up Lin Wan, but also the other two sleeping team members. They came to the window one after another and looked at the place where the shooting took place. He whispered, "Captain, it's a gun." Lin Wan nodded, "I can't believe someone already has a gun." Each of them had a pistol on his waist. Of course, Lin Wan also had submachine guns taken from some special police officers who had mutated into zombies. But the bullets in the gun are very limited, and the gun will not be fired unless it is absolutely necessary. So during the day, they each had a bow and arrow to deal with ordinary zombies. And bullets are extremely precious. Xiaobi looked across and couldn't help but ask, "Should we take them with us?" These words silenced the three people. Before the zombie outbreak, they were the people's police. But since the outbreak, they have not played a big role. Everyone can only take care of themselves. And now, they met ordinary people waiting for rescue. And they themselves also have to go to the evacuation point. To bring or not to bring, that is the question. Zhang Xiao yawned and couldn't help but give Xiaohe a blank look. Their weapons are countless times better than ours, what are you worried about? It's better to worry about ourselves. Xiaohe curled his lips and said, "A good man doesn't fight with a woman, and I won't argue with you." Zhang Xiao snorted and continued looking outside. This place is also very good. The solar street lights can provide some light at night so that we are not completely plunged into darkness. Although the zombies on the street are not completely clear, they can be seen clearly. So that you are not completely in the dark. The zombies outside were still eating the corpses desperately, but there were only 2 corpses here, and this number was not enough for these zombies to eat. It will be used up in no time. Lin Wan looked at the zombies outside. Some of the zombies were attracted by the gunshots, but due to the fence, they were all stopped outside. But some of the zombies actually gathered towards them. When Lin Wan discovered it, the zombies had already arrived downstairs. Damn it, shut up. Be alert. The 2 people who were talking were stunned and also saw the zombies outside the window. Return to normal state quickly. What's going on? Why are zombies here? Lin Wan returned to the house, took the bow and arrow leaning against the wall and began to aim. It's all your fault. You're talking too loudly, and the window isn't closed. They both. So stupid. I thought these zombies were attracted by the sound of people shooting over there and would not pay attention to this side, but I can only take out tools and aim at the zombies below. At this time, Lin Qin dealt with the zombies near the nearby wall and found that the zombies were divided into 2 waves and ran to the shops along the street opposite. Anyone there? After a moment of confusion, Lin Qin discovered that there seemed to be several people standing at the dark window. Several arrows flew out and hit the zombies below the street. Seeing this, Lin Qin instantly became alert. These people should have heard my shooting a long time ago. Even with the silencer, the sound is not loud, but enough to attract someone's attention. Moreover, meeting other survivors at this time may not be a good thing. Lin Qin put away his gun and took out a grenade after thinking it over. It's only 1 street away, so it's not too far. If you throw it in directly, the people over there will be either dead or disabled. Such a big commotion will attract more zombies even if they are unwilling to leave. Force them to leave. Even if they don't leave, the power of the grenade can still scare them. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Lin Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, stuck to the edge of the gap in the security window and aimed at the balcony across the street. With an easy throw, the grenade fell smoothly onto the balcony. With a bang, an explosion occurred. Dust is flying. Lin Wan and others were caught off guard by the sudden explosion. Everyone was covered in dust and dirt. Ahem, what's going on? Chapter 100, Ambushed. Lin Wan didn't say anything. She just looked up at the second-floor window across the street and said, "Let's go." It is hard to say whether the enemy wanted to use this grenade to warn them or to kill them, but it definitely cannot be done here. At this distance, it's easy to throw as many grenades as you want. Moreover, the sound of the explosion will attract nearby zombies to gather. This is not good for them. Lin Wan's decision was also very decisive. Fortunately, the team members all listened to her. When Lin Qin's second grenade came, he successfully left the shop along the street. At this time, Lin Qin put on night vision goggles. This allowed him to see more clearly in the dark. The three men left quickly, and Lin Qin stopped throwing grenades. However, the explosion woke up Zhang Shui in the room. She pulled open a corner of the curtain with her weapon and looked around vigilantly. Then he rushed into Lin Qin's room. Oh no, there's an explosion outside. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dim night light came on in the room. Lin Qin was dressed neatly and was slowly closing the curtains. Oh, I know. I lost it. Zhang Shui. Lin Qin, well, it's okay, go to sleep. Come with me tomorrow and clean up the zombies nearby first. Zhang Shui nodded and then stepped out. I guess there will be a lot of zombies tomorrow. I had a dreamless night and there was no movement outside. The next morning, the two got up early. After a quick breakfast, I went out to deal with the loss outside. There were quite a few zombie corpses piled up in the corners, and quite a few were wandering around outside. There are also some mutated zombie dogs. The two men fired with guns and soon killed all the zombies around them. Lin Qin aimed at the head of the last zombie, then put down his gun and looked around. At this time, they had already walked along this road to another residential area. Zhang Shui raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead and saw a man standing at the corner of the street not far away. She turned around and looked at Lin Qin, wanting to call him. The man on the street actually raised his hand, as if aiming at them. Careful! She yelled and rushed towards Lin Qin, who was on the side of the road. Accompanied by gunshots. Both of them fell to the ground and quickly crawled behind the shelter on the side of the road. Lin Qin gasped. The other person was holding a pistol. He probably watched in the corner over there for a long time before he fired. The two people didn't dare to show their heads at this time, as if they were not careful, they would probably be targeted by the other party on the head. Zhang Shui held onto the car on the side of the road, not daring to raise her head. What should I do? He has a gun in his hand. Don't move yet. Lin Qin thought for a moment, then reached out to grab the car window glass and carefully looked inside. This distance is not close, so the pistol cannot be seen in such detail. Looking through the car window, the other party was about 200 to 300 meters away from him. Not too close, but not too far either. Approaching cautiously. Lin Qin retracted his head, and the car window glass above his head was shattered by the bullet. Both of them were startled. Zhang Shui held the gun and turned her head to look at Lin Qin. Lin Qin's face was very serious. He stretched out his hand and a few more grenades appeared. What are you up to? Zhang Shui asked. Lin Qin snorted coldly, I don't kill people indiscriminately, but I'm not someone who sits and waits for others to bully me. The man who fired the gun was obviously not a good person. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qin pulled down the safety ring of the grenade and threw it over. Su Shang, holding a pistol, approached Lin Qin cautiously while observing the situation around him to avoid being attacked by zombies. He was one of the other survivors living nearby, and at first he hid in his home like everyone else waiting for rescue. But in order to survive, we must accept even the most unacceptable things. The food he had looted was long gone, so he turned his attention to the other survivors. The man and woman in front of him were not the first ones he had targeted. The guns in their hands were much better than the pistol in his hand. So he took advantage of the two men's relaxed state after they dealt with the zombies and fired. Unexpectedly, it was discovered. That woman really ruined his plans. If I had known earlier, I should have dealt with her first. Instead, he aimed at the man who posed a threat to him. The parking spaces along the street were close to the roadside, which actually provided them with a lot of cover. In addition, the distance was not close, so he was unable to kill the enemy with one blow for a while. The road was littered with zombie corpses, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. Carefully observing the surroundings, he sped up his approach towards that place. As long as we can capture these two people, food should not be a problem in the short term. But what he coveted most were the guns on them. Suddenly, a head popped out from the car window, and Su Shang knew that his opportunity had come. He took aim and fired without hesitation. He was actually dodged by the other party. Damn it! Having lost the initiative, the possibility of dealing with them is greatly reduced. After staring at them for a while, Su Sheng decided to leave. Hide in the dark and follow them slowly. However, a black object was thrown from behind a vehicle on the side of the street. After taking a closer look, Su Sheng was frightened and ran away frantically. Bang! When the explosion sounded, Lin Qin couldn't help but look up. Then I saw the other person's running figure gradually disappearing into the distance. He raised his gun and aimed. Then pulled the trigger. One shot, the bullet hit. But the man quickly got up again and ran away quickly. The other party disappeared from his sight and entered another road. Zhang Shui got up by holding onto the car door and looked at the empty street. Run away? Lin Qin snorted coldly, he can't run away. I hit him. Zhang Shui let out a long sigh. The burden in my heart suddenly lifted. If they are hit, they will no longer have any bad thoughts towards them. But is this the same person from last night? Could it be that he was specifically targeting them last night and today to take revenge? Lin Qin frowned and thought seriously. Judging from his figure, it shouldn't be him, but I can't say for sure. Come on, follow him. The man was hit by himself, and he could follow him by following the blood on the ground. Two people rushed over, one after the other, searching along the blood on the ground. Along the way, we encountered a few zombies that were attracted by the smell of blood. But for Lin Qin, it was just a matter of taking action. The blood on the ground increased from a few drops at first to a lot, and then to a scarce amount. We followed the road and turned into the alleys. Finally, we entered an old residential area. The buildings in the old community look very old, and the roads in the community are very narrow. How could he run to such a remote place? It looks even more remote than ours. This place is not far away.